The August sunlight cascaded down like molten gold from the skylights high above the gymnasium, radiant and intense. Standing amidst the ranks of Class 8 of the first year, I felt a flutter of anxiety. The hem of my new school uniform swayed slightly with my restless movements. My heart raced erratically, as if the unfamiliar surroundings and the throng of people were compressing me into a state of disarray. At that moment, the side door swung open with a sudden force, the jarring noise slicing through the principal's address and disrupting my wandering thoughts. Why she arrived late, standing against the light, sunlight cascaded from behind him, bestowing a golden halo upon his silhouette, as if he were radiating light himself. I squinted, capturing the nonchalant gesture of him brushing aside his bangs, my heartbeat amplifying in my ears, as though his presence had abruptly drawn me into an entirely different frequency. The gymnasium fell into an instantaneous hush, soon followed by a wave of whispers that spread like a tide. Who is that? So handsome. Some discreetly raised their phones, while others feigned adjusting their hair to change angles, and a few deliberately let things fall, merely to catch another glimpse of him. Yet, I felt an inexplicable restlessness surging in my chest. My lips involuntarily curled into a cryptic smile. I yearned for him, not out of love, nor mere affection, but because he was so dazzling that it ignited within me an almost obsessive desire to pull him down from his pedestal and claim him as my trophy. I could vividly envision the scene, the envious gazes of all the girls in school fixed upon the hands that intertwined between him and me. In that moment, my fingers unconsciously tightened around the hem of my skirt, the fabric crumpling in my grasp. As Bai Shizhao approached, our homeroom teacher gestured toward the space behind me, instructing him to stand there. As he passed by, a gentle breeze stirred, infused with the fresh scent of soap beans, an aroma remarkably pure for a boy of his age. I feigned a pretense of adjusting my hair, inadvertently brushing my elbow against his chest. In that fleeting moment, I felt the warmth of his body, solid yet ephemeral, akin to touching a heated stone. My apologies, I said, tilting my face upward to reveal a smile perfected through countless repetitions, sweet enough to be just right. My eyes subtly curved, concealing a hint of curiosity. Bai Shizhao shook his head, a flicker of tenderness glimmering in his peach blossom-like eyes. Up close, I noticed the fine down on his skin, the pale pink of his lips, and that perfectly placed beauty mark, like a flaw deliberately left by the creator on an otherwise flawless masterpiece. My heart raced, yet I endeavored to maintain an outward calm, secretly assessing. He was more approachable than I had anticipated. During the first week of school, I discovered Bai Shizhao's gentleness surpassed my expectations, much like a defenseless prey. As class monitor, I intentionally lingered at his desk for a few extra seconds while collecting assignments. Math homework, I lightly tapped on his desk, my fingertips tracing an arc across his workbook, the gesture playful yet unobtrusive. When he looked up, I caught a glimpse of his amber pupils slightly dilating, reminiscent of a startled feline, exuding a hint of innocent panic. I haven't finished, he replied, his voice low and husky, as if emerging from the depths of his throat. I beamed brightly, a glint of mischief flashing in my eyes. Would you like me to teach you? Without waiting for his response, I pulled a chair closer, purposefully seating myself near him. During the lesson, my hair occasionally brushed against his arm, my breath as light as a feather, carrying an almost imperceptible teasing allure. I could sense his posture stiffening, the tips of his ears gradually reddening, and his handwriting becoming increasingly illegible. Do you understand? I inquired, tilting my head, my voice soft as if whispering in his ear. Bai Shizhao swallowed hard, nodding, yet his gaze dared not meet mine. I chuckled inwardly, knowing he had not been paying attention at all, distracted by the allure of my lips. A subtle satisfaction coursed through me, akin to a hunter watching its prey step into a trap. He was indeed easy to deceive. By the second week, my clumsiness escalated, resembling a meticulously orchestrated script. I accidentally spilled water on his textbook, and, as I blushed in apology, my eyelashes fluttered, giving me an almost tearful appearance. In that moment, my gaze softened, seemingly capable of shedding tears, concealing a blend of genuine and feigned regret. Bai Shizhao fumbled to retrieve a tissue, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against the back of my hand, retracting as if struck by electricity. His reaction sparked a wave of delight within me. "It's nothing," he said, his voice dry, yet his eyes involuntarily lingered on the damp collar of my shirt. As I turned away, a victorious smile crept upon my lips. I didn't need to look back. I knew his gaze remained glued to my retreating figure, as if tethered by an invisible thread. I relished the feeling of control, as though I had firmly grasped his attention in my palm. On the evening of the second Tuesday of the third week, I invited Bai Shizhao to the schoolyard after classes. The sunset painted the clouds a vivid crimson, and I stood beneath the basketball hoop, my skirt gently swaying in the evening breeze. Bai Shizhao approached, his black hair dampened by sweat, clinging to his forehead, and his breath came in rapid bursts from his exertion. The buttons of his school uniform were loosened, revealing the graceful curve of his collarbone, glimmering softly in the sunset. My heart inexplicably skipped a beat, yet I swiftly suppressed that peculiar sensation. "What do you want?" he inquired, a hint of curiosity lacing his voice. I did not respond. Instead, I rose onto my toes and kissed him directly. In that moment, I felt his body stiffen, as if the sudden contact had frozen him in place. His lips were soft, imbued with the coolness of mint candy, a clarity that sent a jolt through my heart. Baishi's heartbeat raced alarmingly, his fingers trembling slightly as they clutched my sleeve. His kissing technique was inexperienced, his dry, warm lips unnaturally clean, much like his character. Suddenly, I felt a surge of irritation and stepped back to scrutinize him. "You can't possibly be so inexperienced at kissing, can you?" My tone carried a touch of mockery. Baishi's ears turned a deep crimson, his Adam's apple bobbing as he stammered. "It's my first time." This revelation elicited a mix of pride and disappointment within me. I was proud that the campus heartthrob's innocence belonged solely to me, yet disappointed that this purity felt rather bland. His gaze darted around, avoiding mine, his ears reddening as if they might bleed. A twisted sense of satisfaction welled up within me. The admired campus heartthrob. Even he felt nervous enough while kissing to forget to breathe. I relished this feeling, as if I had torn a small corner from his flawless facade. The campus heartthrob was not so extraordinary after all. Chapter 2. The femme fatale. 2-3 weeks later, on the basketball court, Baishi raised his head to drink water. Droplets of sweat cascading down the contours of his face, dampening his collar. The girls on the sidelines screamed, fervently capturing the moment with their smartphones. Lin Xiaoming stood outside the crowd, a slight smile gracing her lips, her gaze as cold as one appraising a precious artifact. She relished this sensation, the possession of something unattainable to all others. In the evening, as Baishi escorted her home, she gazed up at his illuminated profile under the street lamp and softly asked, "Would you like to try that?" Baishi, his ears flushing crimson as he stammered, I have no one at home." Lin Xiaoming smiled. Her fingertips brushed against his cheek, contacting the warmth of his skin. She knew that this prey was finally ensnared. On the windowsill of Baishi's bedroom rested a pot of wilting pothos, its yellowing leaves curling as if in silent protest. Lin Xiaoming sat on the edge of the bed, retrieving a red string from her backpack, 3 strands of cotton twisted together, glimmering dimly under the lamp's light. Her fingers tightened slightly, as if grasping some clandestine power. "Extend your hand," she commanded, her tone calm yet authoritative. Baishi's wrist bone protruded, the faint blue veins beneath his skin starkly visible. As the red string coiled around him, she deliberately let her nails graze his wrist, feeling his pulse quicken abruptly. "What is this?" Baishi inquired, staring at his wrist, his eyelashes casting fan-like shadows in the light. The beauty mark on his face soft and captivating in the warm glow. His voice was barely above a whisper, laden with uncertainty. "Dawning, it signifies that you belong to me forever." Lin Xiaoming recalled the previous week's craft class, where she had intentionally made a mess of her braided string project, inciting laughter from the girl next to her. Now, this unsightly red cord was digging into Baishi's skin, marking him like prey. "Does it hurt?" She seemed to probe, her voice tinged with a chilling tone. Baishi shook his head, though his Adam's apple bobbed slightly. The sleeve of his school uniform brushed against her hand, carrying the scent of shower gel, an unblemished cleanliness that inexplicably irked her. She suddenly tightened the red string, watching with satisfaction as red marks blossomed on his wrist. At last, he was no longer flawless. A smile curled at the corners of Lin Xiaoming's mouth, as if she had completed a significant ritual. "Do not remove it," she stood, her skirt sweeping past his knee. "At least not tonight. The finest trophies must bear some scars." On the school bus that morning, Lin Xiaoming sat beside Bai Shi, and she abruptly spoke, and Bai Shi reflexively extended his right hand, the red string glaringly apparent in the sunlight. While the kiss marks peeking from beneath his collar ignited whispers among the astonished girls in the front row, their glances darting between them like a gentle breeze. Lin Xiaoming nonchalantly tore open a blue peppermint candy wrapper, handing the candy to Bai Shi, the crisp sound resonating like a triumphant horn. She leaned back in her seat, her gaze sweeping over Bai Shi's slightly flushed ears, yet her heart felt no anticipated satisfaction. Her fingers toyed with the candy wrapper, her mind conjuring the image of his eyes upon her the previous night, pure, flustered, like a small beast caught in a trap. An unexpected emptiness washed over her, as though she were chasing a victory destined to fade. She had experienced her first night with him, yet it felt as though she had gained nothing. As the school bus came to a halt, Bai Shi instinctively reached out to assist her, but Lin Xiaoming preemptively leaped from the vehicle, her skirt fluttering gently in the morning breeze. "Come on," she urged, glancing back at Bai Shi, a subtle sense of satisfaction blossoming within her as she observed his obedient demeanor trailing behind her, tinged with an undercurrent of irritation. He was always this way, docile as a tamed creature. Beneath the cherry blossom tree, whispers abruptly ceased as Bai Shi passed by, all eyes fixated on the marks of affection adorning his skin, as if drawn by an invisible magnet. Lin Xiaoming deliberately slowed her pace, a faint smile gracing her lips, ensuring that everyone could see. This boy, admired by all the girls in the school, had long been claimed by her. She could sense the envy and jealousy radiating from the surrounding girls, her heart racing not for Bai Shi, but for the intoxicating thrill of wielding such power. However, this sense of triumph was swiftly consumed by weariness, akin to the emptiness left in the wake of receding tides. Their dates were monotonous, resembling a factory assembly line, strolling on the playground after school, studying in the library on weekends. Bai Shi would hesitate for 3 seconds even to hold her hand, his fingertips grazing hers with cautious deliberation, as if afraid to shatter a fragile porcelain figurine. Lin Xiaoming began to feel that his once enchanting, clear peach blossom eyes had lost their allure, instead resembling a stagnant pool, incapable of stirring any ripples. "I finished your physics homework for you today," she proclaimed, slapping the workbook onto his desk with an air of nonchalance. "But you have to buy me a drink." Bai Shi obedini note that, retrieving a thermos emblazoned with a childish cartoon design from his backpack. "It's cold outside. Warm drinks are better." His voice was gentle, reminiscent of soothing a petulant child. Lin Xiaoming fixed her gaze upon the juvenile design of the cup, a wave of inexplicable annoyance surging within her. Bai Shi was too obedient, too much like a shapeless puppet. His world was excessively pristine, devoid of the acrid scent of tobacco, the disarray of alcohol, or even a hint of rebellion. Suddenly, she felt as though there was an invisible wall between them, impenetrable and enduring. Chapter 3. The Wicked Woman 3 Once, she deliberately inquired, "Do you love me?" Her tone was flippant, as if she were tossing out a trivial jest. Bai Shi momentarily froze, lowering his head and murmuring an indistinct affirmation, his voice as soft as a feather falling to the ground. His ears flushed crimson, yet his gaze faltered, unwilling to meet hers. Lin Xiaoming pursed her lips, and the irritation within her surged like rampant weeds. It was truly disheartening that he could not even utter a simple "I love you." She began to question whether the prize she had painstakingly acquired was merely an empty shell. What she found even more intolerable was Bai Shi's world of pristine simplicity. He neither smoked nor drank, and after school, he either played basketball or quietly completed his homework. Once, she tentatively asked, "Would you like to go to a bar?" Bai Shi frowned, his tone earnest as that of a pedantic scholar. "Such places are unsafe." She rolled her eyes, inwardly scoffing. How utterly dull. What ultimately resolved her decision to leave was the celebratory feast following a basketball game. At that time, the team had gone to a karaoke venue, and Baishi had been coaxed into drinking a few beers by his teammates, his cheeks tinged with a faint blush, swaying hazily against the sofa. In the dim light, his gaze appeared clouded, reminiscent of amber stained by alcohol, exuding a rare vulnerability. Lin Xiaoming leaned closer, deliberately blowing air near his ear. "Shall we go to the empty room next door?" Her voice was soft, laced with seduction and provocation. Baishi shook his head, his voice slightly hoarse. "Stop it." His fingers gripped the edge of the sofa, as if he were striving to restrain something within. She scrutinized him for several seconds, her burgeoning anticipation extinguished like a flame doused in cold water, leaving behind a void of dullness. Even under the influence of alcohol, he still endeavored to suppress himself. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoming felt that Baishi's perfection was no longer alluring, but rather a burdensome weight. How utterly dreary to be so uninteresting even after drinking. The shift came unexpectedly, like a bolt of lightning striking a tranquil forest, igniting a fierce wildfire. In the third week of working at the fast food restaurant, the manager introduced, "This is the newcomer, Gao Fan." Lin Xiaoming looked up, and in an instant, her gaze collided with a pair of wild, untamed eyes. Gao Fan did not possess the breathtaking looks of Baishi, but his aura resembled an unbroken flame, dangerous yet alluring. Standing at 1.8 meters behind the cash register, the black sweatshirt hung loosely on him, inexplicably captivating. Lin Xiaoming's heart skipped a beat, as if struck by an unfamiliar current. The young freshman seemed familiar. Gao Fan engaged her with ease, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. "Do you often walk with the school heartthrob?" His nails were clipped short, and a small burn scar marked the web of his right hand, resembling a secretive badge. Lin Xiaoming instinctively touched the ends of her hair, concealing the turmoil within. "Do you know him?" she retorted, her voice softer than usual. Gao Fan handed her a glass of iced cola, his fingertips lightly brushing against the back of her hand. "You two make quite the sweet couple." He paused, his gaze lingering on her delicate features. "But while you're young, you should embrace more new experiences." This statement fell like a stone into her tranquil heart, sending ripples cascading through her composure. Lin Xiaoming lowered her head and took a sip of cola. The icy liquid slid down her throat. Yet it could not quell the restlessness stirring within her. During their video call that evening, Baishi was absorbed in organizing his mathematics notes, the halo of the desk lamp softly outlining the contours of his face. Lin Xiaoming stared at the screen and suddenly exclaimed, "Today we learned a new milkshake recipe." Senior Gao Fan said he would take us to that newly opened bar in the university town next time. Baishi paused, furrowing his brow. "That kind of place is not safe." His tone was as serious as ever, reminiscent of an old-fashioned guardian. "You are so old-fashioned," she retorted, a hint of impatience lacing her words. "Many students go there." The moment the words left her lips, she regretted them. Baishi's eyes dimmed, as if her sharpness had wounded him. He remained silent for a few seconds before softly replying, "Don't stay out too late." Lin Xiaoming bit her lip. A wave of guilt surged within her, mingled with a deeper irritation. She ended the video call and stared at the black screen of her phone. Yet Gao Fan's devil-may-care smile lingered in her mind. On Friday, as she was leaving work, Gao Fan suddenly leaned close to her ear. "A few colleagues are heading to the bar later. Care to join?" His voice, low and enticing, held a hint of seduction. Lin Xiaoming caught the faint scent of tobacco on him, a stark contrast to the ever-present laundry detergent scent of Baishi's school uniform. Her heart raced uncontrollably, as if responding to a perilous call. "Sure," she whispered, summoning her courage to ask, "Do you have a cigarette?" Gao Fan raised an eyebrow, pulling a cigarette from his pocket and expertly lighting it for her. Lin Xiaoming took a cautious puff, coughing as the smoke caught in her throat, tears welling in her eyes. Yet Gao Fan laughed unabashedly, playfully pinching her cheek. "First time? How adorable." His touch was bold and casual, exuding an unmistakable sense of aggression. Lin Xiaoming's cheeks flushed, her heart racing as if it were about to burst from her chest. She suddenly realized that this was the thrill she had longed for. Danger, the unknown, like a roaring flame, ready to consume her at any moment. Chapter 4. The temptress, the neon lights of the bar cast enchanting reflections upon the glass, while the air was thick with the mingling aromas of alcohol and perfume. Lin Xiaoming sat awkwardly on the high stool, her fingers nervously tracing the rim of her glass. The thunderous music surged like a tide, overwhelming her senses. This was her inaugural venture into such a realm, and everything felt both exhilarating and unsettling. Gao Fan leaned casually against the bar, his black leather jacket draped nonchalantly over his shoulder, revealing a snug black tank top underneath. The muscular contours of his physique subtly hinted at his strength, while a fierce dragon tattoo on his left arm seemed to come alive in the shifting lights. He held a burning cigarette between his long fingers, and through the swirling smoke, his wild eyes fixated on her, as if evaluating a precious prize. Try this. Gao Fan slid a cocktail with a pink sheen toward her, garnished with a sprig of mint, its alcohol content relatively mild. Lin Xiaoming hesitated before taking a sip. The cool sweetness mingled with a slight burn of alcohol. She wrinkled her nose and coughed lightly, eliciting a low chuckle from Gao Fan, his voice deep and teasing, stirring something within her. Take your time. He raised his hand and placed it naturally against her back, the warmth of his palm seeping through the thin fabric, igniting a fire on her skin. Relax, no one is going to bite you. For reasons unknown, her cheeks flushed even more at his words. She took another generous sip, the burning sensation of the alcohol gradually turning smooth, as if it had melded into her very blood. Her limbs began to feel languid, and the lights before her blurred, resembling a painting losing its focus. Shall we hit the dance floor? Gao Fan suddenly leaned close to her ear, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe, imbued with a hint of dangerous intimacy. Before she could respond, he grasped her hand and led her toward the pulsating crowd. Amidst the throng, their bodies nearly melded into one. Lin Xiaoming could distinctly feel the heat radiating from his chest, the intoxicating aroma of earthiness, tobacco, and something primal making her head spin. As the rhythmic music intensified, Gao Fan's hand slid to her waist, guiding her to sway gently to the beat. His movements were bold and fluid, akin to orchestrating a perilous game. Yes, just like that. His lips nearly brushed her ear, his voice husky and beguiling. This place is indeed perfect for you. Lin Xiaoming felt as though she were floating on a cloud, the alcohol and music weaving a haze around her. In the pristine world she once inhabited, such scenes were unfathomable. They had only shared quiet moments hand in hand on the playground, serene as an aged painting. Yet now, Gao Fan's hands roamed freely at her waist, this audacious contact rendering her both frightened and entranced. She closed her eyes, surrendering to the pulsations of the music, even as a distant ache in her heart seemed to remind her of something. But she was unwilling to halt, at least for tonight. She wished to lose herself in this treacherous haze, to forget that boy whose purity suffocated her. I would like another drink. Lin Xiaoming heard her voice tremble, betraying her nervousness. Gao Fan's lips curled into a knowing smile, a glimmer of mischief dancing in his eyes. All right. He casually summoned the waiter, his movements languid yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Lin Xiaoming's heart raced, as if his gaze had pinned her in place, rendering her unable to escape. In the back seat of a taxi at 2 a.m, Lin Xiaoming leaned against the window, the neon lights outside streaking past like shooting stars, stinging her eyes. The alcohol dulled her thoughts, shrouding them in a thin veil of fog. Yet her body remained acutely sensitive. Gao Fan's arm brushed closely against hers. Instinctively, she shrank her shoulders, attempting to create distance, only to realize she had no desire to move away. Are you cold? Gao Fan suddenly spoke, almost as if whispering. His fingers lightly grazed her bare arm, the touch playful yet tinged with a hint of exploration. Lin Xiaoming shook her head, just as he draped his coat over her shoulders, enveloping her in his warmth and a faint scent of tobacco. She inhaled deeply. The aroma infiltrated her senses like a potent poison, leaving her both dizzy and enchanted. A strange impulse surged within her, as if striving to break free from some invisible shackles. You're truly special, you know? Gao Fan's voice resonated deeply within the confined space. Unlike those pretentious girls, Lin Xiaoming turned her head, unexpectedly colliding with his focused gaze. His eyes resembled an unfathomable lake. Conseilling à triing danger. She suddenly realized the distance between them was so close she could count each other's eyelashes. His breath was warm, laced with a faint intoxication of alcohol. Her heartbeat faltered, reason teetering on the brink of desire. Then, without warning, Gao Fan kissed her. The kiss was infused with the sharpness of alcohol, insistent and impossible to reject, akin to a sudden tempest. Lin Xiaoming's mind blanked, as if all her thoughts had been siphoned away. Yet her body reacted instinctively. She did not push him away. Instead, she instinctively clutched his collar. In the fleeting moment of their lips entwined, the image of Baishi flashed through her mind. Her clear gaze like a bucket of cold water, attempting to pull her back to reality. However, that vision was swiftly drowned by an overwhelming tide of novelty, consuming her entirely. Come with me? As they parted, Gao Fan's thumb gently caressed her flushed cheek, his voice husky and beguiling. His gaze was locked onto her face, as if awaiting her surrender. Chapter 5. The femme fatale Lin Xiaoming understood that she ought to refuse, to push open the car door and return to that safe and familiar world. She should recall Baishi, remember the message he had sent her the previous night, and visualize the way he had gently held her hand. Gao Fan, with a cigarette clenched between his teeth, flicked his lighter, and a flame flickered to life, illuminating half his face. He inhaled deeply, the faint glow of the burning tobacco casting erratic shadows in the dimly lit car, while he casually flicked the ash out the window, where it dissolved into the night. What's the matter? Are you afraid? His voice carried a hint of enchantment, laced with both provocation and seduction. At that moment, a string deep within Lin Xiaoming snapped, and her rationality crumbled in an instant. She heard herself emit a barely audible In that fleeting moment, she suddenly grew weary, exhausted from playing the perpetually proper good girl, fatigued by the suffocating label of being Baishi's girlfriend. The restless fire within her blazed ever more fiercely, numbing her fingertips. The abyss loomed before her, yet she found herself contemplating a leap into its depths. The taxi came to a halt beneath Gao Fan's apartment building. As she ascended the stairs, Lin Xiaoming's legs felt somewhat unsteady, uncertain whether it was due to the alcohol or the anxiety surging within her. Each step felt like teetering on the edge of a precipice, a thrilling yet terrifying blend that nearly left her breathless. When the door to Gao Fan's apartment closed behind her, she experienced a whirlwind sensation, not only from the intoxication, but also from the stark realization that she was crossing an irreversible threshold. As the morning light filtered through the gaps in the curtains, Lin Xiaoming stared at the unfamiliar ceiling, her mind a blank slate. Beside her, Gao Fan remained in a deep slumber, his arm draped casually across her waist, an unmistakable weight of possession. Fragments of last night flashed in her mind. The taste of his kiss, the sensation of his touch, his low, resonant laughter, each moment so vividly real that she could not deny it. Her fingers clenched the bed sheets, yet instead of the anticipated shame, she felt an odd sense of tranquility, as if she had finally discovered a foreign shore after a tempest. She rose cautiously, retrieving her clothes from the floor. As her phone slipped from her pocket, the screen illuminated and her heart plummeted. 20 missed calls, all from Baishi. There were also several text messages, ranging from initial inquiries to expressions of concern, spanning the entire night. With trembling fingers, she opened the messages. Xiaoming, where are you? Could you please reply? I'm very worried about you. Please call me back when you see this. The last message, sent at 4 in the morning, conveyed a sense of helpless urgency. Lin Xiaoming sat on the cold tiles of the bathroom floor, scrolling through the messages, her chest feeling constricted. She should feel guilt. She ought to chastise herself for her betrayal. Yet, curiously, what filled her heart at that moment was an inexplicable sense of liberation. The day spent with Baishi felt like a meticulously staged school play, where she portrayed the gentle heroine, yet always sensed that she was acting a role that did not belong to her. Last night, for the first time, she had experienced a genuine, unrestrained self, as if she had finally torn away that mask. Her fingers lingered on the screen for a considerable time before she ultimately replied with a simple message. I stayed out too late and went straight to my colleague's house to sleep. As she pressed the send button, a sense of unease settled deep within her. Baishi's tenderness felt like a delicate needle piercing her heart, painful yet inescapable. Suddenly, the bathroom door swung open, revealing Gao Fan, his sleep-laden eyes resting against the doorframe, his black tank top accentuating his muscular physique. Up this early? His voice, raspy from sleep, was laced with a languid affection. Lin Xiaoming tucked her phone back into her pocket and smiled up at him, concealing the turmoil within. I was contemplating whether to stay with you a little longer. Gao Fan approached, his fingers weaving through her hair. Stay as long as you wish. His gaze scrutinized her like an intriguing new toy. Lin Xiaoming tilted her head and initiated a kiss, tasting the essence of freedom. Dangerous, indulgent, akin to an addictive poison. In that moment, she realized her world would be irrevocably transformed. Lin Xiaoming resided in Gao Fan's apartment for 2 days. Enveloped in a dream she was reluctant to awaken from. On the first day, she nestled in his embrace, her fingertips tracing the tattoos on his collarbone as he narrated stories she had never encountered. Street racing, nightclubs, brawls, and bars whose names she had never heard. Gao Fan's world was akin to a blazing inferno, perilous yet fervent, drawing her willingly into its flames. She relished this sensation, like standing on the precipice of a cliff, poised to fall at any moment, yet feeling utterly liberated. Baishi's world was pristine, akin to a blank canvas, each stroke restrained and cautious. Whereas Gao Fan's realm burst with vibrant colors, every stroke igniting her senses. On the second evening, Gao Fan took her to a newly opened bar. The dim lighting and thunderous music, mingled with the intoxicating scent of alcohol and nicotine, left her dizzy. Gao Fan wrapped his arms around her waist, kissing her passionately on the dance floor, his fingers slipping beneath her shirt, drawing whistles from those around them. Lin Xiaoming's heartbeat raced as if it might explode. She had never experienced such exhilaration. The clamor of the crowd, the intoxication of alcohol, Gao Fan's unabashed possessiveness. Each moment challenged her limits. She felt as though she had finally discovered the life she truly desired, akin to a bird breaking free from its cage, soaring into the unknown sky. Until the afternoon of the third day, when the doorbell rang. Lin Xiaoming, still curled up in her blanket, rubbed her sleepy eyes, remnants of last night's haze lingering in her mind, while Gao Fan lazily rose to answer the door. Gao Fan, a sweet yet assertive female voice pierced through, jolting Lin Xiaoming awake. She heard Gao Fan's low chuckle, imbued with a hint of casual affection. Groggily sitting up, Lin Xiaoming peered through the half-open door, just in time to see a tall girl leap into Gao Fan's arms, her actions bold and familiar, as she tiptoed to plant a kiss on his lips. Chapter 6. The villainous Lin Xiaoming felt as though she had been doused in a bucket of icy water from head to toe. Her fingers clenched the blanket tightly as she stared at the back of the girl before her, yet her mind was flooded with the image of Baishi's gaze, pure, gentle, like a crystal-clear spring that would never inflict such a piercing pain upon her. In that moment, she suddenly yearned for the warmth that Baishi had provided. The girl in front of her resembled a blazing inferno, dazzling to the point of discomfort, her flamboyant golden hair, an eye-catching tattoo of egg on the nape of her neck, a crop top and hot pants that accentuated her exuberant curves, and long legs clad in high-heeled ankle boots exuding unabashed confidence with every step. She was more beautiful than Lin Xiaoming, and even more ostentatious, like a meteor, fleeting yet capable of scorching the gaze of onlookers. Gao Fan embraced the girl's waist, leaning down to whisper sweet nothings in her ear, his tone intimate, as if they were sharing a secret known only to them. The girl giggled, playfully pushing him away with a gentle nudge to his chest, her voice sweet and flirtatious, almost declaring her dominion. Lin Xiaoming felt a tightening in her throat. Her heart was gripped by an invisible hand, a tumultuous blend of bitterness, rage, and shame intertwining within her. The girl finally noticed her standing at the door, raising an eyebrow as her gaze swept dismissively over Lin Xiaoming's disheveled hair and wrinkled t-shirt, a smirk curling at the corner of her mouth as if assessing a trivial trinket. "How many have you gone through this month?" she casually inquired of Gao Fan, her tone as light as discussing the weather. "I told you I dislike it when you bring these things home." The term things pierced Lin Xiaoming's heart like a knife, rendering her nearly breathless. Gao Fan merely shrugged, an indifferent smile playing on his lips. "Just having some fun," he replied casually, as if discussing a matter entirely unrelated to him. In that moment, Lin Xiaoming felt her blood run cold. She experienced a humiliation unlike any before, as if stripped bare and exposed on a bustling street. The girl let out a light hum, her gaze returning to Lin Xiaoming, appraising her from head to toe before saying dismissively, "Why are you still standing there?" Her tone dripped with condescension, akin to shooing away an unappreciative stray cat. Lin Xiaoming's fingertips dug deeply into her palm, the pain causing her eyes to sting. She yearned to retort, to scream, to tear apart that arrogant face. Yet her throat felt as if it were stuffed with cotton, rendering her voiceless. In that moment, her pride was shattered, replaced by a twisted anger that hissed like a venomous snake within her heart. Gao Fan shot her a sidelong glance. "You should head back. I'll find you later tonight." Lin Xiaoming could not recall how she exited that apartment. Her steps felt unsteady, as if walking on clouds, each footfall pulling her deeper into despair. Standing downstairs, she gazed up at the door that remained firmly closed against her. She forced herself to breathe deeply, yet could not quell the humiliation roiling within her. Had she truly been reduced to a mere object? Had she truly been scorned by that woman with such disdain? Had Gao Fan truly dismissed her like a piece of trash? Her fury burned within her. She would not let this matter rest. She intended to make them pay, the blonde girl and Gao Fan. She wanted them to regret their actions. That evening, Gao Fan indeed contacted her as if nothing had transpired. Lin Xiaoming stood at the entrance of the designated bar, the night breeze tousling her hair. As she watched Gao Fan dismount from his motorcycle, clad in a black leather jacket that glimmered under the streetlights, she took a deep breath to steady her expression. Her eyes were slightly reddened, her voice trembling with deliberate restraint. "Gao Fan, I truly like you." Gao Fan raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued as he regarded her. "Oh?" His tone was teasing, reminiscent of one who delights in the antics of a playful creature. "I know you have a girlfriend." Lin Xiaoming lowered her gaze, her fingers entwined nervously, her nails nearly digging into her flesh, as if to stave off the pain and keep herself alert. "But I don't care." Her voice was soft, almost pleading, yet her gaze held a hint of defiance, glistening with unshed tears. Gao Fan scrutinized her for a few moments before suddenly laughing, his hand grasping her chin, his thumb brushing against her lips. Jealous? His actions were suggestive, his eyes assessing. Lin Xiaoming leaned into his embrace, her voice syrupy sweet. "I just don't want to be seen as someone you can toy with." She intentionally infused her tone with fragility, as if fully surrendering to him. Yet deep within her heart, it was as cold as ice. She was merely acting, playing the role of a tamed little cat, docile and pitiable, solely to lower his guard. Gao Fan chuckled softly, his fingers weaving through her hair. "So what do you wish to be?" Lin Xiaoming tilted her face upwards, as if offering her utmost loyalty. "I want to be the only one you desire." Gao Fan gazed at her, a flicker of amusement crossing his eyes, as if her performance amused him. He leaned down to kiss her, forceful and possessive, as if to affirm her belonging. Lin Xiaoming closed her eyes, responding perfectly, yet her heart remained terrifyingly alert. She was not a cat. She was a hunter, and Gao Fan was merely the prey within her grasp. Chapter 7. The Wicked Woman. Days later, Lin Xiaoming leaned against the vending machine, her fingertips tracing circles on Gao Fan's chest. The rain outside pattered softly, the condensation on the glass blurring the world beyond, as if shrouding her plan in a delicate veil. Intentionally, she angled her phone screen towards Gao Fan, allowing him to glimpse the freshly composed message. "Send it," she urged. Gao Fan, cigarette dangling from his lips, narrowed his eyes with a hint of mockery. "What's wrong? Are you reluctant to part with your obedient boyfriend?" With a light chuckle, Lin Xiaoming decisively pressed the send button, her movements resolute and devoid of hesitation. The screen glowed with a harsh light, the message cold and unadorned. "Let's break up." That night, Gao Fan and I went to a bar, and well, we did what we had to do. "I am bored. Besides, you're handsome enough not to lack for women." She couldn't even be bothered to concoct a plausible excuse, nor did she feel the need to mask her betrayal. The message struck like a sharp blade, piercing directly into Bai Shi's heart. A twisted sense of satisfaction bubbled within Lin Xiaoming. She was determined to show him that she was never the delicate girl in need of his tender care. Gao Fan chuckled lowly as he extinguished his cigarette, pulling her into his embrace. His kiss was infused with a potent scent of tobacco, his palm firmly grasping the nape of her neck, as if he sought to consume all of her breath. Lin Xiaoming responded with fervor, her fingers embedding themselves in his leather jacket, yet a cold smirk lingered in her heart. She was acutely aware of men's competitive nature. Gao Fan had approached her initially because she was the girlfriend of the campus heartthrob. Now, she intended to use Bai Shi's humiliation to amplify her allure, igniting Gao Fan's desire to conquer through his suffering. She knew Bai Shi would come. That foolish boy, even upon receiving such a message, would not easily relent. He would brave the rain, like a wounded creature, attempting to win her back. And what she desired was precisely his disarray, his collapse before her eyes. 10 minutes later, Gao Fan whispered in her ear, his voice laced with malice. Your boyfriend is still out there watching. His fingers maliciously grazed her waist, a deliberate provocation. Lin Xiaoming turned her head, peering through the misty haze, and spotted Bai Shi standing in the rain. Water dripped from his hair, his school uniform clinging to him, outlining his frail silhouette. Those eyes, always gentle when they looked at her, now appeared as dark as a stagnant pool, devoid of any light. His fists were clenched tightly, knuckles white, as if he were struggling to contain some overwhelming emotion. A peculiar sting of pain surged within Lin Xiaoming, brief yet sharp. Memories of his messages from that night flooded her mind, recalling the way he cautiously held her hand and the gentle reminder he whispered about not staying out too late. But this fleeting pain was quickly crushed by Gao Fan's more forceful embrace, transforming into a chilling numbness. What's wrong? Feeling heartbroken? Gao Fan bit her earlobe, his voice husky, tinged with mockery. Lin Xiaoming tilted her head back. I'm just wondering when he will burst in and give you a good beating. That one. Gao Fan scoffed derisively, twirling a strand of her hair around his finger. A waste who can't even keep his own girlfriend. She laughed in agreement, her laughter wild and unabashed. Yet her peripheral vision caught sight of Bai Shi's tightly clenched fists. That foolish boy, though deeply wounded by her, still could not let her go. Forget about him. She took the initiative to wrap her arms around Gao Fan's neck, whispering softly in his ear, "Shall we go to your place tonight?" Gao Fan's gaze flickered, his hand tightening around her waist. So eager? His tone held a hint of teasing, as if he relished her boldness. What? Would your girlfriend mind? She inquired pointedly. The image of that blonde girl, Qingqing, the one adorned with the letter T on her neck, and who regarded her with disdain, surfacing in her mind. Lin Xiaoming's lips curled into a cold smile. She intended to make Qingqing regret, to make Gao Fan regret, to show everyone that she was no one's plaything. Gao Fan smirked. Are you still jealous? His tone was suggestive, as if he were toying with her emotions. Lin Xiaoming offered no reply, merely rising on her toes to kiss him. This kiss concealed her scheming, her discontent, and her provocation toward Qingqing. She aimed to ensnare Gao Fan and incite jealousy in Qingqing. Through this game, she sought to prove that she was the true victor. Yet in the fleeting moment of the kiss, a pang of emptiness flickered within her, as if something significant were silently slipping away. She forced herself to disregard that sensation, closing her eyes and surrendering to Gao Fan's embrace, for she knew that if she paused, that emptiness would engulf her like a flood. Chapter 8. The Fall One. The tale of Bai Shi. A few months ago, Bai Shi stood on the basketball court, sweat cascading down his exquisitely chiseled jawline. He casually lifted the hem of his shirt to wipe his brow, revealing the fleeting contours of his well-defined abdominal muscles, an unintentional gesture that elicited gasps from a few girls at the sidelines, followed by a suppressed chorus of awe. Bai Shi furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze coldly sweeping across the scene, a flicker of impatience surfacing in his eyes. Turning his back to the clamor, he flicked his fingers, and the basketball obediently began to spin in his palm. In the next moment, with a swift motion of his wrist, he launched it toward the hoop, tracing a perfect arc. It swished through the net, clean and decisive. How stunning! Cheers erupted from the sidelines, rising like a tide. Bai Shi bent down to retrieve the ball, his movements fluid yet distracted. His gaze inadvertently drifted to the other side of the playground, where Lin Xiaoming was clutching a thick stack of homework, making her way toward the teaching building. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon her, resembling a living painting. She seemed to sense his gaze, turning her head to wink at him, a playful smile gracing her lips. In that moment, Baishi's heart skipped a beat, the surrounding noise fading as if muted, leaving only her bright eyes and slightly flushed cheeks illuminated by the sun. "Hey, stop daydreaming. Pass the ball." A teammate's shout jolted him back to reality. He shook his head, forcing himself to concentrate on the game. Yet, Lin Xiaoming's figure lingered in his heart like a seed, quietly taking root and refusing to be dispelled. After the training concluded, Baishi grabbed his school uniform jacket, slinging it over his shoulder as he walked toward the classroom. In the corridor, several girls from other classes pretended to pass by, their gazes glued to him like glue, whispering excitedly behind him. He lowered his head and quickened his pace, attempting to escape those unabashed stares. It was only when he saw Lin Xiaoming waiting at the classroom door, smiling with a notebook in her arms, that a gentle breeze seemed to lighten his chest, instantly easing his taut nerves. "I finished your math homework for you today." Lin Xiaoming handed him a notebook, adding, "But you'll have to do the physics on your own. I'll help you during evening study." Her voice was light and cheerful, reminiscent of coaxing a wayward child. Baishi took the notebook, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against hers, the warmth of the contact sending a jolt through him. He instinctively withdrew his hand, but noticed a faint blush creeping onto Lin Xiaoming's cheeks. She bit her lip and softly said, "See you at the usual place after school." In that moment, Baishi's heart raced, and he nodded, his throat dry, rendering him speechless. In the classroom, his deskmate, Li Chao, nudged him with his elbow, raising his eyebrows inquisitively. "Is the class monitor giving you special attention again? What is the nature of your relationship?" His tone brimmed with gossipy excitement, as if unearthing some earth-shattering secret. Baishi remained silent, a smile unconsciously curling at the corners of his lips, a gentle glimmer in his eyes. The relationship between him and Lin Xiaoming was an enigma known to all in the school. The pairing of the handsome boy and the class monitor resembled a flawless school drama, fulfilling everyone's fantasies of youthful romance. Yet to him, Lin Xiaoming was not merely a label. She was the girl who would accompany him to watch the sunset in the evening. The one who would frown and fuss when he didn't perform well in exams. She was the softest corner of his heart. As the school bell rang, Baishi deliberately lingered while packing her bag, savoring the moment. Lin Xiaoming, the class monitor, awaited her by a bench at the edge of the playground, tasked with overseeing the duties. The setting sun painted the sky in hues of orange and red, and the raucous sounds of the basketball court gradually faded into the background, replaced by the fragrant scent of fresh grass and earth. Leaning against the backrest, he closed his eyes, his mind filled with the image of her crescent moon eyes when she smiled. "Have you been waiting long?" Lin Xiaoming's voice broke the silence, tinged with a hint of playfulness. Unbeknownst to him, she had appeared at his side, holding 2 bottles of mineral water, and settled next to him. The sunset illuminated her innocent face, casting gentle contours, while Baishi's gaze unconsciously lingered upon her, her eyelashes delicately curled, reminiscent of a graceful cat. The wind tousled her hair, with a few strands brushing against her cheek, stirring an impulse within him to reach out and tuck them behind her ear. Baishi extended her hand to accept the water, tilting her head back to take a sip. The faint brown beauty mark at the corner of her eye shimmered under the sunset, akin to a drop of ink misplaced, adding an enchanting allure to her visage. Lin Xiaoming's gaze lingered on her face, her fingertips absent-mindedly tugging at her skirt, as if suppressing a fluttering sensation. She suddenly realized the exquisite placement of that beauty mark. When Baishi gazed down at her, it perfectly aligned with the center of her pupil, like a target destined to captivate the heart. "Your eyelashes glisten in golden brown under the sunlight. They are truly beautiful," Lin Xiaoming remarked, her eyes reflecting unabashed admiration. Baishi turned her face, letting out a light chuckle, her nasal tone akin to a cat's gentle paw brushing against velvet, soft yet tantalizing. "Do you enjoy looking at beautiful things so much?" "Of course," Lin Xiaoming replied confidently. her eyes curving into crescents. Who doesn't he appreciate beauty? Just as one delights in sunny days, blooming flowers, or gazing at stars. She paused. Her gaze is softening as if to melt him. And you are the most exquisite scenery I have ever encountered. Chapter 9. The Fall 2. Baishi's heart leapt suddenly, ignited by her gaze. Lin Xiaoming's attention was as pure as a crystal-clear spring, devoid of the raw possessiveness exhibited by other girls, which enveloped him in an unprecedented sense of comfort and security. He cherished the way she looked at him, relished her inadvertent displays of tenderness, which felt like sunlight warming his heart, dispelling all shadows. Today's third problem in physics is quite challenging. Let me help you, Lin Xiaoming said as she retrieved her textbook from her backpack, her shoulder brushing against his in a manner so natural. It was as though they had spent countless dusks in this manner. Baishi caught a faint whiff of the shampoo in her hair, yet his mind was a blank slate, leaving no room to concentrate on the problem at hand. Stealing glances at her profile, he observed the delicate shadows cast by her long eyelashes in the setting sun, and the way she furrowed her brow while biting the end of her pen, filling him with an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Are you even listening? Lin Xiaoming lightly tapped his head with her pen, her tone laced with playful reproach. Yes, yes. Baishi snapped back to reality, forcing himself to focus on the textbook, though his ears burned with embarrassment. Once she finished explaining the problem, twilight descended, and the campus gradually emptied. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoming took his hand, the warmth of her palm quickening his heartbeat. Let us take a stroll around the playground before heading home, she suggested, her voice light and cheerful, as though sharing a secret meant solely for them. This was their clandestine ritual, under the cover of dusk. They walked hand in hand around the playground, sometimes in silence. Other times Lin Xiaoming would recount amusing stories from their class. Baishi delighted in her words, adored the way her eyes curved into crescents when she laughed, and cherished these untroubled moments, as if the entire world had narrowed down to just the two of them. We have a monthly exam next week. You ought to study well. Lin Xiaoming suddenly stopped, looking at him earnestly, a trace of expectation in her eyes. I don't want to see you at the bottom of the class again. Baishi Poutet, fighting in Dai Feng, with a top student like you as my girlfriend. I'm not worried. Though his tone was teasing, the mere mention of girlfriend sent ripples of warmth through his heart. Who said I was your girlfriend? Lin Xiaoming pretended to strike him, but he caught her fist and gently pulled her into his embrace. Both were momentarily taken aback. Baishi could feel her heartbeat through their school uniforms, racing in tandem with his own. His throat felt dry as he lowered his gaze to her flushed cheeks and, almost unconsciously, pressed his lips lightly against her forehead. Baishi Lin Xiaoming's voice trembled slightly, tinged with shyness. Do you want to try that? Try what? Baishi momentarily lost his train of thought, his mind a blank canvas. Lin Xiaoming's face flushed deeper as she leaned closer, whispering a few words into his ear, her warm breath causing his ears to burn. Baishi felt all the blood rush to his head, stammering, I'm home alone. That night at Baishi's house, they clumsily explored each other, Baishi's palms slick with sweat, his fingertips trembling. Yet, we met Lin Xiaoming's dreamy gaze, filled with trust and tenderness. An unprecedented sense of responsibility surged within him, overwhelming him like a tidal wave. I will take responsibility for you. Upon concluding, he solemnly declared, his voice low yet resolute, akin to an unshakable vow. Lin Xiaoming, however, chuckled, her eyes glimmering with a mischievous light. Fool, what era are we in? She gently kissed his cheek, her tone as soft as a feather. Nevertheless, I am truly delighted it is you. From that day forth, Baishi began to perceive his relationship with Lin Xiaoming as more than mere whispers of affection circulating within the school. It had transformed into a tangible bond. He began to rebuff the advances of all other girls, even politely declining the offer of a simple bottle of water. He started to pay earnest attention in class. For Lin Xiaoming had expressed her fondness for his concentrated demeanor. He would even accompany her to the library on weekends, though he spent most of the time stealing glances at her profile as she diligently wrote, rather than focusing on the formulas in his textbooks. Baishi, you have changed so much lately, Li Chao remarked one day, a hint of teasing in his tone. You can't possibly have fallen for the class monitor, can you? Bai Shi offered no denial, merely lowering his head with a smile, warmth flickering in his eyes. Indeed, he had developed feelings for Lin Xiaoming. He admired her intelligence, appreciated her earnestness, cherished the way she would scold him with a frown when he slacked off, and adored everything about her. He envisioned a future where they would continue hand in hand, much like countless dusks spent on the playground, until the end of time. Concurrently, rumors began to subtly proliferate within the school. Have you heard? Bai Shi and Lin Xiaoming are all ready. The girls huddled together in the restroom, whispering with excitement and envy. Is it true? Lin Xiaoming seems so well-behaved. It's just because Bai Shi is handsome. Chapter 10. The fall 3. One day after school, the homeroom teacher summoned Lin Xiaoming into the office, where the atmosphere was thick with solemnity. Bai Shi stood at the end of the corridor, leaning against the cold wall, faintly hearing the dialogue emanating from the office. Xiaoming, as the class monitor, you should lead by example. The teacher's voice was low and grave. The situation between you and Bai Shi has had a terribly negative impact. Lin Xiaoming lowered her head, falling silent for a moment, yet her tone remained resolute. Teacher, we have done nothing wrong. Her voice, though soft, bore an unyielding defiance, as if she were safeguarding something precious. Bai Shi's heart tightened, feeling both touched and bittersweet. Do your parents know? The teacher's probing question pierced through her defenses like a needle. Lin Xiaoming's silence served as a silent answer, heavy enough to constrict Bai Shi's chest. The next day, her mother stormed into the school, leading to a heated argument within the office. Bai Shi stood outside the door, listening to the persuasive words of teachers and parents wash over him like a tide, yet he could never hear Lin Xiaoming relent. I dislike him, she told her mother, her voice not loud, but as sharp as a blade, cutting through the office door and piercing Bai Shi's heart. His eyes suddenly felt warm, as if washed by a current of warmth, blending bitterness with sweetness. He silently vowed to treat her well, no matter what the future held, and to never betray her feelings. After the final exams of the first semester in their first year of high school, Lin Xiaoming excitedly informed Bai Shi that she would be working at a fast food restaurant during the summer holiday. Her eyes sparkled like they contained countless tiny stars. I want to experience the feeling of earning my own money. Plus, the air conditioning in the store is excellent. It won't be too hot. A tinge of disappointment washed over Bai Shi's heart as he quietly asked, but won't we not see each other during the summer? His tone was cautious, a flicker of reluctance in his eyes. How could that be? Lin Xiaoming pinched his cheek, laughing like a child. I'm on the day shift, and I'll be free in the evenings and on weekends. Besides, you can come to the store to see me. I'll treat you to employee discount meals. Her voice was lively, painting a beautiful picture filled with excitement. Bai Shi's lips involuntarily curled upwards, the disappointment in his heart dissipated by her laughter. He envisioned the scene of summer, her bustling behind the counter while he sat in a corner watching her smile, and a wave of contentment surged within him. He suddenly felt that as long as he could see her briefly, the separation during the summer wouldn't be so unbearable. In the first week of summer vacation, Bai Shi visited the fast food restaurant nearly every day, sitting in a corner by the window, quietly observing Lin Xiaoming busily clad in her uniform. Sometimes, when there were fewer customers, she would sneak over, leaning on the table to chat with him. The supervisor with glasses is always watching me, she complained one day, pouting like a sulking child, as if she suspected him of being lazy. Bai Shi took her hand, the warmth of his palm providing comfort. Why don't you quit? His eyes were filled with gentle concern. How could I do that? I've already held on for a week. Lin Xiaoming proudly lifted her head, her eyes shining with determination. Also, next month is your birthday, and I want to earn money myself to buy you a gift. Bai Shi's heart suddenly warmed, as if enveloped by her tenderness. He lowered his head and smiled, his eyes brimming with her reflection. Suddenly, he felt that as long as she was by his side, his entire world was enveloped in happiness. During the second week, the basketball training sessions reduced Bai Shi's visits to the shop. Yet his video calls with Lin Xiaoming remained unbroken. Every evening, she would nestle in her room, eagerly recounting the day's experiences, like the customer who ordered an ultra-spicy burger and ended up in tears, or the child who spilled ice cream all over the floor in a comical mishap. Her voice flowed like a clear spring, soothing Baishi's weary body after a long day. However, he gradually sensed a subtle change. A new employee had joined the shop today. On one evening of the third week, Lin Xiaoming brightened her eyes during the video call, as if ignited by something. He is a senior from her high school, named Gao Fan. Baishi noticed the excitement in her tone, and an inexplicable tightness gripped his chest, as if bound by a thin thread. He forced a smile. Sounds quite interesting. Indeed, he was rather intriguing. Lin Xiaoming continued, her lips involuntarily curving upwards, sharing numerous stories from the outside world, mentioning that they often visited bars. Bars? Baishi frowned. A wave of unease surged within him. Such places could hardly be safe. His voice dropped slightly, tinged with concern. Oh, you are so old-fashioned. Lin Xiaoming teased with a light-hearted tone. Many students go there. Baishi swallowed his unease, reminding himself not to overthink it. She was Lin Xiaoming, the girl who stood up for him and his mother. He should trust her. Yet, Gao Fan's name began to surface more frequently in their conversations, like pebbles accumulating in Baishi's heart. Gao Fan taught me how to make a latte. Gao Fan said there's a fantastic bar in the university town. With each mention, Baishi's anxiety deepened, yet he could only suppress his emotions and feign normalcy. Chapter 11. The fall on Friday night, after the basketball training session. Baishi decided to surprise Lin Xiaoming at the fast food restaurant. He stood outside, peering through the glass window, eagerly searching for her familiar silhouette. But in the next moment, his breath caught in his throat. Lin Xiaoming was standing behind the counter with a tall boy, their shoulders almost touching. The boy leaned down to whisper something, and she erupted into laughter, unabashedly patting his arm. That smile was radiant yet foreign. He had never seen her laugh like that, so uninhibited, so unclaimed by him. Frozen in place, his feet felt as though they were anchored to the ground as he hesitated to step inside. Just then, Lin Xiaoming looked up and spotted him. Her smile instantly faltered, a flicker of panic flashing in her eyes. She hurriedly said something to the boy and quickly walked out. What are you doing here? Her voice was pitched unnaturally high, betraying an unmistakable tension. I finished training early and wanted to see you. Baishi endeavored to keep his voice steady. Is that Gao Fan? Lin Xiaoming nodded, her movements hurried. Yes, he taught me how to make milkshakes today. She paused, avoiding his gaze. Baishi, don't overthink this. I'm not overthinking. Baishi forced a smile, his lips stiff as though controlled by strings. What time do you finish work? I'll wait for you to leave together. Her expression stiffened, her eyes wandering. Today, I might not be able to. A few colleagues and I are going out for karaoke after work. Gao Fan said he'd take us to the new KTV in the university town. Can I join? He asked tentatively. It's just our co-workers, it wouldn't be appropriate. Lin Xiaoming bit her lip, her gaze evasive. I'll come find you tomorrow. Okay. Baishi nodded, at a loss for words. That night, he clutched his phone, waiting until dawn, but the screen remained dark. He dialed countless times. Each call met with silence. Worry and unease coiled around his heart, robbing him of sleep. The following afternoon, Lin Xiaoming finally sent a text. I stayed at a colleague's house after playing too late last night. The brief message offered no explanation, no apology, only a chilling indifference. Baishi's fingers lingered on the screen, yearning to ask which colleague, to inquire why she hadn't replied, but ultimately he said nothing. Trust hung by a thread, precariously close to snapping. A week later, rain fell like a curtain, obscuring the world. She stood across the street from the fast food restaurant. His school uniform soaked, clinging coldly to his skin. Through the fogged glass, he saw Lin Xiaoming pinned against the beverage machine by Gao Fan, their lips entangled. Gao Fan's hand slipped beneath her uniform, his movements brazen, while Lin Xiaoming wore an expression of indulgence, a smile that felt utterly alien, as if she were a complete stranger. 10 minutes ago, a text from Lin Xiaoming had appeared on his phone. Let us break up? That day, Gao Fan and I went to a bar, and well, we did everything we needed to do. I'm bored now. After all, you're handsome, and one T lack for women. Raindrops cascaded from his eyelashes, mingling with tears, blurring his vision. Each word struck like a dagger, carving into him with excruciating precision. Did everything bored these phrases echoed in his mind, shattering the memories of his past with Lin Xiaoming into fragments. He turned to flee, but collided with a girl holding a coat to shield herself from the rain. Sorry. She looked up, her round eyes widening in surprise, tinged with a hint of panic. She was Li Yu, the class representative for Chinese in the first-year Class 7. The girl who had quietly slipped homemade cookies into his desk. Her voice was as faint as a whisper. Would you like to share the umbrella? The tremor in her hands and the flicker of cautious concern in her eyes resembled a faint light, striving to illuminate the darkness enveloping him. Baishi's throat felt as if pierced by a needle. That gentle gesture brought him both warmth and pain. A cruel thought suddenly crossed his mind. He wished to see those clear eyes brimming with tears, to know if her suffering could resonate with his own despair. Thank you. He heard his own voice, flat and hollow, as he mechanically accepted a corner of the coat. Li Yu's ears flushed crimson, as if ready to bleed, her gait awkward, and the umbrella-like coat failed to shield them from the slanting rain. As they passed the convenience store, Li Yu abruptly halted, her voice barely audible. Would you like to sit inside for a bit? I could buy you some hot cocoa. She lowered her head, her damp bangs obscuring half her face. You look very cold. Baishi's fingertips indeed trembled, not from the chill, but from the tumultuous pain surging within. He gazed into her doe-like eyes, moist and pure as untainted lake water. In that fleeting moment, he yearned to shatter that purity, to fill his own emptiness with her tears. Yet, that thought dissipated like a wisp of black fog, leaving him feeling estranged from himself. All right, he murmured. He followed her into the convenience store, his steps heavy as lead. The rain continued to pour, while the wound within him bled silently. He knew that no matter what transpired next, the void torn by Lin Xiaoming could never be filled. A week later, the school forum erupted with fervor as an anonymous photograph spread like wildfire. In a dimly lit KTV booth, the Chinese class representative Li Yu leaned against a boy's shoulder. The image captured only half of her figure, but the distinctly bony wrist adorned with a crimson bracelet gleamed under the flash, a mark everyone in school recognized. The day after the photo circulated, Li Yu did not attend school. Her seat stood empty, silently narrating an untouchable pain. Baishi's desk drawer overflowed with anonymous notes. Some scrawled derogatory remarks branding him a scoundrel, others laced with provocative innuendos. Who's next? Choose me, will you? He scanned the words with an impassive expression, crumpling the notes into a ball and tossing them into the trash. The sound of the paper hitting the bottom was nearly inaudible, yet it felt like a stone striking his heart, igniting a numb ache within. His gaze turned as cold as ice. Yet a self-mocking smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. These insults and temptations were merely salt poured into the wounds left by Lin Xiaoming. Chapter 12. The fall. He leaned against the window in the corridor, the wind blowing softly, carrying the distant whispers of girls discussing in hushed tones. Grazing his eardrums. Have you heard? Li Yu was sent to the hospital last night. It seems she took sleeping pills, but fortunately, she was discovered in time. Was it really that serious? After all, she was merely jilted by Baishi. Baishi's fingers unconsciously dug into his palm as he closed his eyes. The image of Li Yu's tear-filled eyes flooding his mind, so clear, yet so fragile, easily shattered. He told himself it was none of his concern. Yet the suffocating sensation in his chest lingered, a reminder that he was the one who had pushed her into the abyss. That day, at the KTV, the dim lights cast shadows, and the air was thick with the scent of alcohol and tobacco. Li Yu sat beside him, her eyes red and cautious as she asked, "You and Lin Xiaoming, is it really over?" Her voice, delicate and trembling, seemed to probe a truth she dared not confront. The mention of Lin Xiaoming pierced his already wounded heart like a thorn. An inexplicable irritation surged within him. Why bring her up? Why tear open his wounds? His gaze fell upon Li Yu's moist eyes, her innocent concern both exhausting and painful. Thus, he leaned closer, his tone flippant as if he were a stranger. Is being a nominal boyfriend not enough? Li Yu's face flushed instantly, her fingers twisting the hem of her shirt. Her words trailed off, a flicker of helplessness flashing in her eyes, like a fawn cornered with no escape. Baishi knew that hidden deep within her heart was a flicker of hope for him, as well as the shadow cast by Lin Xiaoming. But he was unwilling to confront it. He sought only to use this fleeting impulse to mask the emptiness within, not waiting for her to finish. Baishi lowered his head and kissed her. Liu froze, her fingers clutching his sleeve tightly, so awkward she forgot to breathe. Her lips were soft and trembling, akin to fragile petals, granting Baishi a twisted sense of satisfaction. He could control her emotions, lead her to succumb to him. Yet a sinister thought flashed through his mind. If he allowed himself to fall into depravity, would Lin Xiaoming regret discarding him? Could he shatter her belief that he would always belong to her? In this unseen corner of darkness, Baishi and Liu crossed a boundary. Her innocence and trembling wholly claimed by him. Afterward, tears shimmered in Liu's eyes, yet she forced a smile, striving to please him. That smile pierced Baishi's eyes, igniting a wave of inexplicable irritation within him. In the next moment, however, a sense of profound emptiness surged within, reminding him that this was merely a futile escape. A few days later, he sent her a message. "Let's end this." Liu responded with a flurry of messages, from cautious inquiries to nearly desperate pleas. The last being, "At least tell me why." Her words dripped with helplessness, as if she were searching for the last glimmer of light in the dark. Baishi stared at the screen, his chest feeling as if it were constricted. He replied with 2 words, "I'm bored." Then, without hesitation, he blocked all her means of contact. A week later, the cafeteria buzzed with animated chatter. Baishi just lifted his tray when a cup of cola was suddenly splashed upon him, the icy liquid streaming down his cheek, its sticky touch repulsive. The culprit was Liu's close friend, a girl with short hair, her eyes ablaze with fury, her voice trembling with anger. She transferred. "Are you satisfied now?" An immediate silence fell over the crowd, all gazes converging like spotlights, brimming with anticipation for the unfolding drama. Baishi leisurely wiped away the beverage from his face, his fingertips cold as if they belonged to another. A sardonic smile curled at the corners of his mouth, his tone flippant as if to provoke. "What? Would you like to give it a try?" The girl's chest heaved violently, rage compelling her to grasp her tray, as if to hurl it at him, only to be intercepted by an arriving teacher. Whispers erupted from the crowd. Some gasped, others stifled laughter. Baishi turned to leave, his back as indifferent as a wall. A quiet exclamation followed him. So cool. He quickened his pace, as if to escape those gazes, to flee from a shadow cast by a girl named Liu. Yet no matter how fast he moved, the emptiness within him lingered like a specter, reminding him that he was becoming the very person he despised most. Chapter 13. Unrequited Love 1. Liu, the sun blazed fiercely during the school sports meet, as if it intended to melt the synthetic track. Liu stood beside the finish line of the 3,000-meter race, clutching a cardboard box filled with bottled water. Her school uniform drenched in sweat, clinging to her skin uncomfortably. As a logistics volunteer, her duty was to offer water to the finishers, yet her gaze was irresistibly drawn, as if by a magnetic force, to the tall figure on the track, Baishi, unable to look away. Baishi's name had stirred a tempest within the grade since the first day of their freshman year, not only due to his strikingly handsome features that seemed to have stepped out of a comic book, but also because of his nonchalant demeanor when he arrived late to the opening ceremony, where he faced the scrutiny of the disciplinary committee head, Su Xia, responding with a lazy smile and the casual remark, "I'll pay more attention next time." That smile sent ripples of astonishment through half the auditorium's female students, and it resonated deeply within Liu's heart, lingering long after. At that moment, she was completing his final lap. While other competitors were utterly exhausted from the long-distance run, his strides remained steady. His dark, tousled hair was damp with sweat clinging to his forehead, as sunlight streamed through the strands, accentuating his handsome profile. The shrieks of girls in the stands crescendoed, piercing the air as if to lift it to the heavens. "Go, Baishi!" In the last 100 meters, Baishi suddenly accelerated, resembling a cheetah breaking free from its constraints. The cheers erupted like fireworks as he crossed the finish line. Collapsing onto the grass, his chest heaving dramatically, Liu gripped the water bottle tightly, her heart racing, almost instinctively running over to him. "Do you need water?" She stammered, lowering her gaze to meet his, her cheeks ablaze with warmth. Baishi looked up, droplets of sweat clinging to his long eyelashes. his amber eyes glimmering like melted honey under the sun, warm and clear. In that moment, Liu felt as if she could see her own reflection in his eyes. A blushing, heart-pounding, clumsy girl, as delicate as a wildflower by the roadside. She held her breath, fearing that any movement would shatter this fleeting connection. "Thank you," he said, his voice husky and tinged with the fatigue of his run. Yet it was gentle enough to make Liu's heart skip a beat. He accepted the water bottle, their fingertips brushing inadvertently, the warmth of his touch sending a tremor through her, nearly causing her to drop the bottle. "You're a volunteer?" Baisi inquit. Having finished the water and returning the empty bottle, a hint of curiosity in his gaze. "Yes, I'm in Class 7 of the first year, Liu," she replied, striving to maintain a steady tone. "Liu," Baisi repeated softly, a slight smile gracing his lips. "That's a lovely name." His words ignited a spark within Liu's chest, stirring the quiet flutter of her heart. She stood there entranced, watching as Baisi was playfully shoved away by his teammates, the lingering inflection of his voice when he called her name brushing against her eardrum like a feather. That night, Liu tossed and turned, her mind filled with visions of Baisi, the taut lines of his neck as he drank, the droplets of sweat clinging to his lashes, the smile that danced at the corners of his mouth when he spoke her name. She took out her phone and wrote in her notes, "Today," as she drank the water I handed him. Each word concealed the tremors of a girl's secret feelings, like a hidden seed quietly buried in her heart. Little did she know, this seed would one day blossom into a thorny flower, leaving her heart bleeding and raw. From that day forth, Baisi became the epicenter of Liu's world, akin to a radiant star, drawing all her gazes and heartbeats toward him. She observed his every detail like a meticulous detective. He occupied a spot by the window in the library every Wednesday afternoon. He detested scallions, always frowning and picking them out from the cafeteria dishes. She even memorized his class schedule, merely to feign a casual encounter as they brushed past each other in the corridor. "Have you baked cookies again?" her friend Lu Tao inquired, glancing at the paper box in Liu's hands, shaking her head with a sigh, a hint of concern in her eyes. "Yes, they're matcha flavored," Liu replied, gingerly placing the cookies into a box adorned with little stars, her fingers trembling slightly from nervousness. "Do you think you will like them?" Liu was labia. "How many times has it been now?" Lu Tao sighed, her tone laced with exasperation. "How many girls in this school have given him food? Have you ever seen him accept anything from anyone?" Liu bit her lip, suppressing the stubbornness within her. What if she was special? This thought flickered like a faint ember, bolstering her courage time and again. Chapter 14. Unrequited Love 2 during the lunch break. Liu seized the opportunity amidst the clamor of the cafeteria to stealthily slip to the entrance of Class 8, Grade 1. The classroom was desolate, with sunlight cascading onto Baishi's vacant seat. She held her breath, gingerly placing a box of cookies into his drawer. When the box made contact with the bottom of the drawer, her heart leaped as if she had just completed a clandestine ritual. As she turned to leave, a voice unexpectedly pierced the silence. "Who are you looking for?" A bespectacled boy stood at the doorway, regarding her with curiosity. "And no one," Liu stammered, waving her hands in a fluster, her cheeks burning as though set aflame, and she fled the classroom as if pursued. The entire afternoon, her heart hung in a state of suspense, as though tethered by an invisible string, swaying uncertainly. Her mind was consumed with questions. Would he discover the cookies? Would he eat them? Would he deduce that they were from her? These musings rendered her unable to focus on her classes. After school, Liu deliberately took a longer route past the entrance of Class 8, Grade 1. The classroom was empty, and her gaze fell upon Baishi's seat. The box adorned with little stars lay open, entirely devoid of its contents. Her heart fluttered joyfully, as if struck by a jubilant little bird, almost soaring with elation. He ate them. He truly ate them. Upon returning to the dormitory, she grasped Lu Tao's arm, excitement bubbling within her like a child, her voice trembling with exhilaration. "Perhaps he just discarded them?" Lu Tao quipped, a hint of mockery in her tone. "Impossible." Liu stubbornly shook her head, her eyes glinting with undeniable conviction. If they were from someone else, he would never have accepted them. She preferred to believe that this empty box was his response to her, even if it existed solely within the realm of her imagination. In the weeks that followed, Liu became enamored, concocting an array of treats, cookies, muffins, chocolate cakes, each time meticulously placing them in Baishi's drawer. She began slipping little notes into the boxes, sometimes words of encouragement, sometimes a smiley face, her handwriting pristine as if fulfilling a sacred duty. Baishi never acknowledged her, yet the boxes would always be emptied, a silent understanding that ensnared Li Yu in delight. This fostered within her an illusion that perhaps she held a special significance to him. Perhaps one day, he would recognize the handwriting on the notes and recall the girl who secretly gifted him cookies. Perhaps he would glance back at her with the same intensity with which she gazed at him. This fantasy was like a sweet poison, rendering her willingly entrapped. Until that day, when her dreams shattered like fragile bubbles. Liu approached Class 8, Grade 1, cradling a batch of freshly baked almond cookies. Her steps light, as if treading on clouds. Just as she rounded the corner of the hallway, a burst of laughter doused her spirit like cold water, halting her in her tracks. Baishi, are you receiving cookies from girls again? A girl's teasing voice rang out. Yeah, they're quite delicious, she replied lazily, his tone imbued with indifference. Who sent them? I don't know. I didn't pay attention to the name. Liu Uzlavia's footsteps abruptly faltered, the box in her hands suddenly feeling as heavy as a boulder. It dawned on her that he had no inkling of her involvement. Those empty boxes, those carefully concealed notes, were merely inconsequential confections in his eyes, consumed and forgotten. The classroom doors swung open, and Baishi emerged, accompanied by Lin Xiaoming. She affectionately linked her arm with his, beaming with a brightness that was both radiant and carefree. As he lowered his gaze towards her, the depth of his affection left Li Yu breathless. That was the gaze meant for Lin Xiaoming, one that had never lingered on her. Oh, isn't that the classmate who often brings you cookies? Lin Xiaoming remarked, tilting her head with a hint of playful mockery as she noticed Li Yu. Baishi turned to her, his eyes as distant as those of a stranger. Oh, it's you, he replied nonchalantly. The three words delivered with such indifference that they shattered Li Yu's hopes like fragile glass. In a panic, she turned and fled, her steps frantic as if she were escaping for her life. The cookie box fell from her grasp, an emblem of her absurd dreams, crumbling under the slightest pressure. That night, Li Yu lay in bed, her eyes fixed on the ceiling, tears silently soaking into her pillow. The glow of her phone screen illuminated a cold message from Lu Tao, confirming her defeat. I heard Baishi is with Lin Xiaoming. She did not respond, instead burying her face into the pillow, allowing her tears to saturate the fabric. It dawned on her that she was not special. She had merely arrived too late. The little girl within her curled up in a corner, cradling her shattered fantasies and weeping softly. Chapter 15. The secret affection on Friday. As she journeyed home, the sky suddenly unleashed a downpour. Raindrops cascaded down Li Yu's eyelashes, blurring her vision. She spotted Baishi standing outside a fast food restaurant, utterly drenched, resembling an abandoned stray cat. Inside, the indistinct silhouette of Lin Xiaoming entwined with a stranger pierced her heart with a pang of anguish. Baishi was no longer the dazzling school idol. The rain had washed away his brilliance, leaving behind a fragile outline. I'm so sorry. Li Yu's voice trembled as she collided with him, quivering as if it might shatter at any moment. His school uniform was soaked, a faint scent of soap wafting from him, so real and so close that it sent her heart racing. Would you like to share my umbrella? In a flurry, Li Yu removed her uniform, holding it aloft above her head, her actions clumsy as a child. The shirt, rumpled and drenched in the rain, was a mere afterthought to her. All she wished was to shield him from even a single drop. His fingers brushed against hers, icy enough to send a shiver through her core, as if she had touched his despair. They resembled two comical drowned rats, huddled beneath a garment that could hardly fend off the rain. She stole glances at his profile. His amber eyes appeared hollow, as though his soul had been extracted. In that moment, she felt both heartache for his vulnerability and trepidation that this fleeting closeness was merely another dream. As they passed a convenience store, Li Yu summoned all her courage, her voice barely audible. You look very cold. Would you like to sit inside? I could treat you to some hot cocoa. Uttering those words drained her of nearly all her strength. She was acutely aware of her disheveled appearance, hair clinging to her face, uniform skirt wrinkled, but Baishi's silence left her anxious, as if awaiting judgment. "Okay," he murmured, a single word that made Li Yu's heart nearly cease its rhythm. The store's harsh lighting felt blinding, as if it sought to penetrate Li Yu's very soul. Cradling the hot cocoa, she sat across from Baishi, her fingers nervously gripping the cup. "You." Li Yu hesitated to speak, her voice tentative and delicate. "Would you like a tissue?" She extended a tissue, her hand hovering in midair. He did not take it, merely staring at the puddle, his gaze vacant as a desolate desert. "Why?" he suddenly inquired, his voice hoarse. Li Yu was taken aback, the answer surging forth from her heart like a tide. "Because I adore you, because I've always watched over you, because I wish for you to notice me." Yet, not a word escaped her lips. She could only tighten her grip on the tissue, bowing her head in silence. She understood that he was not inquiring about her, but rather about the girl who had thrust him into the abyss. And she would forever remain a passerby, unable to enter his world. "What? Why do you want to help me?" Baishi's voice was low and somber. "Do you know it, Hergaze?" Her fingers tracing circles along the rim of her cup, trembling from anxiety. Her heart raced, a singular thought dominating her mind. This was an opportunity, perhaps her only chance. Lin Xiaoming no longer wanted him, and here she stood, armed with months of accumulated courage and the convenience store's meager goodwill. "Because," Li Yu swallowed the bitterness in her throat, mustering the courage to meet his gaze, but at the last moment it transformed into, "Because you might catch a cold in the rain." As the words escaped her, regret washed over her. The reasoning felt as feeble as a jest. Yet she dared not articulate the truth buried deep within her heart. "Because I adore you." Baishi suddenly smiled, not with his usual nonchalance, but with a sharp, mocking curvature, as if tearing away a disguise. "Is this how you always are?" he inquired, his voice as cold as the air after rain. "Are you this kind to everyone?" She bit her lower lip, inhaling deeply, her voice trembling yet resolute. "No, only to you." This declaration was like a stone cast into the heart of a lake, sending ripples across the surface. Baishi's gaze shifted, his pupils flickering with a complex light, as if he were both scrutinizing and hesitating. He leaned across the table, carrying the scent of rain and soap, so close that Li Yu almost forgot to breathe. She held her breath, witnessing the droplets of water on his eyelashes refracting a spectrum of colors under the light, her heartbeat quickening to the point of threatening to burst from her chest. "Li Yu," he uttered her name, his voice husky, laced with a beguiling allure that sent shivers down her spine. "Do you wish to?" Chapter 16. Unrequited love, for the automatic door chimed as a throng of students burst in, shattering the moment of ambiguity. She swiftly retreated to his original position, his movements as fleeting as an illusion. Yet, in the next instant, his hand enveloped Li Yu's, the warmth of his palm seeping through her skin, igniting a fire deep within her heart. His thumb delicately caressed the webbing of her hand, so naturally that it felt as though they had shared countless intimate moments. "Are you free tomorrow?" he inquired, his voice low and laced with a casual probing. Li Yu nodded too eagerly, nearly toppling her hot cocoa, her cheeks flushing as if they might ignite. Baishi's lips curved into a faint smile, yet that expression resembled mere bubbles floating on water, ephemeral and insubstantial. Her heart danced with both joy and anxiety, akin to chasing a meteor that might fall at any moment. "I have something to attend to shortly." She abruptly stood, his tone nonchalant. "I'll walk you back." The rain had ceased, and the puddles on the ground reflected the streetlight's glow, rippling with a cold shimmer. Baishi walked alongside Li Yu, maintaining a perfectly measured distance, when he suddenly asked, "Can you cook?" "Yes," Li Yu replied hastily, her voice rising with excitement. "I often bake cookies." Before she could finish, she regretted her clumsiness, wondering why she mentioned cookies, an irrelevant tidbit of his indifferent courtesy. "Then bring me a bento tomorrow." She gazed into the distance, the neon lights casting a cold blue hue on his profile, his tone as casual as discussing the weather. Li Yu's heart leapt, ignited by his words. That night, she rummaged through all her recipes, laboring in the kitchen until 3 in the morning. The bento box was adorned with golden tamagoyaki, crispy fried shrimp, and heart-shaped rice balls, each detail meticulously perfected. She even discreetly spritzed a touch of her mother's perfume on the bento card, a sweet, floral scent. She imagined Baishi's expression upon opening the bento, fantasizing that he might glance at her with newfound appreciation for her effort. The following day during lunch break, Baishi finished the bento in an empty classroom. Delicious, he commented briefly, a smear of teriyaki sauce at the corner of his mouth. Liu reached out to help him wipe it away, but his hand suddenly clasped her fingertips. His wrist was cool, yet his grip was unyielding. Liu was Labia. His breath brushed against her ear, warm enough to disrupt her heartbeat. Do you want to be my girlfriend? These words exploded in Liu's mind like fireworks, dazzling and disorienting. She forgot to ask why he had chosen her, neglected to notice the flicker of uncertainty in his gaze, and overlooked the wounds still bleeding from Lin Xiaoming's recent departure. All she comprehended was that the star she had secretly adored had now fallen into her palm, radiant and warm. Okay, her voice was soft yet resolute, as if responding to a dream. Baishi smiled, leaning down to kiss her. The kiss was as gentle as a butterfly landing on a petal. However, when she opened her eyes, she found him gazing out the window, Lin Xiaoming walking hand in hand with her new boyfriend across the playground, their laughter bright and blinding. His expression was as still as stagnant water, sending a chill through Liu's heart. The next day, laughter echoed from outside the classroom. A group of girls encircling the bulletin board, their voices tinged with excitement and jealousy. Liu knew what they were observing. Yesterday's photograph of Baishi kissing her in the classroom had been clandestinely captured and posted on the campus forum's homepage, a public emblem of their connection. Don't pay them any mind. Baishi grasped her hand, his fingertips tracing gentle circles in her palm, evoking a flutter in her heart. Shall we head to the rooftop after school? Liu nodded, her gaze following his retreating silhouette. The wind atop the rooftop was fierce, tousling Liu's bangs and carrying with it the crispness of autumn. Baishi leaned against the railing, a coin spinning deftly between his fingers. Come here, he beckoned, his voice deep and tinged with a hint of command. As Liu approached, he suddenly pulled her into his embrace, his heartbeat steady and unervingly rhythmic, echoing in her ears. Liu, he whispered against her ear, his tone as soft as a breeze. What is it that you like about me? The question rendered Liu momentarily frozen, as if doused with cold water. What did she truly like about him? Was it the warmth of his fingertips when he handed her water during the sports meet? Was it the smile he wore when he complimented her name? Or was it the vacant gaze he had in the convenience store on that rainy day? These fleeting images flashed through her mind, but failed to coalesce into a coherent answer. A wave of panic surged within her, akin to facing an insurmountable exam. Everything, she finally replied, her voice scarcely above a whisper, as if trying to convince herself. Baishi chuckled softly, releasing her from his hold. His pupils shimmered like transparent amber in the bright light, and Liu could clearly see her distorted reflection within them, resembling a comical shadow. So adorable, he remarked in a nonchalant tone. Would you accompany me to KTV tonight? The coin slipped from his fingers, spinning on the concrete floor before coming to rest at Liu's feet, face up. Lucky, he mused, bending to retrieve it, his tousled hair falling over his eyes. As he rose, he unexpectedly leaned in and kissed her. The kiss bore chill. Liu closed her eyes, hearing the whistle of the physical education teacher on the playground, the rustling of pages from classrooms below, and the tumultuous beating of her own heart. All right, she replied softly, her voice delicate as if responding to a dream. Chapter 17. Unrequited Love 5. On the seventh day, her phone vibrated, and a message from Baishi pierced through Liu's heart like a dagger. Let us end this. 5 cold, unfeeling words, lacking even the courtesy of punctuation. She stared at the screen, tears blurring her vision. The distant school bell rang, startling a flock of sparrows that took flight, scattering into the sky like coins tossed from a rooftop, free yet unanchored. Liu sent a flurry of messages, ranging from cautious inquiries to desperate pleas. The last one begging, at least tell me why. Boredom. As she passed the back door of the library, Liu stumbled upon a discarded bento box. The rice balls were moldy, and the tamagoyaki was speckled with spots of decay. She crouched beside the trash can, Poking at the meticulously chosen blue bento box with a twig, a wave of sorrow crashing over her. He hadn't even touched it, casting it aside like trivial refuse. Her fingers trembled as memories of sleepless nights spent crafting the perfect bento flooded her mind. Each heart-shaped rice ball, every drop of perfume sprayed on the lid. All tokens of her affection. Yugoslavia. Baishi's voice startled her, causing her to shudder. He stood 3 paces away, holding a borrowed book. Sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on his face, revealing a hint of a beauty mark. His gaze was as still as stagnant water, devoid of emotion, as if he had never known her. Why? Her voice cracked, sounding foreign, as if it emerged from a shattered corner of her soul. Baishi tilted his head. A gesture that had once stirred her heart now felt like a knife, stabbing painfully at her chest. What do you mean, why? His tone was calm, as if in casual conversation, yet his eyes bore no warmth. Why me? Li Yu's voice quivered, each word seeming to be excavated from the depths of her being, stained with blood and tears. Why did it last only 7 days? He fell silent for a moment, his gaze drifting past her to a distant cherry blossom tree. The blossoms had long since fallen, leaving bare branches swaying in the wind, mirroring the emptiness and indifference in his eyes. 7 days were fleeting yet sufficient. Baishi's voice was as light as a whisper, yet it struck Li Yu like a blade, the time precisely enough to extinguish hope. This statement shattered Li Yu's final thread of optimism. She understood now. He had never regarded her as a lover. He had been conducting an experiment, testing how deeply she could become infatuated within a mere week. His tenderness, kisses, and touches were mere instruments of the experiment, and she was the willing prey. You had it all planned out? Li Yu's voice trembled like a withered leaf, filled with incredulous despair, recalling the moment at the convenience store. Yugoslavia. He interrupted her, his gaze suddenly softening, cruelly tender, resembling that of someone pitying a wounded creature. You're a good girl. Those words utterly shattered Li Yu, draining her of all strength. A good girl should not stay up late preparing bento for him, should not be so easily summoned and dismissed, should not be rummaging through memories beside a trash can after being discarded. Her eyes burned as if aflame, tears welling but refusing to fall. She longed to confront him, to hurl her inner anguish at him, yet her throat constricted, allowing only a silent sob to escape. Turning on her heel, she ran, her footsteps frantic as if fleeing for her life, tears cascading down, blurring her vision. The laughter from gym class on the playground rang harshly in her ears, mocking her. She collided with someone in the crowd, her textbooks spilling, pages fluttering in the wind. She knelt to gather them, her fingers trembling, unable to grasp the books firmly. The library card slipped from Baishi's pages, his expressionless face resembling that of a cold, indifferent doll, chilling her heart. That night, Li Yu swallowed the sleeping pills from her mother's vanity. The tablets slid down her throat, ushering her into darkness. Lying in bed, she counted her heartbeats, the echoes of Baishi's words resonating in her ears. 7 days are just enough to make one give up hope. Outside, the cicada's cries pierced the stillness like mockery. They lay dormant for 7 years, only to sing in the sunlight for 7 days. How similar she was to them, exhausting her passion for a fleeting 7-day dream. Now left with nothing but shattered emptiness. With her consciousness fading, she closed her eyes, a singular thought occupying her mind. If this was the end, let her sleep. The smell of disinfectant was like a dull knife, slicing through Li Yu's nerves. She stared at the cracks on the hospital ceiling, her awareness gradually returning. Li Yugoslavia. You're finally awake. Lu Tao's voice trembled with tears. Turning her head, Li Yu saw her swollen eyes and disheveled hair. A once exquisite girl now appeared as a stranger in distress. Lu Tao rushed over, grasping her hand tightly, her nails nearly digging into the skin, tears falling onto Li Yu's hospital gown, searing her heart. You scare me to death, do you know? Lu Tao shook it, her voice intermittent, all because of that jerk. Li Yu remained silent, her gaze drifting out the window. The transfer paperwork has been completed. Lu Tao sniffed, striving to steady her voice. My mom and your mom have agreed. Once you're discharged, we'll move closer to my house. This is for you. Lu Tao produced a photograph. Her voice barely above a whisper, "I found this in your desk." The photo captured the moment at the finish line of the school sports meet, where Liu handed water to Bai Shi. His fingertips brushed against hers, sunlight casting dappled shadows on his face, gentle as a dream. The back of the photo bore the date and a handwritten note. "Today he drank my water." The penmanship was as neat as her intentions, now blurred by tears. Suddenly, Lu Tao enveloped Liu in an embrace, the scent of her shampoo overpowering the antiseptic, warming Liu's heart. "Forget him," Lu Tao whispered in her ear, her voice choked with emotion. "Go to a new place, start anew." Liu remained silent, merely clutching the photograph tightly. In that moment, she felt as if she had returned to the day of a sports meet, the sun blazing, his smile like starlight, illuminating her world. Yet now, that radiance had extinguished, leaving only cold ashes. On the day of her discharge, Liu passed by the school gate, the familiar playground visible behind the iron fence. Bai Shi was running on the basketball court, the red wristband on his arm sparkling in the sunlight. His smile remained as dazzling as ever, as if he had never hurt her. Standing outside the gate, the wound in her heart ached faintly, yet no longer bled. "Let us go." Lu Tao tugged at her sleeve, her voice gentle yet resolute. "The car is coming." Liu cast one last glance at the boy shimmering in the sunlight. She turned towards the car, her backpack filled with the transfer documents and that yellowed photograph. A fallen cherry blossom petal drifted through the car window, landing softly in Liu's palm, as light as a sigh. Chapter 18. The Fall 6. Bai Shi. The basketball court lay desolate after school, shrouded in twilight like a delicate veil, the only sound being the monotonous echo of the basketball striking the ground. Bai Shi shot the ball mechanically, retrieved it, and shot again, his movements repetitive like a soulless machine. A profound numbness enveloped his heart. It was not until dusk descended that he noticed a figure standing at the sidelines. A senior with a high ponytail, Su Xia, the student council's discipline minister, the girl who had publicly reprimanded him for tardiness before the whole school. "Do you need help picking up the balls?" Su Xia approached, her voice crisp yet tinged with tentative curiosity. Bai Shi's gaze swept over her shortened skirt and her fingers adorned with clear nail polish, a cold smirk flickering in his heart. Yet another girl captivated by his appearance. He remained silent, continuing his routine of shooting. A week later, during the morning assembly, Su Xia stood on stage, her voice quivering as she read her letter of reflection, the reason being her concealment of a peer's early romance. As she choked on the words expressing her betrayal of the teacher's trust, her gaze inadvertently drifted towards Bai Shi in the last row. A complex array of emotions lay hidden in her eyes. Meanwhile, Bai Shi stared blankly ahead, his fingers unconsciously caressing the red string around his wrist, the token of affection bestowed upon him by Lin Xiaoming, now an indelible scar in his heart. After the meeting, a girl intercepted him at the corner of the stairs, her cheeks flushed as she timidly presented a box of homemade chocolates. "Bai Shi, I've noticed you for a long time." The box was adorned with an exquisite ribbon, glimmering under the sunlight. Bai Shi lowered his gaze, a memory flashing through his mind of a similar gift from Su Xia the week prior, delivered with the same tentative hope the day after he had kissed her in an empty classroom. A cold smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, a twisted delight surging within him, as if avenging some unseen pain. "Thank you." He accepted the chocolates, deliberately brushing his fingertips against the back of the girl's hand, watching as her face flushed crimson, a flicker of cruel satisfaction dancing in his eyes. Her shyness mirrored his current self, a monster disguised in gentleness, capable of inflicting pain. 7 days. That was the deadline he imposed upon himself. A merciless game, precise and unrelenting. "Bai Shi." The girl still lingered, her eyes sparkling with countless timid dreams. "Shall we go see the new movie this weekend?" "Sure." He smiled, ruffling her hair with a gesture as perfunctory as soothing a pet. His tenderness was a poison, sweet yet lethal. By the following week, the light in her eyes would transform into tears, shattered like the ruins within his heart. At the other end of the corridor, Su Xia, recently ousted from her position, glared intently in their direction, her fingers polished with clear nail varnish, crumpling the letter of reflection into a ball, her knuckles whitening from the pressure. Her eyes burned like a suppressed flame, intertwining anger and heartbreak. When Baishi met her gaze, he leaned closer to the girl, whispering provocatively in her ear, causing her to giggle. A defiant curve graced his lips, as if to prove to himself that he could destroy anyone who dared to approach him. 7 days. Sufficient time for one to transition from hopeful anticipation to a heart of ashes, enough to erase the memory of a pair of tearful eyes. His heart had long been reduced to ashes by Lin Xiaoming's betrayal. Any warmth that dared to approach would be mercilessly crushed by his own hands. In the early morning light of the opening ceremony, beams of sunlight slanted through the glass windows of the auditorium, soft yet blinding. Su Xia's fountain pen left a blot of ink on the disciplinary record book, mirroring the turmoil within her heart. The latecomer stood at the doorway, silhouetted against the light, his tousled black hair glistening with morning dew. His presence was akin to a sudden meteor, crashing into her tranquil world and sending ripples across the surface. Chapter 19, Opportunity 1, Class Name. She raised the attendance sheet, attempting to mask the tumult within her heart with a frigid tone, her hand unconsciously tightening. Baishi. The deep timbre of Baishi's voice resonated, causing Su Xia's gaze to linger involuntarily. Noting the tear mole at the corner of his right eye that marred his otherwise flawless visage, adding a touch of fragility that sent a shiver through her heart, causing it to skip a beat. Third time being late. She pointed at the 2 instances of Baishi's name listed side by side in the logbook, her voice unconsciously rising, tinged with an undeniable tension. As per school regulations, a deduction of moral points was warranted. He suddenly leaned closer, his eyelashes casting lattice-like shadows beneath his eyes, so close that she nearly forgot to breathe. The clean scent of soap wafted from him, stirring her heartstrings in disarray. Su Xia, he read from her name tag, his voice low, the breath brushing against her ear like a gentle breeze, truly suitable for the role of the disciplinary minister. The applause that erupted in the auditorium drowned out the rapid thumping of Su Xia's heart, reverberating in her eardrums. It was only after the ceremony concluded that she realized she had neglected to record the names of 3 actual latecomers. Yet the name Baishi had been inscribed so many times it blurred into an indistinct cloud. Much like her heart at that moment, chaotic and without order. The sycamore leaves by the basketball court began to yellow. Yet Su Xia had already etched Baishi's outline in her mind with her eyes closed. Each jump shot he made was executed with the precision of a taut bowstring. The fleeting glimpse of his abs as he wiped away sweat was as smooth as a sculpture, his habitual fidgeting at the free throw line, a casual act that exuded a hint of languor. These fragments were like precious artworks, carefully tucked away in the folds of her disciplinary inspection notebook, akin to a secret known only to her. Is the minister monitoring again? Her close friend poked her in the back with a pen cap, her tone teasing. Su Xia abruptly shut the notebook, her fingertips turning pale from the pressure. Yet she could not avert her gaze from the glaring scene reflected in the glass window. Lin Xiaoming was pressing a lemon soda to Baishi's lips, and the adoring look in Baishi's eyes made her own sting with unshed tears. She recalled the disciplinary notice she had handed to Baishi last week. He had merely pinched it between his fingers, his demeanor as cold as if rejecting any form of touch. Yet now, he was drinking soda from Lin Xiaoming's hand, a sight that made Su Xia's hand tremble slightly as she held her pen. In Class 8 of the first year, the break was filled with raucous chatter. Su Xia's voice was as harsh as a clap of thunder, startling the sparrows outside the window. She attempted to conceal the turmoil within her heart with discipline. But as she approached the window, her fountain pen hovered in the air, unable to descend. Ultimately, the blank disciplinary notice was folded into a paper airplane and tossed out of the third-floor window, wobbling as it landed on the basketball hoop that Baishi had just dunked, much like the fluttering feelings she harbored within her, soaring yet without a place to land. In the convenience store, Su Xia stood behind the curtain of rain, her gaze piercing through the blurred glass, fixating on Baishi standing in front of the fast food restaurant. His hands hung by his sides, clenched tightly, while within the glass, Lin Xiaoming was pinned against the drink machine by a tall boy, their lips entangled in a passionate embrace, a sight that was painfully intimate. Baishi's school jacket was soaked, turning a dark hue, and his damp hair clung to his forehead, obscuring the brilliance he typically radiated. Su Xia's gaze was transfixed, a tumult of emotions surging within her: pity, jealousy, and a hint of an unacknowledged yearning. "Would you like to share an umbrella?" A timid voice shattered her reverie. Turning her head, Su Xia beheld Liu from the adjacent class, holding her school uniform, her tear-filled eyes sparkling like stars. This girl, who often surreptitiously slipped cookies onto Bai Shi's desk, now exuded an innocence that stirred an inexplicable irritation in Su Xia, as if mocking her own restraint. She bit her lip tightly and turned away, her steps heavy as if she were wading through mud. A week later, the campus forum erupted with fervor. A photograph was circulating wildly online. In the dimly lit confines of a KTV booth, Liu leaned against Bai Shi's shoulder. The image captured only half of their bodies. Yet the red bracelet adorning Bai Shi's wrist stood out like a brand, glaringly recognizable to all. Su Xia stared at the screen, her fingers clenched tightly around her phone, her nails digging into her palm. That had been her opportunity. Chapter 20. Opportunity 2. The basketball court lay desolate after school, enveloped in twilight like a delicate veil. The silence punctuated only by the monotonous echo of the basketball striking the ground. Bai Shi mechanically shot the ball, retrieved it, and shot again. Su Xia had heard that he came here alone to play every day, and she resolutely resolved to seize this opportunity. "Would you like some help with the balls?" Su Xia approached, her voice clear yet laced with a hint of trepidation. Bai Shi did not glance her way, remaining focused on his shots. The arc of the basketball was both indifferent and precise, mirroring his current state of heart. Taking a deep breath, Su Xia mustered her courage and stepped forward, her voice trembling slightly, yet imbued with undeniable determination. "Bai Shi, I have something to tell you." Bai Shi halted his movements, the basketball spinning in his hand. He turned slightly, his peach blossom eyes narrowing, a hint of detached mockery in his gaze. "What is it this time, senior?" Su Xia bit her lip, her heart racing, her cheeks aflame as if ignited. She lifted her gaze to meet his striking eyes, whose pupils, in the dimming light, resembled tranquil lakes, concealing a captivating brilliance. She swallowed her nervousness, her voice bright, yet betraying a quiver. "I like you." The air seemed to freeze, the wind around the basketball court stilled. Bai Shi's gaze lingered on Su Xia's face for a few seconds, a flicker of complex emotions passing through his eyes, a mixture of surprise and weariness. He chuckled softly, his tone low and frosty. "Senior, how many have confessed to me now? I've grown calluses in my ears from hearing these words." Su Xia's heart plummeted, pierced by his indifference, yet she did not falter, her eyes defiantly meeting his. "I don't care what others have said. I only know my feelings are genuine. You may reject me, but don't dismiss me with such an attitude." Bai Shi's smile faltered for a moment, a hint of uncertainty flickering in his peach blossom eyes, as if her words had touched a soft spot within him. He stepped closer, his fingers playfully tracing her cascading hair, his movements teasing and ambiguous. "When you noted my tardiness last week, you certainly didn't give away that you had feelings for me. That was work." Su Xia attempted to explain, her voice fracturing in the wake of his sudden proximity. The tear mole on his face, as he leaned down, fell directly into the center of her gaze, striking the softest part of her heart. As his lips brushed against her earlobe, Su Xia's body tensed involuntarily. 7 days. Bai Shi toyed with her badge, his fingers gliding over the fabric, his voice deep and beguiling. "Shall we play a game?" Su Xia was acutely aware that the last game had left Liu, the previous victim, languishing in the hospital, fragile as a broken reed. She understood that Bai Shi's gentleness was poison. Yet, when he lifted her chin, locking his gaze on hers, her heart succumbed uncontrollably. She leaned in, and the moment their lips met, it felt as if the defenses within her heart crumbled to dust. Bai Shi's kiss was fervent and intoxicating, their lips and tongues entwined in a dance of temptation, as if seeking to ignite Su Xia's very soul. The intertwining of shyness and desire nearly made her forget to breathe. Bai Shi released her lips, chuckling softly, his voice deep and viscous, flowing into her heart like honey. "Senior, your face is so red. Have you been longing for this all along?" His fingers glided to the collar of her school uniform, methodically unbuttoning the first clasp, revealing her fair collarbone. His fingertips traced her skin, igniting a wave of tingling shivers. Suyes bredkvikant. Her cheeks flushed as if they might bleed, her shyness urging her to retreat. Yet, Baishi's gaze ensnared her like an invisible web, binding her firmly in place. "Follow me," he whispered, his tone seductive yet commanding, as he grasped her wrist and led her towards the adjacent equipment room. Suxia's steps faltered, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. The urge to flee battled with the allure of Baishi's faint smile, a tantalizing temptation that held her gaze captive. Within the dimly lit equipment room, the air was thick with the scent of rubber and dust, and the clutter of stacked mats and basketball hoops cast chaotic shadows in the corners. Baishi closed the door, pressing Suxia against the door panel. "Senior, isn't this what you desire?" His voice was husky, his fingertips caressing her collarbone, reminiscent of plucking a taut string on a musical instrument. Over the course of 7 days, they indulged in secrecy within the hidden corners of the campus. Baishi's actions were callous, yet captivatingly addictive, while Suxia's shyness never waned. Her cheeks perpetually flushed as if they might bleed, yet her eyes sparkled with satisfaction. On the evening of the 7th day, after Baishi had last satisfied her in the equipment room, he coldly adjusted his clothing and turned to depart. His voice echoed in the gloom. "The game is over. Senior." Suxia slumped onto the mat, whispering Baishi, "I like you." Baishi did not glance back, pushing open the door, the twilight enveloping him and dragging him back to reality. His heart remained hollow, Suxia's tenderness unable to fill the void left by Lin Xiaoming. He understood that this game had concluded, yet he remained trapped in the past. The microphone on the podium of the morning assembly emitted a piercing shriek as Suxia's voice resonated across the playground, trembling yet clear, as the Minister of Discipline. Harboring early romances, betraying trust, sweat clung to her shirt against her back, damp and cold, much like her heart. After the meeting, a female classmate intercepted Baishi at the corner of the stairs, her cheeks flushed as she offered him handmade chocolate. Suxia stood at a distance, her gaze fixed on him, witnessing the way his fingers rested gently on the younger girl's wrist, an affectionate gesture identical to the one he had shown her when teaching her to tie a tie just 7 days prior. Her reflection paper crumpled tightly in her palm. She recalled an evening a few days prior. Baishi had pinned her against the locker, his lips brushing against her throbbing carotid artery, his voice husky. "Why do you indulge me?" The setting sun cast the shadow of his lashes upon her collarbone, like a row of candles about to extinguish, beautiful yet fleeting. Suxia's heart raced as if it might burst. She longed to respond, yet found herself at a loss for words. For she had fallen in love with his fragility, with the emptiness in his eyes, with the Baishi she could never truly reach. She remained silent, just as she would not divulge to anyone now that the last page of the confiscated disciplinary record was filled with her affection for Baishi. Chapter 21 Game 1. Gradually, Baishi's desk transformed into a lost and found repository. Pink envelopes, hand-woven lucky strings, exquisitely wrapped chocolates. He never bothered to open them. Each day, while emptying his drawer, he would nonchalantly toss those gifts into the trash, his actions as indifferent as clearing away refuse. Until one day, Li Chao could no longer hold back and stopped him. "Do you know how long they saved their pocket money to buy these?" Baishi's gaze fell upon a gray scarf, its stitches crooked, imbued with clumsy affection. He suddenly recalled the blue scarf Lin Xiaoming had knitted for him shortly after school began, which she later reclaimed to burn, its ashes scattered in the wind. Akin to his shattered heart, his eyes dimmed, a pang of anguish flickering deep within, yet he forcefully suppressed it. "What does it matter to me?" He crumpled the scarf into a ball and tossed it back into the trash, his voice as frigid as ice. "I never asked them to give me anything." On the day of the midterm exam, Baishi encountered Lin Xiaoming in the examination hall. She sat diagonally ahead of him, her newly dyed chestnut hair glinting coldly in the sunlight, her nails painted black, rebellious and striking. As the invigilator distributed the papers, Baishi's gaze inadvertently fell upon the underside of her wrist, a fresh cigarette burn, shaped like the letter G, piercing his eyes with pain. That was Gao Fan's mark, a brand that reminded him of her betrayal. As he submitted his exam paper, Lin Xiaoming deliberately bumped into him, the overwhelming scent of her perfume causing him to frown. "I hear you're quite popular now," she whispered, her tone laced with mockery. "How pitiable. Those foolish girls don't even know that I taught you how to kiss, right?" Bai Shi's answer sheet crumpled in his grasp, his knuckles whitening from the force, his heart aching to the point of suffocation. Upon exiting the examination room, 3 girls simultaneously offered him drinks, their eyes filled with anticipation. Bai Shi casually accepted a bottle, then, in their presence, poured it into the sink. The sound of the water gushing forth, mocking his emptiness. "Scumbag!" one girl cried, running away, her tears glistening in the sunlight. Yet the other 2, their eyes gleaming, drew closer like moths drawn to a flame. Suddenly, Bai Shi felt an overwhelming fatigue, more exhausting than playing 4 hours of basketball continuously. He looked down at the red string on his wrist, as vivid as blood, stinging his eyes. He wished to tear it off, but found himself unable, because it was the last trace left by Lin Xiaoming, a shackle he could not let go of. Qingqing's section the September sun blazed fiercely, as if attempting to melt the plastic surface of the basketball court. Qingqing stood at the sidelines, adjusting the straps of her cheerleading uniform, her fingertips brushing against her hair, the sweet scent of coconut shampoo filling her nostrils. This was Gao Fan's favorite fragrance. The very ex-boyfriend who had discarded her a month ago, now embracing Lin Xiaoming, seated in the front row, their intimacy piercing her heart. "Have you memorized all the moves?" The cheerleading captain clapped her hands, her voice jarring and disrupting her thoughts. Yet, Qingqing could not focus. Her gaze was locked onto Lin Xiaoming. The girl, always sporting a princess hairstyle, was inserting a straw in her milk tea cup, her fingertips adorned with dazzling, glittering nail art that sparkled with brilliance. Qingqing's jaw instinctively tightened, recalling that last week, during Lin Xiaoming and Gao Fan's date, her fingers had been painted the same cherry red as her own. That streak of red felt like a silent mockery, piercing her heart with a subtle ache. As the halftime whistle blew, Qingqing took a deep breath and stepped onto the field, her golden ponytail swaying to the rhythm, dazzling like a flame. She deliberately pushed her split to the extreme, the hem of her short skirt brushing against Gao Fan's knee, a blatant provocation. From the corner of her eye, she noticed Lin Xiaoming's smile freeze, as though she were pinned in place by her very presence. "Qingjie is on fire today." A teammate nudged her shoulder as they exited the field, excitement lacing their tone. Qingqing tore off her hair tie, allowing her sweat-soaked golden hair to cling to her neck, the damp sensation calming her somewhat. At that moment, she spotted a figure in the shadow by the sidelines. Bai Shi. He leaned casually against a fire hydrant. His uniform's collar loosened, revealing a faintly red, ambiguous mark on his collarbone. Qingqing had heard the rumors surrounding him. A new girlfriend every week. Like changing the models in a shop window, as cold as a game. At this moment, he was gazing at the audience. And Qingqing followed his line of sight to see Lin Xiaoming wiping Gao Fan's sweat. Her heart skipped a beat, as if sensing an opportunity. Bai Shi's gaze remained fixed on Lin Xiaoming, imbued with a secret obsession, akin to the deep-seated yet fervent hatred she harbored for Gao Fan. How intriguing. Qingqing bit into a mint candy, the sweet and spicy flavor exploding in her mouth. She pulled out her phone and captured a profile shot of Bai Shi, the beauty mark at the edge of his right eye appearing in the shadows like a droplet of ink, poised to fall, lonely and perilous. Chapter 22. Game 2 on the second day, during the lunch break, Qingqing had shortened her school skirt by 3 centimeters, causing the hem to sway dangerously between her legs with a hint of provocation. Leaning against the back door of Class 8, she fixed her gaze upon Bai Shi, who was toying with a silver lighter, the flickering flame casting shadows that momentarily concealed the beauty mark beneath his eye. Her heart raced uncontrollably, drawn towards him like a moth to a perilous flame, both exhilarated and anxious. "Classmate, could I borrow a light?" she teased, shaking her unlit mint-flavored cigarette, deliberately invoking the scent he loathed, the very flavor favored by Gao Fan. She lifted his gaze, the flame leaping higher as a smirk danced at the corners of his mouth. "Smoking is prohibited at school. You're hardly the model student yourself, are you?" Qingqing leaned closer, her golden hair brushing against his hand in a tantalizing manner. "I heard you just broke up with someone named Qin Wan." Baishi extinguished the lighter, twirling the metallic shell in his palm with a predator's grace. "What, do you wish to take her place?" His tone dripped with mockery, his eyes probing her intentions. 7 days, Qingqing declared, raising her finger adorned with black nail polish, her smile radiant yet perilous. "Join me in this charade." The corridor fell into an abrupt silence, Baishi's gaze drifting past her shoulder. Without needing to look back, Qingqing sensed Lin Xiaoming emerging from the classroom door. A sudden tension gripped her heart as she seized Baishi's tie, kissing him amidst gasps of surprise. The mint cigarette tumbled to the ground, rolling into a corner. His lips were cooler than expected, yet his tongue bore an intense warmth, a contradictory flame. With her eyes wide open, Qingqing distinctly saw Lin Xiaoming's practice book fall to the floor. In the distance, Gao Fan's dark expression sent a shiver through her, a swift thrill of revenge coursing through her veins like poison. The kiss lingered for a moment. Stepping back, she offered a provocative smile. Pleasure to collaborate. She picked up the mint cigarette, tucking it behind his ear, turning away as her short skirt arched dangerously, reminiscent of a declaration of war. The 7-day game commenced. On the first day, Baishi took Qingqing to the rooftop. The sunset stained the sky crimson, the air thick with the sense of rust and dust. Leaning against the weathered iron railing, his fingertips grazed the tattoo on her nape, a faded the initial of Gao Fan's name, like a mark of disgrace. "You should wash it off." His warm breath against her skin sent a shiver down her spine, an unwelcome reminder. Qingqing laughed, evading his gaze, her tone playful yet probing. "It's a mark from your ex-girlfriend's current boyfriend." Her eyes flicked to the red bracelet on his wrist, a cold smile forming within. He, like her, was shackled by the past. Suddenly, Baishi grasped her chin, his gaze icy as he remarked, "You are smarter than I anticipated." His voice was low, laced with a hint of dangerous admiration. "Likewise," Qingqing replied, tracing the red bracelet with her fingertips, her nails gently scraping against it, a taunt. "This was given to you by Lin Xiaoming, wasn't it?" They kissed in the twilight, their lips entwined, as Qingqing counted the lights of the distant classroom extinguishing one by one, as if marking the countdown to the conclusion of this game. As the last glimmer of light faded, Baishi bit her lower lip, the metallic taste of blood spreading in her mouth, serving as a cruel epilogue to this tragic scene. Qingqing's heart raced, a tumultuous blend of excitement and unease. She understood that there would be no victors in this game. The following day, the cafeteria was alive with a cacophony of voices, the air thick with the mingling sense of food and youthful restlessness. Qingqing sat across from Baishi. The gazes of those around them felt like spotlights, scorching her skin. With a gentle motion, Baishi scooped a spoonful of strawberry sundae, as tender as one would soothe a child. Out of the corner of her eye, Qingqing noticed Lin Xiaoming gripping her chopsticks tightly, her knuckles pale, as if suppressing a tumult of emotions. A surge of vengeful delight welled up within Qingqing. "Is it sweet?" Baishi inquired, his voice deep and laced with a hint of mockery. "Sour." Qingqing smirked, smearing the melting ice cream across his lips, her tone flippant, akin to expired yogurt. Her ankle brushed against his calf beneath the table, the gesture both ambiguous and daring. Gao Fan's tray crashed against the recycling bin, producing a jarring sound. Qingqing laughed more brightly, her eyes sparkling with triumph. She was aware that this scene not only pierced Lin Xiaoming's heart, but also struck at Gao Fan's pride. Her heartbeat quickened, akin to playing a perilous game, the thrill intoxicating. On the third day, in the dimly lit equipment room, the air was thick and stagnant, infused with the sense of dust and sweat. Qingqing found herself pinned against the pommel horse by Baishi, his knee forcefully wedged between her legs, exuding an undeniable sense of dominance. "Your heart races rapidly," he remarked, lightly touching her neck with his fingertips, his voice low and resonant, as if probing her secrets, yet the chill of his touch sent a shiver through her core. "Your skin is as cold as ice." Qingqing unbuttoned the second button of his shirt, her fingertips gliding over his frigid chest, her tone provocative yet betraying a tremor, reminiscent of a corpse. Her words feigned composure, yet her heartbeat drummed like war, revealing her vulnerability and surrender before him. Sudden footsteps outside froze them both, the air seeming to evaporate. Qingqing caught a fleeting glimpse of Lin Xiaoming's pale face through the crack of the door, as if stung by this secret entanglement. Bai Shi's kiss intensified abruptly, fierce enough to consume her, his hands gripping her waist with fervor, leaving deep crimson marks. Qingqing felt her breath stolen away, a pang of sorrow rising within. She comprehended that this kiss was not meant for her, but for Lin Xiaoming. The obsession nestled in his heart. A sharp ache pierced her heart, yet it was intermingled with a flicker of vengeful pleasure. She closed her eyes, surrendering to this forbidden fervor, pretending she still wielded control over the game, though she had long since been enchanted by Shi's touch, ensnared in a web from which she could not escape. Chapter 23, Game 3. On the fourth day, in the locker room, Qingqing pushed open the door, and a sharp scent of paint assaulted her senses. Her locker had been pried open, and her cheerleading outfit was splattered with crimson paint, resembling a pool of dried blood. On the mirror, the word bitch was scrawled in maple-colored lipstick, the very shade she often used, the letters distorted yet brimming with malice. Childish, she scoffed, a disdainful smile curling her lips, and pulled out her phone to capture the chaotic scene, sharing it on her social media with the caption, "Thanks to my anonymous fan for the new battle attire 5 minutes later." Bai Shi entered, his gaze indifferent. He tossed her one of his shirts, his voice low. Change. Turning his back, the scratch mark on his nape was glaring, like a bold provocation. A pang of bitterness surged within Qingqing, a reminder that in this game, she was not the sole protagonist. She inhaled the familiar fragrance of soapwort on the shirt, causing her heart to race erratically. As she fastened the last button, Bai Shi was igniting her stained cheerleading outfit with a lighter, the flames casting a crimson glow on his beauty mark, reminiscent of a drop of congealed blood. Tomorrow is the final. Wear this. He handed her a men's basketball jersey. Number 7, his tone calm yet commanding. As Qingqing accepted the jersey, a peculiar thrill surged through her upon touching the fabric, enveloped by his presence yet tinged with an unsettling anxiety. She understood that this jersey was not merely a prop, but also Bai Shi's provocation towards Lin Xiaoming, while she remained but a pawn in this intricate game. On the 5th day, during the finals, the gymnasium was abuzz with excitement, the glaring spotlights nearly scorching her skin. Adorned in Bai Shi's number 7 jersey, the fabric brushed against her waist, remnants of the soapwort scent delicately infiltrating her pores, causing her heartbeat to quicken in sync with the rhythm of the game. In a moment the basketball swished through the net, Bai Shi leaped, his form a living canvas, sweat-drenched black hair clinging to his forehead, the taut lines of his neck shifting with each swallow, and that beauty mark glimmering under the bright lights. His allure was aggressive, akin to a razor-sharp tang knife, dangerous yet impossible to look away from. Qingqing's heart raced, struck by his mere presence, caught between fascination and fear. When it was the cheerleading squad's turn, Qingqing executed a flawless split, her movements precise, the eruption of cheers from the stands crashing over her like a tidal wave. She distinctly discerned Bai Shi's low, teasing laughter, a response to her performance. Her peripheral vision caught sight of Lin Xiaoming exiting the gym with a scowl, her posture rigid. Before Gao Fan followed her out, he glanced back at Qingqing, his eyes filled with the helpless fury of an abandoned stray cat. A cold smile graced Qingqing's lips, the satisfaction of revenge igniting within her like a fierce flame, nearly stealing her breath away. At the celebration feast in the storage room, the raucous music and intoxicating aroma of alcohol created a dizzying atmosphere. Qingqing and Bai Shi embraced in the cramped space, the air thick as if drained, leaving only their hurried breaths. His calloused fingertips traced the tattoo on her nape. "You're trembling." His voice was low, mocking her fragility. Cold. Qingqing bit down on his shirt collar button, the metal tasting bitter against her teeth, masking the turmoil within her. His collarbone was tantalizingly close, the hollowed area glistening with fine beads of sweat, resembling melted honey under the light. This revelation weakened her knees. Deities, too, could perspire. It felt so tangible, so real. Suddenly, Bai Shi nibbled on her earlobe. The warm, moist sensation surged through her like an electric current. Ching Ching caught a glimpse of her own entranced expression in the mirror. Her golden hair entwined with his raven locks, like symbiotic vines, beautiful yet perilous. 7 days. He grazed her carotid artery, his voice a husky whisper, laced with temptation. Is it enough to make you addicted? At that moment, Ching Ching's heart quivered violently, as if his words had cleaved her open. She finally acknowledged that in this game, she was the first to fall. Each touch from Bai Shi, every glance, felt like poison seeping in her veins, rendering her willingly ensnared. She yearned to resist, to assert herself as the protagonist in this drama, yet the tremors of her heart betrayed her, a blazing inferno leaving her with no escape. On the 7th day, atop the rooftop, Ching Ching felt the familiar blue rope bracelet, a token given by Bai Shi, nestled quietly in her palm, reminiscent of the tenderness in his gaze when he looked at her. Clutching the bracelet tightly, she pushed open the rusted iron door of the rooftop, the scent of corrosion assaulting her senses. Sunlight streamed in at an angle, illuminating a scene that took her breath away. Lin Xiaoming was leaning in to kiss Bai Shi, who sat perched on the railing, their silhouettes intertwined, casting elongated, intimate shadows on the ground, resembling a fresh wound that pierced Ching Ching's eyes with pain. As Bai Shi lowered his gaze, an emotion she had never received from him flickered in his eyes. Was the play over? Ching Ching raised the blue bracelet in her hand, her voice barely a whisper, swept away by the wind, yet laced with a feigned pride. Her fingers trembled slightly, concealing the collapse within her. Bai Shi turned, and her gaze fell upon the lipstick mark on his collar, a shade favored by Lin Xiaoming. That vivid red struck her like a silent slap, instantly shattering all her facades. The game must come to an end. Ching Ching. Lin Xiaoming tilted her head, smiling sweetly, yet her eyes sparkled with triumph, as though declaring her sovereignty. A tempest suddenly broke, and Ching Ching stood before the mirror, scissors trembling in her grasp. She snipped away at her long hair, the uneven ends resembling shredded butterfly wings, scattered on the floor like her pride. She caressed the tips, her gaze vacant as she stared at her reflection. Finally, comprehending the way Bai Shi had looked at her on the rooftop. That was the appraisal of a predator for its prey, cold and devoid of any affection. Chapter 24. Malice as night fell. Bai Shi pushed open the door to his home, greeted only by the oppressive silence of darkness. His parents had rented a single apartment near the school for convenience, and the coffee table was coated with a fine layer of dust, adorned with a few photos taken months ago with Lin Xiaoming at a photo booth. She had insisted on taking 10 consecutive shots, radiating joy like a child, yet ultimately, she only took the most aesthetically pleasing ones, leaving behind the rest like thorns embedded deep within Bai Shi's heart. He opened the refrigerator, finding only a few expired yogurts, a lump forming in his chest that made it almost impossible to breathe. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, revealing a message from an unfamiliar number. In the image, Lin Xiaoming and Gao Fan were dancing in a nightclub. She donned a sequin dress that barely obscured her body, her smile both vibrant and foreign. The accompanying note cut like a knife. Do you miss me? Bai Shi, you truly disgust me. Bai Shi closed his phone and stood on the balcony, lighting a cigarette, the flame flickering against the night. This habit he had adopted from Gao Fan, the man who had stolen Lin Xiaoming away, was now obliterating his final vestige of dignity. The summer breeze carried the cacophony of the city, brushing against his face, while the glaring fluorescent lights of the convenience store below mocked his emptiness. He suddenly yearned to know if the girls he had once hurt, Liu, Su Xia, Ching Ching, were also standing on some balcony, gazing at a similar nightscape, nursing their wounds. More terrifying was the realization that he could hardly recall their faces. Those eyes that had once wept for him, those carefully offered sentiments, had dissipated like smoke, leaving only Lin Xiaoming's shadow, firmly entrenched in his heart, like a thorny vine choking his breath. His fingers tightened around the railing, knuckles whitening, as the void within him threatened to consume him entirely, nearly erasing his very identity. Lin Xiaoming's perspective, I pushed open the iron gate to the rooftop, the morning breeze carrying a coolness that enveloped me. Bai Shi sat at the edge of the railing, his loose, white shirt billowing in the wind. A cigarette clutched between his lips, the ash long and precariously hanging, yet refusing to fall. He absent-mindedly rubbed a pack of blue mint candies, the plastic crinkling softly. Turning his head, he offered me a faint smile, the corners of his mouth lifting, yet his eyes were shrouded in an ashen gloom. The red thread around his wrist had long since faded, hanging loosely like a wound that would never heal. He appeared to be a mosaic of fragments, teetering on the brink, yet stubbornly maintaining his form. Right on time, I remarked lightly, the sound of my high heels clicking against the concrete floor resonating like a hammer, striking his fragile defenses, akin to a dog eager to please. My tone was frivolous and sharp. Baishi removed the cigarette from his lips, exhaling a cloud of white smoke. His voice gravelly as if worn down by sandpaper. "You're here?" His tone was calm, yet a barely perceptible tremor betrayed an emotion on the verge of collapse. I approached him, surveying him from a superior vantage point. In the sunlight, I noticed a new black earring glinting coldly on his earlobe, while shallow scratches on his collarbone were both glaring and ambiguous, marks left by an unknown hand. A wave of inexplicable bitterness surged within me, as if these traces had inflicted a wound, yet my own anger suppressed it. I reached out, my fingertips gently lifting his chin, compelling him to meet my gaze. His skin was icy, yet the sensation coursed through me like electricity, causing my heart to falter. Baishi, I locked my eyes onto his. "You still have feelings for me, don't you?" His Adam's apple bobbed several times, his eyes resembling those of a drowning man. "But will you still care for me?" His voice was a whisper, almost pleading, imbued with a desperate tenacity, as if grasping onto the last vestiges of a lifeline. I let out a derisive laugh. "What do you believe remains to entice me?" My gaze deliberately swept over the marks of kisses upon his collarbone, my tone sharp as a blade. I tilted my head, scrutinizing the faded red string around his wrist, mocking, "Now the entire school knows you by that." That very string, which I had tied myself, had now become a symbol of his disgrace. Suddenly, Baishi smiled, the mirth superficial, like a mask, while his eyes harbored a frigid desolation. "And what about you? Care for a ride?" His tone bore a self-deprecating edge, as if he were tearing open his own wounds, allowing the blood to flow freely. I raised an eyebrow, remaining silent, yet a tumult of emotions surged within me. Anger, resentment, and a trace of pain I was reluctant to acknowledge. Yet, his voice was hoarse, as though forced from the depths of his throat. "Don't you prefer someone like Gao Fan?" His gaze was near obstinate, challenging yet pleading, questioning why I could not find affection for someone like him. He paused, his Adam's apple moving, his voice barely audible. "I could overlook your affair with Gao Fan. Let us reconcile and start anew, shall we? You wouldn't mind?" I tilted my head, my smile laced with sarcasm, akin to a stinging slap. However, I did mind, a bicycle ridden by so many. I found it unclean. My words struck like poisoned darts, piercing his heart with a sense of vindictive pleasure, yet also inflicting pain upon myself. "Gaisi et pupin dilatet sapi," akin to a balloon punctured by a needle, fragile enough to shatter at a touch. His hand trembled slightly, the motion towards the cigarette pack stiff, the lighter clicking thrice before igniting. This detail struck me like a heavy hammer, embedding itself in my memory. When we first began our relationship, he had tied my shoelaces, his fingers trembling then too, infused with a tender innocence. Now, that tenderness lay crushed beneath my own hand, leaving only a cold remnant. Chapter 25 Malice 2. I stared at him, each word a deliberate judgment. Did you truly believe you wished to reconcile? You are merely unwilling to concede defeat to Gao Fan, or perhaps you seek to exact revenge upon me. Is that not so? I am acutely aware of that anguish, the disheartening realization that the one you cherish belongs to another, a betrayal that ensnares one in a perpetual shadow of doubt and mistrust. You chose today specifically to confront me, merely to utter these words? His voice was hoarse, as though grating against sandpaper, imbued with a hint of impotence. Today marks the 7th day, does it not? I tilted my head, smiling innocently yet cruelly. The game of pretense must come to an end. My gaze swept over him, as if appraising a trophy, yet an overwhelming emptiness surged within me. I leaned in, my fingertips delicately lifting his chin, my voice a whisper steeped in seduction. I am here to demonstrate to her. My words remained unspoken as Baishi's fingers stilled, ash cascading down like his heart at this moment, teetering on the brink of collapse. You, Baishi, are but an object of desire I can possess at will. My tone remained composed. So what? He tugged at the corners of his mouth, a cold smile gracing his lips, yet his eyes resembled a stagnant pool, void of life. How do you intend to showcase that? I chuckled lightly, whispering into his ear. For instance, by kissing you now. In the instant of his startled gaze meeting mine, I seized his collar, bending down to fiercely capture his lips. The metallic taste of blood spread between our mouths, akin to a silent declaration of war. My fingers tangled in his soft, dark hair, pulling back forcefully, compelling him to tilt his head, laid bare beneath my control. His lips were icy, yet possessed a strangely addictive warmth, corrupting my reason like poison. He let out a muffled groan of pain, yet obediently parted his lips, allowing my invasion. His compliance sent a tremor through my heart, a blend of satisfaction and anguish. He remained the Baishi, the boy who once stirred my heart. Yet he was no longer the same. My kiss felt like punishment, wandering along his taut jawline, leaving bite marks upon his prominent Adam's apple, finally resting on the unhealed scratch upon his collarbone. As the taste of iron flooded my tongue, I heard his erratic breaths, as if responding to my encroachment. Like a lifeless corpse, I grasped his chin, forcing him to meet my gaze, my voice as frigid as ice, urging him to take the initiative if he wished for me. My tone bore command, yet an inexplicable emptiness surged within me, as if I were punishing him while simultaneously punishing myself. His eyelashes fluttered, familiar undercurrents swirling in his eyes, akin to a lake stirred by unseen forces. After a moment's hesitation, those long, delicate fingers finally encircled my waist, pressing me into an embrace with near-desperate intensity. His kiss tasted bitter, reminiscent of stale coffee, raw yet fervent. I could feel him trembling, his fingertips instinctively curling against my back, as if attempting to hold on. My heart ached sharply, pierced by his tremors. Yet I forced myself to disregard that pang of pain. In the next moment, the rooftop door burst open. Ching Ching stood at the threshold, clutching the blue bracelet, her face as pale as parchment, resembling a statue fractured by the wind. She gazed upon the entwined figures of Baishi and me, her hands trembling, the blue bracelet slipping from her fingers, silently falling to the ground like her shattered pride. I straightened up, flashing her a victorious smile, my tone laced with frivolity. Did you see that? My fingers grazed Baishi's cheek, a provocative display of possessiveness, for he would forever be mine. Baishi remained motionless, his gaze vacant like that of a lifeless doll, utterly devoid of vitality. The game was nearing its conclusion. Ching Ching, I tilted my head, smiling sweetly yet cruelly. Share bicycles are meant to be returned after 7 days, are they not? Ching Ching's lips trembled, yet not a single word escaped her as she stumbled away. On the rooftop, only Baishi and I remained, accompanied by a solitary blue wristband, lying on the ground like the remnants of this game. Are you satisfied? Baishi's voice was barely audible, tinged with a hint of self-mockery, as if he were questioning me, or perhaps himself. I reached out, brushing my fingers over the scratches on his collarbone, my voice as soft as a whispering breeze. Not enough. I understood that this victory was hollow, akin to a splendid medal that, while adorning my chest, weighed heavily enough to suffocate. In the distance, the school bell rang, piercing the air like a mockery of the absurdity of this game. I turned to leave, the sound of my heels echoing on the desolate rooftop. As I reached the door, I heard a muffled thud behind me, perhaps his fist striking the railing, or possibly the shattering of his last shred of dignity. I did not look back, for I knew, in this game, there had never been a victor. Chapter 26. The Fall 7 as the winter holiday approached. The corridors of the teaching building were adorned with colorful notices of holiday assignments, interspersed with a few graffiti-riddled anonymous posts about Baishi, their scrawled writing glaring and mocking, as if to deride his descent. Leaning against the back door of Class 8 in the first year, Baishi's gaze traversed the bustling crowd, landing upon Lin Xiaoming on the playground. She was walking alongside Gao Fan, her chestnut hair shimmering softly in the winter sunlight, resembling an unattainable masterpiece. Bai Shi's 7-day game continued. Yet in these weeks leading up to the holiday, everything had taken on a different flavor. He was no longer the one who teased girls on the rooftop or left ambiguous laughter in the equipment room. He had transformed into a delicate puppet, quiet and compliant, wearing a disquieting hollow smile. When a girl kissed him, he would dutifully lower his head, his thin lips cold and unresponsive, like a soulless shell. Their hands would slip under his shirt, brushing against his slightly warm skin, and he would merely raise the corners of his mouth. His gaze as empty as a drained lake, reflecting no ripples. A girl named Qingqing had once pushed him against the wall in the art classroom storage room, her lips eagerly kissing his neck, her fingers sliding in his shirt, whispering softly, "Bai Shi, is it okay?" Her hand reached for his belt, trembling with anticipation. Bai Shi simply lowered his head in silence, his eyes cold as thin ice, causing Qingqing to hesitate for a moment. Yet she pressed on, enchanted by his appearance, unable to extricate herself. Bolder girls directly proposed visiting his apartment. He would lazily nod, his voice barely above a whisper, "Sure, if you wish." Afterwards, he could hardly recall their names. Was it Qingqing or Guogua? It mattered little, for once the 7th day arrived, their tears and questions would dissipate like the wind, leaving only a deeper void within him. He stood by the classroom window, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the red bracelet on his wrist. The cord had long faded, its edges worn and rough. Lin Xiaoming's words on the rooftop echoed in his mind like an incantation. "You, Bai Shi, are something I can possess whenever I desire." He clenched his teeth, fixating on the silhouettes of Lin Xiaoming and Gao Fan on the playground. A voice within him cried out, "If I belong to you, then why don't you take care of me?" He envisioned a certain 7th day when Lin Xiaoming would push through the crowd, standing before him, her eyes as pure as when they held hands on the playground, telling him that all of this was merely a jest. But she did not. Each time the 7th day concluded, his drawer contained only new pink envelopes and handmade treats, the notes reading Bai Shi, "Choose me, or are you truly so heartless?" He would crumple them into a ball and discard them into the trash, his movements as practiced as clearing away his own delusions. On one occasion, yet another girl confronted him on the 7th day, tears brimming in her eyes, questioning, "Do you even have a heart?" Bai Shi lowered his head, the habitual smile gracing his lips, his voice as light as the breeze. "Yes, it belongs to Lin Xiaoming." His tone was calm, yet it felt as though he were laying bare his chest, revealing the bloody truth. The girl's sobs sliced through his eardrums like a knife. "Bai Shi, what yet?" His throat tightening as if something were lodged within, responding only with silence. Bai Shi felt a profound sense of disgust toward his own actions. Those nights, the lingering scent of an unfamiliar woman's perfume on the sheets was as cloying as poison, inducing a wave of nausea within him. He detested the fact that during moments of intimacy, he would close his eyes only to be haunted by the image of Lin Xiaoming's smile, the warmth of her kiss, and her indifference as she turned away. The marks and scratches left by those women were akin to a shameful brand, a constant reminder of his moral decline. He understood that he could never undo the treachery he had inflicted upon her. That fateful day in the fast food restaurant when she was pinned against the beverage machine by Gao Fan. Her laughter wild and foreign, cutting into his chest like a knife, leaving him bleeding profusely. What terrified him further was the thought that should he fall in love with another woman, she too might betray him, just as Lin Xiaoming had, and he would remain powerless to prevent it. This sense of helplessness gnawed at him like an insatiable addiction, compelling him to prefer the descent into a week-long game rather than to attempt love once more. On a frigid night, Bai Shi sat alone on the balcony of his apartment, a photograph taken 6 months prior with Lin Xiaoming at a photo booth resting on the coffee table. She beamed with brightness, her eyes crescent-shaped, her fingers forming a peace sign, insisting that he mimic her pose. She had radiated warmth that day, igniting a flutter in his heart. Now, however, the image of her pierced his eyes with a painful sting. Her hand obscured half of his face, rendering him a ludicrous supporting character, forever destined to remain in the shadows. His fingers traced the outline of her figure, grappling with the nature of his feelings for her, Was it the tenderness of his love, or the humiliation of being discarded? The red bracelet glimmered dully under the light, mocking the fact that he would never uncover the answer. Lin Xiaoming had become his sole obsession, as well as the prison from which he could not escape. Chapter 27. The Fall 8. In the first week of winter break, she stepped into the club bar in the city center, where the neon lights refracted through the glass walls, casting a mesmerizing glow akin to a shattered dream. The pulsating electronic music made the floor tremble slightly, while the air was thick with the potent scent of alcohol and tobacco, sharp enough to threaten his sanity. He was uncertain of the reason for his presence. Perhaps it was the rumor of Lin Xiaoming and Gao Fan frequenting this place, or merely a desire to drown the pain within him with spirits. He chose an inconspicuous table in the corner and ordered a bottle of whiskey. As the waiter placed the bottle down, their gaze lingered on his face for a few moments longer than necessary. The bar was alive with voices, the dance floor crowded with writhing figures. A cacophony that felt like a world apart. Dressed in a black sweater with a slightly open collar, his tousled hair obscured his eyes, exuding a fragile allure. A group of girls approached, their voices sweet yet insistent. "Hey, handsome, are you alone? Care to join us?" Their eyes greedily roamed over his face, as if appraising a rare collectible. Baishi lifted his gaze, emanating an icy detachment, yet a hollow smile graced his lips. "No, thank you." His voice was hoarse and deep, quickening heartbeats, yet carried an air of aloofness that repelled them. The girls departed with a hint of disappointment, whispering among themselves. What a show-off. Baishi paid them no mind, his gaze returning to his glass, as the emptiness within him loomed like a black hole, consuming all. By the third glass, his vision began to blur, the intoxication reddening his cheeks, making the beauty mark beneath his eye appear even more enchanting in the dim light. His gaze wandered across the dance floor, both hopeful and fearful of catching sight of Lin Xiaoming, like a prisoner ensnared in his own obsessions, unable to escape. On the following weekend, she appeared, adorned in a strappy dress that barely concealed her thighs. Gao Fan embraced her waist, his fingers caressing her side, laughing in a way that was both affectionate and jarring. Baishi's nails dug into his palm, the pain bringing him back to reality. It could not quell the suffocating sensation in his throat. A girl with purple hair blocked his view. Her face was not striking, yet her upturned phoenix eyes possessed an aggressive sharpness, as if capable of seeing through one's soul. Clad in a black tank top and ultra-short shorts, her feet donned combat boots, and her arms were adorned with flamboyant tattoos that danced in the light like a living canvas. Leaning casually against the table, she held a pink cocktail, smiling in a familiar and teasing manner. "Hey, handsome, drinking alone? How dull." Her eyes roamed over Baishi's face, pausing at the beauty mark and his wrist bracelet, her phoenix eyes narrowing, revealing unabashed interest. "That face of yours, wow, truly captivating." Baishi replied coldly, "Not interested." His tone was frigid, imbued with an impenetrable chill. Unfazed, she settled herself down, exuding a natural ease, as if she were born to ignite the atmosphere. "I'm Sihan. Let us get acquainted." Baishi's expression grew even colder, his gaze resembling still waters devoid of life. "Straight whiskey? Little brother, are you trying to drink yourself to death?" Sihan mixed her drink with Sprite, stirring it before offering it to him. "Give it a try. Something sweet suits that face of yours." Baishi frowned, the haze of intoxication clouding his vision, his eyelashes fluttering downwards. He hesitated, wanting to decline, yet her gaze pinned him in place, like prey ensnared by a hunter. Sihan suddenly leaned in, sipping from her mixed drink, and grasped his chin, pressing her lips against his. The sweet, cloying flavors of the alcohol and soda melded with her warmth, surging down his throat like a potent poison. Her phoenix-like eyes locked onto his, a provocative smile gracing her lips, as if she relished the dominion of this game. Baishi did not pull away. He had long grown accustomed to the intimate touches of unfamiliar women, yet his gaze remained fixed on Lin Xiaoming in the dance floor, as though awaiting a signal that would never arrive. His heart had already dulled to the pain. Sihan withdrew, licking her lips with a carefree laugh. "You look so charming when you're drunk, I couldn't resist." She seized his hand with an air of playful confidence, Shall we go to my place to sober up? Bai Shi's voice was hoarse, tinged with intoxication. Do you know her? His eyes still lingered on Lin Xiaoming, as if clutching at a sliver of hope. Sihan laughed even louder, as if she were accustomed to teasing her prey in this manner. Lin Xiaoming? The queen of the party. She came with me tonight. She paused, a glint of mischief in her eyes. Do you have a history with her? That makes it all the more intriguing. She dragged him through the crowd, deliberately slowing her pace, calling out, Xiaoming, look at my trophy for tonight. Lin Xiaoming's smile faltered, her gaze sweeping over Bai Shi's tear mole and wrist bracelet. Her expression a tangled mess of emotions. Anger, disdain, and a hint of pain that Bai Shi could not decipher. He stared at her intently, hoping she would speak, hoping she would put an end to this unfolding scene. Chapter 28. The Fall Gao fan embraced Lin Xiaoming and cast a sidelong glance at Bai Shi, a smirk playing on his lips. Isn't this our illustrious Bai? His tone dripped with mockery, as if to provoke. Upon hearing this, Sihan turned her gaze toward Bai Shi. Lin Xiaoming let out a cold laugh, her voice sharp as a knife. Bai Shi, my first love. We have shared a bond. Shall we change targets? Isn't it disgusting? Sihan raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of amusement flashing in her eyes. Does it matter after a breakup? I have no qualms. She grasped Bai Shi's chin, her tone teasing. Bai, come with me? Yet. Bai Shi's gaze remained fixed on Lin Xiaoming, his fingers digging into his palm, hoping she would utter the words to stop him. He envisioned her rushing toward him, grasping his hand, looking at him with the tenderness of old. But all she offered was a derisive smile. Do as you please. She turned and linked arms with Gao Fan. His expression dimmed, akin to a candle snuffed out, and he chuckled softly. Fine. Sihan took his hand, beaming like a victor. Yet, Bai Shi's heart plummeted into the abyss, leaving only the stark silhouette of Lin Xiaoming's indifference. Sihan's apartment was situated in the heart of the city, its walls adorned with posters of rock bands, the air thick with a blend of tobacco and her perfume, intoxicating to the senses. She pushed Bai Shi down onto the sofa, the light casting a divine glow upon his face, reminiscent of a fallen deity. She lifted his sweater, revealing a taut abdomen, the contours of his muscles exuding irresistible allure. Sihan straddled his lap, her violet hair cascading down, the tattoos on her arms bold under the illumination, her phoenix eyes narrowing as they greedily roamed his face. She whispered, Your visage is simply exquisite. Her fingers traced his neck, pausing at his collarbone, applying gentle pressure, leaving faint crimson marks. Leaning against the sofa, Bai Shi felt intoxicated, his body languid, his gaze hollow as if devoid of spirit. Sihan leaned closer, her lips lingering near his earlobe, her breath warm. Lin Xiaoming truly has poor taste to let you go. She pressed her lips to his Adam's apple, her fingers slipping beneath his sweater, causing Bai Shi's breath to hitch. Yet he did not push her away. His compliance became a fatal temptation, and Sihan's movements grew bolder, her lips leaving a trail of kisses along his neck. Chuckling softly, Bai Shi, I must thank Xiaoming. Bai Shi shut his eyes, Lin Xiaoming's cold silhouette haunting his mind. He murmured, Do as you wish. The red bracelet swayed in the light. Sihan's soft gasps intertwined with his silence, creating a surreal nocturne. Each caress served as a stark reminder that he could never return to the boy who once basked in Lin Xiaoming's gentle gaze. When Bai Shi awoke, the morning light was faint, yet piercing enough to sting his eyes. Sihan's room was thick with the scent of tobacco, remnants of unfinished whiskey resting on the bedside. She lay beside him, her violet hair in disarray, a satisfied smile gracing her lips, a small portion of a rose tattoo peeking from her shoulder, like a perilous insignia. Bai Shi stared at the ceiling, an immense weight upon his chest, suffocating him. He rose, gathered the scattered garments, and exited without a backward glance. He unlocked his phone, and a new update appeared on his social media feed, posted by Sihan. The photograph captured him from the previous night, sprawled drunkenly on the sofa, the tear mole and red wristband glaring like a brand. The caption read, Trophy, worth it. The comment section erupted. Some questioned who he was. Others jested about how Sister Society had struck again, and yet another tagged Lin Xiaoming. Xiaoming, isn't this your ex-boyfriend? Bai Shi turned off his phone and gazed up at the overcast sky, the biting cold wind slicing against his cheeks, as if mocking his downfall. The winter break had only just commenced, yet the red wristband felt like chains, dragging him deeper into the abyss. His eyes were hollow, resembling those of a walking corpse, with only one thought echoing in his mind. Lin Xiaoming, why won't you look back? His obsession blazed like a wildfire, leaving him battered and bruised, yet unable to let go. Chapter 29. The fall. By she stood upon the verdant lawn outside the bar, enveloped in a thick morning mist that pierced with a chilling cold. He ignited the last cigarette, the flickering flame dancing amidst the fog. Exhaling a plume of smoke, his hollow gaze drifted towards the overcast horizon, as if he were seeking an answer that would never materialize. The screen of his phone illuminated, displaying yet another post from Sihan, a silhouette of him leaning against the bar, the tear mole glaring like a wound, the red wristband resembling an unhealed scar. The caption read, "By She, Part 2. The comments section erupted. Some jested, others jeered, and a few tagged Lin Xiaoming. Xiaoming, are you really letting him go? By She fixated on the screen, his fingertips icy. He powered off the device and lifted his gaze to the sky, the cold wind brushing against his cheek. A few days later, a phone call jolted him from his stupor. An unfamiliar number, yet the voice was unmistakable. Sihan, with her customary frivolity. By She, are you free tonight? A new nightclub has opened in the city center. Let me broaden your horizons. Her tone was like a spark, attempting to ignite the frost-bitten landscape of his existence. By She wished to decline, yet his throat felt constricted, and he ultimately uttered a solitary word. Okay. For within this agreement lay the possibility of encountering Lin Xiaoming again. After hanging up, he stared at the wristband on his arm. The frayed knot seemed to mock his impotence. He recognized his affliction, a morbid yearning, seeking Lin Xiaoming as shadow amidst chaotic gatherings, akin to an addict pursuing their drug. Fully aware of its toxicity, yet unable to break free. The underground club Nosy was dimly lit, the air thick with the mingling scents of sweat, alcohol, and cheap perfume. A concoction that was dizzying to the senses. Clad in a black hoodie, By She's vacant gaze consumed all light. He chose a secluded booth in the corner, lowering his head to drink, attempting to render himself invisible to evade the anguish gnawing at his core. Yet, Lin Xiaoming's specter hovered in his mind like a ghost, refusing to dissipate. Sihan, however, was akin to a spark igniting the atmosphere. Her purple hair, tied high, tattoos adorning her arms flaunted their dangerous allure under the lights. With a cocktail in hand, she conversed effortlessly with those around her, her almond-shaped eyes occasionally darting towards By She, radiating a sense of possession. By She, come join the fun, stop sulking in the shadows. She nestled closer, her fingers curling around his hoodie sleeve. Your face is too good to be hidden away like this. By She frowned, pushing her hand away, murmuring, don't bother me. His voice was frigid, imbued with an impenetrable chill, yet the intoxication clouded his gaze. Sian mandan fast. Her laughter growing more uninhibited as she leaned closer to his ear, still thinking about Lin Xiaoming. She couldn't care less about you. Her breath reeked of alcohol, her eyes glinting with provocation. By She offered no reply, yet his gaze involuntarily drifted towards the entrance. The club door swung open, and Lin Xiaoming, accompanied by Gao Fan, stepped inside. She wore a red slip dress, her chestnut hair cascading in soft curls, while Gao Fan wrapped an arm around her waist, flashing a roguish grin as his eyes scanned the crowd, quickly locking onto By She. He raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with mockery. Oh, By She? Lin Xiaoming's gaze shifted to him, her eyes tinged with disdain as she scoffed. You really do seem to be everywhere. At this, Sihan's eyes sparkled with mischief, her laughter ringing louder. Xiaoming, your ex-boyfriend seems to be a lucky catch for me. She deliberately leaned closer to By She, her fingers tracing his collarbone with a teasing tone. Do you still think of her? By She tightened his grip on the bracelet, his knuckles turning pale as he gazed at Lin Xiaoming, whispering, did you not say I would always be yours? His voice was hoarse, laced with a plea, yearning for her response, even if it were but a flicker of warmth. Lin Xiaoming was momentarily taken aback, her lips moving as if struck by the resonance of his words deep within her heart. A fleeting panic flickered in her eyes, but Gao Fan shattered the brief silence. By She, Look at yourself now. You resemble a forlorn dog. He pulled Lin Xiaoming aside, casting off a dismissive remark. Don't disgrace yourself here. Lin Xiaoming did not glance back, yet her posture was rigid, as if concealing a profound uncertainty. Bai Shi's throat felt constricted, the wine glass he held nearly cracking under his grip. He realized his affliction had worsened, no longer believing in Si Han's sweet nothings or anyone's concern, but firmly convinced that only Lin Xiaoming could heal him, even if she repeatedly pushed him into deeper darkness. Si Han chuckled softly, her lips brushing against his ear. She does not want you, I do. Her voice was beguiling, tinged with a hint of triumphant provocation. She drew him towards the shadowy corner of the club, pressing him against the wall, her lips kissing his neck, fingers delving into his sweatshirt. Bai Shi closed his eyes, Lin Xiaoming's cold laughter and Gao Fan's mockery intertwining in his mind, the pain in his heart rendering him breathless. His submission stemmed not from desire, but from the realization that he had nowhere to retreat, forced to sink deeper into this absurd game. Chapter 30. The fall and the final days of winter break. The city fell silent, the fervor of the parties receding like the tide. Lin Xiaoming sat in her room, gazing out at the overcast sky, heavy and oppressive like her heart. She opened her phone, where a post from her friend Sahan had been shared by Gao Fan, featuring a photograph of Bai Shi, sprawled drunkenly on a sofa. The comment section was rife with jests, with someone remarking, Bai Shi, the campus heartthrob, has completely fallen apart. Gao Fan added, Xiaoming, your ex-boyfriend sure knows how to have a good time. His tone was tinged with mockery, as if testing her reaction. Lin Xiaoming forced a cold smile, shutting off the screen, yet her heart was anything but tranquil. She insisted to herself that she did not care. Bai Shi's downfall was of his own making. Still, his hoarse voice echoed in her mind, asking, didn't T.U. say I would always be yours? That voice sliced through her carefully suppressed emotions, causing a dull ache in her chest. On that day at Nosy, Gao Fan had wrapped an arm around her, his tone flippant. Still thinking about your ex-boyfriend? Xiaoming, don't demean yourself. She had shaken off his hand, coldly retorting, don't disgust me. Following their quarrel, she reduced her contact with Gao Fan, retreating into her solitude. She scrolled through Bai Shi's social media, only to find it devoid of any updates, a stark emptiness that chilled her heart. She came to realize that Bai Shi's loneliness and descent into despair might have been a consequence of her actions. Bai Shi's apartment remained desolate, the photo booth pictures gathering dust on the table. He no longer attended parties, declining Sahan's invitations, spending his days languishing on the sofa, staring blankly at the red bracelet, its cracks deepening with time. One evening, he received a text from Lin Xiaoming, containing just 3 words. Where are you? He stared at the screen, his fingers trembling, his heart racing. He feared her tenderness was a facade. More so, he dreaded falling into the abyss once again, facing another betrayal. His fingers hovered over the keyboard, yet he ultimately refrained from replying. On the last day of winter break, Bai Shi unexpectedly encountered Lin Xiaoming on the street. She wore a white sweater, her chestnut hair tousled by the wind, her gaze no longer indifferent but laced with hesitation as she spoke. Bai Shi, we need to talk. He looked down, his voice devoid of warmth. About what? Your new boyfriend? Yet turmoil roiled within him. Lin Xiaoming bit her lip, her voice barely above a whisper, akin to a confession. I was wrong. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, as if shedding all pretense. Bai Shi stood frozen, the red bracelet swaying in the wind, as if questioning whether he dared to trust her once more. He longed to believe her, to trust that the Lin Xiaoming who once stirred his heart still existed. Yet the wounds buried deep within him served as a reminder that her remedy could very well be poison. She alone could heal him, yet she also possessed the power to inflict deeper wounds. He remained silent, standing still, unconsciously rubbing the red bracelet between his fingers. After winter break, Lin Xiaoming went a considerable time without seeing Bai Shi. His absence felt like a thorn, piercing her heart and stirring a restless discontent within her. Her admission of wrongdoing was merely a test, a meticulously crafted performance designed to ascertain whether he would still be deceived by her fade. She relished the thrill of pushing him towards the abyss, taking pleasure in witnessing his unraveling, as if proving that her grasp on him had never waned. "You were wrong?" Bai Shi's voice was hoarse, tinged with a glimmer of hope, seeking to grasp the redemption she cast before him. "What was your mistake? Was it betraying me? Or regretting your choice of Gao Fan?" His gaze pierced through Lin Xiaoming, harboring a morbid desire within his eyes. Lin Xiaoming bit her lower lip, feigning fragility, her voice barely rising above a whisper akin to the breeze. "I should not have treated you so." She cast her eyes downward, tears shimmering as if she were performing a poignant play. "That day at Nosy, you said, 'Did you not promise that I would always be yours?' I regret not holding on to you." Her tone was as sweet yet lethal as a dose of poison. Chapter 31 Malice 3 by She felt a tightness in his throat, his eyes flickering with uncertainty as he whispered, "Do you truly regret it?" His voice trembled, laden with desperation. Lin Xiaoming lifted her gaze, capturing the glimmer of hope within his eyes, a sly smile curving her lips, akin to a hunter relishing the submission of its prey. She leaned in closer, her voice soft and beguiling. "Bai Shi, I should never have allowed you to become this way. I still love you." Her fingers caressed his cheek, warmly tracing the tear mole, as if igniting his last flicker of hope. Bai Shi stood frozen, his eyes suddenly brimming with warmth. Her deceit ignited his heart, a belief so profound and fragile. His pathological obsession made him forget that each of her tender gestures was merely a snare, that her laughter and scorn on the rooftop were etched in his memory. All his grievances seemed to have awaited this moment. "Lin Xiaoming, how I long for you." Tears cascaded silently, striking the ground and shattering like his self-esteem. His face, illuminated by the glimmer of tears, appeared heartbreakingly fragile, his lips quivering slightly, reminiscent of a dismantled doll. Observing his unraveling state, Lin Xiaoming felt a twisted pleasure surge within her, akin to savoring the fruits of victory. He was still hers, so effortlessly toyed within her hands. She leaned down, her lips brushing against his cheek, kissing away his scalding tears, the salty taste deepening her smile. She murmured, "Bai Shi, you are so easily deceived." Her tone was flippant and cruel, slicing into Bai Shi's heart, leaving it bleeding profusely. Bai Shi's body stiffened, as if burned by her kiss, yet the tears continued to flow unabated. He yearned to push her away, but his hands felt powerless, as if anchored by her lies. Lin Xiaoming withdrew her lips from his cheek, the briny tears spreading across her tongue, a lingering taste of triumph. She stepped back slightly, her gaze shamelessly roving over him. Bai Shi's tear mole glimmered under the dim streetlight, his lips trembling, silent tears cascading drop by drop. Lin Xiaoming's eyes were cold as she continued to provoke. "Take me to your home. I wish to see how you live now." Her finger traced his chin, imbued with a teasing warmth, as if casting a new net. Her smile concealed malice, testing how low he would stoop for her. Bai Shi stood bewildered, tears still streaming down, his heart a tangled mess. He could not fathom her intentions, nor why she had suddenly made such a request. His mind was a whirlpool of chaos, with only her shadow swirling within. Akin to an addiction he could not shake off. He had never been able to refuse Lin Xiaoming, even when fully aware of the abyss that awaited him. His voice was barely audible, hoarse. "All right." Lin Xiaoming's smile deepened, a glint of triumphant cunning flashing in her eyes, reminiscent of a hunter watching its prey walk into a trap. Bai Shi's apartment remained as desolate as ever, the air imbued with a faint scent of tobacco. Upon entering, Lin Xiaoming's gaze swept across the room, her pupils narrowing slightly. The photo wall in the corner was plastered with pictures of her and Bai Shi, holding hands on a playground. Beaming smiles by the basketball court, peace signs and photo booth snapshots, each image whispering of his unyielding obsession. A wave of revulsion surged within Lin Xiaoming, akin to swallowing something vile, anger and disdain intertwining, nearly pushing her to the brink of losing control. She turned to Bai Shi, her eyes cold as steel. "Do you not feel disgusted?" Keeping these remnants like some sort of pervert, Bai Shi stood at the threshold, his eyes reddened, silently bowing his head, resembling a condemned prisoner. His face, still captivatingly handsome, could not conceal the shattered essence within. Lin Xiaoming's scorn struck his heart like a whip. He murmured, "I never intended." Before he could finish, Lin Xiaoming interrupted him, her tone sharp as a blade. "Never intended? Then why did you bring those women back and roll around on this very bed? Were you thinking of me? Bai Shi, you are truly repulsive, more repugnant than refuse." Her voice was like venom, eroding the last remnants of Bai Shi's dignity. Chapter 32 Malice 4. Bai Shi's breath caught in his throat, tears silently streaming down his cheeks. He longed to refute her words, yet his throat felt constricted, leaving him to endure in silence. Lin Xiaoming, however, advanced towards him, her breath warm and her voice a mere whisper, seductive as a spell. "But you are rather amusing." Her fingers glided over his chest, leisurely unbuttoning his shirt, her lips brushing against his neck, exuding a teasing warmth, as if toying with a delicate plaything. Bai Shi's body involuntarily trembled, physiological responses vividly apparent. His face flushed crimson, tears continuing to fall, shattered like a beloved toy rendered unplayable. He both craved her touch and despised his own helplessness. His obsession bound him, rendering escape impossible, even in the face of her humiliation. Lin Xiaoming stepped back, her gaze sweeping over his reaction, a cruel smile curling at the corners of her mouth. "Bai Shi, look at yourself." Her tone dripped with mockery, akin to a conqueror surveying a damaged trophy. She turned away. "Do not let me see you again. It is utterly revolting." The door slammed shut, the sound reverberating through Bai Shi, shattering the last remnants of his resolve. He stood frozen, the red bracelet swaying in the light, mocking his infatuation and insignificance. From that moment onward, Bai Shi transformed. That day marked the first time in his life that he wept for a woman, his heart aching as if deprived of breath. He could not fathom why Lin Xiaoming was so cruel, igniting his hopes with tenderness only to obliterate his dignity with humiliation. He had believed she would possess a modicum of concern, that his suffering might stir her emotions, yet she merely toyed with his feelings for her own amusement, kissing away his tears solely to relish in his despair. Initially, he attempted to inflict pain upon others, mirroring her indifference, treating other girls with frivolous laughter and hollow kisses, convinced that it would redirect his resentment towards her. Yet, in the depths of night, the visions of their future he had constructed, filled entirely with her presence, would haunt him. He had once fantasized about how he would propose after graduation, how he would introduce her to his family, certain she was the singular light of his existence, akin to his parents who had grown old together, an inevitability in their lives. These memories caused him anguish so profound that it left him breathless. He yearned to forget her, attempting to fill the void within his heart with new affections. However, every time a girl approached him, he was reminded of Lin Xiaoming's betrayal, fearing that every warmth might be yet another trap. He felt as if he were imprisoned in a frigid cage, rejecting any possibility of rebirth. He experimented with tarnishing his own image, hoping to incite regret within her, enacting a ludicrous revenge by playing the role of a 7-day boyfriend. He thought such actions would harm her, allowing her to taste the bitterness of regret. Yet, when he witnessed her closeness with Gao Fan in the school corridors, hearing her deride his dissent, he realized she was utterly indifferent. His revenge landed like a fist striking cotton, inflicting pain solely upon himself. Bai Shi curled up on the sofa, his head buried in his knees, trembling helplessly, fragile as an abandoned child. He clutched the red bracelet tightly. He would not untie it until he could completely emerge from the shadows of this relationship. This bracelet remained his sole anchor. He resolved to transform himself into someone akin to Lin Xiaoming, employing indifference and manipulation to comprehend her malice, numbing his own pain. With a singular thought, if he could not escape her shadow, he would become her. Perhaps only by embodying her could he fathom the reasons behind her treatment of him and discover the exit from the cage she had constructed. The conclusion of winter break heralded the cacophony of a new semester. Bai Shi, now a second-year student, wandered through the corridors of the campus, both familiar and alien. The air was thick with the curious gazes and hushed whispers of newcomers. Rumors about him spread like wildfire. He had been involved with countless girls, and some even claimed that if a few girls confessed to him at the start of a new week, he might accept one of them. These speculations left the junior girls both exhilarated and apprehensive, their voices hushed as they discussed, fearful of being overheard by him. I heard he dated many girls, and they break up within 7 days. A junior whispered in the cafeteria, her eyes furtively tracking by she's passing figure. Chapter 33. The newcomer yet. Who would dare approach him, given his frigid demeanor? It seemed he held disdain for the notion of romance. A fellow student timidly responded. Baishi's beauty was alluring yet perilous. He walked with his head lowered, the earphone cord hanging at his side, exuding an air of cool detachment. As he passed by, the gazes of the girls clung to him like adhesive, yet none had the courage to advance. On that Monday morning, the autumn breeze swept through the shaded path as Baishi made his way from the school gate to the classroom building, his backpack slung over one shoulder and hands tucked into his pockets. A girl named Ling Ling, clutching a pink confession letter, mustered her courage to catch up with him. Baishi, Ling Ling's voice trembled slightly as she extended the letter. I like you. Could you give me a chance? Baishi halted, removing one earphone, his pupils glinting coldly in the sunlight. His lips parted slightly, seemingly contemplating his response. At that moment, the familiar rhythm of high heels striking the ground approached, sending a jolt through his heart. Lin Xiaoming strode towards him from the end of the path, dressed in school uniform, yet radiating an undeniable presence. Without hesitation, she took Baishi's hand, her tone casual yet commanding. Let us go. Baishi's body stiffened, a myriad of sleepless night fantasies flashing through his mind. Lin Xiaoming holding his hand, proclaiming him as hers. Yet now, the humiliation she had inflicted upon him lingered like a blade carved into his heart. Her tenderness only evoked a chilling sense of despair. Her words, "Don't let me see you again. You're revolting," left his heart ashen. He abruptly wrenched his hand from hers, the action so decisive it startled even himself. Accepting Ling Ling's confession letter, he cast her a hollow smile. "Thank you. I will read it." Then, turning to Lin Xiaoming, a provocative smirk graced his lips. A fire of defiance ignited in his eyes. "What is this? Now that Gao Fan has graduated, you remember me?" Lin Xiaoming's gaze turned icy in an instant, as if his words struck a nerve. She fixed her stare on him, slowly letting out a cold laugh. "Baishi, you really know how to play up your own drama." Her voice was low, laced with mockery, yet a flicker of barely concealed anger danced in her eyes. Releasing his hand, she pivoted and walked away, the sound of her heels echoing down the path like a string of chilling notes, piercing Baishi's heart with pain. Ling Ling stood frozen, clutching her backpack strap, helplessly observing the scene unfold. She felt as if she had intruded upon a silent war, the air thick with the scent of danger. Baishi lowered his gaze to the pink envelope, his fingertips trembling slightly. He understood that accepting this letter was not born from affection for Ling Ling, but rather as a means to demonstrate to Lin Xiaoming that he was no longer her puppet. Yet, the void within him surged like a tide, and he realized his rebellion was mere self-deception. Clenching the envelope tightly, he turned and walked towards the classroom building. On that day, Lin Xiaoming was as busy as a spinning top. As class monitor, she navigated between teachers and students, managing trivial affairs with a flawless smile. Yet she never once glanced back at Baishi. She sat in front of him, while he fixated on her silhouette, his thoughts entangled like a ball of yarn. Had she broken up with Gao Fan? Why had she taken his hand? Could it be that she truly had a change of heart? Such thoughts struck him as ludicrous. How could he still be deceiving himself? In the classroom, the teacher's voice faded into mere background noise, while Baishi's gaze remained fixated on Lin Xiaoming's silhouette. He recalled her indifferent gaze at the nosy club, as well as the cruelty in her kiss on the rooftop. He admonished himself that she would never look back. Yet the obsession nestled deep within his heart refused to dissipate. Chapter 34. The new beginning as school came to an end. He could no longer contain himself. Seizing the moment when Lin Xiaoming was tidying her belongings, he obstructed her path, urgency lacing his voice. "We need to talk." Lin Xiaoming cast him a fleeting glance, her expression inscrutable. Without outright refusal, she merely nodded coldly, leading him towards the school restroom, a secluded corner shielded from prying eyes. Once the door closed, Lin Xiaoming pivoted, her eyes ablaze with fury. Before Bai Shi could utter a word, her hand lashed out, a resounding slap echoing through the confined space. Bai Shi stumbled back, more astonished than pained, instinctively raising a hand to shield his cheek. "What are you doing, Lin Xiaoming?" he bellowed, confusion laced within his anger. "How dare you publicly reject me?" Lin Xiaoming retorted fiercely, shoving him against the wall, her eyes aflame with indignation. "Bai Shi, who do you think you are? Even my dog wouldn't dare bite its owner." Bai Shi met her gaze, his own eyes ignited with defiance. "I'm not your dog, Lin Xiaoming. You treat me this way and still expect me to heed your commands?" His voice was hoarse, imbued with an uncharacteristic stubbornness. "Are you angry?" Lin Xiaoming leaned closer, her voice low and alluring, her fingers grazing his reddened cheek, imbued with a teasing warmth. Her breath brushed against his face, causing Bai Shi to shudder, the intertwining emotions of rage and pain rendering him nearly breathless. "You!" Bai Shi gritted his teeth, his voice strained, but Lin Xiaoming interrupted him. She leaned in and captured his lips in a forceful, domineering kiss, as if proclaiming possession. Her cool lips caressed his, her tongue daringly exploring, exuding audacity. Suddenly, Bai Shi whispered hoarsely, "Do you mind if I am with him?" His gaze was complex, tinged with a flicker of hope. Lin Xiaoming's pupils constricted sharply, fury igniting within her, as if his words had ignited a forbidden flame. She grasped his chin, forcing him to confront her. "How dare you mention them? Bai Shi, you are nothing but discarded trash." Her anger was unrestrained, thoroughly provoked by his probing. Before he could respond, she leaned in again, biting down on his lip with ferocity, her teeth piercing his tender flesh, the metallic taste of blood mingling within their kiss. A punishment, yet also an assertion of dominance. Bai Shi trembled, instinctively clutching her waist, the maliciousness of her bite intertwining pain and pleasure. Lin Xiaoming stepped back slightly, her gaze sweeping over his blood-stained lips and flushed ears, a wicked smile curling at her lips. "Look at you, Bai Shi," she murmured, her voice icy as winter. "Anger aside, you still cannot escape me, can you?" Accepting that Junior S letter was merely a ploy to draw my attention. His eyes were vacant, the red wristband on his arm swaying under the dim light. Mocking his insignificance, he loathed her cruelty, yet more so his own impotence. Desiring to rebel, he invariably transformed into the dog she deemed him to be. With a calm yet cautionary tone, Lin Xiaoming warned, "Do not let me see you disobeying again, Bai Shi. Otherwise, I will make you suffer more." She turned and departed, leaving Bai Shi leaning against the wall, his chest feeling as though crushed by a boulder, gasping for breath. The following day, the school bell rang, and the classroom erupted into lively chatter. Bai Shi rose, grasped her backpack, and prepared to depart, only to encounter Ling Ling at the doorway. Ling Ling stood there, her hands entwined, her cheeks flushed, as if she had mustered all her courage to speak. "Bai Shi, have you read the letter?" Bai Shi was momentarily taken aback, lowering her gaze towards her. Ling Ling's eyes sparkled with a blend of anticipation and anxiety. "I." She opened her mouth, intending to articulate something, when suddenly, a light-hearted laughter echoed down the corridor. She turned to see Lin Xiaoming, linking arms with another girl, approaching their direction. Lin Xiaoming's gaze swept over Bai Shi and Ling Ling, a knowing smile playing at her lips. Without pausing, she merely murmured as she passed, "Bai Shi, do not forget my words." Chapter 35. New Beginnings. Bai Shi remained frozen, his gaze fixated on Lin Xiaoming's retreating figure. The girl beside her, Hua Jiang, glanced back furtively, a blush creeping onto her cheeks, as if bewitched by his appearance. Bai Shi's attention inadvertently drifted to the princess braid that Hua Jiang wore, identical to Lin Xiaoming's. This girl bore a subtle resemblance to Lin Xiaoming, yet exuded a distinctly different aura. Turning to Ling Ling, he said, "I cannot accept this letter." Ling Ling's expression dimmed, her lips pressed together in a nod, forcing a smile. "It's all right, I understand." Standing motionless, Bai Shi was acutely aware that Lin Xiaoming's demeanor today was a test, a means to ascertain whether the invisible leash remained firmly in her grasp. Lin Xiaoming's intentions were crystal clear. During the winter break, Gao Fan had successfully enrolled in university, a mere 20-minute journey from the high school Lin Xiaoming attended. Gao Fan was a notorious libertine, never lacking female companionship, yet he chose to keep Lin Xiaoming as his official girlfriend, not out of love, but because she was sufficiently accommodating. Lin Xiaoming never interfered with his flirtations with other women. She even used her beauty, academic prowess, and affluent background to bolster his image, ensuring he appeared impressive in front of friends and family. She was astute, a perfect pawn, fulfilling his vanity while leaving him free from concerns. However, Lin Xiaoming was never one to resign herself to the role of a mere pawn. Her scheme of retribution had already taken root in her heart, intricate and venomous. Far beyond the simple desire to harm a single individual, she intended for everyone around her to pay for her suffering, including Gao Fan, Bai Shi, and even the innocent bystanders. Gao Fan's half-sister, Hua Jiang, was a crucial element in her meticulously devised plan. Hua Jiang had just entered her first year of high school, joining Lin Xiaoming's school. She always wore a bashful smile, her eyes brimming with admiration upon their first meeting, as if gazing at a dazzling star. Lin Xiaoming treated her with utmost care, tutoring her, teaching her makeup, gifting her matching princess braid hair bands, and even instructing her on how to present herself more like her, endearing Hua Jiang to her as if she were a sister. Yet in Lin Xiaoming's mind, Hua Jiang was merely a tool, an instrument through which her revenge could be executed flawlessly. When Lin Xiaoming first introduced Hua Jiang to Bai Shi, she had already calculated every outcome. Bai Shi's beauty was irresistible, and Hua Jiang's innocent eyes revealed her infatuation upon seeing him. Bai Shi, having never rejected the affections of anyone associated with Lin Xiaoming, just as he had once courted Si Han, was merely seeking her attention. A gentle nudge from Lin Xiaoming could intertwine Bai Shi's and Hua Jiang's fates, quietly drawing Gao Fan into this intricately woven trap. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the classroom window, casting a warm golden glow upon the desks. Hua Jiang sat in the back row of Class 3, her fingers nervously tugging at her princess braid. Her gaze inadvertently caught the reflection in the window, but she quickly averted her eyes, unable to meet it directly. The traces of adolescence manifested on her face. Tiny red blemishes scattered across her forehead and cheeks seemed to mock the sweetness of her former self. Once, classmates and neighbors praised her delicate features, her large, clear eyes, and the faint dimples that appeared when she smiled, likening her to a porcelain doll. Yet now, she overheard the whispers of girls in the hallway, their voices laced with pity, piercing her heart. She used to be quite pretty. Just look at her now. These words clung to her like damp clothing, making her instinctively hunch her shoulders as her confidence eroded bit by bit. She lowered her gaze, fiddling with her bangs in a futile attempt to conceal the inflamed acne, but her insecurity wrapped around her like a creeping vine. Even her closest friend had cautiously suggested she try acne cream, the sympathy in her tone rendering her even more reluctant to meet anyone's gaze. She began to avoid mirrors, shun crowds, and even refrain from taking photographs, fearful that the lens would capture her current appearance. In the classroom, Lin Xiaoming entered, clutching a stack of homework. Her pure visage radiated flawless skin, as if she had stepped out of a fashion magazine. Hua Jiang instinctively touched her own face, her chest tightening. She envied Lin Xiaoming's confidence, that beauty which required no disguise, stirring within her both longing and shame. She opened her textbook, feigning concentration, yet she heard Lin Xiaoming's clear voice. Hua Jiang, could you please help me deliver these assignments to the office? Hua Jiang paused, raising her eyes to meet Lin Xiaoming's gentle smile, which concealed a subtle glint of calculation. Biting her lip, Hua Jiang nodded, accepting the homework, murmuring, okay. As she stood, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Bai Shi passing by the classroom door, his black hair partially obscuring his eyes, his pupils clear yet distant. Her heart skipped a beat, fingers tightening around the homework, her cheeks flushing slightly. Bai Shi was a legend within the school. The aura of the campus heartthrob accompanied him wherever he went. Hua Jiang understood the chasm that lay between them. Such a radiant individual would always attract a throng of beautiful girls. Meanwhile, she was merely an ordinary girl, lacking even the courage to meet his gaze. Yet, in that moment, Bai Shi's eyes swept over her, lingering for an instant. He nodded slightly, his voice low yet gentle. Huajiang, is the homework heavy? Would you like me to help you carry it? His tone was casual, as if inquiring about the most commonplace matter. Yet Huajiang's heart raced as though illuminated by a beam of light. She flustered and shook her head, stammering, "No, it's fine. I can manage." Her face flushed like an apple as she hurried away, fearing he would notice the blemishes on her skin. At that moment, a peculiar warmth blossomed in her heart. Unlike others, Baishi did not regard her with pity or disdain. His tone bore no hint of judgment, as if her acne were a non-issue. Clutching the homework, Huajiang felt an involuntary smile tug at her lips, akin to discovering a sweet treat. She dared not hope for too much, but Baishi's simple words were enough to illuminate a flicker of light amidst her self-doubt. In the ensuing weeks, Lin Xiaoming frequently appeared in class one of the first year, seeking Huajiang for tutoring, engaging in conversation, and even bringing her along to places where Baishi often frequented. She behaved like a gentle sister, occasionally mentioning Baishi with a hint of jealousy in her tone. "That guy, Bai, she seems to be playing his 7-day game again." How annoying. These words were like seeds, quietly sown in the heart of Huajiang and in the ears of Baishi. Unbeknownst to Baishi, Huajiang was Gao Fan's sister. He only noticed that Lin Xiaoming appeared to be particularly close to Huajiang, while she exhibited aloofness, even disdain, towards all the girls who had been intimate with him, such as Sihan. This led him to mistakenly believe that Lin Xiaoming cared for him, perhaps even felt jealousy. Such a delusion was like poison, eroding his rationality, compelling him to draw closer to Huajiang merely to test Lin Xiaoming's boundaries. He began to steal glances at her whenever Huajiang was present, occasionally offering a faint smile as she passed by, gentle as he once was with Lin Xiaoming. Huajiang's cheeks would invariably flush like apples, her gaze evasive yet unable to conceal her fluttering heart. A complex emotion surged within Baishi. He knew he was playing with fire, yet he could not resist this perilous game. For in Huajiang, he seemed to glimpse the shadow of Lin Xiaoming, as well as the possibility of revenge against her. Chapter 36. New Beginnings in the Classroom. The golden rays of the setting sun streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon the desks, turning the pages of the math workbook into a soft amber hue. Huajiang sat by the window, her fingers tightly gripping her pen, her brow furrowed as she stared intently at the quadratic function problems before her. Her face etched with distress. Lin Xiaoming, seated beside her, propped her elbow on the desk and patiently explained the steps to solving the problems, her tone as gentle as that of a caring older sister. "Look here, first calculate the coordinates of the vertex, then determine the direction of the opening." Huajiang nodded, yet her gaze wandered, subtly glancing out towards the playground. Baishi had just finished playing basketball and was making his way towards the teaching building, his steps languid yet tinged with fatigue. The setting sun cast a long shadow behind him, and the faint brown mole at the corner of his eye shimmered in the light, captivating Huajiang's heart and throwing it into disarray. She bit her lip, her cheeks flushed, forcing herself to return her focus to the workbook, but her concentration eluded her. Lin Xiaoming noticed the moment Huajiang's attention drifted, observing her fidgeting with her bangs, and a tender smile graced her lips. She closed the workbook and, feigning casualness, looked out the window, her tone light. "Huajiang, are you sneaking glances at Baishi again? Honestly, do you have a bit of a crush on him?" Huajiang's face instantly flushed, as if her deepest secret had been unveiled. She hurriedly waved her hands. No, how could I?" She lowered her gaze, her fingers playing with her bangs, her voice barely above a whisper, delicate as a mosquito's hum. "Xiaoming, please don't say such things. I'm just an ordinary girl. With acne on my face, how could I ever like him?" Her eyes dimmed, her fingertips unconsciously picking at the edges of the workbook, as if wishing to hide in the shadows. Lin Xiaoming smiled warmly, leaning closer to whisper encouragement in her ear. "Don't say that. You're so lovely. Acne is nothing. Who hasn't had that in their youth? Your bangs cover it perfectly. No one can even tell." She paused, a glimmer of mischief in her eyes besides. Baishi isn't the type to only care about looks. He actually prefers gentle girls. You're so sincere, he would surely like you. Why not give it a shot? There's no harm in being proactive. Huajiang was momentarily taken aback, her underlying insecurities illuminated by a flicker of hope. She asked softly, "Really? He won't think less of me?" Lin Xiaoming's words acted like a potent tonic, stirring her timid heart into action. But she couldn't help but counter her own thoughts. But he is so handsome, and all the girls who like him are so beautiful. I don't have the right. Lin Xiaoming patted her shoulder, her tone resolute. The right? You don't need a right to like someone. Hua Jiang, your kindness and sincerity are more precious than anything else. After a brief pause, she added with a smile, I'll help create some opportunities for him to get to know you better. How does that sound? Stop fixating on that little acne. He really appreciates girls who take the initiative. Hua Jiang bit her lip, her eyes shimmering with newfound brightness, her self-doubt and longing intertwining into a tangled mess. She recalled the scene she had witnessed that day at the entrance of the sports equipment room. Bai Shi emerging with a girl of average looks, both disheveled. The girl tugged at Bai Shi's sleeve, laughing freely, while he kept his head down, his expression indifferent, neither responding nor pushing her away, like a delicate doll, allowing himself to be manipulated. The scene left Hua Jiang momentarily speechless, as a flicker of unusual hope ignited within her. If Bai Shilian could accept someone like that, could she not also have a chance? Her heart raced, and images of Bai Shilian's cool, distant gaze filled her mind, once unreachable, yet now seeming less formidable. She whispered softly, if he truly, perhaps I might give it a try. Just then, footsteps echoed down the corridor. Bai Shilian, with a shoulder bag slung across him, had pupils that shimmered gently in the setting sun. As he passed by the classroom door, seemingly on his way to the office to submit an assignment, his gaze casually swept across the room without pausing. Lin Xiaoming, quick-witted and agile, stood up and called out, Bai Shilian, come over for a moment. Her voice rang clear, imbued with warm enthusiasm. Bai Shilian halted, furrowing his brow, and replied in a calm tone, What is it? Lin Xiaoming approached him, pulling him to the classroom entrance, and whispered, There is a slight urgency with the student council that I need to attend to. Hua Jiang is struggling a bit with math. Could you help her with some tutoring? Pausing for effect, she leaned closer to his ear, her voice dipped in playful allure. Aren't you the best at charming girls? This little task should be easy for you, right? Bai Shilian's pupils constricted slightly as he noted the cold smirk at the corner of Lin Xiaoming's mouth. He understood she was testing him, asserting her control over him. His gaze drifted to Hua Jiang inside the classroom, who was biting her lip, fingers fidgeting with her bangs, her face flushed like an apple. Her innocent, doe-like eyes stirred a softness in his heart, prompting him to nod and reply quietly, All right. Lin Xiaoming's smile deepened as she patted his shoulder and turned to leave, a sense of triumph bubbling within her. She knew that Hua Jiang's insecurities and admiration for Bai Shilian would make her more malleable, while Bai Shilian's gentleness would render the unfolding drama even more captivating. Bai Shilian entered the classroom and took a seat opposite Hua Jiang, opening his practice book. His voice was calm, yet infused with warmth. Which problem do you find difficult? Hua Jiang was taken aback, her cheeks reddening as she clutched her pencil, her voice delicate. This parabolic problem. I always miscalculate the vertex. She stole a glance at Bai Shilian's profile, her heart racing as she lowered her gaze. Bai Shilian examined the problem, his tone gentle. The vertex formula is x, b2a. In this case, is 2 and b is -4. Substitute those values in and calculate. He picked up his pen and meticulously wrote down the steps, his handwriting as neat as if printed. Hua Jiang watched his fingers, elegant and artful, her heart fluttering uncontrollably. She took a deep breath, reminding herself, He is so handsome, yet willing to help me with tutoring. Perhaps he truly does not care about a girl's appearance. The tutoring session lasted half an hour, with Bai Shilian explaining patiently and clearly. Yet Hua Jiang found her attention wavering. Lin Xiaoming's encouragement echoed in her mind, fortifying her resolve. Summoning her courage, she softly inquired, Bai Shilian, what do you usually enjoy doing? Besides playing basketball? Bai Shilian paused, looking up at her. Hua Jiang's eyes sparkled with anticipation, resembling an innocent fawn. A warmth flickered within him, and he found himself smiling unconsciously. Not much, really. I sometimes read or play video games. He paused momentarily, his gaze softening slightly. And you? Huajiang did not anticipate his counter-question, her cheeks flushing deeper as she stammered, I enjoy painting and listening to music. She bit her lip, her fingers gently playing with her bangs, summoning the courage to add, perhaps. We could visit an art exhibition together someday. There's an art museum nearby the school that I've heard is quite good. Upon uttering these words, her heart raced as if it might leap from her chest. Fearful of his rejection, anxious that he might grow distant due to her perceived lack of beauty, Bai Shi's gaze lingered on her face for a few seconds, seemingly touched by her innocence. He replied softly, sure, let us go together when we have the time. A sweet blossoming akin to flowers unfurled within Huajiang's heart. She secretly clenched her fist, silently thanking Lin Xiaoming for her matchmaking. Without her encouragement, she might never have dared to take this step. A few days later, Huajiang encountered Bai Shi again at the corner of the stairwell in the teaching building. This time, he was cornered against the wall by an unfamiliar older female student, who entwined her hand around his neck, kissing him with a boldness that was both reckless and audacious. A pang of bitterness surged within Huajiang. She clenched her fists, turning away and running off, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her mind echoing Lin Xiaoming's words. Bai Shi thrives on the initiative of girls. She began to comprehend that Bai Shi's 7-day game was no mere rumor. He welcomed the advances of any girl, like a soulless shell, merely seeking to fill the void within. A deep yearning welled up within Huajiang. She longed to possess him, even if only for 7 days. Clutching her phone tightly, she whispered softly, Bai Shi, I want to be your girlfriend too. Despite the acne hidden beneath her bangs that made her feel insecure, Lin Xiaoming's encouragement had sown a seed within her heart, causing her feelings for Bai Shi to grow ever more fervent. She did not wish to be merely a passerby in his life. Even in the face of unknown challenges, she was willing to embrace the endeavor. Chapter 37. A new beginning. Have you heard the news, Huajiang? Lin Xiaoming's voice emerged from beside her, soft, as if sharing a secret. Huajiang looked up. What news? Lin Xiaoming leaned closer, offering a folded note inscribed with an address, her handwriting meticulous. Bai Shi has been ill, suffering from a high fever for several days and hasn't attended class. I visited him yesterday, and his condition is rather concerning. She paused, a knowing glint flickering in her eyes, her tone soothing as if comforting a child. Aren't you quite concerned about him? Why not pay him a visit? Bring some medicine and fruit. Perhaps he would be touched. Huajiang was taken aback, her fingers tightening around the note, disbelief etched across her features. Me? Is it really all right? Her voice trembled with a heavy dose of self-doubt, as if questioning her own worthiness. Lin Xiaoming's smile softened further, gently patting her shoulder with an encouraging tone. Of course. Huajiang, you mustn't always think so poorly of yourself. Though Bai Shi may seem aloof, he possesses a gentle heart. If you visit him, he will undoubtedly appreciate your gesture. She paused, a glint of cold determination crossing her gaze, her smile deepening. Moreover, this is an opportune moment to reach him. Huajiang's heart raced as she gazed at the note, Bai Shi's visage emerging in her mind, those enchanting peach blossom eyes, gentle as the waters of spring. Biting her lip, she clenched the note, her voice a delicate whisper. Is he really that unwell? Worry flickered in her eyes, yet anticipation lingered more prominently. Indeed, Lin Xiaoming replied in a soft, unwavering tone, I have penned the address. Don't forget to bring some fever-reducing medicine. She rose, turning to leave. Huajiang watched her retreating figure. A tumultuous mix of gratitude for Lin Xiaoming's encouragement and an undercurrent of anxiety surged within her, as if she were being propelled toward an unknown abyss. That afternoon, Huajiang stood before the shelves in a pharmacy, her fingers tracing the packaging of fever medicine, ultimately selecting the most expensive box. She then hurried to a fruit stand, clumsily choosing the ripest apples, as if trying to compensate for her own ordinariness with this thoughtful gesture. Standing beneath Bai Shi's apartment building, she inhaled deeply, lowering her gaze to inspect her school uniform for wrinkles, summoning her courage to ring the doorbell. Her heart raced, palms slick with cold sweat, fingers gripping the plastic bag tightly. She feared Bai Shi would resent her audacity, dreadfully anticipating an impatient look when he opened the door. When the door swung open, Bai Shi stood there, his complexion pale as parchment, a wrinkled shirt clinging to him, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, his gaze unfocused. Upon seeing Huajiang, he paused momentarily, his voice hoarse. "What brings you here?" Huajiang's heart constricted, her gaze dropping as she spoke in a voice so soft it was nearly inaudible. "Sister Xiaoming mentioned you were ill, so I came to check on you." She hurriedly entered the apartment, fidgeting as she placed the medicine and apples on the table, avoiding his gaze. "Have you taken your medicine? Would you like me to make some kanji for you?" Bai Shi leaned against the sofa, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. "No need to trouble yourself. I'm fine." His eyes swept over Huajiang's princess braid, a familiar pang of pain flashing through him. Her resemblance to Lin Xiaoming elicited both warmth and heartache. He lowered his head, striving to conceal the intricate emotions swirling within his gaze, oblivious to the fact that Huajiang was secretly observing him, her eyes brimming with cautious admiration. Huajiang remained silent as she quietly entered the kitchen, clumsily preparing a bowl of plain porridge. When she placed it before him, she said, "Bai Shi, you must get better. I am genuinely worried about you." Bai Shi gazed into her clear eyes and softly replied, "Thank you." Accepting the bowl, he lowered his head and took a sip of the porridge, its warmth soothing his stomach. Huajiang stood before him, as if resolved to make a declaration. Taking a deep breath, her cheeks flushed like ripe apples. Her voice trembled yet bore the unwavering conviction of youth. "Bai Shi, I am aware of your 7-day game. I do not care. I like you, and even if it is for just 7 days, I wish to be your girlfriend. Will you grant me this opportunity?" Her gaze was pure and fervent, revealing her unreserved sincerity. Bai Shi was taken aback, his eyes shimmering with a complex light. He had not anticipated Huajiang's candidness. Her courage and innocence radiated like a beacon. He yearned to refuse her, to convey that he was unworthy, yet the mocking laughter of Lin Xiaoming flickered through his mind. Along with her teasing provocations on the rooftop, he murmured softly, "Are you certain? Huajiang, you will regret this." Huajiang nodded, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, as if she had summoned all her courage. Suddenly, she stepped forward, rising onto her toes, and boldly kissed his lips. Her kiss was inexperienced and awkward, infused with the shyness and determination of youth, as though she had expended every ounce of bravery she possessed. Stepping back slightly, she bit her lip, her voice delicate and trembling. "Bai Shi, I want to be your 7-day girlfriend. May I?" Her eyes were filled with anticipation and anxiety. Bai Shi felt a tightening in his throat and whispered, "All right." His voice was hoarse, laced with a hint of fatigue, as if he were conceding or perhaps surrendering to her courage. Huajiang froze for a moment, then her eyes sparkled with tears, and her lips broke into a wide smile, dimples deepening. "Really? Bai Shi, are you truly willing?" She stepped forward to embrace him, her petite figure trembling, as if she had just awoken from an unbelievable dream. Bai Shi, the heartthrob admired by every girl in school, had accepted her confession. She felt as ordinary as the grass by the roadside. Yet in that moment, she soared as if standing on clouds, overwhelmed with happiness to the brink of fainting. Bai Shi closed his eyes, gently returning her embrace, the warmth of his palms tender and soft. His mind was filled with Lin Xiaoming's mocking laughter and Huajiang's clear gaze, and he let out a soft sigh. He understood that behind this game, Lin Xiaoming's shadow loomed ever-present. Chapter 38. The newcomer 6. As Huajiang left Bai Shi's apartment, her steps were light and buoyant. She could hardly contain her excitement as she dialed Lin Xiaoming's number, her voice brimming with suppressed elation. "Sister Xiaoming, Bai Shi accepted my confession. He said he would consider being my boyfriend." Leaning against the window of her dormitory, Lin Xiaoming's chestnut hair was tousled by the evening breeze, a smirk of triumph playing on her lips. Gazing at the darkening sky outside, she feigned surprise in her tone. "Really? Huajiang, you're incredible. Bai Shi is notoriously difficult." After a brief pause, her voice softened as if soothing a child. "You must seize this opportunity and make him truly fall for you." Once the call ended, the smile on Lin Xiaoming's face instantly faded. To her, Huajiang's happiness was merely a jest, a trap she had woven with her own hands. She understood that Bai Shi's acceptance stemmed not from affection for Hua Jiang, but rather from being under her control, yearning for her attention. Every concession he made, every wavering moment, was simply a consequence of the strings she had pulled. She rose and donned a black knit dress that accentuated her alluring figure, her innocent visage reflecting in the mirror. Before long, she stood at the entrance of Bai Shi's apartment, gently knocking on the door. As the door swung open, Bai Shi inquired, "Did you forget something, Hua Jiang?" Upon seeing Lin Xiaoming, he was momentarily taken aback, his throat dry, his voice hoarse. "What are you doing here?" Without answering, Lin Xiaoming strode inside, shutting the door behind her. She surveyed the room, her gaze landing on the apple and fever-reducing medicine left by Hua Jiang. A mocking smile curling her lips. Approaching Bai Shi, she leaned in, her warm breath whispering in his ear, "I heard you accepted Hua Jiang's confession. Bai Shi, you truly know how to surprise me." Bai Shi's body stiffened, memories of Hua Jiang's innocent kiss and her clear gaze flashing through his mind. Having just shared an intimate moment with Hua Jiang, her warmth still lingered on him. Yet Lin Xiaoming's piercing gaze left him feeling exposed. He instinctively took a step back, murmuring, "Don't touch me, Lin Xiaoming." "What do you want?" Lin Xiaoming scoffed, suddenly yanking him by the collar, pulling him closer. Her fingers glided over his neck, her nails deliberately scraping against his reddened skin, her tone flippant. "What's this? Just after being close with Hua Jiang, you don't want anyone else touching you? Playing the innocent card? Or are you afraid I'll discover just how tainted you are?" Bai Shi felt her words cut deep. He longed to push her away, but his fever rendered him weak as cotton, his arms raised, yet powerless to fall. Clenching his teeth, his voice trembled. "Lin Xiaoming, that's enough. I'm like this because of you." Lin Xiaoming's pupils constricted slightly, a flicker of anger igniting in her eyes. She abruptly dragged him into the bathroom. Turning on the cold water tap, icy streams cascading down, instantly soaking his shirt. Bai Shi was thrust into the bathtub, struggling to rise, only to have his hands bound tightly to the faucet with her belt. The frigid water coursed over him, the biting cold making him shiver uncontrollably. Lin Xiaoming stood at the edge of the tub, her gaze icy, looking down at the disheveled Bai Shi. Her skirt was splashed with water, clinging to her legs. It did nothing to diminish the commanding aura she exuded. "If it gets dirty, it must be clean," Bai Shi remarked. Lin Xiaoming's voice was low, laced with a malicious amusement. She crouched down, seized a bottle of shower gel, and carelessly squeezed out a dollop of foam, applying it to his soaked shirt. Her fingers deliberately grazed his chest, the gesture ambiguous yet steeped in humiliation. "Just moments ago, you were touched by Hua Jiang, and now I am touching you. Does that not excite you?" Bai Shi gritted his teeth, the chill and anger causing them to chatter. His cheeks were pale from the cold water, his lips slightly tinged with purple, yet he defiantly glared at her. "Lin Xiaoming, are you insane? Let me go." His voice was hoarse, weakened by fever, yet it could not conceal the anger and humiliation simmering within. Lin Xiaoming chuckled coldly. She leaned in and pressed her lips against his, her tongue brushing over his lips, cool yet piercing his heart with pain. Grasping his chin, she forced him to look up at her. "Insane? Bai Shi, look at yourself. You played the 7-day game with such delight. Doesn't the thrill of infidelity excite you?" Her breath was warm against his ear, her tone seductive yet piercing. "Tell me, are you still thinking of me, even just after being with Hua Jiang?" He wished to deny it, but Lin Xiaoming's gaze coiled around him like a venomous serpent, ensnaring him inescapably. He murmured, "Please, don't say that." "Beg me?" Lin Xiaoming's smile deepened, as if she had just heard an amusing joke. She abruptly turned off the faucet, leaving only the sound of water droplets hitting the floor, cold and jarring. She untied his belt, leaving deep red marks on Bai Shi's wrist. He struggled to rise from the bathtub, but she pressed her foot firmly against his chest, rendering him immobile. "Bai Shi, the 7-day game must end." Her voice was smooth, like a spell, yet her command was undeniable. She leaned down, her damp fingers gliding over his cheek, pausing at the tear mole, gently caressing it. "Do you think Hua Jiang can free you from me? Don't be foolish." Bai Shi's heart skipped a beat, a flicker of hope flashing in his eyes. He bit his lower lip, his voice hoarse as if pleading, "You fear I might escape you? You still like me, don't you?" His gaze was fragile, as if it could shatter at any moment. Then would you break up with Gao Fan? I won't play this game anymore. I will do as you say. Lin Xiaoming paused for a moment, a cold smile curling at the corners of her mouth, mocking his infatuation. She grasped his chin, forcing him to meet her gaze. Like, how naive of you. She stepped back, her eyes sweeping over his flushed ears and slightly swollen lips, grinning maliciously. By she, you will forever be my toy. Huajiang, she is merely a bone I tossed to you. Did you truly take it seriously? She stood, and let me know if you dare to continue that wretched game. After Lin Xiaoming departed, Bai Shi lay slumped in the bathtub, the cold water saturating his body, the chill seeping into his very bones. Chapter 39. New Beginnings. The bathroom mirror was veiled in a thin mist. Bai Shi wiped a clear patch with his hand, revealing his flushed face. The fever painted his eyes with an unnatural crimson hue. He stared at his reflection, the damp shirt clinging to his skin, outlining his slender silhouette, while disheveled strands of hair concealed the hollowness in his gaze. His breaths were heavy, his chest rising and falling erratically. The 7A game must come to an end. You shall forever be my plaything. Her voice echoed in his mind, laced with malicious laughter, repeatedly slicing through his self-esteem. He loved her, humbly and distortedly, but this affection had long been ground into fragments by her indifference and humiliation, transforming into a relentless hatred. In a whisper, he murmured, Lin Xiaoming, what gave you the right to treat me this way? His gaze fell upon the red wristband, the crack in it mocking his infatuation. Suddenly, he laughed, a pale, resolute laugh. If she wished for him to cease this game, he would comply, but not for her sake, rather, to make her regret it. He refused to believe that she did not care for him at all. If his eyes were filled with others, would she waver even slightly? Would she, like him, experience the agony of a heart being torn asunder? Water droplets fell onto the tiled floor of the bathroom. Bai Shi took a deep breath, forcing himself to stand tall. He would show Lin Xiaoming that he could break free from her grasp, that he could shine brighter than she ever could. He would compel her to regret the destruction of the person who once beat for her. On the morning of the 8th day, sunlight streamed through the classroom windows, casting a warm glow upon the desks, and the air buzzed with the excitement of a new semester. Huajiang stood outside Class 8 of the second year, her fingers clutching the straps of her backpack, feeling exceedingly anxious. She knew Bai Shi's 7-day game concluded today. She ought not to be here, yet an inner obsession urged her to cling to a faint hope. She merely wished to see him once more, even if from a distance. Inside the classroom, Bai Shi leaned against the window, his complexion still pallid, the fever unabated, yet failing to conceal his striking features. Several junior girls surrounded his desk, and one girl, summoning her courage, extended a pink envelope towards him. Bai Shi, I like you. Would you consider it? Bai Shi lowered his gaze to the envelope, pursing his lips, as if accustomed to such scenarios. Just as his fingers brushed the envelope, his peripheral vision caught sight of Hua Jiang outside the door. She stood there, anxiety etched across her face. The innocence of Hua Jiang intertwined with Lin Xiaoming's mocking laughter in his mind, igniting a thought deep within him. He abruptly stood up, shoving the envelope into a drawer with a decisive motion that left the surrounding junior girls momentarily stunned. He turned to the girl who had passed him the letter, his tone calm, yet unmistakably indifferent. Do not come again. I have a girlfriend now. His voice was soft, yet it incited a whispering commotion among the girls. They exchanged bewildered and disappointed glances. Bai Shi disregarded their stares, striding resolutely towards the classroom door, his steps firm as if he had made a momentous decision. Huajiang, seeing him approach, instinctively took a step back, flustered and lowering her gaze, her cheeks flushed like ripe apples. Bai Shi, I was just passing by. Without uttering a word, Bai Shi reached out to grasp her hand, the warmth of his palm sending her heart into disarray. His fingers were long and cool, yet his grip was remarkably firm. He turned his head, his gaze precisely locking onto Lin Xiaoming, who stood by the window, her chestnut hair swaying gently in the breeze. Engaged in conversation with several classmates, she appeared oblivious to his presence. Yet Bai Shi knew that her peripheral vision was undoubtedly observing him. Huajiang, Bai Shi's voice was low and imbued with a hint of tenderness. Please refrain from lingering at the door. Simply come in and seek me out. He lowered his head and offered Hua Jiang a faint smile. Hua Jiang was taken aback, her face flushing crimson as she stammered, I understand. However, Bai Shi's gaze transcended her, landing firmly on Lin Xiaoming. A teasing smirk graced his lips, his eyes ignited with an unprecedented defiance, silently declaring war. Lin Xiaoming, did you not wish for me to cease this game? I have halted, but not for your sake. Lin Xiaoming seemed struck by his gaze, her grip on the pen tightening until her knuckles whitened, a flicker of barely concealed anger flashing in her eyes. Her gaze swept over the hand Bai Shi held with Hua Jiang, lingering on the hair, tie adorning Hua Jiang's princess braid, which matched her own, stirring within her a wave of inexplicable irritation. She forced herself to divert her gaze, feigning indifference, yet the smile on her lips remained icy, devoid of warmth. Bai Shi led Hua Jiang into the classroom, acutely aware that he did not harbor genuine feelings for her. She was merely a tool for his revenge against Lin Xiaoming, a pawn capable of unsettling her. Yet, as he looked down and met Hua Jiang's clear eyes, witnessing the blush that spread across her cheeks from his touch, a flicker of guilt surged within him. Bai Shi, do you truly wish to continue with me? Hua Jiang's voice was soft, her eyes concealing the dreams of a young girl, as if awaiting a fairy tale's conclusion. He replied quietly, of course, tightening his grip on her hand, as if to convince himself, while using her warmth to numb the pain within his heart. In the classroom, the gazes of their classmates surged like a tide. Bai Shi sensed the curiosity, envy, and speculation within those looks, yet he remained indifferent. His focus was solely on Lin Xiaoming's silhouette, fixated on the stiffness of her smile as she turned away. He knew that, in this moment, he had finally pierced her heart, if only for an ephemeral instant. A complex array of emotions surged within Bai Shi, an intoxicating thrill of revenge, the sharp sting of guilt, and an unyielding obsession with Lin Xiaoming. He was uncertain of the ultimate conclusion to this game, yet he was acutely aware that from this moment forth, the battle between himself and Lin Xiaoming had only just begun. Chapter 40, New Beginnings 8, in the depths of Hua Jiang's heart, a tumultuous blend of insecurity and a yearning to be needed resided. Unlike Lin Xiaoming, whose radiant confidence could command the attention of an entire room with a mere glance, Hua Jiang perceived herself as ordinary, akin to a wildflower blooming by the roadside. The girl in the mirror, with her princess braid and overly forced smile, could never hope to rival Lin Xiaoming's brilliance. Yet for Bai Shi, she poured out her heart, convinced that if she devoted enough and loved deeply enough, she could gradually capture his attention. Each morning, before dawn's light graced the sky, she would rise from her slumber, her fingers trembling slightly as she meticulously braided her hair, adjusting every strand with care, hoping for just one more glance from Bai Shi. She would arrive early at the newly opened breakfast stall near the school, queuing to purchase steaming glutinous rice dumplings, the warmth of the paper bag seeping through her palms as if conveying her sentiments. Standing at the entrance of Class 10-8, she would lift her smile, bright as a sunflower in full bloom. Bai Shi, I brought the glutinous rice dumplings from that new place. They're delicious. Her voice rang clear, imbued with uncontainable excitement, her eyes sparkling as they fixed upon him, yearning for a compliment, even if it was merely a perfunctory acknowledgement. Bai Shi leaned against his desk, his gaze cold as frost. He removed one earphone, casting her a fleeting frown, his tone laced with impatience. I don't eat sweets in the morning. He took the bag, placing it casually on the desk. But his gaze inadvertently drifted towards the front row. Lin Xiaoming was engrossed in organizing her notes, her chestnut locks obscuring half her face, seemingly oblivious to the commotion beside her. A wave of irritation surged within him. Hua Jiang remained unaware of his indifference, or perhaps she chose to disregard it. She compelled herself to believe that he was merely in a foul mood, and that one day he would recognize her worth. Leaning closer, her voice softened with cautious hope. How about I take you to try spicy rice cakes for lunch? I've heard that place is truly authentic. She smiled bashfully, her cheeks flushed, resembling a little cat eager to please its master. Bai Shi offered no response, merely muttering a low HM as he donned his earphones once more. retreating into the realm of music to drown out her voice. Huajiang's heart sank slightly, but she bit her lip, assuring herself it was all right. At least he had not outright rejected her. After school, Huajiang mustered her courage to drag him to a nearby internet CF. She knew she had a penchant for gaming, and she was aware that her clumsy maneuvers might irk him, yet she longed to step into his world, even if it meant merely standing at its periphery. Sitting beside him, she ventured, "Bai Shi, could you teach me how to play ADC? I keep dying." She bit her lip, her tone tinged with a hint of coaxing, her fingers flailing as she controlled her character, the figure on the screen falling repeatedly. Stealing a glance at him, she feared her ineptitude would only serve to further frustrate him. Bai Shi's gaze remained fixated on her screen, his brow furrowing deeper with every passing moment. Coldly, he remarked, "Why are you clicking the mouse haphazardly? You're positioned too far forward. It's no wonder you keep getting caught." His voice dripped with impatience, as if her clumsiness had vexed him. A pang of hurt shot through Huajiang. Yet she forced a smile, playfully sticking out her tongue, feigning nonchalance. "It's all right. I'll practice more. Next time, I'll make sure you praise me." She leaned closer, peppering him with questions about the screen, her shoulder nearly brushing against his arm, desperate to linger by his side for just a moment longer. Bai Shi's body stiffened, instinctively pushing away the chair, her tone growing colder. "You can play by yourself. I'm going out for a smoke." Rising from her seat, she left Huajiang alone before the screen. Huajiang's smile faltered for a moment, yet she mustered the strength to continue the game. She focused on the screen, her eyes stinging, whispering to herself, "It's all right. As long as I try a little harder, he will come to like me." At 9 in the evening, Huajiang curled up in her dormitory blanket, her fingers tightly gripping her phone. After much hesitation, she finally dialed Bai Shi's number. She was aware that he disliked her frequent calls, but she couldn't resist the urge to hear his voice, even if it was only a few indifferent words. The call connected, and Bai Shi, just out of the shower, spoke in a low, irritated tone. "Huajiang, I told you not to call me so often." Busu. Huajiang was taken aback, her voice delicate as if it might shatter. "Oh, all right, then you should get some rest." Before hanging up, she softly added, "Good night, Bai Shi." Biting her lip, tears welled in her eyes, yet she forced herself not to cry. She dug out the photos she had secretly taken earlier that day, Bai Shi's side profile, frowning at the screen in the internet CF. Huajiang's insecurities shadowed her persistently. She was acutely aware of Bai Shi's past with Lin Xiaoming, the scars he bore within, and she knew she might never measure up to that radiant girl. Nevertheless, she was unwilling to give up. She began to exert herself more diligently to win his affection, observing his preferences, noting every unintentional frown or smile. She discovered his fondness for iced Americanos and began to queue at the coffee shop each morning, purchasing his favorite flavor and casually presenting it to him. "Bai Shi, I got this on my way. You should give it a try." She learned to stay up late studying game strategies, determined not to hold him back during their next gaming session. She even began to emulate Lin Xiaoming's fashion, yet when she looked in the mirror, she felt like a ridiculous imitation. On the weekend, Huajiang mustered her courage to message Bai Shi, inviting him to join her for a meal with friends to celebrate her birthday, hoping he would see her sincerity and bravery. Bai Shi initially intended to decline, but upon recalling Lin Xiaoming's scornful smile, he reluctantly agreed. Donning a crisp white shirt, he pushed open the door to the private dining room, only to freeze in surprise. There were merely 3 sets of cutlery laid out on the table, with Huajiang and a middle-aged couple sitting there. The table was adorned with an exquisite cake and a few home-cooked dishes, devoid of any other friends. Chapter 41. New beginnings. As soon as Huajiang spotted him, her eyes sparkled like stars. She rose and urged him to sit down. "Bai Shi, you're here. These are my parents." Her laughter was shy, her cheeks flushed, as if she were proudly displaying a precious treasure. Huajiang's parents looked up, their gazes filled with astonishment and approval. Huajiang's mother smiled and remarked, "Xiaoxi is truly handsome, even more so than in the photos. Huajiang often speaks of you, saying how well you treat her." Huajiang's father nodded, his tone gentle. "We appreciate your care for our Huajiang." Bai Shi remained frozen in his seat, utterly at a loss, his palms clammy with cold sweat. He had never met the girl's parents and had never imagined being perceived as her default boyfriend. He opened his mouth to explain, but the expectation in Hua Zhang's eyes and the warmth radiating from her parents rendered him speechless. All he could manage was a reluctant nod, murmuring, I will take good care of her. His voice was dry, akin to a cornered beast driven to desperation. Deep within, a wave of resistance surged. He did not wish to be misunderstood by Hua Zhang's family, nor did he want to be ensnared by this false affection. Hua Zhang's smile grew sweeter as she subtly grasped his hand, the warmth of her palm igniting a desire to withdraw, yet he found himself unable to do so. At the dining table, Hua Zhang's parents engaged in casual conversation, occasionally praising his looks and academic prowess, while Bai Shi could only force a smile, responding perfunctorily. His gaze often drifted to the window, yet his heart was filled with the shadow of Lin Xiaoming. If she were present, would she waver at the sight of his new life? But he knew that this entire scenario was merely a form of self-deception and revenge. Hua Zhang's clinginess never wavered. She relished taking Bai Shi for walks near the school, humming Lin Youjia's "Suddenly Thinking of You," her voice as clear as mountain spring water. The sorrow and depth within the lyrics flushed her cheeks and shaped her eyes into crescents. In a night alone, where should my heart be placed? After embracing, where should my hands rest? Bai Shi trailed behind her, hands shoved in his pockets, his brow furrowed. He interrupted coldly, "Stop singing, it's noisy." His tone was icier than usual, as if stirred by the memories evoked by the lyrics, his yearning for Lin Xiaoming. Hua Zhang paused momentarily, stuck out her tongue, and laughed carefreely. "All right, I'll keep it down." She lowered her voice and continued to hum, her steps light as a bird. Observing her silhouette, Bai Shi felt an even greater agitation within. He did not wish to be moved by her warmth, whether due to a profound distrust of emotions or an unshakable obsession with Lin Xiaoming. Hua Zhang still loved taking photos of him. Her phone brimmed with images of his profile, his back, and even moments when he wiped sweat from his brow on the basketball court. She claimed it was a record of life, and every time she finished capturing a shot, she would excitedly show him, "Look at this one. My Xiaoxi's peach blossom eyes are so beautiful." Bai Shi would always respond with a scowl, coldly stating, "I don't like it." His words were frigid, as if erecting a tall wall to deter her approach. He feared that these photographs would make him accustomed to her presence, afraid he might inadvertently develop feelings for her. As night deepened, a faint scent of laundry detergent permeated Bai Shi's apartment. The curtains were half drawn, and moonlight cast mottled shadows upon the floor. When the doorbell rang, he felt seized by an inexplicable premonition. He opened the door to find Lin Xiaoming leaning against the frame, her chestnut hair glimmering softly under the dim light, a hint of an intriguing smile gracing her lips. "Are you truly planning to pursue a relationship with Hua Zhang indefinitely?" "Bai Shi, you can't possibly have developed feelings for her, can you?" Bai Shi lowered his gaze, his voice calm, yet laced with defiance. "I will take responsibility for her." Lin Xiaoming's pupils constricted slightly, a flicker of anger crossing her features. In a sudden movement, she pushed him back, pinning him to the sofa, kissing him with fervor, playfully nibbling at his lips, her fingers slipping into his shirt, teasingly tracing his chest, igniting sparks that could not be extinguished. "And what about me? Shouldn't you also take responsibility for me?" Her voice was husky, laced with temptation. Bai Shi's breath caught, his body involuntarily responding, blood boiling within his veins. Yet, Lin Xiaoming's touch felt like poison, a mixture of allure and torment. He forcibly pushed her away, his chest heaving, voice hoarse. "Lin Xiaoming, you wish for my commitment? Then you must first end things with Gao Fan." Lin Xiaoming rose, her tone icy. "End things? Bai Shi, you have no right to impose conditions on me." She stepped closer, leaning down to whisper in his ear, her breath warm. "For the next few nights, you will obediently wait at home for me." Her voice was soft as a siren's song, yet carried an undeniable command. In the subsequent days, Lin Xiaoming appeared at Bai Shi's apartment almost every night. Her presence was like a tempest, kissing him, teasing him, even staying the night. Her touch was akin to flames, reducing Bai Shi's rationality to ashes. With each brush of her fingers against his skin, each kiss on his neck, he felt like a drowning man, yearning for her salvation, yet sinking deeper into her grasp. He was acutely aware of his betrayal towards Hua Zhang. Her innocence and warmth shone like a beacon, attempting to illuminate the shadows within his heart. Yet Lin Xiaoming's advances were like an addiction, ensnaring him time and again. He found himself increasingly at a loss on how to confront Hua Jiang. Her genuine affection mirrored his own inadequacies and hypocrisy, rendering him utterly ashamed. He longed to bring an end to this entanglement, to liberate himself from the weight of guilt, yet feared the pain it would inflict upon her clear, innocent eyes. Chapter 42. The new beginning at school. Lin Xiaoming's provocations were no longer confined to private moments. One day, during recess, she deliberately intercepted Bai Shi at the entrance of Class 8, Year 2, leaning close to whisper in his ear, her breath warm. "It seems you enjoyed yourself quite a bit last night, didn't you?" Her fingers grazed his hand subtly, a teasing smile dancing on her lips. Bai Shi's body stiffened. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Hua Jiang approaching with a stack of homework, and he whispered in desperation, "Lin Xiaoming, please don't do this at school." His voice trembled, laced with a hint of despair, as if he were trying to protect the last vestige of purity. Lin Xiaoming raised an eyebrow, her smile becoming even more wicked. "Afraid Hua Jiang might see? Then you'd better be more obedient tonight." She deliberately raised her voice, her tone flippant, attracting the curious gazes of their classmates. Bai Shi clenched his fists until his knuckles turned pale, and he could only bow his head and walk away briskly, the intertwining feelings of shame and anger nearly suffocating him. He began to avoid Hua Jiang's gaze. Each time she brought him breakfast or coaxed him into a walk, he responded with a cold indifference. When Hua Jiang called him that evening, he chose not to answer. He stared at his vibrating phone, guilt surging within him like a tidal wave. It could only send a terse reply, "Busy." Hua Jiang responded with a gentle "Okay, good night." After school that day, Lin Xiaoming cornered Bai Shi on the rooftop of the teaching building. The setting sun elongated her shadow, her chestnut hair swaying gently in the breeze. With her arms crossed, she scanned the red wristband on Bai Shi's arm and smiled meaningfully. "Hua Jiang has been quite clingy lately, hasn't she? Bringing you breakfast, playing games with you. Even her parents have met you. Are you really planning to be her boyfriend?" Bai Shi spoke softly. "Lin Xiaom, I can break up with Hua Jiang, but you must reconcile with me." His gaze was fragile, as if it might shatter at any moment, filled with a plea, offering his last vestige of loyalty. Lin Xiaoming leaned against the wall, her eyes icy, her smile malicious. "Reconcile? Bai Shi, you are too naive." She leaned in closer, her minty breath brushing against his face, stinging his eyes. "I thrive on this thrill. If you break up with Hua Jiang, I won't come looking for you again." Bai Shi stood frozen, his pupils slightly trembling, suddenly realizing that Lin Xiaoming had never loved him. Every kiss, every provocation was merely a part of her game. He understood that he had embarked on an irreversible path. He loathed himself, and he loathed Lin Xiaoming, but he feared even more. If one day Lin Xiaoming truly let go, would his heart become entirely hollow, devoid of any support? As for Hua Jiang, he needed to swiftly terminate this false relationship, not only to alleviate his guilt, but also to prevent her genuine feelings from becoming a casualty in his game with Lin Xiaoming. Hua Jiang's smile gradually faded as she began to notice Bai Shi's gaze towards Lin Xiaoming. His amber eyes concealed a complex array of emotions: anger, longing, and pain, like an inextricable knot. Whenever Lin Xiaoming looked at Bai Shi, a subtle smile always lingered at the corners of her mouth, as if toying with a bird trapped in a cage. One day during recess, Hua Jiang, clutching her homework, walked towards the classroom and caught sight of Lin Xiaoming pulling Bai Shi into the stairwell. Lin Xiaoming's fingers provocatively glided along the collar of Bai Shi's shirt, leaning in to whisper in his ear, her breath imbued with an alluring ambiguity. Bai Shi lowered his gaze, the contours of his profile illuminated by the dim light, revealing a flawless curvature, yet his pupils betrayed a silent agony. Hua Jiang's footsteps faltered, an ache rising within her that rendered her almost breathless. She turned away, compelling herself to quicken her pace, bowing her head to conceal the tears shimmering in her eyes. She began to grasp that Bai Shi's indifference was not born from any misstep on her part, but rather from the fact that his heart had long been claimed by another woman. From that day forth, Hua Jiang began to distance herself from Lin Xiaoming. She ceased to seek her out for tutoring, no longer responding to her seemingly concerned inquiries. Whenever Lin Xiaoming cheerfully asked about her recent interactions with Bai Shi, Hua Jiang would simply mumble a brief acknowledgement, hastily concocting excuses to depart. A tumult of complex emotions surged within her. Disappointment in Lin Xiaoming, a lingering resentment towards Bai Shi, and a mocking self-reproach for her blind trust. She had once believed Lin Xiaoming to be her sister, only to realize that she had unwittingly become her greatest adversary. Chapter 43. The newborn 11 Lin Xiaoming remained utterly indifferent to Hua Zhang's attitude. In fact, she derived a certain pleasure from Hua Zhang's aloofness, as if she were savoring a splendid performance of her own direction. When Hua Jiang was absent, she intensified her provocations towards Bai Shi, seemingly intent on causing his defenses to collapse entirely. One afternoon after school, she intercepted Bai Shi in an empty classroom of the teaching building. Leaning closer, her fingers grazed his Adam's apple. "You've been quite obedient lately, Bai Shi," she purred, her voice soft yet laced with mockery. "Spending the day feigning affection with Hua Jiang and waiting patiently for me at night. Your life appears rather fulfilling." He yearned to retort, but feared inciting her wrath, which might drive her away for good. "Lin Xiaoming, what exactly do you want from me?" he murmured. Lin Xiaoming raised an eyebrow, her hand lifting to lightly tap his chest. Her tone was both ambiguous and perilous. "Because you amuse me, Bai Shi. The more you resist, the more I desire to tighten my grasp on you." Her fingers trailed down his chest, halting at his belt, where she tugged with a slight force. Her movements provocative and audacious. "Or do you believe Hua Jiang can fulfill you?" Bai Shi's body quivered, and he seized her wrist abruptly, his voice hoarse. "Stop it, Lin Xiaoming. What about you and Gao Fan? If you truly cared for me, you wouldn't torment me like this." Lin Xiaoming scoffed, shaking off his grip with a sharp tone. "Torment? Do you think this is torment?" She pushed him against the wall, her lips near his ear, her breath warm. "Bai Shi, do you know what I despise the most? It's your victim-like demeanor." Bai Shi's voice was thick with despair. "Lin Xiaoming, why must you act this way?" His gaze pierced her eyes, filled with anger and confusion. "If you're unwilling to part with Gao Fan, why treat me this way?" She took a step back, crossing her arms, her eyes sweeping over the flushed skin behind his ears, a playful smile gracing her lips. "Provocation? Bai Shi, your face is irresistible to anyone who lays eyes upon it." Leaning closer, she continued, "Even if we're not together, merely watching you in this state brings me joy." Bai Shi's eyelashes trembled slightly, casting long shadows beneath his eyes, accentuating the allure of the tear mole on his cheek. Suddenly, he felt a wave of revulsion, not towards Lin Xiaoming, but towards himself. He loathed how easily her provocations swayed him, hated that he clung to her despite knowing she did not love him, and despised himself for using Hua Zhang's genuine affection to mask this twisted obsession. His voice trembled with suppressed rage. "Lin Xiaoming, aren't you disgusted? I've had enough. I don't want to deceive Hua Jiang any longer." Lin Xiaoming raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of amusement in her eyes. She seized his wrist, the red thread on her bracelet swaying under the light, her laughter cold. "Not wanting to deceive? Then why don't you refuse me?" Her fingers tightened around his chin, forcing him to meet her gaze, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Like a cornered beast. Bai Shi, don't pretend to be so noble. You know you cannot live without me. Yet here you are, trying to set conditions." Bai Shi's chest heaved violently, his cheeks flushed with anger. He suddenly wrenched free from her grasp, his voice hoarse as he roared, "Lin Xiaoming, you know it all too well. You've always known, in the depths of my heart, there is only you. Why must you push me towards other women? Why must I endure such torment?" Lin Xiaoming was taken aback, her pupils narrowing slightly, as if struck by his outburst. She had not anticipated Bai Shi's candid revelation of his feelings, that humble yet fervent emotion flickering within her like a flame, momentarily causing her to waver. However, she swiftly masked that fleeting emotion, a cold smile curving her lips. "Only me? Bai Shi, you really know how to embellish your own image." She stepped back, her gaze sweeping over his trembling shoulders, her tone icy. "You're in pain? I see you reveling in it. Isn't mingling with so many others enjoyable for you?" Baishi's heart sank abruptly, as if her indifference had shattered him entirely. That night, Lin Xiaoming reappeared at Baishi's apartment. She closed the door behind her with a decisive motion and approached him directly, her breath warm against his ear. Baishi, did you not say you did not wish to deceive Huajiang? Then prove it to me. She forcefully pushed him onto the bed, her skirt cascading down. Her fingers glided over the buttons of his shirt, unfastening one after another, her movements both suggestive and assertive. Baishi's body stiffened, his voice hoarse and pleading. Lin Xiaoming, please don't do this. But before he could finish, her lips were upon his, a kiss both domineering and merciless. She pinned him against the sheets, the warm glow of the bedside lamp casting light upon his tousled hair, his open shirt, and the flushed skin of his neck, which gleamed with an ivory radiance under the lamp's warm illumination. His collarbone's elegant and sensual curve resembled a meticulously crafted piece of art. Lin Xiaoming took a half step back, retrieving her phone, the camera aimed at him, capturing the moment with a click. She lowered her head to inspect the photo, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. Baishi, this picture turned out quite well. It has a certain allure. She leaned closer, her voice soft as a siren's yet laced with undeniable threat. From now on, behave yourself, or these photos might inadvertently find their way to Huajiang's phone, or perhaps be posted on the school bulletin board. You surely wouldn't want everyone to know of your infidelity. Baishi's cheeks flushed with shame, his eyes glistening as if shrouded in mist. He lunged forward to snatch the phone, but she nimbly evaded him. She smirked coldly, pushing him back onto the bed. Upset? Baishi, you have no right to be angry. Her gaze traveled over his trembling shoulders and that face so exquisitely beautiful it could ensnare anyone. Her tone flippant. Did you not say that there is only me in your heart? Then prove it to me. Demonstrate that you will obey my wishes and continue your relationship with Huajiang as I expect. Baishi's voice emerged hoarse, yet it could not conceal the anger and despair within. Lin Xiaoming, you are insane. I hate you. Lin Xiaoming's smile deepened. She leaned in, her fingers gliding across his cheek, resting delicately on the beauty mark, caressing it lightly. Insane? Baishi, look at yourself. You could easily tell me no. She straightened, casting one last remark. Think carefully about how to be my plaything, and do not force me to send out those photos. Chapter 44 New Beginnings 12. A month slipped away like fine sand in an hourglass, silently eroding the innocence of Huajiang and accumulating deeper feelings of guilt and anguish within Baishi's heart. Huajiang's clinginess never wavered. Each morning, she continued to appear punctually at the entrance of Class 8, Grade 2, breakfast in hand, smiling like a blooming sunflower. She endeavored to fill Baishi's indifference with her warmth. Baishi found himself increasingly at a loss on how to confront Huajiang. Her persistence left him breathless. After school one day, Huajiang invited Baishi to meet on a bench at the back playground. She held a delicate scrapbook, its cover adorned with colorful stars and hearts, inscribed with 30 days of Baishi and Huajiang. With a shy smile and a delicate voice, she said, Baishi, I have recorded everything from this past month, along with your photos. I want to give it to you. Baishi accepted the scrapbook, flipping to the first page, which was filled with his pictures, him concentrating on homework in the classroom, furrowing his brows at the screen in an internet CF, and a candid side profile taken by her in a restaurant. Beside each photo was a neatly handwritten entry, brimming with her excitement and anticipation. January 10th. Baishi taught me to play games. Even though he said I was bad, he promised we would play together again. I'm so happy. January 15th. Baishi smiled today. His smile is so beautiful like sunshine. I secretly took a photo, and he doesn't know, hee hee. February 10th. On my birthday. My parents really liked Baishi. He said he would take good care of me. Am I dreaming? Baishi's expression darkened, his brows knitting together as he spoke coldly. Huajiang, I told you I don't like taking pictures. He abruptly closed the scrapbook, rising to toss it into the nearby trash bin with a decisive motion, as if discarding something scalding. Huajiang froze, her eyes instantly glistening with unshed tears. She bit her lip, stifling the urge to cry. Baishi, I just wanted to make you happy. She lowered her head, clutching the hem of her skirt. Forcing a smile, she murmured, It's okay. I won't take pictures next time. Please don't be angry, all right? Baishi turned his back to her, a flicker of guilt passing through him. Yet it was overshadowed by a surge of unvented frustration. He replied coldly, "Don't do this again. I don't need it." Huajiang stood rooted in place, staring at the scrapbook in the trash, as a tear finally slipped down her cheek. She crouched down, trembling as she retrieved the scrapbook, brushing off the dust and holding it tightly to her chest. Her voice was delicate and fractured. "Baishi, why do you always act this way?" She recognized her position as an interloper in the entangled relationship between Baishi and Lin Xiaoming. She had heard too many rumors about them. The legendary romance of the campus heartthrob and the class monitor, how it had stirred the entire school, and how it ended in betrayal. She had also overheard classmates whispering that Baishi's 7-day game was merely an act of revenge against Lin Xiaoming. But he could not let go of her. Yet, Huajiang chose to feign ignorance. She reassured herself that Baishi was her boyfriend now, at least for this moment. He belonged to her. She feared piercing through this fragile facade, terrified that Baishi would leave her without hesitation and return to Lin Xiaoming. She preferred to pretend that everything was normal, to keep him with her through her gentleness, even if this affection was as fragile as a bubble. Upon returning to her dormitory, she perused the photographs, her fingertips gliding over the delicate profile of Baishi, a pang of bittersweet sorrow constricting her chest. She understood that Baishi's aloofness stemmed not merely from a disdain for being photographed, but rather from the undeniable truth that his heart had never belonged to her. Once again, after school, Huajiang pulled Baishi towards a nearby milk tea shop, attempting to soften his deepening indifference with sugary beverages. She ordered a strawberry milkshake. Smiling cautiously, "Baishi, this flavor is absolutely delightful. You should give it a try." She extended the straw to his lips, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Baishi frowned and pushed her hand away, his tone impatient. "I don't drink this kind of stuff." He lowered his gaze to his phone, the screen illuminating an unread message, the name Lin Xiaoming glaring like a knife. Huajiang's smile froze, her fingers tightening around the cup, nails digging into her palm. Forcing herself to shift the conversation, she suggested, "How about we go see a movie this weekend? There's a new romantic film that I've heard is wonderful." Without lifting his head, Baishi coldly replied, "I'm busy." His detached tone sent a jolt of pain through Huajiang's heart. Biting her lip, she murmured, "All right, then I'll go alone." That evening, summoning her courage, Huajiang called Baishi, yearning to understand why he had grown increasingly distant. The phone rang for what felt like an eternity before it connected, but Baishi's voice was laced with evident irritation. "Huajiang, I told you I'm busy." In the background, she faintly heard a girl's soft laughter, a sound so familiar that it made Huajiang's heart constrict. It was Lin Xiaoming's voice. Huajiang's throat tightened, her voice trembling. "Baishi, where are you?" Though she already knew the answer, she could not help but ask. Baishi fell silent for a few seconds before responding frostily, "At the apartment. We can talk about it tomorrow." He hung up with a finality that felt like discarding an inconvenience. Staring at the darkened screen of her phone, tears slipped silently down her cheeks. She realized that Baishi was once again in Lin Xiaoming's presence. She yearned to confront him, to shatter the facade of their reality. But the fear deep within her held her back. If she compelled him to choose, he would undoubtedly select Lin Xiaoming without hesitation. She was merely an interloper, and this stolen happiness had never truly belonged to her. Wiping away her tears, she reassured herself, "It's all right. At least he is still mine for now." Chapter 45. The Shattering on this day. Gao Fan returned to school to visit Huajiang. Lin Xiaoming had long been prepared, meticulously orchestrating a chance encounter. Along the shaded path beside the playground, Baishi held Huajiang's hand, who nestled close to him, her smile radiating sweetness as she basked in happiness. She clutched his fingers tightly, as if fearing he might vanish at any moment. Lin Xiaoming and Gao Fan approached from the opposite side. Her gaze was as frigid as frost, her lips curling into the habitual cold smirk of a hunter eyeing her prey. Gao Fan, clad in a black tank top, wore his usual roguish grin, yet his expression faltered slightly upon spotting Baishi and Huajiang. "Huajiang, come here," Gao Fan's voice commanded, laced with impatience. Huajiang froze, releasing Baishi's hand and trotting over, her voice delicate. "Brother, what brings you here?" Baishi's pupils dilated, his mind blank. "Brother?" Hua Jiang was Gao Fan's sister? He glanced at Gao Fan's roguish grin, then at Lin Xiaomeng's indifferent gaze, his heart sinking. He finally comprehended that Lin Xiaomeng had been scheming from the very beginning. Hua Jiang's presence, her affection, her jealousy, all meticulously crafted traps. Lin Xiaomeng stepped forward, positioning herself before the trio, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. She turned her attention to Hua Jiang, her words dripping with malice. "Hua Jiang, do you know why she hasn't answered your calls at night lately?" She paused, her gaze sweeping over Baishi's shattered demeanor, her smile deepening. "It's because I've been spending the night at his apartment." Hua Jiang's complexion drained of color, her dimples vanishing, eyes glimmering with unshed tears, as if trust had been pierced by betrayal. She trembled, turning to Baishi. "Baishi, is it true?" "Baishi what Daiden?" Desperate to explain, but unable to utter a single word. He wished to convey to Hua Jiang that he had never intended to hurt her. Gao Fan's face darkened, veins bulging, his eyes ablaze with fury. He lunged at Lin Xiaomeng, fist raised, roaring, "Lin Xiaomeng, have you lost your mind?" His voice was hoarse, filled with rage and humiliation, reminiscent of an enraged beast. Baishi instinctively moved, unhesitatingly positioning himself in front of Lin Xiaomeng. Seizing Gao Fan's fist and pushing him away, the two engaging in a fierce struggle. Fists and curses intertwined in the air, Baishi's school uniform ripped, a trickle of blood emerging from the corner of his mouth. Yet he steadfastly shielded Lin Xiaomeng. "Brother, stop!" Hua Jiang screamed, tears streaming down her cheeks. Her voice choked with emotion. She dashed forward, her petite form wedging between the two, desperately clutching Gao Fan's waist in an attempt to pull him away. "Please, don't fight. Brother, I beg you." Her tears soaked Gao Fan's shirt, a plea laden with helplessness. Gao Fan panted, his fist poised in midair, momentarily tethered to reason by Hua Jiang's cries. He shot a fierce glare at Baishi, pushed Hua Jiang away, and turned to Lin Xiaomeng, bellowing, "Lin Xiaomeng, I can tolerate your vile behavior, but why drag Hua Jiang into this?" Yet a flicker of pain crossed his eyes, as if he were reproaching himself for his sister's suffering. Hua Jiang stood frozen, tear-filled eyes fixated on Baishi, her voice delicate yet despairing. "Baishi, why? Why do you still protect her?" Gao Fan turned, his gaze piercing through Baishi with intensity. "Baishi, how can you still protect her after Lin Xiaomeng has treated you and my sister this way?" His tone was laced with anger and confusion, his fists clenched tightly, the sound of knuckles cracking echoing the suppressed urge to strike again. "She betrayed you, humiliated you, toyed with you like a mere dog. Are you out of your mind or hopelessly pathetic?" Baishi leaned against the tree trunk, gasping for breath, blood staining the corner of his mouth. His school uniform tattered and hanging loosely on him. He murmured softly, I don't know." His voice was hoarse, seemingly an answer to Gao Fan, while also a question directed at himself. Lin Xiaomeng stood to the side, her gaze coldly surveying the chaos, a deep smirk gracing her lips. She observed Baishi, bloodied and protective of her, witnessed Hua Jiang's breakdown, tears streaming down her face, and noted Gao Fan's fury spiraling out of control, a twisted satisfaction swelling within her. "Gao Fan," Lin Xiaomeng finally spoke, her tone flippant. "Aren't you fond of thrill? Isn't this exhilarating enough?" Pausing, her eyes shifted to Hua Jiang, her smile turning venomous. "Hua Jiang, how does it feel to know your brother's girlfriend is sleeping with your boyfriend?" Hua Jiang's body trembled, tears streaming uncontrollably as she covered her mouth, nearly collapsing. She looked at Baishi, her eyes filled with shattered trust. "Baishi, you really, truly are with her." Her words trailed off, choked by her emotions. Gao Fan raised his fist again, but Hua Jiang clung to him desperately. "Brother, enough. Please stop." Her voice quivered, her frail form shaking like a leaf in autumn. Gao Fan's fury burned like an inferno, distorting the very air around him. His fist hung in air, veins bulging, his eyes glinting with unrestrained anger and humiliation. He forcefully shook off Hua Jiang's grasp, pointing at Lin Xiaomeng, his voice hoarse as if wrenched from the depths of his throat. "Lin Xiaomeng, Are you even human? His gaze shifted back to Bai Shi, dripping with unabashed disdain. And you, Bai Shi, are you truly so despicable as to protect her? Wasn't it her betrayal that led you to me in the first place? Leaning against the tree, Bai Shi suddenly chuckled, the sound hollow and absurd, as if mocking both himself and the farce unfolding around him. He slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over Gao Fan's furious face, then landing on Lin Xiaoming's cold smile. His voice was low and gravelly. Indeed, wasn't that how she treated me back then? Now it's your turn, Gao Fan. He paused, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. You say you can't articulate your feelings? Neither can I. It just feels utterly absurd. His words fell like a stone in the chaotic scene, stirring a strange silence. Hua Jiang's tears continued to flow, her body trembling as she pressed her mouth shut, her gaze locked on Bai Shi, as if seeking a final glimmer of hope. Gao Fan stood momentarily stunned before erupting. Absurd? How dare you speak of absurdity? You know exactly who she is. Yet you keep walking into her traps. He stepped forward, gripping Bai Shi's collar, his fist nearly brushing his face. Wake up. She doesn't love you. She loves no one. She is just a lunatic. Bai Shi offered no resistance, merely gazing silently at Gao Fan, a flicker of complex emotion illuminating his eyes. He whispered, I know. These two words fell as lightly as a feather, yet their weight rendered Gao Fan's fist frozen in midair. His gaze drifted past Gao Fan, settling upon Lin Xiaoming, whose innocent face was adorned with a triumphant smile, as if she reveled in the tragic play she had orchestrated. A wave of bitterness surged within him, mingled with anger, pain, and a trace of affection he was reluctant to acknowledge. Suddenly, Hua Jiang dashed forward, collapsing beside Bai Shi, her frail figure trembling as she clutched his arm. Her tears soaked his school uniform. Bai Shi, I don't care. Truly, I don't care about you and her. Just please don't leave me. She lifted her tear-streaked face to him, imploringly. I can pretend nothing ever happened. I can act as if I don't know. I beg you, don't break up with me. Bai Shi was taken aback. Hua Jiang's plea pierced through his already battered heart. Lowering his head, he beheld Hua Jiang's clear eyes, and a tide of guilt surged within him, nearly overwhelming him. Gao Fan, seething with rage, spoke with a voice laden with anguish and fury. Hua Jiang, have you lost your mind? He is not worth it. He has betrayed you, frolicking with this woman, and you still so humbly plead for him? His fists clenched audibly, a flicker of heartbreak crossing his features. You are my sister. I will not allow you to demean yourself in such a way. Hua Jiang shook her head, tears streaming even faster down her cheeks. Her grip on Bai Shi's arm tightening. Brother, I love him. I do not care what he has done, as long as he wishes to be with me. Her voice dripped with despair. Bai Shi, I implore you, tell me you will not leave me. Lin Xiaoming stood aside, her gaze coldly sweeping over Hua Jiang's breakdown, her smile growing ever more malicious. Suddenly, she stepped forward, positioning herself before Bai Shi, her laughter light, yet laced with a chilling undertone. Bai Shi, how intriguing. Does Hua Jiang's unwavering devotion move you? Pausing, her eyes bore into Bai Shi's, her smile flippant. If I were to cast off Gao Fan now, would you still choose Hua Jiang? Her words detonated like a bomb, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Gao Fan's pupils constricted sharply, rage threatening to consume him. Lin Xiaoming, what the hell did you just say? He stepped forward, seizing her collar, his voice hoarse and primal. If anyone is to end this, it will be me, you wretched girl. Lin Xiaoming smirked, undeterred as she met his gaze, her fingers playfully tracing his chest. Gao Fan, I didn't mind your dalliances with other women. Why are you so furious? She pushed his hand away, turning her attention to Bai Shi, a glimmer of mischief in her eyes. Bai Shi, answer me. Do you want Hua Jiang, or do you want me? Chapter 46. The collapse too. Bai Shi's heart skipped a beat, his mind awash with the tears of Hua Jiang and the mocking smile of Lin Xiaoming. His gaze flitted between the two. Hua Jiang's warmth shone like a beacon, while Lin Xiaoming's addiction loomed like an abyss, tempting him to plunge into its depths. His throat tightened as he murmured, Lin Xiaoming, would you truly forsake him for me? Lin Xiaoming raised an eyebrow, her laughter carefree. Of course, as long as you declare your desire for me. Her tone was frivolous, casting a new net that ensnared Bai Shi, leaving him with no avenue of escape. Her eyes swept over Hua Zhang's devastated expression, a flicker of triumph igniting within her gaze. Yet, looking at Hua Zhang's state, could you bear to do this? Hua Zhang's tears flowed uncontrollably, her voice choked, barely discernible. Bai Shi, please. Don't choose her. She will ruin you. She does not love you. I will do anything for you. I love you, truly love you. I beg you, do not leave me. Bai Shi's body went rigid. He desired to push her away, yet his hand involuntarily rested on her shoulder, gently patting her as though soothing a wounded creature. Gao Fan scoffed, disappointment flickering in his eyes. Bai Shi, you are truly beyond redemption. He turned to Lin Xiaoming, his gaze icy. You are indeed ruthless. I will settle this debt with you in due time. He seized Hua Zhang's wrist, attempting to pull her away. Hua Zhang, Gulme, do not humiliate yourself here. Yet, Hua Zhang clung tightly to Bai Shi, shaking her head and crying out, I will not leave. Brother, I will not go. Her voice was delicate yet resolute, imbued with an undeniable tenacity. Bai Shi, tell me, whom do you choose? Speak. Bai Shi's throat constricted. His gaze oscillated between Lin Xiaoming and Hua Zhang. He whispered, I. His voice was hoarse, laden with exhaustion and despair, as if responding to everyone and questioning himself simultaneously. Lin Xiaoming's cold laughter rang out, her arms crossed. Her gaze sharp. Bai Shi, do not keep me waiting too long. Her tone bore an undeniable command, reminding him that she would always be the master of this game. Bai Shi closed his eyes, his mind filled with Lin Xiaoming's mocking laughter, Hua Zhang's tears, and Gao Fan's furious shouts. A surreal emptiness welled up within him, as if something of great significance was silently slipping away. He understood that, regardless of whom he chose, there would be no victor in this game. He murmured softly, Lin Xiaoming, you have won. Hua Zhang trembled, her tears falling more rapidly. She released Bai Shi and collapsed to the ground, the light in her eyes extinguished. Bai Shi, I beg you. Gao Fan snorted coldly, a glimmer of pity crossing his face. Hua Zhang, let us go. He is unworthy. He pulled Hua Zhang away, not looking back as they departed, his silhouette appearing particularly desolate under the setting sun. Lin Xiaoming stepped forward, her fingers seeking to caress his cheek. Bai Shi dear, see, choosing me is never wrong. Her voice was soft as a siren's whisper, yet carried a chilling undertone. However, Bai Shi sidestepped, his movements slight yet decisive. His eyes were frigid, radiating an impenetrable distance. He spoke in a hushed tone, hoarse yet calm. Lin Xiaoming, enough. Those two words struck her carefully woven sense of control like a cold stone, shattering it into pieces. Lin Xiaoming was momentarily taken aback, her smile frozen at the corner of her lips. With narrowed eyes, her tone flirtatious yet probing, she asked, what? You regret choosing me so soon? She stepped closer, her fingers skimming his school uniform, attempting to reclaim his attention with familiar seduction. Bai Shi, did you not proclaim that I was the only one in your heart? Bai Shi remained silent, merely gazing at her. His eyes no longer reflected the humble adoration they once did. Instead, they carried a layer of profound desolation. He finally comprehended that the conclusion of this game was utter emptiness. His love for her had long been reduced to ashes through her repeated betrayals and humiliations. I chose you not because I still love you. Bai Shi's voice was low, imbued with a chilling indifference that sent shivers down the spine. It is because I am weary, Lin Xiaoming. I no longer wish to be led by you, nor do I want to inflict harm upon others. His gaze swept across the end of the playground, where the figures of Hua Zhang and Gao Fan had vanished into the twilight. Lin Xiaoming's pupils constricted slightly, a flicker of anger igniting within her. She suddenly grasped his wrist, the red bracelet almost embedding itself into his skin, her voice low and sharp. Weary? Do you think you have the right to say you're weary? She leaned closer to Bai Shi. You'll always be mine. Want to escape me? Dream on. Bai Shi let out a low laugh, the sound pale and bitter, as if mocking her arrogance and his own infatuation. He gently shook off her hand, his movements slow yet resolute. Lin Xiaoming, do you truly believe you can still control me? His gaze pierced her eyes with an unprecedented determination. I no longer love you. You are nothing to me. This declaration struck Lin Xiaoming like a sharp blade, piercing through her facade. Her smile vanished entirely, her face paling momentarily before being replaced by fury. She clenched her teeth, her voice trembling yet feigning calmness. Bai Shi, stop acting here. Have you not always anticipated my breakup? Bai Shi did not respond. He simply turned away, walking toward the end of the playground with his back to her. Each heavy step felt like severing the last thread of connection with Lin Xiaoming. Chapter 47. The Descent. Lin Xiaoming took a deep breath, forcing herself to suppress the anger simmering within. Her gaze gradually regained its composure, akin to a hunter re-aiming at her prey. She understood that direct provocation and threats had lost their efficacy. Bai Shi's resoluteness made her realize the necessity for a different approach, first ensnaring him with a gentle net, only to subsequently humiliate him in the most ruthless manner, making him comprehend the cost of rejecting her. The following morning, in the classroom of Class 8 of the second year, sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow on Bai Shi's desk. He donned a new school uniform. The trace of blood at the corner of his mouth faded, yet the fatigue in his eyes remained evident. He lowered his head, flipping through his physics textbook, while whispers surged around him like a tide, his classmates scrutinizing him with curious glances, discussing the conflict from the previous day on the playground. As Lin Xiaoming entered the classroom, she wore a white shirt, her chestnut hair cascading loosely over her shoulders, exuding less of her usual sharpness and more of an illusory gentleness. She walked directly to Bai Shi's desk, holding a steaming cup of coffee, adorned with the logo of the CAF he frequented near the school. She gently placed the coffee beside his textbook, her voice soft as a spring breeze. You didn't sleep well last night, did you? Have some of this to perk you up. Bai Shi's hand stiffened, and he looked up at her, a flicker of wariness in his eyes. He spoke coldly. Lin Xiaoming, what do you want now? His tone was distant, a reminder to himself of his resolute stance from yesterday, rather than being angered by his indifference. Lin Xiaoming smiled, even more gently, her eyes sparkling with an inscrutable light. She pulled a chair closer and sat beside him, deliberately lowering her voice, as if sharing a secret known only to them. Bai Shi, I realize I was excessive yesterday. I shouldn't have said that, nor should I have treated you that way. She paused, biting her lower lip, feigning a look of regret. I was just so afraid of losing you. You know how much I care about you. Bai Shi's throat tightened, the defenses within him subtly shifting under her gentle touch. He gazed into her eyes, searching for any cracks, yet her gaze was as clear as a tranquil lake, devoid of the past frivolity and mockery. His fingers tightened around his pen, his voice hoarse, laced with suppressed anger. Care? Lin Xiaoming, you've only ever cared about yourself. Lin Xiaoming caught the hesitation in his eyes, her smile deepening, yet impervious to exposure. She gently clasped his hand, her fingers carefully avoiding the red wristband, as if cradling a fragile treasure. Her palm was warm, tender enough to disrupt Bai Shi's heartbeat. Only caring for myself? She chuckled softly, her voice soothing as if comforting a wounded child. If I didn't care for you, why did I spend the entire night awake, my mind consumed with the memory of you saying you didn't love me? Bai Shi attempted to withdraw his hand, yet her grip tightened, gentle yet irresistible. She leaned closer, her breath brushing against his ear, whispering, Bai Shi, I know I was wrong. Give me a chance to prove that I can treat you well. Her voice carried a hint of pleading, the corners of her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The classmates in the classroom began to take notice of the commotion. Bai Shi could feel the curious gazes piercing his back like needles. He whispered softly, Lin Xiaoming, cease your performance. His tone was resolute, yet the turmoil in his eyes betrayed him. The red thread still lingered, and within the depths of his heart, her shadow remained. Even if he was reluctant to acknowledge it, Lin Xiaoming did not waver. Instead, she leaned closer, her shoulder nearly brushing against his arm. From her backpack, she retrieved a small box containing a delicate silver bracelet, understated yet exuding a quiet elegance. She presented the bracelet before him, her voice as soft as a feather. I spent the entire afternoon choosing this. I believe it suits you perfectly. She paused, a hint of shyness flickering in her gaze. I wish to replace that red string with this, if I may. Baishi was momentarily taken aback, his gaze fixated on the bracelet, his heart feeling as though it had been struck by something profound. The red string symbolized the bond between him and Lin Xiaoming, a mark tied by her own hands, a sentiment he could not easily relinquish. Yet now, she sought to substitute it with a mere bracelet. He murmured, "Lin Xiaoming, do you truly believe that this will convince me?" A flicker of anger crossed Lin Xiaoming's eyes, swiftly masked by her composure. She bit her lower lip, feigning a wounded expression. "I understand your disbelief, but I am not in haste. I shall prove it through my actions." She pressed the bracelet into his palm, her fingers lightly grazing his, imbued with a subtle allure. "Accept it. Consider it a debt I owe you." Baishi's fingers tightened around the bracelet, the cold metal jolting him back to reality, further unsettling the defenses he had erected within. He lowered his head, his voice hoarse. "Lin Xiaoming, do not squander our time." His tone was frigid, yet could not conceal the internal struggle. He despised her, yet found it impossible to entirely sever their connection. Lin Xiaoming offered no reply, only smiling more gently. Before rising, she whispered in his ear, "Baishi, I am not in a rush. You will return." Chapter 48. Disillusionment 4 in the ensuing days. Lin Xiaoming appeared within Baishi's line of sight each day. She would bring him his beloved black coffee during breaks, accompany him for a short walk after evening study sessions, and hand him a bottle of ice water after basketball practice. Her gestures so natural that it seemed as if they had never quarreled. Her tenderness was perfectly measured, neither overly fervent nor forced, gradually permeating his defenses with the passage of time and the nuances of detail. Baishi's indifference began to soften under her unwavering persistence. He grew accustomed to her presence, to the gentle glances she occasionally shared. Deep within, he remained guarded. Yet, each time she cheerfully inquired about his day, he found himself responding instinctively, his heart racing at her compliments. Lin Xiaoming observed this, her internal smirk deepening. One afternoon after school, she intercepted Baishi on a bench by the playground. Dressed in a beige sweater, her chestnut hair loosely tied back, she exuded a warmth reminiscent of the girl next door, a stark contrast to her previously sharp demeanor. She offered him a cup of hot cocoa, smiling softly. "It's cold outside. Have something warm." Her gaze fell upon the red bracelet adorning his wrist, a glimmer of triumph flashing in her eyes. "You haven't taken it off. Does that mean you still think of me?" Baishi felt a tightening in his throat, his fingers unconsciously brushing against the red string. He averted his gaze, muttering, "Lin Xiaoming, don't flatter yourself." His tone was cold, yet the struggle in his eyes betrayed him. He had indeed not removed the bracelet, for he was unable to sever the ties of the past entirely. Rather than being incensed by his indifference, Lin Xiaoming leaned closer, her voice a soft whisper. "Baishi, I won't pressure you, but I will always wait for you." She paused, her fingers lightly tracing his hand, teasingly adding, "Until you are ready to reconcile with me." Baishi's body stiffened, his heart racing out of rhythm. Images of Hua Jiang's tear-streaked face and Gao Fan's furious eyes flashed through his mind as he murmured, "Lin Xiaoming, what is it that you truly want?" Lin Xiaoming smiled even more gently, yet a glint of coldness flickered in her eyes. Rising, she turned her back to the setting sun, her voice barely above a whisper. "I want you, Baishi, completely and utterly yours." Baishi stood frozen in place, the warmth of the hot cocoa in his hand burning against his palm. The night was thick as impenetrable ink. Hua Jiang curled up on the steps beneath Baishi's apartment, her arms wrapped around her knees, attempting to fend off the chill of the late hour. Strands of hair clung to her cheek, dampened by tears, a discomforting stickiness enveloping her. Her mind was filled with the shadow of Baishi, like frames from an unspooling film reel. She recalled his furrowed brow as he impatiently taught her to play games, the tender smile that unconsciously graced his lips when he accepted the breakfast she had brought him, and the resolute promise he made before her parents on her birthday to treat her well. Those images were so vivid, so warm, drawing her deeper into despair. Hua Jiang was aware of the term sunk cost. She had invested too much in Baishi. Time, emotion, dignity, and even her dreams for the future revolved around him. She reassured herself that with just a little more effort, with a bit more perseverance, Baishi would turn back, would finally recognize her worth. Reality has ruthlessly shattered her fantasies. He chose Lin Xiaoming, the woman who ensnared him with her cold smile and provocative allure. She lowered her gaze, fixating on the screen of her phone, her fingers trembling as she typed a message. Bai Shi, I truly miss you. Tears blurred her vision. She wiped them away and continued to write, her words suffused with memories and despair. The night wind was biting, causing her thin school uniform to tremble. She stood at the entrance of Bai Shi's apartment, her finger hovering over the doorbell, unable to press it down. She feared his indifference, dreaded the annoyance that might flicker in his eyes, and was terrified he would dismiss her without mercy. Yet she came, for she could not let go. She would rather endure his hurt than lose him completely. She knocked softly, her voice tentative. Bai Shi, it's me. Hua Jiang. Her voice quivered, tinged with a sob, resembling a wounded creature. Silence loomed behind the door. No footsteps, no response. She knocked again, her voice rising slightly. Bai Shi, please open the door. I just want to say a few words. The door remained resolutely shut. Tears flowed uncontrollably down Hua Jiang's cheeks as she slid down to the ground, wrapping her arms around her knees, murmuring softly, Bai Shi, I know you don't want to see me, but I truly feel so miserable. I would do anything you ask. Just please don't abandon me. Unbeknownst to her, Bai Shi had indeed heard her knocking. He stood behind the door, gripping the doorknob tightly. He longed to open the door, to tell her to stop being foolish. He was afraid to confront Hua Jiang's tears. Clenching his teeth, he turned away and retreated to his room, the harsh sounds of rock music blaring through his headphones, attempting to drown out the faint sobs outside. Hua Jiang waited at the door all night, the cold wind turning her lips purple and her hands and feet icy. She curled up in the corner, her phone screen still displaying the chat, whispering softly, Bai Shi, why do you ignore me? What did I do wrong? Her voice grew weaker, consciousness fading amidst the cold and fatigue. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the hallway window, illuminating Hua Jiang's pale face. She had fallen asleep against the door, tear stains still glistening on her lashes, her princess braid disheveled like a tangled mess. Bai Shi opened the door, intending to head to school, but froze upon seeing her. Hua Jiang. He murmured softly, his voice hoarse, laced with a pain he was reluctant to acknowledge. He crouched down and gently nudged her shoulder, discovering her body was chillingly cold. Her school uniform was damp with dew, her face marred by tear streaks, and her phone had slipped from her hand, still illuminated, displaying the lengthy message she had sent the night before. Bai Shi's throat tightened, his fingers trembling as he picked up the phone. The words on the screen pierced his heart like needles. He read each line, every memory, every plea, nearly leaving him breathless. He tenderly lifted Hua Jiang. Her body was as light as a feather, the icy temperature causing a pang in his chest. He whispered, Hua Jiang, why are you so foolish? His voice choked with emotion. He carried her into the apartment, placing her gently on the sofa, wrapping her in a blanket in an attempt to warm her. Hua Jiang, in a daze, slowly opened her eyes, and upon seeing Bai Shi's face, tears streamed down her cheeks once more. She grasped his hand. Bai Shi, you finally acknowledged me. A faint light flickered in her eyes. I am so afraid that you might abandon me. I truly love you. Tell me, what must I do for you to remain by my side? Hua Jiang, please don't say that. Just rest well for now. I will stay with you. Bai Shi's voice was hoarse, imbued with endless weariness, as if she were persuading both her and him. Hua Jiang shook her head, tears cascading down more swiftly. No, all I want is you. Bai Shi, I do not care about what you have done with her. I can pretend that nothing has ever occurred, as long as you do not leave me. Her voice trembled, clutching at Bai Shi's garment, gradually succumbing to sleep amidst her sobs. Bai Shi silently sat beside her on the sofa, letting out a deep sigh. He realized he could not bestow her happiness, only grant her fleeting companionship. Chapter 49, Disillusionment 5. Though Bai Shi was reluctant to admit it, Lin Xiaoming's gentle companionship always managed to touch the softest corners of his heart, igniting a flicker of hope within him. Perhaps she truly had changed. After school that day, Lin Xiaoming summoned Bai Shi to the rooftop. The wind atop the building carried a coolness, causing her chestnut hair to sway gently. She wore a delicate beige sweater, adding an air of softness to her presence. leaning against the railing. Her eyes shimmered with emotions that were difficult to decipher. Bai Shi, stay with me for a while, she implored, her fingers caressing the railing as if to mask some underlying anxiety. Bai Shi frowned, instinctively inclined to refuse, yet her gaze caused him to hesitate. Those eyes were no longer frivolous or mocking. Instead, they bore a rare vulnerability, as if pleading for him to remain. After a moment of silence, he stepped closer, murmuring, "What's wrong?" Standing before him, Lin Xiaoming's eyes swirled with complex emotions. She inhaled deeply, attempting to rekindle Bai Shi's heart with familiar intimacy. Rising on her toes as her lips slowly approached his, Bai Shi froze momentarily, then pushed Lin Xiaoming away, the action abrupt and distant. Her kiss hung in the air, and she stood there, stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Bai Shi, you actually pushed me away?" Bai Shi lowered his gaze, his eyes radiating frostiness. He spoke softly, "Lin Xiaoming, enough. I no longer wish to be manipulated by you." A heaviness settled in Lin Xiaoming's heart, and she could no longer contain herself. Her voice rose sharply, trembling with a mix of sobs and hysteria. "Bai Shi, what right do you have to push me away? On what grounds do you adopt such a superior stance?" She stepped forward, gripping his school uniform tightly, tears welling in her eyes like a child who had lost a cherished treasure. "Do you even realize how sickened I feel when I think of you with so many other girls? It hurts so much I can hardly breathe. You must feel this pain too. Why did you so readily move on with someone else after our breakup? Why couldn't you wait for me? Why must you make this so difficult for me? I may have strayed, but you are no better. You've been with countless girls." Bai Shi felt a tightness in his throat as he gazed into her reddened eyes, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. Sympathy, anger, and a hint of the vulnerability he was loath to acknowledge. Lin Xiaoming continued unabated, her voice tinged with a pathological obsession, as if she were both persuading herself and accusing him. "I'm not at fault. I am absolutely blameless. It is all your doing, Bai Shi. You drove me to become this way, to love you while simultaneously feeling disgusted by you." She shoved him forcefully, adding, "And I strayed? It's all your fault. You were so tedious that I could not endure it. If it weren't for you, I would never have reached this point." Bai Shi let out a hollow, bitter laugh, a mockery of her self-deception and, simultaneously, a self-mockery of his own blindness. Finally, he spoke, "Lin Xiaoming, you resemble a spoiled child. You always shift the blame onto others, convincing yourself that you are never wrong, aren't you?" His voice, hoarse and tinged with fatigue, conveyed a deep weariness. "You have made me yield time and again, accommodating your whims, and the more I invested, the deeper I became ensnared. My inability to let go is not because you are so extraordinary, but rather due to the immense investment I have made, making it difficult to relinquish this relationship." Lin Xiaoming stood frozen, silent tears cascading down her cheeks, her pupils dilating slightly as if struck hard by his words. She wished to retort, to scream. Biting her lower lip, her nails nearly pierced her palm. "Bai Shi, then you say you no longer love me." Bai Shi shao lip chembo. That simple syllable rolling repeatedly in his throat, yet it felt as painful as thorns deeply embedded. Gazing at the familiar outline before him, he suddenly recalled the tender look Lin Xiaoming had when she stood on her tiptoes to tie his scarf. This ambiguous sound drained all his strength. The trailing note lingered in the frigid air as Bai Shi turned away. He dared not look at her expression, as if admitting he was lying with his entire back. After all, the piercing pain of his heart betraying his reason was all too evident. Even the howling wind on the rooftop could hear the unspoken remnants of love. Yet he knew he had to bring this to a close. Trembling, he whispered softly, "I no longer love you." Bai Shi no longer looked at her. He turned his back and walked toward the rooftop exit. She crouched down, sobbing softly, "Bai Shi, you promised you'd always be mine." Bai Shi's footsteps faltered. The wind carried her suppressed cries. His heart constricted as he stood at the top of the stairs, closing his eyes, countless memories flashing through his mind. Lin Xiaoming's kiss on the rooftop, her cold laughter on the playground, her smugness when tying the red string, and the countless times she had pulled him into the abyss with both tenderness and mockery. He resented her for shattering his trust, yet he could not bring himself to utterly harm her. He turned around and saw Lin Xiaoming crouched on the ground. Her chestnut hair disheveled over her shoulders trembling. A sharp pain pierced his chest as he recalled that choice made on the playground. No matter how much he hated her, he could not bear to watch her collapse. Gritting his teeth, he returned to her side, crouching down and gently ruffling her hair, softly saying, "Xiaoming, don't cry." His voice was hoarse, tinged with helplessness and fatigue, as if comforting a willful child. "Are you tired? Would you like to eat something?" Lin Xiaoming trembled, crying for a while before looking up, her eyes filled with resentment. "Bai Shi, are you feeling proud now? I'll weep for you. I beg you in a humble manner." Bai Shi's heart felt as if doused with cold water, the flicker of hope extinguished in an instant. He gazed at Lin Xiaoming's innocent face and suddenly found everything absurd. How could he have thought she would change? A self-deprecating smile curled at the corners of his lips as he murmured, "Lin Xiaoming, you are truly unreasonable." Lin Xiaoming paused for a moment, narrowing her eyes. "After making me this miserable, you still wish to reconcile? Dream on, unless you beg me." She absolutely refused to relinquish control over Bai Shi. Bai Shi's gaze turned cold, the beauty mark on his face glimmering under the setting sun, exuding an air of aloof detachment. He spoke each word deliberately. "Lin Xiaoming, you said it. From now on, love whomever you wish, Gao Fan or anyone else, just don't bother me." His voice was deep and resolute, as if severing the last thread of connection, just like the tale of the boy who cried wolf. There should be no hope held for you. He turned and walked towards a rooftop exit. "Bai Shi." Lin Xiaoming could no longer contain herself and cried out, her voice trembling slightly. "I will count to 3, and you will stop." She gritted her teeth, forcing herself to regain her composure. "If not, I will never seek you out again." Her tone bore a hint of threat, as if she were casting her final gamble. She recalled past arguments when she would count down, and Bai Shi would always relent, smilingly coaxing her and admitting his faults. 3, 2, 1. Yet this time, Bai Shi did not halt his stride. His silhouette grew increasingly distant in the setting sun, devoid of any hesitation. Lin Xiaoming panicked. She might truly be on the verge of losing him forever. Upon returning home, Bai Shi was plagued by memories of Huajiang's tears, Lin Xiaoming's cold laughter, and his own repeated hopes for reconciliation. He murmured softly, "Enough, truly enough." During dinner, his parents inquired about his earlier decision. "Bai Shi, have you thought more about studying abroad?" they asked. "The pressure of the domestic college entrance exam is immense, and your grades may not suffice for a top university. However, applying to esteemed foreign institutions would be considerably easier." His mother spoke gently, her eyes reflecting concern. After a moment of silence, Bai Shi inhaled deeply, his voice calm yet resolute. "I wish to study abroad." His father nodded, a glimmer of satisfaction illuminating his gaze. "Very well, we will make arrangements promptly. Prepare well. This is a new opportunity." Bai Shi lowered his head, a bittersweet smile tugging at his lips. A new opportunity, a new beginning. He was uncertain of what the future held, yet he yearned to leave this scarred place, to escape Lin Xiaoming's shadow, and to break free from the suffocating memories. Separation was but a fleeting interlude. Fate would ultimately guide Bai Shi and Lin Xiaoming to reunite, though it would lead them down the path to the worst of outcomes. If only Bai Shi could sever this possibility in the present moment, perhaps a brighter conclusion awaited them all. Chapter 50. Huajiang stood at the entrance of the classroom, clutching a bag of freshly purchased glutinous rice balls. Her fingertips pressed tightly against the edge of the paper bag, producing a faint rustling sound in her palm. Her gaze wandered through the classroom, ultimately settling on Bai Shigong's empty desk, several books haphazardly stacked with a solitary pencil lying beside them, as if its owner had long since abandoned it. A tightening sensation gripped her chest, and that familiar pang of sorrow crept back into her heart, ever present like a shadow. "Huajiang, are you waiting for Bai Shi again?" Her deskmate, Xiaoya, teased as she passed by. "He hasn't been coming to class lately. Why are you still buying snacks for him?" Huajiang's smile faltered momentarily, and she glanced down at the paper bag in her hands. Her voice barely above a whisper, as if concealing a secret. "I bought it on the way, just saving it for him." She shrugged, feigning indifference. Yet as she turned her back to Xiaoya, her fingertips instinctively dug into her palm. She loathed this side of herself, knowing full well that Bai Shi likely wouldn't care about the bag of snacks, yet still feeling compelled to do something for him. Lately, Bai Shi had practically vanished from school. During the breaks, his absence was palpable on the basketball court. His seat remained conspicuously empty during evening study sessions. And whispers circulated among classmates. Is the heartthrob transferring schools? Hua Jiang attempted to catch him during breaks, tried messaging him, but he either responded with a terse or, more often, simply ignored her altogether. Just yesterday, she had mustered the courage to call out to him in the hallway, but he hurried past, head down, offering not even a glance, treating her as a complete stranger. The pain in her heart was nearly suffocating, yet she reminded herself, he must have his reasons. She couldn't just give up. Standing there, memories of the previous night flashed through her mind. She lay on her dormitory bed, staring at Bai Shi's chat window on her phone, her finger hovering over the keyboard, deleting and rewriting messages until she finally settled on a simple note. Bai Shi, are you alright? I'll bring you some food tomorrow. After sending the message, she fixated on the screen until the clock struck 2 in the morning, the device remaining dark and silent. She turned over, forcing her eyes shut, loathing herself for her inability to let go, for knowing he was distancing himself while she still leaped towards him like a moth to a flame. Hua Jiang took a deep breath, compelling herself to place the paper bag on Bai Shi's desk. As she turned to leave the classroom, her steps slowed, as if she were hoping he might suddenly appear and call out to her. But the corridor was desolate, echoing only her footsteps. She chuckled softly to herself, a self-deprecating thought crossing her mind. Hua Jiang, you really are quite foolish. After school, Hua Jiang sought out Bai Shi's deskmate Li Chao by the edge of the playground. Gripping the straps of her backpack tightly, she summoned her courage to speak. Li Chao, do you know why Bai Shi hasn't been coming to school lately? Li Chao scratched his head and sighed. He told me he doesn't want to get involved with anyone anymore, especially not with girls. The incident with Lin Xiaoming hurt him too deeply. Right now, he is focused on studying abroad, hoping for a fresh start in a new environment. He has been attending a tutoring class in the city center lately, preparing for language exams, and pretty much ignoring everything related to school. Li Jiao baozha momentarily, casting a sympathetic glance at Hua Jiang. Hua Jiang, you should not be too fixated. In his current state, it seems no one can penetrate his heart. Hua Jiang's heart sank like a stone doused in frigid water. Going abroad? Bai Shi truly intended to leave, severing all ties here? She lowered her head, striving to suppress the turmoil within her. Summoning a fragile smile, her voice barely above a whisper, as if persuading herself, she said, "Thank you, Li Chao. I was merely inquiring." She turned to leave, her silhouette so slender it seemed a mere gust of wind could disperse her. Upon returning home, Hua Jiang sat by the dining table, where a lovingly prepared dinner awaited her, courtesy of her mother. Coming from a well-to-do family, her father was the head of a renowned local enterprise, and their home was always filled with warmth and support. She poked at the rice in her bowl, her thoughts drifting to Bai Shi. Mustering her courage, she spoke during dinner, "Dad, Mom, I have something to share. My boyfriend intends to study abroad." Her voice was tentative, yet her gaze held a flicker of determination. "I also wish to study abroad, to accompany him." Hua Jiang's parents remained unaware that she and Bai Shi had already parted ways. To them, Bai Shi was the handsome and gentle boy who had solemnly promised on her birthday to cherish their daughter. They held him in high regard, believing he had a bright future ahead. Her mother set down her chopsticks, smiling as she said, "Xiaoxi's going abroad? That's a wonderful opportunity. Hua Jiang, if you wish to go, your mother supports you. Traveling abroad can broaden your horizons and is beneficial for your future development." Her father nodded, his tone gentle. "Which country do you wish to go to? We are not short on money. You and Xiao, she can go together and look out for each other." Hua Jiang bowed her head, her nails digging into her palm, a wave of guilt surging within her. She had not disclosed to her parents that she and Bai Shi had broken up. She understood she should not conceal the truth. Yet she was reluctant to relinquish hope, fearful that revealing the truth now would prompt her parents to urge her to let go, afraid she would waver, and terrified of completely losing the courage to pursue Bai Shi. She forced a smile and softly replied, "Thank you, Mom and Dad. I will contemplate the specifics." As night fell, Hua Jiang sat at her desk in the dormitory, the glow from her phone illuminating her pale face. She stared at the chat window with Bai Shi, her fingers trembling as she typed a message. Bai Shi, can we talk? I truly miss you. Biting her lip, she hesitated for a moment before finally hitting send. She fixated on the screen, yearning for Bai Shi's response, even if it were merely a cold, leave me alone. Yet, time ticked by. The screen remained silent, mocking her persistence. Suddenly, her phone vibrated, the screen flashing a blinding light. Bai Shi's name appeared, causing her heart to leap as she shakily answered the call. His voice carried a hint of exhaustion. Hua Jiang, I am going abroad. I do not wish to be in a relationship with anyone. Please do not waste your time on a scoundrel like me. Hua Jiang's throat tightened, tears instantly welling in her eyes. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to remain calm, though her voice trembled as she declared Bai Shi, when I say I love you, I have never been merely speaking. She paused for a moment, summoning her courage to continue. I have already sought my parents' consent. Once I receive my examination results in my second year of high school, I will apply to the same university as you. Senior, will you wait for me for a year? Bai Shi remained silent for a brief moment before responding, Hua Jiang, you need not. Just as he was about to refuse, Hua Jiang eagerly interrupted him. Bai Shi, I know you intend to reject me. But since you are not in a relationship at present, let's set aside the future for now. At the very least, senior, could you consider me as an ordinary friend for now? Her voice carried a plea, humble yet resolute. Bai Shi felt a slight tremor in his heart, sighed, and softly replied, very well, as ordinary friends. Tears streamed down Hua Jiang's face, yet she smiled. Thank you, Bai Shi. The moment the call ended, she stared at the black screen of her phone, the echo of Bai Shi's indifferent tone resonating in her mind. Ordinary friends. She murmured softly, Hua Jiang, why can't you just let go? Chapter 51. Choice 2. The night was thick with shadows as Lin Xiaoming stood beside the bar. A glass of whiskey cradled in her hand. The ice cubes clinked against the glass, producing a crisp sound. Her chestnut hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her vacant gaze fixated on the rim of the glass, as if she were attempting to extract some elusive answer from the amber liquid. Ever since that day on the rooftop, when Bai Shi resolutely turned away, a corner of her world seemed to have been hollowed out. Proud as she was, she found herself plagued by insomnia in the dead of night, her mind replaying his retreating figure. She had never begged for love, nor would she ever lower herself to admit fault. Bai Shi's choice struck her like a resounding slap, harshly stinging her cherished pride. She told herself that she did not need him, nor anyone else. Yet, whenever she witnessed Hua Jiang eagerly rushing to Bai Shi, adorned with that naive and fervent smile, a twinge of inexplicable bitterness would stir within her. She envied Hua Jiang, envied her ability to humbly pursue what she desired without reservation. And she, Lin Xiaoming, would never learn to embrace such humility. Tonight, the bar was more raucous than usual, the air thick with the sense of alcohol and perfume, and the deafening music crashed like waves. As Lin Xiaoming prepared to order another drink, a familiar and grating laugh echoed from behind her. She turned her head, her pupils narrowing slightly. Gao Fan. He lounged on a sofa, his black leather jacket unfastened to reveal a sculpted chest, his rogue smile as persistent as ever, yet his eyes glinted with malice. A group of friends surrounded him, each bearing a predatory gaze, akin to wolves stalking their prey. Lin Xiaoming? Gao Fan's voice dripped with mockery as he sauntered towards her, his gait languid yet suffused with an air of intimidation. Long time no see. I thought you had gone into hiding. His gaze roamed over her with unabashed scrutiny, as if appraising a long-lost trophy. Lin Xiaoming scoffed, taking a delicate sip from her glass to mask the fleeting panic that flickered within her. Gao Fan, you still have too much time on your hands. Her tone was flippant, laced with her customary provocation, yet her fingers tightened around the glass unconsciously. Gao Fan narrowed his eyes, his smile growing increasingly sinister. Suddenly, he seized an unopened bottle of vodka from the table and slammed it down before her, the bottle gleaming coldly under the lights. You want me to let you off the hook? Simple. He paused, a glimmer of vindictive pleasure flashing in his eyes. Finish this bottle, and I shall overlook your past transgressions. Lin Xiaoming's heart plummeted. The bottle contained at least a liter of vodka, with a terrifyingly high alcohol content. For someone of her tolerance, consuming it could mean a trip to the hospital, if not worse. Her throat went dry, and her forced smile froze at the corners of her mouth. She wanted to refuse, to turn and leave. But the group of friends behind Gao Fan had already closed in, blocking her escape, their laughter laced with mockery and expectation. "What's wrong? Afraid?" Gao Fan leaned closer, his voice low and venomous. "Lin Xiaoming, weren't you always fearless? You were rather arrogant when you played with me, weren't you?" Lin Xiaoming clenched her teeth, her gaze sweeping over the bottle, a creeping fear coiling within her like a vine. She understood Gao Fan's character. He was a man of his word, and if she refused, he would not let her off easily. Yet that bottle, she tightened her fists, her nails nearly digging in her palms. Just as she prepared to grit her teeth and accept the bottle, a cold voice suddenly pierced through the throng. "Gao Fan, are you even counting women? How utterly pathetic." The crowd instinctively parted, allowing a tall girl to stride in. She donned a black leather jacket, and her purple wolf-tail fish head emanated a fierce wildness, akin to a flame flickering in the dark of night. This was Si-Han. A mocking smile graced her lips, and her gaze pierced through Gao Fan, as if challenging his very limits. Gao Fan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly retorted with a cold laugh. "Si-Han, this is none of your business. Mind your own affairs." His tone bore a warning, yet a flicker of apprehension danced in his eyes. Si-Han scoffed, undeterred as she approached Lin Xiaoming, snatching the vodka bottle with an assertiveness reminiscent of a child seizing a toy. She twisted off the cap and tilted her head back, the clear liquid cascading down her chin, glistening as it dripped on her collarbone. The surrounding crowd was left in stunned silence. Even Gao Fan's smile froze on his face. Within half a minute, Si-Han slammed the empty bottle onto the table, producing a sharp, resonant sound. She wiped her lips, her eyes glinting with provocation. "Now, can you leave?" Lin Xiaoming was rendered speechless, staring at Si-Han, her mind a blank slate. Si-Han's actions detonated like a bomb, shattering all her defenses. Her throat tightened as she quietly asked, "Why? Are you helping me?" Si-Han turned her head, her gaze lingering on Lin Xiaoming's face, a playful smile curling her lips. "I have a penchant for beautiful people, regardless of gender." After a brief pause, a glint of mischief flickered in her eyes. "You are so stunning. I cannot bear to see you bullied by this trash." Leaning closer to Lin Xiaoming, her voice dripped with a teasing lilt, "But my assistance comes at a price. How about a kiss as thanks?" Lin Xiaoming was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. She never expected Si-Han to emerge at such a moment, let alone to resolve her predicament in such a frivolous manner. Gazing into Si-Han's amused eyes, her inner trepidation inexplicably eased, and memories of their past interactions flooded her mind. Rising onto her toes, she boldly pressed her lips against Si-Han's, her actions decisive and daring, responding to her provocation and releasing a long-suppressed emotion. A chorus of whistles and cheers erupted around them, while Gao Fan's face turned ashen as he shot them a fierce glare before turning to leave with his friends. Lin Xiaoming stepped back, her eyes shimmering with complexity. She softly said, "Thank you, Si-Han." Si-Han smirked, her finger lightly tracing Lin Xiaoming's lip, her voice low and playful. "Thank? With such a sweet kiss. Shouldn't it be me thanking you?" She playfully patted Lin Xiaoming's cheek, and with a nonchalant turn, left, her silhouette resembling a gust of wind, carrying with it the lingering scent of alcohol and fervor. Lin Xiaoming stood there, dazed, her fingertips lingering on her lips. Deep within her, something uncontainable began to spread, tinged with a slight tremor and a secret sweetness. Chapter 52. The Choice 3. Si-Han's tale. Si-Han leaned against the bar counter, a yet-to-be-lit cigarette delicately held between her fingers, her purple short hair shimmering with a cold glow under the neon lights. Her almond-shaped eyes were half-closed as they swept across the writhing figures on the dance floor, a nonchalant smile gracing her lips, reminiscent of a lone wolf poised for the perfect moment. The air in the bar was thick and sticky, infused with a mingled sense of alcohol, perfume, and sweat, while the thunderous beats of the music seemed to echo her heartbeat. She reveled in such chaotic places, wild, unrestrained, much like her life, devoid of rules and filled only with desire. The first time she laid eyes on Lin Xiaoming was at Gao Fan's party. That evening, Lin Xiaoming trailed behind Gao Fan, her chestnut locks cascading over her shoulders. Clad in a white dress that accentuated her sultry curves, yet her face bore an innocent and demure expression, akin to a naive rabbit wandering into a den of wolves. Sihan was engaged in a game of dice with friends when her peripheral vision caught sight of the girl, causing her actions to momentarily falter. This girl's aura was unusual, too striking, like a flame wrapped in sugar. As expected, midway through the party, a heavily made-up woman stormed in, shrieking to confront her. Sihan anticipated Lin Xiaoming would lower her head in submission or retreat behind Gao Fan, for her delicate features screamed fragility. However, Lin Xiaoming merely let out a cold laugh, seized a glass of red wine from the table, and splashed it across the woman's face with a decisive motion. As if performing a scene from a film, the crimson liquid trickled down the woman's face, creating a stark silence around them. Even the DJ's music seemed to have been choked into silence. Gao Fan, I extend you courtesy in public, yet you must reciprocate. Lin Xiaoming's voice rang clear, imbued with an innate sweetness, as though issuing an irrevocable command. Gao Fan's expression momentarily froze, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. Then she turned to face Gao Fan, her gaze softening in an instant, her tone shifting to one of playful threat, her voice as gentle as a caress. Don't make me jealous. Who knows what I might do next? That blend of audacity and her exquisite features made it impossible for anyone to harbor resentment towards her. Sihan raised an eyebrow, intrigued as she observed Lin Xiaoming. This little cat certainly had sharp claws. She was drawn to such girls, outwardly delicate, yet inwardly ablaze, captivating all who dared to gaze too long. Lin Xiaoming appeared to sense her scrutiny, turning to wink at her, a mischievous smile playing on her lips, as if to say, "What are you looking at? Care to test my prowess?" Sihan chuckled softly, lifting her glass in a gesture towards her, a flutter of unexpected excitement stirring within her. After that encounter, Lin Xiaoming became like a clingy kitten, frequently seeking Sihan's company at Gao Fan's gatherings. They drank, played dice, and engaged in card games, though her skills were abysmal. Each time she lost, she resorted to trickery, stuffing her glass with fruits, pretending to sip while her eyes darted about as if plotting her next move. Sihan found it amusing, deliberately refraining from exposing her antics, simply sliding her own glass towards her. Drink mine, less cheating. Lin Xiaoming shot her a glare, mumbling about not cheating, yet complied obediently, taking small sips as if afraid of ridicule. On one occasion, Lin Xiaoming had too much to drink, her form languidly collapsing onto the bar's sofa. As Sihan settled down, she crawled over, resting her head on Sihan's shoulder, gazing at her with a dazed expression. Her eyes glistened like two droplets of obsidian, imbued with intoxication and innocent curiosity. "Sihuan, you are truly tall," she murmured, her voice soft and almost playful. "If you were a boy, you would undoubtedly be quite handsome, attracting the admiration of many girls." Suddenly, she clasped Sihuan's hand, palms together, fingers intertwined. Her tone laced with wonder. "Your hands resemble those of a boy, much larger than mine." A peculiar flutter coursed through Sihuan's heart. Lin Xiaoming's hand was as soft as cotton, yet her fingertips felt cool, brushing against Sihuan's palm like a feather. Glancing down at her charmingly tipsy demeanor, Sihuan couldn't resist teasing her. "Is it forbidden for girls to have feelings?" Lin Xiaoming paused, then erupted into a fit of giggles, leaning her head against Sihuan's shoulder, murmuring vaguely, "Then I shall have a monogamous relationship, with both a boyfriend and a girlfriend." With that, she closed her eyes, resting against Sihuan, her breathing shallow. At that moment, Sihuan felt a dryness in her throat. She gazed at Lin Xiaoming's sleeping face, her chestnut hair cascading over her shoulders, eyelashes casting delicate shadows in the soft light. An impulse surged within her, a desire to gently push aside the stray strands of hair from Lin Xiaoming's forehead, to see if her exquisitely delicate face felt as soft as it appeared. Yet, she merely smiled, adjusting her posture to make her more comfortable in slumber. Lin Xiaoming was an enigma, delicate, willful, cunning, yet inexplicably inviting. Si-Huan reminded herself that this was merely a fleeting fancy. She had encountered many beautiful girls, and Lin Xiaoming was just one among them. Yet, at every gathering, Lin Xiaoming seemed to effortlessly capture her attention, playfully engaging Si-Huan in games. When she lost, she would sulk. When she won, she would arch an eyebrow at Si-Huan in triumph, as if to say, "Look at my prowess this time." Si-Huan noted that when she was with Gao Fan, her mind often wandered, her gaze vacant, as though she were performing in a tedious play. But when she played with Lin Xiaoming, she transformed into a lively little leopard, her eyes sparkling with a defiant spirit. Si-Huan began to observe her every move, how she unconsciously nibbled the rim of her cup when drunk, how she tilted her head slightly when she was being coy, and how she clenched her fists in anger, her nails digging into her palms in silence. These details were like scattered sparks, quietly accumulating in Si-Huan's heart, igniting a sense of unease. Once, seizing a moment when Lin Xiaoming was sober, Si-Huan tentatively asked, "Is it possible to like girls?" Her tone was light, as if jesting. Yet her heart raced uncontrollably. Lin Xiaoming froze, her eyes widening in shock, her reaction akin to that of a startled kitten. "Isn't that disgusting? Two girls together? You can't. You can't really be a lesbian, can you?" Her response was swift, tinged with both disdain and a hint of panic. Si-Huan's heart sank momentarily. Yet she shrugged it off, laughing, "Just kidding." She turned to order a drink, concealing the fleeting pang of disappointment in her eyes. She identified as bisexual and had long since become accustomed to concealing her feelings, but Lin Xiaoming's reaction still stung. She reassured herself that Lin Xiaoming was merely a straight girl, one who enjoyed flirting without seriousness, and that she need not waste her thoughts on her. From that day forth, she deliberately maintained her distance, no longer bringing any female companions to appear before Lin Xiaoming. Nor did she take the initiative to seek her out for companionship. She thought perhaps it would be better to remain ordinary friends, as it would at least spare Lin Xiaoming from being startled. Yet, Lin Xiaoming seemed to possess a kind of enchantment that consistently compelled her to breach her own boundaries. That evening at the nightclub, Si-Huan was engaged in conversation with friends when her peripheral vision caught sight of a figure by Shi. He sat in a corner, his features exquisitely delicate like a porcelain doll, and his demeanor so pristine that it starkly contrasted with the raucous atmosphere of the venue. Si-Huan raised an eyebrow, an intriguing curiosity igniting within her. This boy was extraordinarily handsome, captivating enough to entice her to flirt, to see what kind of ripples she could create. Si-Huan approached by Shi, teasingly engaging him in conversation, all the while keeping a watchful eye on Lin Xiaoming. As expected, Lin Xiaoming's expression shifted, her gaze turning icy. Yet her lips curved into an almost nonchalant smile. Later, she learned that she was Lin Xiaoming's first love. A wave of inexplicable bitterness surged within Si-Huan. In that moment, she witnessed an array of emotions on Lin Xiaoming's face: resentment, anger, and even a hint of affection that Lin Xiaoming herself might not wish to acknowledge. It turned out that this proud feline was not indifferent to everyone. She had someone she cared for deeply, a boy named by Shi, who was her Achilles heel hidden deep within her heart. From that point on, Lin Xiaoming seemed to transform into a different person. She no longer sought Si-Huan's company, nor did she cling to her for gaming, and even her presence at gatherings diminished significantly. Si-Huan reassured herself that this was indeed for the best, allowing her to let go of an unrequited crush that had never truly begun. She resumed her life, changing girlfriends and frequenting nightclubs, indulging in recklessness as she once did. Yet, each time she glimpsed chestnut-colored hair in a crowd, her heart would betray her, skipping a beat as though pricked by something gentle. She believed she had forgotten Lin Xiaoming until that fateful day at the bar when she witnessed Gao Fan coercing her to drink. Lin Xiaoming stood at the bar, her chestnut hair disheveled, her eyes flashing with defiance yet betraying an undeniable panic. The bottle of vodka loomed like a mountain, nearly suffocating her. Gao Fan's laughter was as venomous as a serpent, and the onlookers jeered as though they were spectators at a show. In that moment, she resembled a cornered beast driven to desperation, her stubbornness evoking pity. Si-Huan's heart clenched abruptly, as if seized by an invisible force. She could have simply turned away. It was none of her concern, and she had no obligation to involve herself in the animosity between Lin Xiaoming and Gao Fan. Yet, witnessing Lin Xiaoming's clenched fists, her nails digging into her palms, stirred something within her chest, a suffocating discomfort. She pushed through the crowd, advancing towards them, her voice cold as steel. Gao Fan, are you really stooping so low as to pick on a woman? She seized the bottle of vodka, tilting her head back to drain it, the liquid scorching her throat, as if incinerating the remnants of her rationality. Half a minute later, she slammed the empty bottle onto the table, her gaze piercing into Gao Fan's, as though declaring war. She was unaware of why she acted thus. She only knew she could not bear to see Lin Xiaoming bow her head, nor could she tolerate the loss of light in those eyes. Lin Xiaoming stared at her in a daze, complex emotions shimmering in her gaze, as if she were re-evaluating her. Sahan turned, flashed her a playful smirk, her tone light yet sincere. I have an affinity for beautiful people, regardless of gender. You're far too stunning to allow yourself to be bullied by this trash. She paused, a glint of mischief flickering in her eyes. However, coming to your rescue does not come without cost. If you wish to thank me, how about a kiss? She had initially anticipated that Lin Xiaoming would either reject her outright or roll her eyes and label her insane. However, Lin Xiaoming's gaze flickered momentarily, as if she were lost in a reverie. Memories flooded back, the smile that graced Sahan's lips each time she tolerated her antics, the carefulness with which she discreetly swapped out low-alcohol beverages, and the resolute glimmer in her eyes as she downed that bottle of vodka. In a moment of inexplicable impulse, she rose on her toes and pressed her lips against Lin Xiaoming's. Her lips were soft, the kiss bold and decisive, akin to responding to Sahan's teasing, yet also resembling the release of some suppressed emotion. Sahan's heart raced, ignited like a firework, almost causing her to forget to breathe. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around Lin Xiaoming's waist, deepening the kiss with an unabashed fervor. The surrounding whistles and cheers surged like a tide. Yet all Sahan could hear was the pounding of her own heart. She stepped back, playfully patting Lin Xiaoming's cheek, her voice a tantalizing whisper. Thank you? With a kiss so sweet, shouldn't I be the one expressing gratitude? She turned gracefully, her silhouette a tempest, carrying the lingering scent of alcohol and warmth. Yet, her heart was in disarray, tangled like a ball of yarn, stirred by Lin Xiaoming's kiss. She reminded herself that this was merely a game. Lin Xiaoming was straight, and there could be no outcome for them. The warmth of Lin Xiaoming's waist lingered on her fingertips, searing her heart with an indelible mark. Chapter 53. The choice Lin Xiaoming sat by the window of the CF, the words of Sahan still echoing in her ears. She had not anticipated that Sahan's kiss would stir her heart, even if only for a fleeting moment. After all, it was a girl. Lin Xiaoming. What on earth are you thinking? She shook her head, attempting to dispel the inexplicable fluttering within her. Clutching a fashion magazine, her gaze drifted outside to the bustling street. During this time, she had been trying to numb herself with busyness, yet the emptiness deep within surged like a tide. She realized that Bai Shi had completely vanished from her world, and to her surprise, she began to reminisce about him. She unlocked her phone and was taken aback to see a message from Sahan. Hey there, beautiful. Are you free this weekend? Join me for a drive, and let me show you the night view. The message concluded with a cheeky wink emoji. Lin Xiaoming paused for a moment, then smiled. She replied, Sure, I'm in a good mood. Let's have some fun. As night descended, the city's neon lights flickered to life, creating a flowing tapestry of colors. Sahan pulled up in a red convertible, parking beneath Lin Xiaoming's apartment. Her short hair danced in the night breeze, her eyes sparkling with a rebellious glint. She whistled up to the window, calling out, Lin Xiaoming, come down. Don't keep me waiting too long. Lin Xiaoming pushed open the window, a playful smile curling her lips. What's the rush? I'll be right there. Grabbing her bag, she hurried downstairs, her steps light, as if shaking off the shadows that lingered within her. Sahan teasingly remarked, Hold on tight. I'm about to show you a launch start. Lin Xiaoming watched her with keen interest. Bring it on. Sahan chuckled softly, revving the engine, and the car shot into the night like an arrow released from a bow. The wind howled past her ears, and the city lights blurred into streaks of brilliance. Leaning back in her seat, Lin Xiaoming felt her earlier restlessness inexplicably dissipate. The convertible came to a stop at a scenic overlook, offering a breathtaking view of the city's nightscape, where starlight intertwined with lights, resembling a dazzling masterpiece. Sahan stepped out, lit a cigarette, and the smoke curled around her fingers as she regarded Lin Xiaoming with a teasing glint in her eyes. "So, what do you think of my driving skills?" Lin Xiaoming's chestnut locks were tousled by the night wind, gently brushing against Sahan's face. She smiled lazily. "Not bad. Barely passing." She slowly approached, leaning against the railing beside Sahan, her elbow lightly grazing Sahan's arm. Her gaze was fixed on the distant sea of lights, though her tone remained cool. "So what's the occasion? You didn't just bring me here to admire the night view, did you?" Sahan exhaled a puff of smoke, her gaze subtly lingering on Lin Xiaoming's earlobe, peeking from beneath her hair. "Lin Xiaoming, you are quite intriguing." She chuckled softly, leaning in closer, her lips nearly brushing against Lin Xiaoming's temple. "That night at the bar, I didn't drink for show. I did it because I couldn't bear to see you putting on such a brave face." Her fingertip gently touched the back of Lin Xiaoming's hand, a fleeting gesture filled with curiosity. "Yet, I must admit, your fierce demeanor has certainly captivated me." Lin Xiaoming was momentarily taken aback, her gaze slowly returning to Sahan. Yet she did not withdraw her hand. "Putting on a brave face? Are you pitying me?" A hint of mockery danced on her lips, though she instinctively bit her own lip. "You helped me out that night. I truly owe you a favor." She paused for a moment, raised her gaze to her, and inquired, "What do you desire in return?" Sahan chuckled softly, suddenly reaching out to gently brush Lin Xiaoming's bangs, her gesture akin to indulging a disobedient cat. "In return?" That kiss from last time was quite delightful. She leaned closer, her nose nearly touching Lin Xiaoming's cheek, her voice low and teasing. "Or perhaps, this time, you could be a bit more alert and we could try again? If you do not resist, I might be a tad gentler." Lin Xiaoming glared at her. "You are exceedingly bold." Her voice trembled with coldness, as if she were struggling to maintain her composure. What a beautiful thought. Suddenly, she diverted her gaze, looking into the distance, her tone softening slightly, but, "Thank you." Sahan shrugged, leaning against Lin Xiaoming's shoulder as they admired the night view together. "No need for thanks. Just keep me company while we enjoy the scenery." After a moment, she whispered close to Lin Xiaoming's ear. "However, I must warn you, being single and too close to me might make it hard for me to resist kissing you." She paused, a flicker of sincerity crossing her eyes. Her voice deep yet gentle. "Lin Xiaoming, reach out to me anytime you wish. I will always be available to accompany you." Lin Xiaoming remained still, her breathing lightened, wanting to say something, but ultimately only letting out a soft hum. She lowered her head, a hint of a smile gracing her lips, ambiguous in its irony or resignation. Sahan looked up at the starry sky, her hand still resting on Lin Xiaoming's shoulder. "Lin Xiaoming, life is quite long. Do not dwell solely on the past. There are many beautiful sights ahead, waiting for you to discover." She lowered her head, a bittersweet smile forming. The past? By Gao Fan. Those relationships she had shattered with her own hands, like scars that reminded her of her pride and folly. After a moment of silence, she softly replied, "Perhaps." The wind gently lifted her strands of hair, entwining them around Sahan's wrist. The night deepened, and the aroma of scrambled eggs with tomatoes filled Sahan's apartment, mingling with a hint of burnt scent. Lin Xiaoming stood in the kitchen, clad in Sahan's oversized black t-shirt, wielding a spatula, a smudge of oil on her face, resembling a flustered child. On the stove, her pride and joy simmered in the frying pan, the egg yolks and tomatoes blended together, yet the edges were charred. Furrowing her brow, she muttered, "Why is this so difficult?" Sahan leaned against the doorframe, her purple short hair illuminated by the soft light, a smile playing on her lips. She approached, took the spatula from Lin Xiaoming's hand, and softly remarked, "What you have here is not scrambled eggs, but rather burnt charcoal." With practiced ease, she turned off the heat, placing the pan in the sink, her movements as natural as if she had done it countless times before. Lin Xiaoming pouted, feigning indignation. At least I tried. You needn't keep putting me down. Siandiman Saidint. Simply retrieving a bag of frozen dumplings from the cupboard and tossing them into the boiling pot. With her back to Lin Xiaoming, she focused on cooking, the warm light cascading over her shoulders, creating a serene tableau. Lin Xiaoming stared at her tall silhouette, suddenly recalling that day in the bar when Sihan downed vodka with an air of determination and wildness, a flame that still ignited a warmth within her heart. Sian, am I particularly useless? Lin Xiaoming suddenly spoke, her voice barely above a whisper, as if confiding in herself. She sat at the dining table, her fingers unconsciously tracing the edge of the table. I cannot even fry an egg properly, and I have made a mess of your kitchen. I used to think I was quite capable, but now I feel utterly inept. Si Huan turned around, bringing a steaming plate of dumplings to the table. She pulled out a chair and sat down, her gaze resting on Lin Xiaoming's face. With a calm tone tinged with tenderness, she said, "Who hasn't had their moments of clumsiness? This little chaos in the kitchen, I can tidy up." She paused, nudging the plate slightly, "Just eat," and refrained from dwelling on those trivial matters. Lin Xiaoming took a bite of the dumpling, the steam blurring her vision. In a hushed voice, she confessed, "I cannot let go of Bai Shisihuan. I know I have ruined him, yet I still think of him, of the times he treated me well." She halted, her throat tightening. If I turn back now, does it mean my initial choice was wrong? Am I destined to live in this perpetual regret? Sihuan's fingers faltered for a moment, her chopsticks gently tapping against the plate. She did not lift her gaze, simply listening quietly, like a silent tree absorbing Lin Xiaoming's every emotion. After a while, she softly replied, "Who among us is free from regrets of the past? Stop overthinking." She picked up a dumpling and placed it into Lin Xiaoming's bowl, her tone light. "Let us eat first." Contemplating these thoughts on an empty stomach is hardly conducive. Lin Xiaoming looked at the dumplings in her bowl, warmth swelling within her. Suddenly, she smiled, reaching over to snatch Sihuan's chopsticks and deftly placing a dumpling in her mouth. "All right, you cook, and I'll eat. It's only fair." Sihuan was momentarily taken aback by her unexpected gesture, but soon chuckled softly, a glimmer of affection shining in her eyes. Chapter 54. The choice as the morning sun streamed through the curtains of Sihan's apartment. Lin Xiaoming nestled on the sofa, engrossed in a show on her tablet, while my neighbor Totoro played. Wrapped in a blanket, her hair tousled and cascading over her shoulders, she lazily sucked on a lollipop, resembling a contented cat. Sihan emerged from the kitchen, carrying a cup of warm milk, which she placed beside her, gently admonishing, "Don't stay up late. Your eyes are red." Lin Xiaoming, without lifting her gaze, mumbled, "Just this episode. I'll sleep after." After a brief pause, she pointed at the Totoro on the screen with excitement, exclaiming, "Sihan, look at this fellow. How adorable. I want to raise one." Turning to Sihan, her eyes sparkled like a child yearning for candy. Sihan raised an eyebrow, choosing not to comment further. That afternoon, she returned from the pet store with a fluffy little chinchilla, its cage equipped with a food bowl and a running wheel. Lin Xiaoming was overjoyed, rushing to embrace the cage and examining it for quite some time, even naming it Cole. However, within 2 days, she grew frustrated with the chinchilla's nocturnal running wheel and its strong odor, her enthusiasm waning swiftly. Upon returning home, Sihan found her handing the cage to the cleaning lady at the door, casually stating, "I can't take care of this little creature. If you like it, feel free to take it." Sihan stood at the entrance, holding recently purchased pet supplies, momentarily taken aback. She said nothing, merely stowing the items into the storage cabinet, softly reminding, "Next time you want a pet, discuss it with me first." Lin Xiaoming stuck out her tongue playfully, smiling as she leaned in, tugging at Sihan's arm in a charming manner. "All right, I was wrong. How about a dog? A Pomeranian, all fluffy and definitely fun." With a resigned smile, Sihan ruffled her hair and that very evening visited the pet store to select a small, creamy Pomeranian, its eyes round and glistening like pearls. When she brought the dog home, she found Lin Xiaoming deeply engrossed in a video game on the sofa. Upon seeing the dog, Lin Xiaoming immediately dropped her phone and rushed to embrace it, laughing like a child. "It's so cute. Let's name it Doozy. What do you think?" Observing the joy reflected in her eyes, Sihan's heart softened, and she replied gently, "As long as you like it." From that day forth, Sahan accompanied Lin Xiaoming to and from school daily, the car filled with Duzzy's toys and treats. In the evenings, they frequented bars together, where Lin Xiaoming, slightly tipsy, would lean on Sahan's shoulder, rambling about Bai Shi. Sahan never interrupted. She simply listened quietly, occasionally offering a cup of warm water, softly saying, "Drink some water. Don't just drink alcohol." With dreamy eyes, Lin Xiaoming grasped Sahan's hand and murmured, "Sahan, you are truly wonderful, better than anyone I've ever known." In Sahan's apartment, at 3 in the morning, the alarm clock buzzed softly, rousing Sahan from her slumber. Rubbing her eyes, she climbed out of bed, donning a loose tank top as she made her way to the kitchen. Lin Xiaoming remained in the living room, wearing headphones while playing a game. The screen's glow illuminating her focused face like a child at play. Sahan stole a glance at her, quietly preparing a bowl of noodles and setting it before her, softly urging, "Eat something, don't go hungry." Lin Xiaoming removed her headphones, momentarily taken aback, then smiled, "You're quite the odd one, making me a midnight snack." She accepted the bowl, poking at the noodles with her chopsticks, her tone laced with playful teasing. "Come on, admit it. You want me to praise your culinary skills." Sihan remained silent, reclining on the sofa with her eyes closed, yet an involuntary smile graced her lips. After finishing her meal, Lin Xiaoming stretched languidly and suddenly proposed, "Sihan, how about I move in with you? Since we spend all our time together, it would save me the trouble of constant back and forth." Her tone was casual, as if discussing a trivial matter, but a hint of trepidation flickered in her eyes. Sihan opened her eyes, her gaze resting on Lin Xiaoming's face for a few moments before she softly replied, "All right, I'll keep a spare room for you." She paused, a teasing lilt in her voice, "But you must promise not to set the kitchen ablaze again." Lin Xiaoming burst into laughter, throwing her arms around Sihan's neck playfully. "Don't worry, the worst I'll do is fatten your dog." On moving day, Lin Xiaoming dragged 2 hefty suitcases filled with clothes and cosmetics. Sihan helped her carry the belongings into the room, her arm muscles subtly flexing beneath her tank top, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. Leaning against the doorframe, Lin Xiaoming observed Sihan's diligent silhouette and suddenly remarked, "Sihan, your kindness leaves me at a loss on how to repay you." Though her tone was half joking, there was a trace of sincerity in her eyes. Wiping her brow, Sihan turned to raise an eyebrow at her. "Just consider yourself in debt. After all, you're not going anywhere." She approached and playfully tapped Lin Xiaoming's forehead, the gesture affectionate yet respectful. Lin Xiaoming momentarily froze, her heart racing unexpectedly, and quickly lowered her gaze to busy herself with her belongings, attempting to mask the warmth blooming on her cheeks. Before the holiday, Sihan suggested a trip to the seaside to help Lin Xiaoming unwind. Lin Xiaoming flipped through the calendar, grinning, "Sounds great. Sunbathing and capturing beautiful photos, perfect." She chose a red sundress paired with high-heeled sandals, twirling in front of the mirror and raising an eyebrow at Sihan. "What do you think? Am I beautiful enough?" Leaning against the doorframe, Sihan lingered on her for a second before softly declaring, "Stunning enough to bubble over." Though her tone was playful, the tenderness in her gaze was undeniable. Lin Xiaoming laughed exuberantly, linking her arm with Sihan's and pulling her toward the airport. "Let us go, it's time for photos." However, the airport was rife with unexpected delays. At 2 in the morning, they found themselves stranded in the waiting area. Lin Xiaoming snuggled into Sihan's jacket, curled up on a chair with her head resting on Sihan's lap, drifting in and out of sleep. Sihan gazed down at her serene face, gently brushing aside the stray hair from her forehead, her movements as light as if afraid to disturb a dream. Her fingers turned a shade of purple from the cold, yet she remained still, unwilling to interrupt Lin Xiaoming's slumber. When Lin Xiaoming awoke and saw Sihan's fingertips tinged white from the chill, her heart tightened. She grasped Sihan's hand and rubbed it tenderly, murmuring, "You silly girl, why didn't you wake me up when you got this cold?" Sihan merely smiled, her tone light-hearted. "It's all right, you were sleeping soundly, and I was happy." Lin Xiaoming said nothing more, simply draping the jacket back over Sihan and leaning against her shoulder, softly grumbling, "If this happens again, I'll be upset with you." Upon reaching the seaside, Lin Xiaoming insisted on wearing her high heels around the amusement park for the sake of looking good in photos. However, after a short distance, she frowned, sitting on a bench to rub her feet, muttering, "I should have worn flats." Sihan squatted in front of her, softly urging, "Come on, hop on my back." Lin Xiaoming blinked in surprise, laughing as she playfully shoved her. "No way. You wouldn't be able to carry me." Sihan raised an eyebrow and, without uttering a word, effortlessly lifted her onto her back, her stride steady as if she were lifting weights in a gym. Lin Xiaoming nestled against her, feeling an unusual sense of security in Sihan's towering height of 183 centimeters, the warmth radiating from her shoulder, causing her heart to race inexplicably. She whispered, "Sihan, why are you so kind to me? To be honest, are you just indulging me because you find my playful antics amusing?" Her tone bore a hint of jest, yet her eyes shimmered with curiosity. "Sihan paused momentarily, chuckling softly. Perhaps. Your playful demeanor is indeed quite endearing." With a light-hearted tone, she carried Lin Xiaoming toward the amusement park exit, her silhouette appearing especially warm under the sunlight. Lin Xiaoming fell silent, merely tightening her embrace around Sihan's neck, the veil between her and her emotions feeling increasingly fragile, yet she remained hesitant to break through it. As night enveloped the surroundings, on the balcony of Sihan's apartment, Duzi lay lazily dozing at Lin Xiaoming's feet. Leaning against the railing, Lin Xiaoming held a bottle of beer, her gaze drifting toward the distant, flickering neon lights. Sihan sat beside her, her purple hair tousled by the night breeze, her eyes shimmering with a tranquil glow. She refrained from drinking, simply accompanying Lin Xiaoming, quietly listening to her speak. "Sihan, sometimes I find myself quite ridiculous," Lin Xiaoming murmured, her tone laced with self-deprecation. "I once believed I could control everything, that I could make anyone like me at will. Yet in the end, I've hurt everyone, especially by she." She paused, her throat tightening. "I no longer wish to toy with others' feelings, but I am at a loss on how to confront my own." Sian remained silent, gently taking the beer from Lin Xiaoming's hand and placing it on the table, softly advising, "You should stop drinking. It's not good for you." She rose, retrieving a blanket from the room and draping it over Lin Xiaoming's shoulders with an ease that felt as natural as breathing. Lin Xiaoming blinked in surprise, looking up at her and softly saying, "You keep doing this, and I truly fear I owe you too much, unable to repay it." Xian chuckled lightly, settling back beside her, her gaze fixed on Lin Xiaoming's face. "Let us consider it a debt. I'm not in a hurry." After a brief pause, her tone turned playful. "But if you genuinely wish to repay me, how about accompanying me for a hike? Next Saturday, we can watch the sunrise from the summit." Lin Xiaoming smiled and nodded. "All right, it's a deal." The balcony lights cast a gentle glow upon them, resembling a serene painting. Lin Xiaoming studied Sihan's profile, the familiar flutter of emotions rising once more within her. She understood that Sihan's kindness had long transcended mere friendship, yet she was reluctant to pierce through that delicate barrier, fearful of losing this warmth, terrified of jeopardizing a precious relationship. Lowering her gaze, she grasped the blanket tightly and murmured, "Sihan, thank you for always being there for me." Sihan remained silent, simply reaching out to ruffle her hair, a flicker of tenderness illuminating her eyes. They sat side by side, the night breeze caressing them, carrying the scents of beer and blankets, as if whispering an untold story. Chapter 55. Choices. On a serene, weekend morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating Huajiang's bedroom. Seated at her desk, she clutched a study abroad guide, its pages densely populated with her meticulous notes. She had commenced her preparation for the language examination, sacrificing her nights to memorize vocabulary, and enrolled in the same tutoring class as Baishi solely to be nearer to him. She was acutely aware that Baishi did not love her, and perhaps never would, yet she remained undeterred. Her only desire was to pursue his shadow, even if it meant merely observing him from a distance. She whispered softly, "Baishi, I will strive to prove that I am worthy of you." Meanwhile, Baishi stood outside the classroom of the tutoring center, a cup of black coffee in hand, his gaze fixed on the distant skyscrapers. The classes were rigorous and monotonous, yet he felt an unusual tranquility, Absent were Lin Xiaoming's provocations and Hua Jiang's tears. He could finally focus on himself. Inside the classroom, as the teacher discussed the application process for 4 universities, she diligently took notes, the tip of his pen scratching against the paper. His classmate, the vivacious Xiao Jia, leaned over and whispered by Shi, "I heard you used to be quite the heartthrob. Why the sudden low profile? No girlfriend?" Bai Shi paused momentarily, then smiled lightly, replying in a calm tone, "Not interested." After class, as Bai Shi exited the room, he unexpectedly encountered Hua Jiang in the corridor. She was clutching a stack of books, her princess braid swaying gently, dimples appearing as her eyes sparkled with a familiar excitement. Upon spotting him, her eyes lit up, and she hurried towards him, exclaiming, "Bai Shi, what a coincidence to see you here." Her voice was buoyant, concealing an underlying tension. Bai Shi frowned, instinctively wishing to turn away, but Hua Jiang had already positioned herself in his path, smiling cautiously. "I just enrolled in this class. The teacher mentioned my foundation is decent, and with some effort, I could catch up." She paused, summoning her courage to ask, "Bai Shi, could we discuss the application process? Just as friends, to share experiences?" Bai Shi remained silent for a moment, a flicker of complexity crossing his eyes. He recognized Hua Jiang's intentions, aware that her offer of friendship was merely a pretext. Yet he also knew she had never harmed him. He sighed softly and replied, "All right, we can chat when there is time." His tone was distant, yet it offered Hua Jiang a glimmer of hope. Her eyes brightened, her dimples deepening as she responded, "Thank you." Bai Shi, after a brief pause, she added shyly, "So do you want to play a game together tonight? Just one round." Her gaze was filled with anticipation, resembling a puppy awaiting its owner's response. After a moment of hesitation, Bai Shi eventually nodded, "Okay, one round." He turned to leave, while Hua Jiang remained rooted in place, clutching her books tightly. She understood this was merely a small victory, yet it was sufficient to fuel her perseverance. Upon returning to her dormitory, Hua Jiang powered on her computer and logged into the game, the screen's glow illuminating her face, revealing the exhaustion and hope in her eyes. She was aware that she might have only acquiesced out of a sense of obligation, but she remained undaunted, so long as he was within her reach. She would still have a chance. She initiated the voice chat, tentatively asking, "Bai Shi, are you there?" Her voice was light, masking the trepidation that lingered in her heart. The voice of Bai Shi resonated through the headphones, deep and tranquil. He paused momentarily, infusing his tone with a hint of resignation, and declared, "All right, let us have a match, but no dragging it out." Hua Jiang chuckled, her dimples accentuating her smile. "Fine. One match it is." She tightened her grip on the mouse, her fingers trembling slightly, yet within her, a flicker of excitement ignited. As the game commenced, Hua Jiang immersed herself fully, the character on the screen deftly maneuvering under her command. Occasionally, she stole glances at Bai Shi's avatar, envisioning him seated before the computer, absorbed in concentration. Upon the game's conclusion, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Bai Shi, your skills remain impressive. I hope we can play together again next time." Bai Shi fell silent for a moment before softly replying, "We'll see." He ended the voice call, plunging the screen into stillness. Hua Jiang gazed at the darkened monitor, a twinge of disappointment stirring within her, but she swiftly shook her head, compelling herself to regain composure. She opened her study guide for studying abroad and resumed memorizing vocabulary, muttering softly to herself, "It's all right, Hua Jiang, you can do this. Just a bit more effort, and perhaps he will notice you." As night deepened, the only illumination in Hua Jiang's room emanated from her desk lamp, casting a glow upon her resolute silhouette. She understood that this journey was arduous, potentially endless. She also recognized that relinquishing Bai Shi might be the easier path. She could return to the warmth of home, bask in her parents' affection, and lead a carefree existence. However, she was unwilling to concede, at least not at this moment. A voice within her urged, "Give it another try. Even if you fail in the end, at least you will have made the effort." Chapter 56, Different Paths 1. A few months later, the biting sea breeze of West City, USA, stung Bai Shi's fingertips as he stepped out of his newly rented studio apartment. The cold, gray sky and crisp air starkly contrasted with the humid clamor of his hometown. Situated in a high-rise near the university, the apartment boasted a spacious balcony overlooking the shimmering sea in the distance. His family's financial support was adequate, rendering the rent a manageable burden. Yet the emptiness of the apartment left him feeling somewhat disoriented. The white walls and gray carpeted floor were pristine, resembling a blank canvas awaiting his personal touch. Baishi visited IKEA, selecting several essential pieces of furniture. After finalizing the delivery schedule, he returned to the apartment, making do with a hastily purchased mattress for the night. Lying on the hard mattress, he gazed at the ceiling, observing the red string on his wrist, feeling as though everything had transpired yesterday, yet also as if a century had elapsed. To acclimate to life in West City, Baishi spent over a month obtaining his American driver's license. In contrast to the cumbersome procedures back home, the process here was remarkably straightforward. With his license in hand, he resolved to purchase a car for daily convenience. Luxury vehicles, which cost millions in his home country, were almost half the price in the U.S. He swiped his card, signed a contract, and drove back to the apartment. The car glimmered with a cool sheen under the sun, evoking an inexplicable sense of security within him. Baishi logged onto the university website to select his courses in advance. As a first-year international student, he was required to take an English class, where he often encountered familiar Chinese faces, alleviating his sense of solitude. Independent living proved far less effortless than he had envisioned. Akin to painting on a blank canvas from scratch, assembling furniture became his first challenge. The IKEA-delivered bed frame parts cluttered the living room, resembling a chaotic puzzle, with wooden planks, screws, and tools clattering within the cardboard boxes. He unfolded the instruction manual, dense with diagrams and English annotations akin to ancient scripts, causing him to furrow his brow in contemplation for quite some time. Dressed in a simple white t-shirt with sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing his well-defined forearms, Baishi focused intently on screwing pieces together, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Sunlight streamed in from the balcony, casting gentle shadows across his face. After over half an hour of effort, the bed frame finally stood, albeit precariously. He let out a sigh of relief and wiped his brow, only to discover several screws lying forlornly in the cardboard box. Staring at the screws, he couldn't help but chuckle, a thought crossing his mind. Perhaps this was the ritualistic essence of studying abroad. With a self-deprecating smile, he decided to make do for the time being, planning to find tools to rectify it later, for this bed at least served its purpose. In English class, a Chinese girl named Vicky approached Baishi with a friendly demeanor. Her delicate doll-like features, large eyes, and rounded cheeks exuded a naive sweetness. Yet her tall stature and commanding presence made her stand out in a crowd. Her voice was bright and imbued with a refreshing candor. Baishi, your notes are neater than the professor's PPT. May I borrow them to copy? Baishi looked up, offering a slight smile as he handed her his notebook, though his gaze instinctively avoided her probing eyes. Vicky took the notebook, flipped through a couple of pages, and exclaimed in wonder, "Not only do you look good, but your handwriting is equally exquisite. You truly seem to possess no shortcomings." After class, Vicky caught up with Baishi, her steps light and her long hair trailing gracefully behind her in the corridor. Half jokingly, she suggested, "Why not come over to my place this weekend? ISNT that the joy of being an international student. We can drink, play cards, and unwind a bit." She paused, tilted her head, and winked at him. "How about meeting some new friends?" Baishi hesitated briefly, but out of curiosity and a desire not to appear aloof, he nodded. "All right." During the subsequent gatherings, Baishi realized he had underestimated Vicky's magnetism. Her home was always brimming with international students, tables laden with beer, soda, and snacks, while upbeat electronic music filled the air, creating an atmosphere akin to a small party. Seated in a corner with a bottle of mineral water in hand, he attempted to diminish his presence. But his cool demeanor and refined looks acted like a spotlight, drawing countless gazes. Trouble soon followed. Whenever Baishi was present, it seemed that the girls shared an unspoken understanding, deliberately crafting games that led him to draw penalty cards, eliciting playful teasing and creating an ambiguous atmosphere. As the game commenced, the girls proposed playing the King's Game, where the person drawing a king designates two others to perform a penalty task. The ambience grew increasingly vibrant, filled with laughter and playful shouts. In the first round, a boy drew a king and excitedly designated participants 3 and 8 to drink in a toast, prompting a wave of laughter. When the second round arrived, a short-haired girl drew a king, her eyes glinting with mischief as she surveyed the room before declaring, "Participants 5 and 7 must kiss." An eruption of knowing cheers filled the room as the girls exchanged glances, eagerly anticipating the outcome. Baishi lowered his gaze to reveal his card, and indeed, he was number 7. Frowning slightly, discomfort flickered in his eyes. After a moment of silence, he picked up a glass of orange juice mixed with vodka and took a large gulp. The fiery liquid scorched his throat, and he narrowed his eyes slightly, calmly stating, "I'll just drink. Let us forget it." His voice was deep and distant. The room fell silent for a brief moment before a chorus of disappointed murmurs erupted. The girl who drew number 5, a vivacious international student, pouted playfully and remarked, "Baishi, you're too uptight." Her tone carried a hint of provocation, inciting more laughter. Baishi simply shook his head. He was not fond of such ambiguous games, nor did he relish being thrust into the spotlight. However, in an effort to keep the mood light, he chose to evade the situation by drinking. As the party progressed into the late hours of the night, the atmosphere became increasingly animated. Someone suggested playing Truth or Dare, and although Baishi intended to decline, Vicky insistently pulled him into the circle, saying, "Let us just play a few rounds." Once the game began, the girls appeared to once again target him with their questions, each one more probing than the last. "Do you have a crush on anyone? When was your first love?" Baishi offered perfunctory responses, striving to remain inconspicuous. Yet, when a girl playfully asked, "Have you ever been dumped? You always look heartbroken," his smile faltered momentarily. Vicky sensed the shift in atmosphere and quickly interjected, "All right, enough of that. Let us switch it up." She redirected the conversation, tossing her hair back and shooting a knowing glance at Baishi. Baishi lowered his head and took a sip of wine, yet a sharp pang pierced his heart. As the party drew to a close, Vicky escorted Baishi to the parking lot. On the way, she suddenly remarked, "Baishi, you mustn't keep yourself locked away. The past is behind you. What matters is that you are here now, and everything can start new." Baishi fell into a moment of silence before softly replying, "I understand." His voice was faint, as if he were attempting to convince himself. Upon returning to his apartment, Baishi felt a tumultuous churn in his stomach, the lingering taste of alcohol rendering him dizzy. He leaned against the bathroom wall, clutching the toilet as he retched violently, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The burning sensation in his stomach caused him to furrow his brow, yet an inexplicable memory flickered in his mind. Lin Xiaoming's mischievous smile when intoxicated, leaning against him, her eyes teasing, like a flame that left him with no escape. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to shake off the memories, rose to wash his face, and murmured to his reflection, "Enough, stop thinking." Following this gathering, the women's perceptions of Baishi became increasingly complex. Some remarked that he was as aloof as an iceberg, while others speculated in hushed tones, "He doesn't engage in even the slightest flirtation. Does this guy not like girls?" However, Baishi's cool demeanor and restraint did not deter the women. Rather, it became a challenge, igniting a greater sense of curiosity and desire to engage. Chapter 57. Another path too. On a sultry evening, Baishi, Wei Qi, and a boy named Zhongli gathered around a greasy plastic table, laden with skewers, beer, and a bowl of peanuts. Beneath the red plastic awning of the barbecue stall, the dim yellow light accentuated Baishi's exquisite profile. Despite his simple black sweatshirt, he resembled a figure from a painting who had inadvertently wandered into the mundane world, attracting the curious glances of diners at nearby tables. Unbeknownst to him, Baishi was engrossed in selecting skewers, meticulously avoiding the spicy peppers. Wei Qi sat opposite him, her laughter bright and imbued with a hint of vigor. She picked up a skewer of chicken wings, teasing him as she nibbled. "Baishi, you're so particular even about your skewers." Zhang Li, adjusting his black-framed glasses, chimed in with a sheepish grin. Last time, he even picked out the scallions. She shook his head in resignation, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. "Can't you two allow me to enjoy my meal in peace?" His voice was gentle, like a refreshing breeze on a summer night, soothing to the ears. As the trio conversed, a commotion erupted from another corner of the stall. A girl, whom Baishi had seen at school, approached unsteadily, clad in a snug top and denim shorts, a beer cup in hand. Her cheeks were flushed with intoxication, her gaze hazy. Upon spotting Baishi, her eyes lit up as if she had discovered treasure, and she stumbled over to him. Baishi, it's really you, she exclaimed. Let us exchange contact information. Chat with me. As she spoke, her body swayed, leaning against him, the potent scent of alcohol mingling with her perfume enveloping him. Baishi furrowed his brow, instinctively shifting aside, gently placing a hand on her shoulder, his tone warm yet distant. You've had too much to drink. Haven tea you? Do you need help calling a cab? However, the girl seemed oblivious, feigning drunkenness as she leaned her head on his shoulder, attempting to wrap her arm around his waist. Murmuring, "Don't be so cold, I just want to talk to you," her voice was sticky, laced with unabashed flirtation, drawing curious glances from surrounding diners. Baishi's frown deepened, his shoulders stiffening, clearly uncomfortable with the proximity. Just as he pondered how to extricate himself, Wei Qi abruptly slammed her skewer onto the table. Rising to her feet, "Can you keep your distance from my boyfriend?" She tossed her hair back, exuding an assertive aura, her tone a mix of sincerity and jest, laced with a warning. The air around the barbecue stall became thick with tension as diners halted their chopsticks, their inquisitive gazes flitting between the three of them. The girl froze, her bleary eyes darting between Wei Qi and Baishi, her smile faltering for a moment. Baishi too was momentarily taken aback, his skewer suspended in midair, caught between laughter and disbelief. Though he and Wei Qi were merely friends and had no romantic ties, her declaration of boyfriend was evidently a bid to rescue him from an awkward situation. He chose not to rush into an explanation, simply lowering his gaze to continue eating, concealing a trace of embarrassment. Zhongli stifled a laugh, taking a hearty swig of beer, his shoulders shaking with suppressed mirth. The girl straightened up awkwardly, muttering an apology before begrudgingly returning to her table, casting one last longing glance at Baishi, her eyes glimmering with unfulfilled desire. Wei Qi resumed her seat, smiling at Baishi. "See, without me, you would have been ensnared already. What do you call this? A hero saving a damsel? No, it's saving a handsome guy." She arched an eyebrow, mischief gleaming in her eyes, seemingly pleased with her own cleverness. Baishi shook his head helplessly and murmured, "Thanks, but please refrain from making such remarks next time. I would rather avoid misunderstandings." His tone was gentle, tinged with a hint of reproach, yet not devoid of gratitude. Wei Qi burst into laughter, popped a piece of toasted bread in her mouth, and mumbled, "What misunderstandings? With that face of yours, how could there be no misunderstandings? Don't worry, I've got your back. No troublesome admirers will get near you." Zhongli could no longer contain his laughter and adjusted his glasses, exclaiming, "Wei Qi, your strategy is brilliant. But Baishi, you do attract attention, don't you? That girl earlier couldn't take her eyes off you." Baishi sighed, setting down the skewer he was holding, and replied nonchalantly, "I haven't done anything to provoke them." His voice was calm, laced with a hint of resignation, as if he had long grown accustomed to this inexplicable attention. He took a sip of mineral water, his mind drifting to the moment Lin Xiaoming first gazed at him with her clear eyes. Since that day, Wei Qi seemed to have officially assumed the role of warding off admirers. Whenever a girl showed excessive enthusiasm, she would promptly step in, exuding an aura of authority. Baishi felt both grateful and helpless towards her efforts. He understood that Wei Qi acted purely out of friendship, devoid of any romantic intentions, yet he remained cautiously distant, wishing to prevent any misunderstandings. After their gathering at the barbecue stand concluded, the trio strolled along the street back to the apartment. The night breeze of West City mingled with the salty scent of the sea, causing Wei Qi's long hair to flutter slightly. She walked ahead, humming an unknown tune, while Zhongli walked beside her, critiquing the hygiene of the barbecue stand. Baishi lagged behind, hands in his pockets, his gaze fixed on the shadows cast by the distant streetlights. Suddenly, Wei Qi turned around and called out, "Baishi, hurry up. Stop looking so pensive all the time." Baishi paused for a moment before quickening his pace, retorting, I'm not pensive. I'm just walking slowly. Wei Qi huffed, turning back to continue her path, muttering, "You're handsome, sure, but too dull." Upon returning to the apartment, Bai Shi stood on the balcony, gazing down at the sea illuminated by the night. The moonlight spilled over the waves, creating a delicate shimmer, as if whispering secrets. He recalled the evening's interlude. The sound of Wei Qi's hearty laughter and Zhang Li's endearing grin, a warmth blossoming within him. The unfamiliarity of West City was gradually fading, and the company of friends made him feel less solitary. A few days later, Wei Qi whimsically organized a barbecue gathering among friends, choosing the garden behind her rented house as the venue. She rallied everyone in the group chat, proclaiming, "Everyone bring some ingredients: beef, chicken wings, vegetables. Anything goes. Let's do it ourselves and have a blast." Bai Shi initially intended to decline, but Wei Qi appeared at his apartment door, hands on her hips, declaring, "Bai Shi, if you refuse again, I might get angry. Just consider it as helping me out, all right?" With no other choice, Bai Shi nodded reluctantly, agreeing to bring some ingredients. He went to the supermarket and selected beef skewers, corn, and a bag of charcoal, carrying 2 large bags to Wei Qi's home. Wei Qi's residence was a charming little villa with a garden, the backyard adorned with lush grass and a few rose bushes in the corners. The air filled with the scent of earth and flowers. The barbecue grill was already set up, the charcoal crackling, and smoke wafted upwards, infused with the fragrant aroma of cumin. A group of over a dozen international students clustered together, some busily arranging ingredients, while others gathered around the grill, flipping and roasting. Bai Shi, donned in a simple white t-shirt and black jeans, exuded an understated brilliance. His tall figure appeared as a picturesque silhouette against the setting sun, drawing the attention of several girls who glanced back frequently. He quietly tended to the charcoal, his movements deft, beads of sweat forming at his brow, with the sunlight accentuating his flawless profile. Zhang Li adjusted his glasses and approached with a bag of chicken wings, grinning sheepishly. "Bai Shi, with your skills, you look like a professional grill master." Bai Shi looked up and replied, "I'm just messing around. As long as it's cooked, that's all that matters." He turned the beef skewers, the grease sizzling as it dripped onto the charcoal, releasing a mouth-watering aroma. Vicky approached with a plate of marinated chicken legs, teasing, "Wow, Bai Shi, your technique is impressive. I must have a taste once it's ready." She winked at him, prompting a chorus of playful jeers from the girls nearby. "Vicky, are you claiming your territory?" In a lull between grilling, someone suggested playing a game to liven the mood, with a girl proposing, "Let's have another round of the King's Game. Beer and barbecue are best enjoyed with a game." Bai Shi frowned, intending to slip away to help wash vegetables. But Vicky seized him, exclaiming, "Don't run off. Just a few rounds. If you lose, I'll take the blame." As the game commenced, the penalties ranged widely, from singing to eating chili peppers. When it was Lena's turn and she drew a king, a mischievous glint sparkled in her eyes as she glanced at Bai Shi and declared, "Number 3 must kiss number 7. Bai Shi looked down to see he was indeed number 7. He sighed, lifted a bottle of beer, took a swig, and calmly stated, "I'll drink, pass." Lena rolled her eyes and muttered, "Here we go again. This guy really shows no interest in women." Laughter erupted among the girls. Vicky Snot Bai Shi Shobia took a hearty gulp and said, "Stop giving him a hard time. With his personality, I feel anxious just watching." She shot him a playful look, smiling. "Go back to grilling your beef skewers. Leave this to me." Bai Shi shook his head in resignation, returning to the grill, focusing intently as the soft glow of the sunset bathed his face. After the event concluded, Bai Shi sat at the edge of the lawn, holding a bottle of drink, quietly observing the distant revelers. Vicky approached, sitting cross-legged beside him, her long hair tousled by the wind. With a smile, she said, "Bai Shi, why are you so good-looking? It makes me work hard to fend off admirers. It's exhausting." Bai Shi looked down, replying softly, "Who asked you to do that? I never requested your help." Vicky huffed, "Oh, you ungrateful," Bai Shi, tearing down the bridge after crossing it. They bantered for a while, but Bai Shi's gaze softened. He understood that Vicky's loyalty and Zhang Li's earnestness were the most precious warmth he had in West City. Chapter 58. Divergence 3. The dying rays of the sun cast a golden hue upon the streets of West City, outlining the silhouettes of towering buildings. The air was infused with the briny scent of the sea mingling with the aroma of the street side CAFS. Bai Shi, Wei Qi, and Zhongli emerged from the library, their shoulders burdened by heavy backpacks, each clutching a cup of iced coffee. They strolled leisurely toward Bai Shi's apartment, having agreed to convene for a discussion on a group assignment, a report on the comparative teaching of international politics, its deadline looming ominously. The trio resolved to brainstorm in Bai Shi's apartment, aiming to complete a substantial portion of the first draft in one go. Wei Qi lamented, "This professor is utterly ruthless. A 10-page report feels like a death sentence." She bit down on her straw, the chill of the iced coffee causing her to wince. Yet her tone was laced with playful sarcasm. "Bai Shi, you must guide us with that brilliant mind of yours, or I fear Zhongli will churn out a heap of nonsense again." Zhongli adjusted his black-framed glasses, playfully retorting, "Hey, Wei Qi, stop picking on me. I scored a B on the last exam." He hoisted his backpack, brimming with textbooks, his gait somewhat clumsy, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Yet he wore a carefree smile. Walking alongside them, Bai Shi's white t-shirt glowed softly in the sunset, a faint brown beauty mark at the corner of his eye barely visible. He took a sip of his coffee and calmly remarked, "Let us not bicker. If we establish a framework tonight, we could write half of it." His voice was tranquil, imbued with a reassuring steadiness, as if he were silently commanding the situation. The trio turned the corner and entered Bai Shi's apartment building. The glass doors glimmered under the lights, and the marble floor of the lobby reflected the chandelier's glow. A breeze from the air conditioning enveloped them, prompting Wei Qi to sigh contentedly. "Bai Shi, your apartment is far too luxurious. It feels like living in a 5-star hotel." She shook his head in resignation. "It's just all right, but the rent is exorbitant." Zhongli chuckled. "Yet you still live comfortably. The balcony overlooks the sea. I envy you immensely." As Bai Shi stepped into the lobby, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a figure in the corner, chestnut hair cascading over her shoulders, slender fingers tightly gripping the handle of a small suitcase. Her silhouette was both fragile and familiar, resembling a painting frozen in time. Her shoulders trembled slightly, as if suppressing some emotion, while she leaned forward, speaking to the receptionist in a voice too soft to discern. Bai Shi's heart skipped a beat, as if gripped by an invisible hand. That was Lin Xiaoming's silhouette, the girl who had once stirred tumultuous waves in his life, a shadow that evoked both longing and heartbreak. He halted, memories flashing through his mind. The sunset by the playground, her mischievous smile, the warmth of her leaning against him, and that text message that had pierced his heart with the pain of their separation. He furrowed his brow, forcing himself to regain composure. Impossible for it to be her. Lin Xiaoming was back in the country, separated by vast oceans. How could she possibly be in West City? Yet, his heartbeat quickened uncontrollably, as if responding to an undeniable premonition. Just as he attempted to avert his gaze, the figure seemed to sense the scrutiny from behind and slowly turned around. Under the lights, her exquisitely pure face came into sharp focus. Indeed, it was Lin Xiaoming. Her chestnut hair fell in gentle disarray, and the usual defiance that once graced her visage had faded, replaced by an expression brimming with grievance and unease, reminiscent of a lost kitten. Upon catching sight of Bai Shi, she momentarily froze, her eyes reddening as a tremor laced her voice when she softly uttered, "Bai Shi." Bai Shi's pupils constricted slightly, as if struck by the unexpected reunion. His throat felt parched, akin to being scraped by sandpaper, and his mind was a blank slate. He had never anticipated encountering Lin Xiaoming in the West City, nor could he have foreseen her appearing before him in such a vulnerable state. The red string around his wrist seemed to ignite, stirring memories that he had forcibly suppressed. Unconsciously, his fingers tightened around the coffee cup, which emitted a faint creaking sound. Before he could speak, Vicky furrowed her brow, stepping forward with her hands on her hips, her tone laced with caution. "Why are you calling me your boyfriend?" Her voice rang clear, infused with an innate assertiveness, as if to declare her claim. The air in the hall abruptly thickened, and the front desk staff lifted their heads, their inquisitive gazes darting among the three individuals. Chapter 59. Divergent paths. Lin Xiaoming's eyes were slightly reddened, and under the dim light, her face appeared pale and fragile. She bit her lower lip, her gaze fleetingly shifting between Baishi and Vicky, as if Vicky's mention of a boyfriend had struck a nerve. Her fingers gripped the handle of her suitcase, knuckles turning white from the pressure, her voice barely audible. I'm not here to look for him. I'm here to find a friend. She paused, forcing a stiff smile to mask the turmoil within. Sorry, you've mistaken me for someone else. Before the words had fully escaped her lips, she abruptly turned, tugging her suitcase towards the glass door. Her steps hurried, as if fleeing. Her chestnut hair trailed behind her in an arc, and her slender figure appeared particularly desolate under the cold white lights of the hall, reminiscent of an abandoned kitten. Baishi stood frozen, watching Lin Xiaoming's silhouette vanish beyond the glass door, his mind a whirlpool of confusion. Vicky remained by his side, muttering, "Who is she? So mysterious." Zhongli adjusted his glasses, innocently chiming in, maybe she really mistook someone. Yet Baishi's intuition burned like a flame, insistent and undeniable. Lin Xiaoming was lying. From his understanding of her, she was never one to casually seek out friends in a foreign land. Her pride, her stubbornness, every subtle expression etched deeply in his memory. Her appearance in Xiqing, at the foot of his apartment building, could not be mere coincidence. The fleeting glimmer of grievance and evasion in her eyes seemed to convey a truth he had yet to uncover. Baishi's heart raced, an intense premonition swelling within him. If he allowed her to leave now, he might regret it for the rest of his life. "You all go ahead. I have something to take care of," Baishi declared, his voice low yet resolute. Without waiting for Vicky's response, he discarded his coffee cup and dashed towards the glass door. Vicky stood rooted, calling after him, "Hey, Baishi, where are you going?" But he had already exited the hall, his figure swallowed by the night. The night breeze in Xiqing carried the briny scent of the sea, causing the tips of Baishi's hair to flutter gently. The streets were sparsely populated, streetlights casting a cold white glow that illuminated Lin Xiaoming as she dragged her suitcase. She walked slowly, her shoulders slightly slumped, as if resisting some overwhelming emotion. The suitcase's wheels clattered monotonously against the cobblestones, amplifying the struggle echoing within her during the stillness of the night. Baishi quickly closed the distance, his breath coming in quick bursts. He called out to her from behind, "Lin Xiaoming." Lin Xiaoming's steps halted abruptly, as if pinned in place by his voice. She did not turn around, yet her fingers instinctively tightened around the suitcase handle, her nails digging into her palm. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to regain composure, and when she finally turned, a detached smile graced her face. "Baishi, what are you doing out here? Is something the matter?" Her tone was flippant, an attempt to conceal something, yet the turmoil in her eyes betrayed her. Baishi stood before her, his gaze locked onto her face, searching for answers in her subtle expressions. His voice was low, tinged with suppressed urgency. "What are you doing in Xiqing? Don't tell me you're here to find some friend. I don't believe it." Lin Xiaoming's smile faltered for a moment, and then she curled her lips in a mocking manner. "Oh, the campus heartthrob is still so confident. Thinking all the girls in the world revolve around you?" She paused, her gaze drifting to the distant flickering streetlights. "I told you, I'm here to see a friend. Whether you believe it or not is of no concern to me." Baishi furrowed his brows, an overwhelming tide of confusion surging within him. He stepped closer, leaning in with a voice low and laden with suppressed emotion. "Lin Xiaoming, you never tell such clumsy lies. If you truly had a friend in West City, why do you look like you're on the verge of tears? Why did you run when you saw me?" Lin Xiaoming's pupils constricted slightly, as if he had struck at her most vulnerable spot. Her fingers tightened, yet her voice turned icy. "Baishi, do not delude yourself. We have long since broken up. My visit to West City has nothing to do with you." She paused, her tone deliberately tinged with disdain. "Besides, isn't your girlfriend waiting for you over there? Why do you concern yourself with me?" Baishi's brows knitted tighter, a complex surge of emotions welling up within him. "She is not my girlfriend. Wei Qi is merely a friend. Her words were meant to shield me from trouble." His voice remained calm, yet resolute, as if fearful of her misunderstanding or of her fleeing once more. "Lin Xiaoming, tell me the truth. Why are you really here?" Lin Xiaoming was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of astonishment crossing her features, soon replaced by a deeper complexity of emotions. She bit her lip, her internal defenses wavering. "You." Lin Xiaoming's voice trembled, as if summoning all her courage. You need not fabricate lies. I have no right to interfere in your life. She lowered her head, her chestnut hair concealing her expression. I came to West City for school. I was accepted by a university, and after completing the enrollment, I came here to see if I could stay for a while. Her words were a mixture of truth and half-truth, her tone imbued with a weariness that masked a deeper reality. Baishi's brows furrowed further. A university? The prestigious institution ranked 5th in the East? Why would she forsake such an opportunity to come to West City? His instincts told him Lin Xiaoming was concealing something. He took a step forward, his voice deepening. A university is in the East? What are you doing in West City? Lin Xiaoming, do not deceive me. Lin Xiaoming's heart tightened, as though he had pierced through all her facades. Her eyes reddened, yet her voice was as cold as ice. I've said it several times. It has nothing to do with you. Baishi watched her turn to leave, an instinctual certainty rising within him that compelled him to break his silence. He strode forward, positioning himself in her path, his voice laced with an uncommon urgency. Lin Xiaoming, unless you clarify things, you shall not leave. Lin Xiaoming halted abruptly, the wheels of her suitcase screeching against the pavement. She raised her head, tears finally escaping and tracing down her pale cheeks. Clenching her jaw, her voice choked yet resolute. Baishi, I came for you. Is that clear enough? Lin Xiaoming wiped the tears from her face, her voice barely above a whisper as if speaking to herself. I was accepted by a university. My parents want me to go to the East, but I don't wish to leave. I came to America for you. I want to win you back and start anew with you. She paused momentarily, a bittersweet smile curling at the corners of her lips. I had even contemplated transferring to the language school in Xiqing. Her gaze fell upon the red string adorning Baishi's wrist, her voice lowering further, yet I arrived too late. You have embraced a new life. I should not intrude. Baishi's heart jolted, as if struck by her candor. He beheld her tear-streaked visage, observing the stubbornness and fragility reflected in her eyes. A heaviness lodged within his chest, rendering him nearly breathless with a pang of sorrow. Memories of her betrayal flooded his mind, recalling the stinging breakup message that had pierced him. Yet in this moment, the bitterness seemed to dissolve, washed away by her tears, leaving a tumult of complex emotions in their wake. He inquired softly, Are you trying to win me back? Lin Xiaoming remained silent, merely nodding, her gaze cast downward. Baishi fell into a contemplative silence, his eyes lingering on her face for an extended period. His heart was in disarray. He inhaled deeply and murmured, Lin Xiaoming, you've lost your mind. High school is your future. How could you? Her eyes locked onto his, the glimmer of tears within them shining like stars, piercing his heart with an ache. Baishi, I miss you. Chapter 60. Divergence 5. At that moment, she found it rather amusing. Last time Baishi had said to her, Lin Xiaoming, I miss you. She had been teasing him. Now, standing on the streets of a foreign land, she was experiencing for the first time the courage required to voice her true feelings. And for the first time, she felt the fear of awaiting judgment. She dared not meet Baishi's gaze, afraid of seeing indifference or worse, pity in those pure, peach blossom eyes. Baishi remained silent, his eyes lingering on her face as if trying to penetrate her soul. His throat emitted a slight sound, his voice deep yet tinged with a hint of hoarseness. Lin Xiaoming, do you understand what you are saying? Her body trembled slightly, compelling herself to lift her head and meet his gaze. His eyes no longer held the gentle warmth that once embraced her every whim. Instead, they shone with a complex light. She bit her lip, her voice trembling yet resolute. I know. I must be mad to give up on high school for you, to chase after you to West City. But, she paused, her eyes reddening further. I want to start anew with you. Bai si shao fu dao dai de. Recalling the streets from the winter break when she had ignited his hopes with tender lies and then plunged him into despair with the words, Baishi, you're so easy to deceive. In that moment, his self-esteem had been shattered, tears and despair consuming him like a tidal wave. He had vowed to forget her, to lead a life akin to that of an ordinary person. He lowered his gaze to the red string on his wrist, his voice low. Lin Xiaoming, how can I trust you? How can I believe that you won't offer me hope only to let me down again? Lin Xiaoming's body stiffened. She understood his words were a mirror reflecting her past cruelty and malice. Gritting her teeth, she summoned her last vestige of courage. Meeting his eyes directly, "I have come to West City, wagering my future. Believe in me once more." Baishi's heart jolted, ignited by her gaze. His mind flooded with countless images, her laughter, her tears, her betrayal, and her current sincerity. His hand instinctively clenched, the red string biting into his wrist. A reminder of past wounds and an unspoken bond. Taking a deep breath, his voice trembled slightly. "Lin Xiaoming, do you know how much I hate you? But," he paused, "but I still cannot say no to you." Lin Xiaoming was taken aback, the tears in her eyes suspended, unfallen. She had not anticipated she would utter such words, like a beam of light piercing the darkness within her heart. She opened her mouth to respond, but found her throat choked with emotion, rendering her voiceless. Her fingers loosened around the suitcase, which fell to the ground with a clatter, shattering the night's silence. She took a step forward, tentatively reaching out her hand to touch his face, but halted mid-air, fearful of rejection. Baishi observed her trembling fingers, and the defenses within him finally crumbled. He sighed, taking her hand in his, the warmth of his palm sending a shock through her heart. His voice was deep and weary. "Lin Xiaoming, I do not know if I can forgive you, nor if we can start anew." He paused, locking his gaze on her face, "But this time I will not allow you to hurt me so easily again." Tears streamed down Lin Xiaoming's face as she suddenly threw herself into his embrace, clutching him tightly, as if fearing he might vanish. Her face buried in his chest. Her tears dampened his shirt, her voice choked with emotion. Baishi, her body trembled slightly, resembling a small creature that had finally found its refuge. Baishi's body stiffened for a moment before gradually relaxing. He lowered his gaze to her disheveled chestnut hair, a long-forgotten warmth surging within him. He did not push her away. Instead, he gently patted her back, his voice barely above a whisper as if speaking to himself. "Lin Xiaoming, do not let me regret this." The night breeze rustled, and the streetlights cast their embracing shadows, blurred yet warm. The distant waves of Xiqing murmured softly, bearing witness to this long-overdue reunion. Lin Xiaoming understood that the road ahead was long, and she would need countless days and nights to mend the trust she had once shattered. Yet, in this moment, she simply wished to hold him tightly, to feel his genuine warmth, and reassure herself that she had won him back. As the night deepened, the sea breeze from Xiqing slipped through the gaps of Baishi's apartment balcony, bringing a hint of chill. Lin Xiaoming followed Baishi into the building, the elevator lights illuminating her face, revealing the trepidation and anticipation in her eyes. Baishi walked ahead, his silhouette tall yet silent, carrying her suitcase. His pace was steady, seemingly deliberate in its slowness, waiting for her to catch up. Lin Xiaoming bit her lower lip. She had imagined countless scenarios of their reunion, yet she had never expected it to be so tentative, akin to two hedgehogs cautiously testing each other. The elevator doors opened with a chime, and Baishi ushered her into the apartment. The interior was softly lit, a gray blanket covering the floor, and the minimalist furniture exuded a clean, cool aura. Lin Xiaoming glanced around, her gaze landing on the sea beyond the balcony, the shimmering waves stirring something deep within her. "Baishi, where have you been?" Vicky's voice drifted from the living room, tinged with impatience. She sat cross-legged on the sofa, a stack of textbooks beside her, while Zhongli was engrossed in his notebook. Adjusting his glasses as he looked up, a hint of confusion in his eyes upon seeing Lin Xiaoming. "Who is this?" Vicky inquired, her curiosity piqued. Baishi set down the suitcase, his tone calm, yet subtly softened. "This is Lin Xiaoming." He paused, his gaze sweeping over her before he added in a hushed tone, "My friend." "Friend?" Vicky raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Lin Xiaoming from head to toe. "What kind of friend is this?" "Baishi, you never even had a girl on WeChat. Why have you suddenly brought someone home today?" Her tone was teasing, yet concealed an unmistakable curiosity. Lin Xiaoming's heart raced, a flurry of thoughts coursing through her mind. She bit her lip, summoning her courage to tentatively speak. "I am his girlfriend." The moment the words left her lips, her heart skipped a beat as she glanced at Baishi. He appeared momentarily taken aback, then lowered his head, gently ruffling her hair, his gesture tender as if to soothe her. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and though he said nothing, this unspoken action conveyed his affirmation. Chapter 61. Sweetness. Lin Xiaoming felt a sudden release in her heart, as if a heavy stone had been lifted. Yet almost immediately, a wave of complex emotions surged within her. His tenderness remained unchanged, as he effortlessly accepted her, waiting patiently in place. Vicky's eyes widened like saucers, her jaw nearly dropping in astonishment. A girlfriend? Bai Shi, when did you secretly start dating? Her tone was filled with disbelief. No wonder you kept rejecting those admirers. It turns out you already have someone special. She turned to Lin Xiaoming, her gaze lingering on her chestnut long hair and exquisite features, exclaiming, Lin Xiaoming, is it? Your beauty is absolutely stunning. Bai Shi certainly has an eye for talent. Lin Xiaoming felt a tinge of embarrassment from her enthusiastic praise, her cheeks flushing a light pink as she whispered, actually, I am his first love. We just reconciled. She paused, her eyes resting on Bai Shi, her honesty shining through. I traveled to Xiqing to find him, hoping for a fresh start. Vicky was momentarily stunned, then admiration flickered in her eyes. Impressive. You traveled halfway across the globe for Bai Shi. I truly admire your courage. She patted Lin Xiaoming's shoulder with a hearty laugh. No wonder Bai Shi has steadfastly avoided dating. He's been waiting for such a beautiful partner. She beckoned, come, sit here, and share your story. Zhongli chimed in with an innocent grin. Yes, your approach is quite bold. I thought Bai Shi would remain single until graduation. He adjusted his glasses, laughing heartily, seemingly genuinely pleased for Bai Shi's newfound relationship. Bai Shi shook his head helplessly, murmuring, let us not gossip. We still have assignments to finish. He pulled a chair closer, gesturing for Lin Xiaoming to sit. His movements were natural, yet tinged with a hint of caution, as if testing the waters of their closeness. Once seated, Lin Xiaoming subconsciously intertwined her fingers, her gaze drifting over the open textbooks and notes on the table, stirring a subtle sense of alienation within her. Vicky and Zhang Li swiftly shifted the conversation to their assignments, and the trio began discussing the framework for their international politics report. Vicky animatedly waved her pen, her voice vibrant. I believe we should start with case studies from the Cold War to analyze the logic of great power competition. Zhang Li adjusted his glasses and added with a goofy smile, we should include some cited literature. Otherwise, the professor will surely say we're just talking in circles. Bai Shi focused on the textbook, occasionally chiming in with a steady voice and clear logic, as if untangling a complex knot. Lin Xiaoming sat nearby, feeling as though unfamiliar terminologies and intricate analyses formed an invisible wall, isolating her. She lowered her head and took a sip of coffee, the bitter taste spreading across her palate, and an overwhelming sense of disconnection washed over her. As the night deepened, Vicky stretched lazily, tidying up the textbooks, and raised an eyebrow at Bai Shi. Thanks to you, Bai Shi, we've laid out the initial framework for our draft. We'll polish it tomorrow, and we'll surely get an A. Zhang Li chuckled. Bai Shi, with your intellect, it would be a shame not to pursue a career as a lawyer. Vicky turned to Lin Xiaoming, smiling. Xiaoming, come over for a barbecue at my place sometime. I'd love for you to try my secret grilled wings. Lin Xiaoming nodded, smiling gently. Sure, thank you, Vicky. After bidding farewell to Vicky and Zhang Li, the apartment returned to a serene quiet. The only sound remaining was the soft echo of waves outside the balcony. Bai Shi stood in the living room, her gaze fixed on Lin Xiaoming. After a moment of hesitation, she murmured, tonight, I'll sleep on the sofa, and you can take the bedroom. Is that all right? Lin Xiaoming froze. Her heart pricked, as if by something gentle. She looked at Bai Shi's face, both familiar and yet foreign, biting her lips softly as she replied, all right, I'll sleep in the bedroom. In the dead of night, the apartment was enveloped in silence, save for the soft whispers of the ocean waves. Lin Xiaoming tossed and turned, unable to find rest, her mind swirling with Bai Shi's cautious eyes and the words, I'll sleep on the sofa. A wave of bitterness surged within her. Gritting her teeth, she threw off the covers, slipped into her loose white nightgown, and quietly padded barefoot out of the bedroom. The living room was dim, illuminated only by the moonlight spilling in from the balcony, casting a silhouette of by Shi's tall figure. He was covered by a thin blanket, sleeping restlessly, his brows slightly furrowed, as if burdened by unspoken thoughts even in slumber. Lin Xiaoming stood by the sofa, a tightness in her chest leaving her breathless. As she gazed at his sleeping face, a whirlwind of emotions surged within her, longing, grievance, and a hint of resentment. Taking a deep breath, she leaned down and, without hesitation, straddled Bai Shi, pinning him beneath her knees. Bai Shi jolted awake, his eyes fluttering open, pupils constricting in the darkness. Xiaoming? What are you doing? Lin Xiaoming remained silent, lowering her head to fiercely capture his lips, the intensity of her kiss imbued with her pent-up frustration. Bai Shi winced at the sudden pain, letting out a soft groan, his brow knitting in confusion. He reached out, intending to push her away, yet fearing to hurt her, he could only gently grip her shoulders and ask softly, "What's wrong? What are you?" His voice was tender, as if soothing a child throwing a tantrum. Lin Xiaoming lifted her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her tone sharp. "I came to Xiqing for you, abandoning I school, sacrificing my future, but what about you? You want to even sleep beside me?" Bai Shi stared at her, a flicker of complexity crossing his gaze. He sighed, "That is not what I meant, Xiaoming. I just—" He paused, throat constricting as he sought the right words. "I just think that since we've only just met, it's better to take things slowly." Lin Xiaoming bit her lip, her grievances flooding forth like a torrential tide, transforming into an impulsive defiance. She seized Bai Shi's hands, pinning his wrists above his head with a forceful yet practiced motion. As her other hand slid toward his shirt, her slender fingers deftly unfastened the buttons. In the moonlight, his skin gleamed with a cool, pale glow, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly in nervousness. She lowered her head, kissing along his neck, each kiss imbued with a fiery warmth, each one a release of her emotions. "Xiaoming, don't do this," Bai Shi's voice was husky, laced with a hint of helplessness. "Leaving marks isn't good. Others will see." His tone was restrained, as if he were struggling to maintain his composure, yet the flush creeping to his ears betrayed his flustered state. Lin Xiaoming paused, lifting her head, anger flashing in her eyes as her voice turned as cold as ice. "Not good. In the past, when we were together for the first time, you didn't team mine when I left marks or acted out. Why do you care now? Bai Shi, have you stopped liking me as much as before?" Her tone was laden with accusation as she recalled that kiss by the playground, his clumsy yet tender response. She remembered the nights spent at his home, his palms drenched in sweat from nervousness, yet still allowing her to do as she pleased. Now, however, his restraint loomed like a wall, isolating her from him. Frustrated, she leaned down and bit into his collarbone with fervor, her teeth leaving crimson marks on his skin. A declaration of possession. "Xiaoming, it hurts." Bai Shi furrowed her brow and murmured softly, attempting to free her wrists but hesitating to exert too much force. His chest rose and fell rapidly, breaths quickening. "We were young and naive back then. Now, please just listen to me." Lin Xiaoming paused, a flicker of stubbornness crossing her gaze. Her voice dropped to a whisper, laden with challenge. "Listen, I refuse. Will you love me like you did before? Will you cherish me like you once did?" Her tone resembled that of a child unwilling to accept defeat. Bai Shi fell silent, his eyes lingering on her face for what felt like an eternity, as if grappling with an inner turmoil. His voice emerged, low and weary. "Xiaoming, it's not that I don't like you. I just need some time, all right?" His tone bore a hint of pleading. "No." Lin Xiaoming's voice rose sharply, infused with resolute defiance. She released his wrist, her hands grasping at his shirt, the fabric emitting a faint tearing sound under the moonlight. Her fingers slid toward his belt, her movements urgent and assertive, as if seeking to reclaim his heart through this act. Bai Shi furrowed his brow, gripping her shoulders tightly. "Lin Xiaoming, stop." His voice lost its gentleness, tinged with anger, resisting her forcefulness. Xiaoming froze, her actions suspended midair, a flash of hurt illuminating her eyes. Her chest heaved, her voice icy as if laced with venom. "What are you pretending for? You've slept with all sorts of women. Why act innocent with me now?" Her words were sharp, deliberately provocative, piercing his heart like a dagger. He gazed at her, as if her words had reopened old wounds, murmuring, "Xiao Meng, you promised me you wouldn't let me down again." Lin Xiao Meng detected the pain lurking in Bai Shi's eyes, the fragility in his voice. Yet she remained unyielding, her fingers resolutely unfastening his belt. He fell silent for a moment before speaking slowly, his voice subdued as if suppressing a deeper emotion. "Xiao Meng, the last time we were on the rooftop, you said, after you disgusted me with your relationships with other girls, I haven't let anyone else touch me." His tone was calm, but imbued with a heartbreaking weariness. "You know I've been waiting for you." Lin Xiao Meng halted, the cold metal of the belt buckle pressing against her fingertips, her heart gripped by an unseen force. She looked up, her gaze colliding with Bai Shi's, those clear peach blossom eyes harboring grievances and restraint. In that moment, she realized that Bai Shi was still the same boy who once listened to her, his love merely buried deeper within him. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice thick with emotion and trembling. "Bai Shi, I want you." Bai Shi sighed, a flash of helplessness crossing his features. He spoke softly, "Xiao Meng, at least let us return to the room, not on the sofa." He rose gently, cradling her in his arms as he made his way toward the bedroom. His steps were steady, as if he feared disturbing her, yet also as if he were soothing his own heart. Chapter 62 Sweetness 2 In the early morning. The sunlight of West City streamed through the glass windows of Bai Shi's apartment, casting a gentle glow that danced upon the gray blanket. Bai Shi stood before the bathroom mirror, having completed his morning rituals. His gaze inadvertently wandered to his neck, where an array of amorous kiss marks marred his skin. Glaringly conspicuous, he furrowed his brow and let out a soft sigh, the memories of Lin Xiaoming's assertive and stubborn demeanor from the previous night fresh in his mind. Shaking his head, he rummaged through his wardrobe and pulled out a black turtleneck sweater to conceal the evidence, feeling a slight sense of relief. He entered the kitchen and opened a refrigerator, skillfully retrieving eggs, bread, and milk, preparing to make breakfast for Lin Xiaoming. The frying pan sizzled as the eggs gradually took shape in hot oil, while the aroma of toasted bread wafted from the oven. With his head bent in concentration, he flipped the eggs, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips as he recalled Lin Xiaoming's embrace from the night before. A wave of long-lost sweetness washing over him. In the bedroom, Lin Xiaoming stirred from her slumber, reaching out for the warmth beside her, only to find the coldness of an empty sheet. A sudden emptiness gripped her heart, as if she had lost something of great importance. Furrowing her brow, her voice, still heavy with sleep, called out softly Bai Shi. An undertone of unease lingered in her tone. "I'm here." Bai Shi's voice floated in from the kitchen, steady and gentle, serving as a balm to her anxiety. Lin Xiaoming's eyes brightened, and she threw off the covers, slipped on her slippers, and hurried towards the kitchen. Upon seeing Bai Shi standing at the stove, his posture tall and clad in the black turtleneck, diligently preparing breakfast, her heart raced inexplicably. She tiptoed closer and wrapped her arms around his waist from behind, pressing her face against his back, her voice soft and playful. "Bai Shi, why didn't you stay in bed a little longer with me?" Bai Shi's body tensed momentarily before relaxing, a deeper smile gracing his lips. He continued to flip the eggs, his tone gentle. "I was afraid you'd be hungry, so I made you something to eat." He turned to face Lin Xiaoming, his gaze falling upon her tousled chestnut hair and sleepy eyes, a surge of affection washing over him. Her current clinginess evoked a sense of both familiarity and novelty, reminiscent of the sweetest moments from their past. Lin Xiaoming pouted, shaking his arm playfully. "Can't you just stay in bed for a little while longer? It wouldn't hurt to have breakfast a bit later." With a resigned smile, Bai Shi reached out to tousle her hair. "All right, enough teasing. If the eggs burn, don't blame me." He plated the cooked eggs, retrieved the golden brown toast from the oven, and set out milk and jam, a simple yet heartwarming breakfast soon ready. As they sat at the dining table, Lin Xiaoming took a bite of the bread, the sweetness of the jam spreading across her palate, her eyes squinting with satisfaction. Though she couldn't resist sneaking glances at Bai Shi, he took a sip of milk, his gaze resting on her face, hesitating for a moment before softly speaking. "Xiaoming, you should return to the East for your studies. My school is a top-tier university, Your future shouldn't be hindered because of me. Lin Xiaoming's hand froze mid-bite, the bread lowering as she set it down, her voice barely above a whisper, as if testing the waters. Bai Shi, do you not want to be with me? Bai Shi was taken aback, quickly shaking his head, his tone earnest. No, Xiaoming, that's not what I mean. He paused momentarily, his gaze gentle yet tinged with concern. I just feel it's such a pity for you to give up on high school. During the holidays, I could visit you in the East. We wouldn't have to part ways. His voice was deep, imbued with a soothing quality. It concealed an undercurrent of conflict. He wished for her to stay, to witness her clingy demeanor every day. But he feared even more that she might miss out on a brighter future because of him. Lin Xiaoming bit her lip, a glimmer of stubbornness flashing in her eyes. I want to go. She hesitated, her tone softening, laced with a hint of whimsy. Bai Shi, I've already found an agency and plan to transfer to a language school in the West City. I want to attend school this semester. It's perfect for us to spend time together. As she spoke, she tilted her head and blinked at him, attempting to mask her inner unease with a light-hearted demeanor. Bai Shi was taken aback, surprise flickering in his eyes before he furrowed his brow. Xiaoming, are you out of your mind? What do you plan to do if you don't attend school this semester? His tone bore a hint of reproach, yet the softness in his gaze was undeniable. He understood that she had already wagered too much for him, even willing to alter the course of her life. Lin Xiaoming leaned closer, taking hold of his hand. Her smile was mischievous, her voice sweet and tender. What do you think? Of course, I'll be sticking to you every day, cooking for you, accompanying you to class, and watching the sea together in the evenings. What does that sound? Her eyes sparkled with light, as if painting a future that belonged solely to them. Bai Shi sighed in resignation and gently pinched her cheek. You. He didn't finish his thought, but gazed at her with warmth. He knew that her staying would fill his life with warmth, yet he also understood that her education and future were of paramount importance. He spoke softly, Xiaoming. You can stay, but you must promise me that you will attend school next semester and not act recklessly. Lin Xiaoming's eyes lit up, and she suddenly leaped into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck and laughing like a child. Okay, Bai Shi, you're the best. Her face nestled against his chest, feeling his warmth and heartbeat. The emptiness in her heart had long been replaced by profound happiness. Bai Shi looked down at her contented smile, a wave of long-lost reassurance washing over him. He gently patted her back, his voice low. Let us indulge a little after breakfast, otherwise the eggs will go cold. His eyes were filled with affection. Chapter 63. Sweetness. Lin Xiaoming sat cross-legged on the gray carpet, her fingers gliding over her phone. As the air was infused with a subtle aroma of coffee mingled with the fresh scent of freshly laundered clothes. In the kitchen, Bai Shi, with sleeves rolled up to his elbows, hummed a gentle tune while washing the dishes. How about dining at Din Tai Fung for lunch? Lin Xiaoming called out, her eyes sparkling at the thought of the renowned dumplings. Since arriving in Xiqing, she had become enamored with the exquisite soup dumplings, dragging Bai Shi along at least twice a week. Bai Shi poked his head out, a dishcloth draped over his shoulder, his dark hair slightly tousled. Going again? He teased, a tender smile gracing his lips. If you keep eating like this, you'll soon turn into a round little dumpling. Lin Xiaoming pouted, pretending to be indignant as she shot him a mock glare, then leaped to the kitchen doorway, leaning against the frame. Will you accompany me? She tilted her head, her voice sweet and slightly playful, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Bai Shi shook his head in resignation, drying his hands before gently pinching her cheek. Of course. Who could refuse you? His tone was indulgent, yet a hint of shyness flickered in his eyes, as if unaccustomed to her candid dependence. At noon, the streets of Xiqing basked in the midday sun, where a long queue had already formed outside Din Tai Fung. Wrapped in a cozy white sweater, Lin Xiaoming stood beside Bai Shi, clutching his sleeve while humming an off-key melody. Bai Shi glanced at his phone, occasionally looking up to gauge the progress of the line. His handsome profile softly illuminated in the sunlight. Passers-by, particularly girls, often stole glances at him, whispering amongst themselves, yet Lin Xiaoming remained unfazed, a proud smile lingering on her lips. No matter how handsome he was, he belonged to her. Halfway through the wait, Lin Xiaoming suddenly rose on her toes and unabashedly pressed a kiss to Bai Shi's cheek. Her lips, soft and imbued with a hint of strawberry lip balm, caught him off guard. His cheeks flushed visibly, even the tips of his ears turning pink. He hastily turned away, gently pushing her aside, whispering, "Xiaoming, don't. There are too many people, it's inappropriate." His voice was low, tinged with evident embarrassment, his gaze avoiding hers. Seeing his flustered demeanor, Lin Xiaoming's heart brimmed with joy. She cherished Bai Shi's bashfulness, which seemed reserved solely for her. Despite their many intimate moments in the past, he always blushed like an inexperienced youth at her advances. As red as a ripe apple, she leaned closer, lowering her voice to tease him. "All right then, I'll kiss you at home, just the two of us." "How's that sound?" Bai Shi shot her an exasperated look, murmuring, "You should tone it down a bit." Yet his lips betrayed him, curling upwards, unable to conceal the mirth in his eyes. He grasped her hand, their fingers intertwining, the warmth of his palm causing Lin Xiaoming's heart to skip a beat. She looked down, stifling a laugh, feeling that even the very air in Shiqing was imbued with a cloying sweetness at that moment. Upon returning to the apartment, Bai Shi changed into comfortable loungewear and began to busy himself. He tossed Lin Xiaoming's discarded sweater into the washing machine, expertly adjusting the settings before tidying up the clutter in the living room. In the kitchen, he sliced vegetables, preparing the ingredients for dinner, his movements fluid and focused. Nestled on the sofa, Lin Xiaoming clutched a cushion, watching the silhouette of Bai Shi as he busied himself, a warm current swelling within her heart. It was Bai Shi's first experience cohabiting with a girl, and the responsibility of caring for her felt both novel and earnest. He would meticulously wash and fold her clothes, keeping everything in pristine order. He would tidy the room until it sparkled, even placing her discarded hair ties back in their rightful place. Not to mention, he would prepare meals for her daily, presenting even a simple dish like scrambled eggs with tomatoes with utmost care. Occasionally, he would pause, leaning against the kitchen doorframe, gazing at Lin Xiaoming with eyes so tender they seemed about to overflow with emotion. How wonderful it would be if this could last forever. Bai Shi set down 2 bowls of steaming noodle soup, his tone light, as if he were merely speaking to himself. His gaze lingered on Lin Xiaoming's face, betraying a hint of barely perceptible unease. "After graduation, we should marry and continue as we are now, right? Waking up to see you in the morning, dining together in the evening, each going off to work. Just thinking about it brings me satisfaction." Lin Xiaoming, biting her chopsticks, paused momentarily before breaking into a smile, her eyes curving in delight. "Bai Shi, are you proposing to me?" She teased him deliberately, yet his words stirred ripples deep within her. The future he painted was so simple, yet offered her an unparalleled sense of security. Bai Shi's face flushed, and he lowered his head to twirl the noodles. Mumbling, "I was just saying, don't take it seriously." Yet the tips of his ears blushed even more vividly, as if he were trying to conceal the anticipation brewing within. Observing his demeanor, Lin Xiaoming felt a bittersweet ache in her heart. Yet she could sense the trace of insecurity in his tone. He still feared that she might leave again, feared that this was merely a fleeting dream. She reached out to grasp his hand, speaking earnestly, "Bai Shi, I'm not going anywhere. I will be by your side every day. Is that all right?" Her voice was soft and soothing, imbued with warmth. Bai Shi looked up, a gentle light flickering in his eyes, and spoke quietly, "You must hold true to your word." However, once Bai Shi went off to class, the hours at home stretched long and hollow for Lin Xiaoming. Sitting on the balcony, she gazed at the shimmering sea in the distance, phone in hand, yet unsure of what to do. She attempted to read, binge-watch series, even tried her hand at baking cakes, but no matter the activity, a sense of emptiness lingered in her heart. The apartment was silent, save for the soft hum of the refrigerator and the distant sound of waves. She watched the wall clock, counting the moments until Bai Shi returned, boredom creeping in. At times, she would suddenly recall Si-Han, the girl who had encouraged her to pursue Bai Shi in America. Si-Han understood her needs even better than Bai Shi, always managing to carve out time to accompany her, taking her to various delightful places. Lin Xiaoming reminisced about their travels together, where Si-Han always discovered new and exciting activities, leading her to witness sunrises, hike to starlit skies, and even laugh heartily when they got lost in unfamiliar cities. She remembered the sight of Si-Han at the airport. Her eyes reddened as if she might weep, yet she forced a smile, saying, "Lin Xiaoming, you must find happiness. This is the price of my letting go." In the empty apartment, Lin Xiaoming hugged her knees, staring out at the sea from the balcony, her thoughts drifting far away. She recalled Si-Han's laughter, the warmth of her back when she carried her, and her soothing words, "Don't be afraid, I'm here with you." And what of that little Pomeranian, Duzzy? Had Si-Han taken good care of it? A wave of bittersweet emotion surged within her, as if something had lodged itself in her chest, rendering her breathless. She picked up her phone, hesitating for what felt like an eternity, before finally opening the chat window with Si-Han. The screen displayed their last conversation, where Si-Han had sent a photograph of a sunset, accompanied by the words, "Xiaoming, please go see the sea in Xiqing for me." Lin Xiaoming's finger hovered over the keyboard, intent on typing a few words. Yet she found herself at a loss for what to convey. She bit her lower lip and ultimately sent only an emoticon, one of a smiling face with tears streaming down its cheeks. Setting her phone aside, she rose and walked to the balcony, leaning against the railing, closing her eyes to embrace the coolness of the sea breeze. In that moment, she felt an unsettling realization. Despite having chased after Xiqing and reclaimed Baishi, it seemed she had still lost something profoundly significant. Chapter 64. Sweetness for the weekend sun streamed through the apartment curtains, casting a gentle golden halo upon the wooden floor. Baishi sat at the dining table, scrolling through his phone, dark hair slightly obscuring his eyes. He glanced at Lin Xiaoming, who was curled up on the sofa, her chestnut locks cascading over the cushions, her gaze vacantly fixed on the television screen. "Xiaoming," Baishi said softly, his tone imbued with a hint of excitement. "Vicky is hosting a gathering at her place tonight and has invited us. She mentioned wanting to prepare a hot pot and asked if you would come. What do you think?" Lin Xiaoming's fingers tightened around the remote, her attention still anchored on the flickering images. She did not respond immediately, and the silence lingered just long enough for Baishi to feel a twinge of unease. He set his phone down, leaning forward, resting his elbows on the table. "Xiaoming?" He repeated, his voice gentler this time. She sighed, her shoulders slumping as she turned to face him. Her eyes, usually sparkling with mischief, were now clouded with a weighty gloom. "I don't want to go," she murmured, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. Baishi furrowed his brow, sensing the gravity in her words. "Are you sure? Vicky specifically mentioned you, insisting that I bring you along. It will be fun, and Zhongli is likely to bring some of his homemade spicy sauce." Lin Xiaoming forced a faint smile. "I'm just a bit tired. You should go and have fun." She redirected her gaze, nervously tugging at the hem of her sweater. Baishi studied her for a moment, his heart sinking. He understood her all too well, recognizing the facade she was trying to maintain. He rose and moved to the side of the sofa, sitting on the armrest. "What is the matter? Talk to me." She bit her lip, her eyes dropping to her knees. The words seemed to lodge in her throat, and after a lengthy pause, she finally spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. "I don't want them to ask about my school situation. Whether I've taken a leave of absence or transferred to a language school. I feel embarrassed. I don't fit in with them. They're all busy with their studies, planning their futures, while I am just here." Her candidness hung in the air, fragile and exposed. Baishi felt a tightness in his chest. He could see her pride, the same stubbornness that had driven her halfway across the globe to pursue him, now twisted by self-doubt, gnawing at her confidence. He wanted to embrace her, to reassure her that she was more than enough. But he knew that pushing her would only cause her to retreat further. "All right," he said gently, his tone steady, "I'll 1T ask again. But if you change your mind, please let me know." He reached out, gently tousling her hair, his touch tender yet restrained. Lin Xiaoming nodded, her gaze evasive, and softly replied, "You go ahead, don't worry about me." Baishi sighed, standing to retrieve his coat. He paused at the entrance, glancing back at her. She remained curled on the sofa, like a hedgehog retreating into its shell. A pang of bittersweetness stirred within him. "I want to be back too late. Call me if you need anything." The sound of the door closing echoed within the apartment, causing Lin Xiaoming's shoulders to quiver slightly. She stared at the television, where the images blurred into a haze of light and shadow. A sense of something blocking her heart settled in, a mix of grievance and irritation. She wished Bai Shi would stay, to cuddle on the sofa and watch a Klitschde movie together, or simply to be in each other's quiet company. However, she did not wish to appear as though she could not live without him, nor did she want him to feel that she had encroached upon his life. She bit her lip, her nails digging into her palm, attempting to suppress the inexplicable emotions that surged within her. In the days that followed, Lin Xiaoming's mood resembled the tides of the West City, at times calm, at other times tumultuous beneath the surface. Bai Shizhe continued to attend classes and complete assignments, occasionally gathering with Wei Qi and Zhang Li, while Lin Xiaoming chose to remain in the apartment, confronting the lengthy hours alone. She endeavored to occupy herself, even opening Bai Shiji's textbooks to see what he was studying. Yet each time she faced the dense English terminology, the void within her became all the more pronounced. She began to frequently stand on the balcony, gazing down at the street below the apartment, counting the minutes until Bai Shizhe returned. The sea breeze tousled her long hair, and the chill seeped into her sweater, yet she stubbornly lingered there, as if awaiting some form of validation. Bai Shiji's tenderness remained unchanged. He would wash her clothes and quietly tuck her in while she slept, yet she always felt that something was amiss. An unwavering companionship centered around her, akin to what Sahan had once provided. On Friday evening, Bai Shizhe mentioned that he would be discussing a group project with Wei Qi and the others and might return late. Lin Xiaoming nodded, feigning indifference. It's fine, you could be busy. However, once the apartment door closed, silence engulfed her like a tidal wave. An unease began to stir within her. She donned a thick sweater, wrapping herself tightly, and stood on the balcony, her gaze fixed on the direction of the apartment door. As night deepened, the streetlights cast a cold, white glow, and the streets grew sparse with pedestrians, yet she resolutely waited until her fingers became numb from the cold. At 10:30, Bai Shiji's figure finally appeared downstairs. He wore a black coat, carrying a backpack, walking alongside Wei Qi and Zhang Li, as well as an unfamiliar girl clad in a red sweater, her laughter bright and cheerful. The four stood at the entrance of the apartment, exchanging a few words, and the girl playfully patted Bai Shizhe on the shoulder, her smile particularly affectionate. Bai Shizhe responded with a smile, one that was pure and warm. Lin Xiaoming's heart sank suddenly, as though gripped by something fierce. She stared at the girl, a flurry of thoughts racing through her mind. Who is she? Why did she pat Bai Shiji's shoulder? Why does Bai Shizhe smile so naturally at her? Her nails dug deeper in her palm, jealousy and grievance spreading like wildfire within her chest. She recalled Sahan, who never allowed her to feel such insecurity. In Sahan's world, she was always the singular focus. The door lock clicked softly, and Bai Shizhe stepped inside, removing his coat at the entrance. The door remained ajar, and Lin Xiaoming abruptly approached, her gaze as cold as ice. Without uttering a word, she boldly reached into Bai Shiji's pants, her actions sudden and daring. Bai Shizhe froze, seemingly startled by her boldness. He hurriedly grasped her wrist, his voice laced with panic. Xiaoming, what are you doing? Lin Xiaoming chuckled coldly, her eyes sharp. Just checking. Why were you laughing and chatting with that girl? Her tone was provocative, yet her hand did not falter, as if venting the fury that simmered within. Bai Shiji's expression darkened, and in a fit of embarrassment and anger, he pushed her hand away and slammed the door shut. His voice low yet filled with ire. Lin Xiaoming, don't lose your mind. His ears flushed red, and a flicker of shame and hurt crossed his eyes. She and I are merely classmates. Is it necessary for you to react this way? Lin Xiaoming's chest heaved violently, her grievances spilling forth like a deluge. She glared at him, her voice sharp. What about it? Bai Shi, weren't you able to resolve matters with anyone during high school, no matter the place? Why pretend to be serious now? Her words struck fiercely at his past, piercing through the shared scars they bore. He inhaled deeply, his voice barely above a whisper, as if suppressing his emotions. We agreed not to bring up the past. You insist on this, don't you? The pain in his eyes was unmistakable. Lin Xiaoming's eyes reddened, her voice choked yet accusatory. I wait for you at home every day, from morning until night. Do you know what that feels like? You are the sole focus of my life, yet your gaze does not rest solely upon me. She paused, her voice dropping further. Sahan would never make me wait like this. In her world, I am the only one. Upon hearing Sahan's name, a flicker of discomfort crossed his face. He took a deep breath. Xiaoming, could you refrain from mentioning others? Please do not compare me to anyone else. Lin Xiaoming bit her lip, tears finally cascading down her cheeks. She abruptly turned away, entering the bedroom and slamming the door with a resounding thud that echoed throughout the apartment. Baishi stood outside, feeling as if something had lodged in his chest, leaving him breathless with a pang of bitterness. He leaned against the door, softly calling, Xiaoming, open the door. Let us have a proper discussion. Chapter 65, Transformation in the dimly lit bedroom. Lin Xiaoming curled up on the bed, clutching her knees as silent tears streamed down her cheeks. A gentle voice, laced with apprehension, called from outside the door. Xiaoming, I understand your distress. Please tell me, how can I demonstrate that I care for you? A tumult of grievance and anger coiled within Lin Xiaoming's chest like a venomous serpent. She despised this feeling, loathed the way she became anxious and insecure over every trivial action of Baishi, and resented the jealousy that consumed her when it came to other girls. She was Lin Xiaoming. How could she allow herself to be reduced to such a state for a man? Clenching her teeth, she recalled the version of herself that once stood resolute beneath the basketball hoop, plotting how to bring Baishi down from his pedestal. She had once believed she would never bow to anyone, yet now she felt like a bird trapped in a cage, her heart racing with every turn he made. With a sudden burst of resolve, she flung open the door, her gaze as frosty as the winter air. Prove it. What do you think you can prove? Her tone was sharp, almost a provocation, yet beneath it lay a flicker of vulnerability she was reluctant to acknowledge. She wanted him to realize that he owed her. He had transformed her into this, and he must repay her with a Baishi that belonged solely to her. Baishi stood outside, his disheveled black hair framing a face etched with concern. He hesitated, trying to decipher her expression, and softly inquired, Xiaoming, what do you want? Please tell me. Lin Xiaoming fixed her gaze upon him, her mind racing through countless memories, his focused demeanor while discussing assignments with Wei Qi, the familiarity of a stranger when she playfully tapped his shoulder, and the pure smile he wore when he glanced at them. Why does his world include others? My world contains only him. Why should his not reflect the same? Just as she prepared to deliver a cutting remark, a weary thought surfaced once more. Why should I torment myself with this jealousy? My world should not be confined to him. Taking a deep breath, she compelled herself to remain composed, her voice chillingly steady. Go and tattoo my name on your body. Let everyone know you are mine. The moment the words left her lips, her heart raced, a mix of vindictive satisfaction and distorted anticipation coursing through her. She was aware that this demand was excessive, even somewhat pathological, but it was her final test, a probe into Baishi's limits and a challenge to see if she could still lose herself in this relationship. If he agreed, perhaps she could find temporary solace. If he refused, maybe she could persuade herself to let go and reclaim the Lin Xiaoming who was untroubled by anyone. Baishi's breath caught in his throat, as though her words had struck him squarely. He instinctively tightened his fingers, a tumult of emotions, shock, hesitation, and a tinge of wounded pride surged within him. Yet when she defiantly raised her chin, her reddened eyes betraying a tremor of uncertainty, his heart softened, so much so that he found it almost absurd. I agree, he murmured softly. Lin Xiaoming's eyelashes fluttered slightly, her eyes widening as if she had not fully grasped his response. The answer she had anticipated would take much negotiation came with unexpected ease. However, rather than the anticipated sense of fulfillment, a wave of heaviness and discomfort washed over her. You certainly agreed, rather readily. She turned her face away. Why is he so obedient? Is it for my sake, or does he simply wish to avoid further conflict? A sudden wave of inexplicable emptiness washed over her, akin to a meticulously orchestrated game that lost its significance in the moment of triumph. Do I truly desire this tattoo, or is it merely a means to affirm my control over him? She stepped forward, her tone laced with sarcasm. Baishi, you are remarkably compliant. Will you obey whatever I say? Baishi furrowed his brow tighter, inhaled deeply, and in a low voice confessed, Xiaoming, I agreed because. I cannot bear to lose you. He paused, his voice heavy. Do not doubt my feelings for you. She clenched her teeth, turned back to the bed. Her voice icy. Do as you wish. Go get the tattoo. She faced away from him, forcing herself to suppress that flicker of uncertainty. I cannot show weakness. If I do, I can see defeat. The following day, she took Lin Xiaoming to a tattoo parlor in the West City. The air was thick with the scent of antiseptic, and the walls adorned with myriad tattoo designs, the buzzing of needles slicing through the atmosphere. The tattoo artist, a middle-aged man sporting a scruffy beard, spoke with a professional tone. What would you like? And where? Bai Shi rolled up his sleeve, murmuring her name, Lin Xiaoming, in Chinese. On the inner side of my arm, his tone was calm, as if he had long accepted this decision. Lin Xiaoming stood beside him, arms crossed. Her gaze fixed on Bai Shi's face, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth, wondering if he would truly go this far for her. Watching the needle pierce his skin, witnessing the ink seep into his flesh, her heart felt heavy. This is my victory, yet why do I remain unsatisfied? The tattooing process was brief. Bai Shi furrowed his brow as pain caused beads of sweat to form on his forehead, yet he remained silent, occasionally glancing at Lin Xiaoming with a reassuring look. She focused on the three characters gradually taking shape, the delicate song typeface appearing like a brand, glaring and vivid. She reminded herself that he was now hers, that no one could take him away. Yet the void within her continued to expand. Doubts began to creep in. Did she truly want this tattoo, or was it simply a way to punish him for transforming her into a jealous, diminutive version of herself? The tattoo artist put away his tools. Take a look, are you satisfied? Bai Shi glanced down, a faint smile gracing his lips. It's quite nice. He turned to Lin Xiaoming, his voice gentle. Are you pleased? Lin Xiaoming remained silent, merely nodding, though a flicker of complex emotion danced in her eyes. She loathed herself, detested this feeling of insecurity, and loathed Bai Shi even more. If it weren't for him, how had she become this way? Suddenly, she realized that by placing all her emotions and expectations upon Bai Shi, she had ensnared herself in a cycle of endless internal turmoil. Chapter 66 Transformation 2 Since her return from the tattoo parlor that day, Lin Xiaoming felt as if a void had been carved within her heart, leaving it desolate. She no longer wished to dwell on Bai Shi's tenderness or to fret over every glance he cast her way. Thus, she immersed herself entirely in the realm of gaming. Within the foreign server, the presence of Chinese players was scarce, and her teammates, hindered by the language barrier, drove her to the brink of madness. In a moment of jest, she initiated a live stream, half-mockingly proclaiming, "Are there any international students in West City? Come join me for a couple of rounds. If we lose, don't blame me for the verbal onslaught." She did not genuinely expect anyone to watch. She merely sought a distraction to alleviate the emptiness left by Bai Shi's absence. Unexpectedly, her innocent appearance, alluring figure, and astonishing gaming prowess, coupled with her unrelenting banter, attracted a multitude of fans within mere days. The international student community, in particular, clamored to form teams, eager to accompany her in ascending the ranks around the clock. Leaning back in her gaming chair, the glow of the screen illuminated her face, concealing the fatigue lurking in her eyes. During a brief intermission, she idly scrolled through her private messages, and one caught her attention. Sister Meng, I'm also in West City, ready to team up and elevate your game. The message was from an ID named Guji. Curious, she clicked on his social media account, revealing a young man with shoulder-length hair, strikingly beautiful and exuding a carefree smile. His hairstyle and the upward tilt of his fox-like eyes bore a striking resemblance to Si Han, with a backdrop showcasing the beach in West City. Lin Xiaoming paused, a peculiar sensation flickering within her. She perused his posts, which featured vibrant nightlife, surfing, and street art, his life unfolding like a youthful cinematic narrative. Impulsively, she replied, "Sure. Let us add each other and level up together." As the night deepened, the apartment was enveloped in silence, save for the gentle whispers of ocean waves. And Bai Shi had yet to return. A wave of inexplicable irritation surged within her. She removed her headphones, rising to step onto the balcony, where the night breeze tousled her chestnut locks. Unlocking her phone, she navigated to her chat history with Si Han, fixating on a sunset photograph for an extended moment. Sihan would often rise in the middle of the night to prepare supper for her during her gaming marathons, serving her steaming beef noodles while chiding her playfully about the dark circles she would develop from staying up late. And what about Shi? He would retire early each night. Lin Xiaoming bit her lip, unconsciously drawing comparisons. The door creaked softly as Bai Shi entered, laden with his backpack, his black jacket dampened by the night mist. Upon noticing Lin Xiaoming standing on the balcony, he paused momentarily, his voice gentle yet tinged with fatigue. Xiaoming, you're still awake at this hour? Concern flickered in his eyes. Lin Xiaoming turned, her gaze frigid and her tone sharp. So you do remember to come home? It's 11:30 Bai Shi. Do you think this place is a hotel? Her voice burned with indignation, arms crossed, as if she were passing judgment. Bai Shi furrowed his brow, hanging his jacket by the entrance, his voice low. The group discussion ran a bit long. Wei Qi and the others wanted to verify a few more pages of information. He hesitated, stepping closer to her in an attempt to ease the tension. I sent you a message. Didn't you see it? Lin Xiaoming scoffed, slamming her phone down on the table. A message? Just I'll be back later is your idea of an explanation? Do you have any idea how long I've been waiting for you? Her eyes were tinged with a hint of red, yet her voice grew sharper. In my life, there's only you. Meanwhile, you are preoccupied with your studies and your friends, completely indifferent to my waiting for you at home. She was momentarily taken aback, a fleeting pain flickering in his eyes. He stepped forward, yearning to grasp her hand, but she recoiled. Taking a deep breath, he murmured, Xiaoming, it's not that I don't care. I merely thought you were enjoying your gaming, and I didn't want to disturb you. His tone bore a soothing quality. Yet to Lin Xiaoming, it sounded dismissive. Enjoying? She scoffed. I play games only because you are not here. Bai Shi, do you think my life revolves solely around you, allowing you to treat me so casually? She turned and strode into the bedroom, slamming the door behind her. Bai Shi stood in the living room, a sensation akin to suffocation gripping his chest, a bittersweet ache rendering him breathless. A few nights later, he returned home at 10 o'clock due to a group project. As he pushed the door open, the apartment was eerily silent. The glow of the computer screen was absent, and Lin Xiaoming was not in the living room. A wave of dread washed over him as he called out, Xiaoming? No response. He hurried into the bedroom, finding the bed empty. He picked up his phone and dialed her number, the cold, unyielding ringtone echoing as no one answered. A memory flickered in his mind of that night with Gao Fan. Calls unanswered, messages sinking into oblivion. His fingers trembled slightly as he forced himself to remain calm. He stood frozen, his breath quickening. The light from his phone screen illuminated his face, revealing the turmoil in his eyes. He continued to dial her number repeatedly, whispering, Lin Xiaoming, where have you gone? Meanwhile, outside a small restaurant in West City, Gu Zhi's car came to a gradual stop at the roadside. Lin Xiaoming sat in the passenger seat, her chestnut hair tousled by the night breeze. She was engrossed in her phone when she caught a glimpse of Gu Zhi's fingers gripping the steering wheel, knuckles paling, sweat beading on his forehead. Suddenly, the car jolted in reverse, accompanied by a sharp scraping sound. Lin Xiaoming quickly lifted her head, concern etched on her face. Are you all right? Gu Zhi paused for a moment, then scratched his head, revealing a bashful smile, his tone lighthearted. It's nothing, just a scrape. A little paint will fix it. His long hair was tied back in a ponytail, and his smile bore a touch of youthful innocence. His gaze cautiously darted towards Lin Xiaoming, his ears tinged with crimson as he quietly confessed, You look even better in person than on your stream. I'm a bit nervous, haha. Lin Xiaoming regarded him, her mind momentarily drifting to Sihan. The same casual demeanor, the same warmth, even the curve of their smiles bore a resemblance. A swirl of complex emotions stirred within her, yet her lips curled into a smile. Nervous? With all that bravado while gaming, you still managed to scrape the car? Her tone carried a teasing note, masking the turmoil beneath. Gu Zhi chuckled shyly, his gaze dropping to evade hers. That's because you caught me off guard. His cheeks flushed deeper. Lin Xiaoming paused, her heart inexplicably skipping a beat. She lowered her head, sipping the cool juice she had brought along. The icy liquid slid down her throat, unable to quell the restlessness within her. She was aware that her decision to dine out was motivated by a desire to provoke Baishi to penalize him for his tardiness. Yet in this moment, Gu Ji's gaze instilled in her a sense of long-forgotten ease, reminiscent of the days spent with Si Han, days devoid of jealousy and anxiety, filled solely with uncomplicated joy. Baishi, do you not care for me? Then why should I wait for you? In the restaurant, Lin Xiaoming occupied a window seat, a glass of juice in hand, her attention drifting elsewhere. Opposite her, Gu Ji was slicing into his steak, animatedly recounting amusing anecdotes from their gaming escapades, his tone buoyant. In that last match, your moves were absolutely phenomenal. The chat exploded, declaring you the top female player on the foreign server. He glanced up at her, his eyes sparkling with unabashed affection. Lin Xiaoming responded absent-mindedly, her thoughts consumed by Baishi. She knew he must be frantic now, much like the time she had gone out with Gao Fan, when his calls drained her phone's battery and his messages reached a state of desperation. Yet, she was resolute in her intent. She wanted him to feel pain, to experience regret, to understand that she was not entirely dependent on him. Purposefully ignoring the vibrations of her phone, she smiled at Gu Ji and remarked, "Next time, take me somewhere else. This steak is rather mediocre." Her tone hinted at a test, a subtle evasion. Gu Ji's eyes lit up, and he eagerly nodded, "Absolutely. There's a fantastic Thai restaurant in Xiqing. I'll take you there." His voice brimmed with excitement, reminiscent of a child who has just received a confection. Chapter 67. The rift outside the restaurant. The night breeze tousled Lin Xiaoming's hair. She walked alongside Gu Ji, their blurred shadows cast by the streetlights. Suddenly, Gu Ji leaned closer and whispered, "Ming Ming, may I call you that? It feels so fitting." His eyes crinkled into a crescent shape, a smile akin to a mischievous fox, imbued with a hint of alluring charm. Lin Xiaoming paused for a moment, then nodded with a smile, "Sure, call me whatever you like." Her tone was lighthearted, yet her mind was haunted by the specter of Baishi. She was acutely aware that her actions tonight would pierce his heart, but she could not halt her course. She was accustomed to expressing her discontent through harm, filling her own emptiness with the pain of others. Baishi huddled in a corner of the sofa, the cold glow of his phone screen slicing his pale face into stark contrasts. His thumb mechanically scrolled, navigating from call logs to text messages, then to WeChat dialogues. Each green bubble was akin to a stone cast into an abyss, devoid of an echo. "Xiaoming, where are you? Please reply. I was wrong. I shouldn't have returned late. Tell me where you are. I'll come find you. Xiaoming, I'm really scared. Please answer the phone." The screen remained unresponsive. Baishi's fingertips trembled slightly. It couldn't be. She wouldn't have. Suddenly, Baishi sprang to his feet, the world before him darkening. He stumbled, grasping his keys, and rushed out the door, forgetting his coat. The early spring night wind sliced through his thin shirt like a knife, yet he felt no chill. Compared to the agony of a piece of his heart being brutally excavated, this mere coldness was inconsequential. He drove aimlessly through the streets of West City. Baishi's gaze swept over every passerby, each heartbeat intertwined with a dance of hope and despair. The bubble tea shop, the restaurant, that 24-hour convenience store she frequented. Every corner where she might appear was desolate, as if the entire world conspired to hide her away. At the entrance of an internet CAF in the Chinese district, Baishi trembled as he pushed the door open. The air, mingled with the sense of smoke and instant noodles, assaulted him. He squinted against the stinging neon lights, searching for that familiar figure in the dim illumination. "Looking for someone?" the attendant asked without lifting his head. A girl with chestnut long hair, about this tall. Baishi's voice was hoarse, unrecognizable. The attendant shrugged. "There are many girls here tonight. Who knows which one you mean?" Baishi stood at the door, watching his shadow elongate and contract under the neon glow. Suddenly, he was reminded of that rainy night years ago, the sting of betrayal wrapping around his heart, nearly shattering him, and now that familiar feeling of suffocation had returned. At 1 a.m, Baishi trudged back to the apartment, pushing the door open to find the living room still empty. He collapsed onto the sofa, the last message on his phone pleading for him to answer. His eyes reddened, tears swirling in his gaze, yet he forcefully suppressed them. "She has left me once more, just as she did that year." He recalled her tears when she chased him to West City, the warmth of her embrace, and her stubbornness as she bit his collarbone. He believed she had changed, that she genuinely wished to rekindle their relationship. Yet now, she inflicted upon him the same punishment as before. He rolled up the sleeve of his left arm, the tattoo of Lin Xiaoming glowing a peculiar red under the warm light. As he gazed at the tattoo, his fingers unconsciously picked at the scabbed skin. A slight pain brought an odd sense of comfort, reminiscent of the sensation when Lin Xiaoming would bite his shoulder in anger. At 3 a.m, a faint sound of the door lock echoed as Lin Xiaoming entered, her chestnut hair disheveled by the night breeze, her face bearing traces of fatigue. Upon noticing Bai Shi sitting on the sofa, she paused momentarily, then frowned, her tone icy. "Why are you still awake? Waiting to catch me?" Bai Shi abruptly looked up, his voice hoarse and laden with suppressed anguish. "Xiaoming, where have you been? I've searched for you all night and called you 56 times. You didn't answer your phone or reply to my messages. Do you realize that I—" He hesitated, his voice heavy. "I thought you no longer wanted me." "No longer want you?" Lin Xiaoming interrupted. "Do you really think yourself so innocent? What is wrong with me going out for dinner? Didn't you come back late as well? Why must I wait at home for you while you're free to busy yourself?" She stepped closer, her gaze frosty. "I went out with friends. What concern is it of yours? Don't you have your classmates? That's different. I'm doing this for our future." "Our future?" Lin Xiaoming suddenly laughed, a sound that sliced through Bai Shi's eardrums like shards of glass. "Bai Shi, you cannot even provide me with the companionship I desire now, yet you speak of a future? The mere thought of spending a foreseeable future with you fills me with despair." She turned to stride towards the bedroom, only to be halted at the doorway by Bai Shi gripping her wrist. "Xiaoming." Bai Shi's voice was shattered. "Please don't treat me this way. I can't bear it." He recalled the day they had discussed their plans for marriage at the dining table, a time when they were undeniably happy. Lin Xiaoming looked down at the bleeding tattoo on his arm, her gaze flickering for a moment before returning to its icy demeanor. "If you can't bear it, then break up. I want to concern myself with you, and you needn't concern yourself with me." Bai Shi released her as if scalded, and Lin Xiaoming seized the opportunity to slip into the bedroom, slamming the door shut behind her. Bai Shi stood before the door, rolling up his sleeve to observe the tattoo, now inflamed, and suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to carve it away with a knife. Yet in the next moment, he despaired at the realization that even so, he would continue to love her, just as a fish cannot exist without water, even when that water has become murky and foul. Inside the bedroom, Lin Xiaoming stared at the message from Gu Ji on her phone screen, asking if she had arrived home. Her finger hovered over the keyboard, lingering without pressing down. Outside the door, muffled sobs emerged, resembling the cries of a wounded creature. Chapter 68. The rift to Lin Xiaoming's routine had been utterly disrupted. During the day, she nestled in her apartment, catching up on sleep, with the curtains drawn tightly to block out the sunlight of the West City. At night, she donned her headphones, teaming up with Gu Ji for marathon gaming sessions that stretched until dawn. She played as an AD carry, while Gu Ji provided impeccable support, ensuring her safety was never compromised. On one occasion, when she inadvertently gifted the enemy a kill, Gu Ji promptly followed suit, cheerfully exclaiming, "If one of us is going down, we go down together." Lin Xiaoming laughed heartily, her underlying frustrations dissipating in the wake of his lightheartedness. As she played mid lane, Gu Ji, in the jungle, offered seamless support, their unspoken understanding allowing them to anticipate each other's moves as if they had known one another for a decade. In the live chat, someone inquired, "Sister Meng, when are you and Gu Ji getting together?" "It's so sweet." Lin Xiaoming frowned, her tone resolute as she replied, "We are merely friends." Yet, her gaze unconsciously drifted to Gu Ji's avatar, the smile of the boy with wolf-like eyes igniting a flicker of turmoil within her heart. Gu Ji was a wealthy heir, in America solely for the purpose of embellishing his resume, selecting only the easiest courses, even opting for Chinese and calligraphy classes just to accrue credits. He had ample time to accompany Lin Xiaoming, sharing gaming sessions, meals, and the breathtaking night views of West City. With his eyes squinting in laughter, he would affectionately tease, "Meng Meng, your skills are truly impressive." His words never failed to elicit laughter from her, allowing her to forget the burdens of her worries. Once, Lin Xiaoming vented casually. Bai Shi is always so engrossed in his studies. Even when he returns home, he hardly speaks to me, just warns me not to stay up late. It's infuriating. Her tone bore an edge of impatience, as if she were releasing pent-up frustrations. Guji raised an eyebrow, grinning as he responded, Meng Meng, if you spent every day at home with him, how could he possibly be so ungrateful? If I were your boyfriend, I would want to be by your side 24/7, never allowing you to wait alone at home. His fox-like eyes sparkled, seemingly probing for her reaction. Lin Xiaoming paused, her heart inexplicably skipping a beat. She lowered her gaze and took a sip of juice, attempting to mask the turmoil within. Stop joking. Yet, ripples of emotion stirred within her. Guji's presence brought her ease, while Bai Shi's passivity felt suffocating. That evening, Guji invited Lin Xiaoming to the Thai restaurant he had mentioned before. The ambience was dimly lit, the air fragrant with lemongrass. Dressed in a simple white sweater, Lin Xiaoming sat across from Guji. Meng Meng, you look truly beautiful today, he remarked, his eyes shimmering softly under the light, his tone buoyant. This sweater complements your aura perfectly, ethereal and enchanting. Lin Xiaoming chuckled, playfully brushing her hair aside. Oh please, your flattery is making me blush. Her voice was light, yet the shadow of Bai Shi flickered in her mind. He would never express his admiration so openly. His affection was always veiled in silence, obscured by the very tenderness that had become wearisome to her. Guji continued earnestly, I am not lying. Seeing you brings me joy, and I truly envy Bai Shi for having you by his side every day. Lin Xiaoming paused, taking another sip of her juice to hide her internal turmoil, and smiled. Oh, come on. At 9 o'clock that evening, Guji escorted Lin Xiaoming to her apartment building. The car parked along the roadside as she stepped out from the passenger seat, her chestnut hair tousled by the night breeze. Guji stepped out of the car, smiling as he gently arranged her hair, his gestures affectionate and natural. Meng Meng, are you going to play games tomorrow? I shall assist you, ensuring you carry the entire match. His voice was light and playful, imbued with a charming lilt. The wind tousled his shoulder-length hair, a few strands adhering to his cheek, rendering him a delicate youth. So captivating that it was difficult to look away. Lin Xiaoming chuckled softly, her tone sweetly teasing, it depends on my mood. You, the ever-failing support, make me consider finding someone more reliable. Though her words were laced with mockery, the mirth in her eyes betrayed her true feelings. She cherished Guji's carefree demeanor, appreciating how he could effortlessly lift her spirits and help her forget her burdens. Feigning hurt, Guji tousled her hair playfully. Oh, Meng Meng, your words wound me deeply. How about I treat you to Chinese cuisine tomorrow as an apology? His fingers lingered momentarily in her hair, the intimacy of his touch both suggestive and restrained, as if deliberately plucking at her heartstrings. Bai Shi, standing at the entrance of the apartment, felt a pang of bitterness upon witnessing this scene. Lin Xiaoming eventually turned her head and spotted Bai Shi, who was lurking in the shadows. Her smile faltered for a moment before she resumed her aloof demeanor, speaking flatly. What are you doing here? Bai Shi's throat tightened as he responded quietly. I was worried about you. Guji raised an eyebrow, seemingly sensing the tension, and remarked with a cheerful tone, Is this the Bai Shi Meng Meng often mentions? His voice was enthusiastic yet tinged with a hint of provocation, grinning like a cunning fox. Meng Meng, your boyfriend is truly considerate, waiting for you at this late hour. Lin Xiaoming frowned slightly, her tone impatient. Guji, you should head back. We could talk tomorrow. She wished to keep Guji out of this, yet deep down, she felt a growing annoyance at Bai Shi's presence, as though it were an invisible restraint. Guji shrugged and nodded at Bai Shi. Then I shall take my leave. Bai Shi, I entrust Meng Meng to you. His tone was flippant, deliberately inciting tension. With that, he turned and entered the car, its headlights slicing through the night before vanishing around the corner. Bai Shi lowered his gaze, his eyes resting on Lin Xiaoming. His voice barely above a whisper, Xiaoming, let us go back. Lin Xiaoming remained unmoved, arms crossed, her expression frigid. Bai Shi, could you refrain from this behavior? Waiting for me here feels like surveillance. I have my own life, and it is none of your concern. Her gaze was as cold as ice, as if pronouncing his guilt. She was taken aback, feeling as though something was lodged in his chest, making it difficult to breathe. He spoke softly. I didn't mean to surveil you. I am merely concerned for your safety. Lin Xiaoming scoffed, her tone sharper. Concern for my safety? Shi, spare me the pretense. You're busy with your studies and friends. When have you ever cared for me? Now you suddenly act so concerned. How insincere. Her words struck him like poisoned arrows, each one piercing his heart. Shi's face turned pale. He longed to retort, to convey how much he truly cared, to tell her he had declined all gatherings recently, returning home early each day just to spend a moment longer with her. Yet, as he opened his mouth, he found himself devoid of the strength to defend himself. He lowered his head, managing a bitter and powerless smile. All right, I admit I've been overly concerned. He turned away, his silhouette frail and forlorn. Lin Xiaoming gazed at his retreating figure, acutely aware of the pain she was inflicting upon him. Yet she found herself unable to halt her actions. She craved Gu Zi's companionship, longing for that light-hearted and ambiguous atmosphere to fill the void within her heart. Upon returning to her apartment, she stood in the living room, his gaze hollow as he fixated on the carpet. Lin Xiaoming approached her computer desk and deftly launched the game, sinking into her gaming chair. She opened her phone, and a message from Gu Zi appeared. Ming Ming, are you home? This Thai restaurant is as delicious as I told you, right? His tone was buoyant, tinged with a hint of playful affection. She smiled softly and replied, Yes, it's delicious, thank you. Her fingers lingered on the screen for a moment, a fleeting image of Shi crossing her mind, his figure standing downstairs, his cautious gaze, and the unmasked pain in his eyes. She forced herself to dismiss these thoughts and lowered her head to continue chatting with Gu Zi about games and plans for the following day. Shi stood in the kitchen, boiling water to prepare a bowl of congee. He knew she would not eat it, yet he felt compelled to do something, if only to convince himself that he was still making an effort. He placed the congee on Lin Xiaoming's computer desk and softly said, Xiaoming, I made congee. If you feel hungry tonight, please have some. The next morning, Shi awoke early, faint shadows under his eyes. He entered the living room and noticed that the bowl of congee on the desk remained untouched. Silently, he gathered the dishes, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Lin Xiaoming did not rise until noon, her chestnut hair cascading loosely, clad in a loose-fitting nightgown, her expression languid and indifferent. She cast a glance at Shi and asked flatly, Aren't you going to class today? Chapter 69. The Rift 3. She was diligently wiping the table when he paused momentarily upon hearing the words, responding in a soft voice. I have classes in the afternoon. I was just organizing some notes at home this morning. He endeavored to maintain a casual tone, yet the weariness in his eyes and the cautiousness in his demeanor betrayed him. He longed to draw closer to her, to affectionately tousle her hair as he once did. But as he reached out, she instinctively sidestepped. He froze, his hands suspended midair, fingers quivering slightly. Lin Xiaoming did not meet his gaze, her attention fixated on her phone, a faint smile playing on her lips as if she were responding to a message on the screen. He inquired softly, Xiaoming, are you still angry with me? Lin Xiaoming lifted her head, her expression cold. No, she replied after a pause, her tone growing firmer. I just feel that this is rather meaningless. You do your thing, and I'll do mine. Please don't cling to me, all right? He lowered his head, forcing a smile. All right, understood. The night in Xiqing was thick and inky, the streetlights casting a dim yellow glow in the damp, chilly air. Lin Xiaoming pushed open the door to Gu Zi's apartment. With the warmth of the indoors mingled with a faint aroma of alcohol and the sweetness of fruit. On the carpet in the living room, a cluster of young people sat around a coffee table, which was laden with beer cans, fruit platters, and chips, the atmosphere filled with light-hearted laughter. Upon seeing Lin Xiaoming, Gu Zi's eyes lit up, and he approached her with a smile. Ming Ming, you're here. Come, sit. His tone was buoyant, laced with a hint of playful charm, reminiscent of an endearing little fox. Lin Xiaoming removed her coat, revealing a white short skirt underneath, her chestnut hair cascading lazily over her shoulders, exuding a subtle allure. On the carpet, Gu Zi's friends were already slightly intoxicated, their conversations bouncing from gaming gossip to nightclub anecdotes. and then to discussions of who had recently purchased a sports car. A girl with pink hair, and Ning, leaned over, handing Lin Xiaoming a cold beer, grinning widely. Sister Mingming, with your looks, you're definitely an internet sensation. How did Gu Ji manage to find you? Lin Xiaoming accepted the beer, raising an eyebrow and replying playfully. Is your flattery a skill you learned from Gu Ji? Her words elicited a wave of laughter, the atmosphere warm and reminiscent of a reunion among old friends. Gu Ji patted the carpet beside him, gesturing for her to join him. Mingming, this spot is reserved for you. Lin Xiaoming sat cross-legged on the carpet, her knees instinctively curling up, the hem of her skirt shifting slightly. Gu Ji cast a discreet glance, then quietly slipped off his jacket, draping it gently over her lap to cover any potential exposure. His actions were natural, yet imbued with subtle consideration, his fox-like eyes narrowing into a warm, harmless smile. After a few drinks, and Ning suddenly clapped her hands, a teasing smile on her face. Hey, Gu Ji, you and Sister Mingming make quite the pair. When are you going to make your move? Stop hesitating. Her words ignited a playful uproar, with shouts of encouragement and whistles filling the room. A boy wearing a baseball cap chimed in. Exactly. Gu Ji, aren't you usually quite the charmer? Why are you being shy in front of Mingming? Lin Xiaoming was taken aback, her cheeks flushed slightly. Just as she opened her mouth to respond, Gu Ji, chuckling, waved his hand dismissively, his tone light. Don't tease. Mingming already has a boyfriend. A fleeting glimmer of imperceptible disappointment crossed her eyes. Having previously escorted her home, I had to admit, albeit reluctantly, that he was strikingly handsome, as if he had stepped out of a painting. He paused momentarily, his tone half-joking. Mingming has high standards. She probably wouldn't look my way. At this proclamation, laughter erupted among the crowd, with someone teasing, Gu Ji, are you confessing? Another chimed in, Mingming, considering how great Gu Ji is, wouldn't you think about changing boyfriends? Xiaoyao raised her eyebrows playfully. Gu Ji is quite the heartthrob here. Does your boyfriend show the same level of thoughtfulness? Lin Xiaoming was momentarily at a loss for words, lowering her gaze to sip her beer. Mimi, with a tone of curiosity, inquired, Mingming, is your boyfriend really as handsome as Gu Ji claims? Is he even more attractive? Her eyes sparkled with intrigue, as if yearning to uncover a secret. Lin Xiaoming hesitated, momentarily conjuring the image of Baishi's exquisite face. His almond-shaped eyes, a tear mole, and a gentle smile were indeed impeccable. She offered a perfunctory smile. Each has their own charms, she replied, not wishing to elaborate further. She lifted her beer for another sip, the warmth of the alcohol easing her tension. The conversation swiftly veered off course when Ning suddenly clapped her hands on the coffee table, her voice exuberant. Hey, let me share some good news. This semester, I've secured an incredible substitute teacher to help me with classes and assignments. My GPA is a steady 4.0. Once the grades are out, I'll transfer to a university, the second best school. My dad said he'll continue to arrange substitutes for the next 2 years, ensuring I graduate smoothly. Hee hee. She grinned triumphantly. Lin Xiaoming was taken aback, her beer trembling slightly in her grasp. She was astonished by Ning's nonchalance, hiring someone to attend classes, boosting her GPA, and even plotting a transfer were spoken of as casually as discussing a new dress. She glanced around at the others. Some nodded in agreement, while others chuckled, cautioning that finding a reliable substitute was crucial to avoid dire consequences if caught. One jested, your dad essentially bought you a degree. Gu Ji interjected with a smile. Then, and Ning, I suppose we shall only meet at the pinnacle of a university. Laughter ensued, and the atmosphere grew even more carefree. Lin Xiaoming bit into a strawberry, yet within her heart, a tumult of complex emotions churned. She recalled the image of Baishi buried in his studies, his eyes reflecting fatigue and earnestness about the future. In stark contrast, this group of affluent second-generation youths, led by Gu Ji, lived like carefree birds, unburdened by academic worries or future anxieties. Their world was devoid of the pressures of final exams and deadlines for papers, filled instead with nightclubs, sports cars, and endless parties. She suddenly felt that mingling with them was akin to escaping into a gravity-free paradise. Noticing her distraction, Gu Ji gently touched her arm, and inquired softly, "Meng Meng, what are you thinking? Are you unhappy?" His eyes brimmed with concern. Lin Xiaoming snapped back to reality, smiling as she shook her head. "No, I just think you all live quite freely." Her hesitant tone could not mask the envy and confusion buried deep within her. And Ning caught her words and burst into laughter. "Free? Absolutely. None of us takes studying seriously. Didn't Tigu Ji also choose a calligraphy class to earn credits?" She continued, "Meng Meng, don't put too much pressure on yourself. In life, happiness is what truly matters." As she spoke, she raised her beer toward Lin Xiaoming, inviting her to join in the uninhibited revelry. Lin Xiaoming smiled softly, choosing not to respond, and lifted her beer for a hearty sip. The burn of the alcohol slid down her throat, relaxing her limbs and clouding her thoughts. Suddenly, she realized that Ning was right. Why burden herself with so much pressure? In Baishi's world, academia and the future loomed like an insurmountable mountain, suffocating her. In contrast, Gu Ji's world resembled a vast sea, boundless and free, allowing her to drift without restraint. And Ning suggested, "Let us play a game of pyramid." Gu Ji produced a deck of cards and shuffled them with practiced ease, instantly igniting excitement among the group. As the game commenced, Lin Xiaoming gradually succumbed to the joyous atmosphere, shedding her inner turmoil. She felt a delightful haze enveloping her. Her cheeks flushed, her gaze slightly unfocused, and her laughter more uninhibited than usual. Gu Ji watched her closely. When she reached for her fifth can of beer, he gently placed his hand over hers, whispering, "Take it slow. You don't want to get drunk too soon." His tone was tender, laced with a hint of playfulness. "If you drink too much and can't sit up, you can lean on my shoulder." Lin Xiaoming hesitated for a moment, but Gu Ji smiled encouragingly. "Didn't you say I resemble a girl? Then consider me your sister. Come on, lean against me. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing if you fell over." His eyes sparkled with anticipation. Lin Xiaoming caught a whiff of his subtle azure fragrance, reminiscent of Sihan. In a daze, she unconsciously leaned closer, resting her head lightly on his shoulder, feeling his warmth and steady presence. Her heart raced, as if struck by an unfamiliar current. She knew she should not indulge in such sentiments, yet the alcohol and Gu Ji's attentiveness made it hard to resist. If I didn't have Baishi, would I prefer a life like this? This thought ignited like a flame, leaving her heart in disarray. Chapter 70. Rift 4 at 2 in the morning. The party began to wane. Lin Xiaoming, somewhat inebriated, leaned against Gu Ji for support. He steadied her and whispered, "I'll take you home. Don't fall." He squatted slightly, indicating for her to climb onto his back. Lin Xiaoming chuckled and patted his back, saying, "Gu Ji, you're so good to me." Gu Ji laughed softly, hoisting her up and walking steadily toward the parking lot. His broad, warm back, standing at approximately 183 centimeters, resembled that of Sihan, causing her heart to inexplicably race as if she had touched upon some familiar memory. She closed her eyes, her face resting against his nape. Lost in a dream she was reluctant to awaken from. The night breeze tousled Gu Ji's hair, and glancing back at Lin Xiaoming on his back, he couldn't help but smile. "Meng Meng, you really need to work on your drinking." Lin Xiaoming hummed in response, her voice soft and sweet. "Who says I can't? I can still drink." Her words grew fainter, her eyes gradually closing as she succumbed to slumber. Gu Ji carefully placed her in the passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt. Bathed in the dim light of the car, he observed her charmingly tipsy demeanor. Chestnut hair cascading over her shoulders, lips slightly parted, pink and jelly-like. He swallowed hard, inexplicably leaning down to lightly brush his lips against hers. The sensation was soft and warm, igniting a spark deep within him. Suddenly jolted back to reality, his cheeks flushed crimson as he straightened up, murmuring to himself, "Gu Ji, what are you doing?" He glanced at Lin Xiaoming, relieved to see her eyes closed, seemingly unaware. He stepped outside, lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag, attempting to quell the turmoil within. The smoke dispersed into the night air as he clenched his jaw, inwardly chastising himself. "She has a boyfriend. What are you thinking? What if she finds out and doesn't speak to you again?" Lin Xiaoming slightly opened her eyes, catching a glimpse of Gu Ji's silhouette outside the car. smoking. Her heart skipped a beat, recalling his earlier touch, brief and gentle, yet it felt like a stone dropped into her tranquil heart, sending ripples throughout. Biting her lower lip, she feigned ignorance, closing her eyes once more to maintain the facade of drunkenness, her heart a whirlwind of confusion. Lin Xiaoming pushed open the apartment door, stepping into the living room with a sense of guilt. The air reeked of a pungent smoke, irritating her nostrils. In the shadows, a figure curled up on the sofa, the ashtray overflowing with at least 2 packs of cigarette butts, the embers flickering dimly. She frowned and, taking the initiative, spoke sharply. "How many times have I told you not to smoke in the house? If you must go outside or to the balcony. The smell gives me a headache." She deliberately raised her voice, attempting to mask the turmoil brewing within. She was acutely aware of the boundaries she had crossed with Guji tonight, the intimate touches, the ambiguous atmosphere, making her reluctant to face Bai Shi's inquiries. Bai Shi lifted his head, bloodshot eyes, and a hoarse voice. "It's 4 in the morning. Where have you been?" His tone was calm, yet it carried a suffocating weight, as if suppressing an emotion on the brink of eruption. Lin Xiaoming's heart raced, and her anger flared. She flung off her jacket, her tone defiant. "What business is it of yours where I've been? When I need you, you are absent. Yet when I do not, you intrude upon me, prying into my whereabouts. Is it that you cannot bear to see me happy?" She deliberately emphasizes the word happy, as if to provoke, yet also to mask her own insecurities. She turned to retreat to her bedroom, unwilling to confront his gaze, which seemed to penetrate her very soul. Bai Shi rose, grasping her wrist with such force that it drew a frown upon her brow. He whispered, "Xiaoming, do you still love me?" Lin Xiaoming fell into silence, momentarily at a loss for words. She lowered her head, attempting to free herself from his grasp, only to suddenly feel a sticky warmth at her wrist. In the dim light of the moon, she discerned the crimson stains upon his hand, brilliant red blood oozing from the tattoos on the inner side of his arm, a sight both horrifying and shocking. Her mind went blank, her voice involuntarily rising. "Bai Shi, are you insane? Are you resorting to self-harm?" Bai Shi's gaze was as dark as a stagnant pool. His voice barely audible. "Lin Xiaoming, my heart truly aches. I just wanted to distract myself." His fingers trembled slightly, blood dripping from his fingertips onto the floor, creating soft, haunting sounds. Anger, heartache, and fear intertwined within Lin Xiaoming's heart, forming an intricate web of turmoil. She clenched her teeth, forcing herself to regain her composure, shook off his hand, and turned to switch on the light. The blinding illumination flooded the living room, revealing Bai Shi's pale face and the gruesome state of his injured arm. She inhaled deeply, rummaging through the cabinet for a first aid kit, awkwardly squatting before him. "Do not move." With an alcohol swab, she tenderly and cautiously cleaned the blood from his arm, the wound he had inflicted upon himself grotesquely raw. Lin Xiaoming's eyes brimmed with tears. Why must this fool punish himself for her indifference? Bai Shi kept his head lowered, his gaze fixed upon her face, feeling a twisted sense of satisfaction. "Xiaoming, do you not wish for me to bear your name as a tattoo?" Lin Xiaoming suddenly spoke, her tone imbued with complexity. Chapter 71. The Rift. Bai Shi looked at her with a sense of grievance. "No, you can ask me to get as many tattoos as you like. Just promise me you won't come home so late in the future." Lin Xiaoming abruptly halted her movements with the cotton swab, her fingers pressing down so forcefully that it nearly snapped. She lifted her gaze, her tone laced with suppressed fury. "Are you threatening me with self-harm?" Bai Shi winced, his brow furrowed as pain shot through the wound she had pressed. He quickly shook his head, his voice frantic and disordered. "Xiaoming, that's not what I meant. I would do anything you ask." Lin Xiaoming scrutinized him, the delicate features of his youth appearing even more fragile under the light. Her throat tightened, and she forced herself to look away, muttering softly, "Please stop." Seeing her silence, Bai Shi hesitated before tentatively suggesting, "If you want me to accompany you, perhaps I could skip class?" She stared at him for a moment, a hint of sarcasm lacing her voice. "Are you mocking me? I don't want to lose you. For you, giving up my future would mean nothing." His gaze was earnest, pure, leaving no room for evasion. Lin Xiaoming was taken aback. She suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for his naivete. Biting her lip, she softened her tone. You should focus on your studies. Don't say such foolish things. Baishi lowered his head, a bittersweet smile curling at the corners of his mouth, as if concealing the disappointment lurking in his eyes. He fell silent, watching her tidy the medical kit, his gaze filled with a yearning anticipation, as if awaiting her slightest response. As Lin Xiaoming finished organizing her things and stood up, she caught sight of his glistening eyes, and her heart inexplicably softened. After a moment of hesitation, she reached out and embraced his waist. His slender frame startled her, and she thought to herself that he seemed to have lost weight recently, as if her indifference had gradually eroded his vitality. Baishi stiffened for a moment before cautiously wrapping his arms around her in return. He whispered, Xiaoming, can we sleep together tonight? Lin Xiaoming paused, then nodded. All right. It had indeed been a long time since they had spent quality time together, always missing each other in their schedules. She didn't want to admit it, but Baishi's humility and tenderness still stirred her heart, if only for a fleeting moment. The bedroom curtains were half drawn, the moonlight spilling through the gap, casting mottled shadows on the floor. Lin Xiaoming lay beside Baishi, eyes closed, attempting to drift into slumber. Yet her thoughts were a tangled mess. The smile of Guji, his touch, and the blood-stained tattoo on Baishi's arm flickered through her mind like a slideshow. She turned over, facing away from him, trying to escape the inexplicable restlessness. Just then, she heard a faint sobbing sound, a suppressed whimper, so low it was nearly swallowed by the night. She abruptly opened her eyes, turning to see Baishi's shoulders trembling, as if he were valiantly fighting against some overwhelming emotion. Baishi, are you crying? Lin Xiaoming's voice held a note of disbelief, yet unconsciously softened. Baishi's body stiffened, as if caught in the act. He remained motionless, silence enveloping them for a few seconds, but Lin Xiaoming persisted, firmly turning him to face her. Bathed in the gentle glow of the moonlight, she discerned his visage, his bangs, dampened by tears, clung disheveled to his forehead, obscuring those enchanting peach blossom eyes. Tears brimmed in his orbs, lashes clumped together in a wet embrace. He bit down on his lower lip, the flesh pale from the pressure, as if he sought to stifle his urge to weep through pain. Lin Xiaoming, what am I to do with you? Baishi Sopet, I sense your affection for me waning, yet I am at a loss as to what I have done wrong. He paused, tears cascading down his cheeks to splatter upon the pillow. What is it that you desire? I shall amend my ways, if you would only refrain from loving another. Chapter 72. The Rift 6. His tear-filled eyes held a shattered beauty. She suddenly recalled Baishi from high school, the spirited youth adored by all the girls, radiant as the sun. Yet now, he wept for her like a child, vulnerable to the point that it stirred both longing and heartache within her. Baishi, you look so beautiful when you cry, she blurted out, realizing belatedly how inappropriate her words were at that moment. Baishi paused, a flicker of astonishment crossing his gaze, his voice hoarse and tinged with self-mockery. Xiaoming, do you only like my face? He lowered his head, his damp bangs concealing half of his face, as if to shield his inner fragility. If I were no longer handsome, would you desire me less? Baishi, she began. But before she could finish, he gently shook his head, as though fearing that her silence would shatter him further. He reached out, trembling as he grasped her hand, yet the warmth of his palm felt as cold as ice. Xiaoming, I don't blame you. I'm just truly afraid you will abandon me. His voice broke. You said you like seeing me cry. Would it be all right if I cried more? As long as you don't leave, don't love someone else. Stop. She interrupted softly, her tone laced with impatience. Baishi, please don't. His behavior made her feel wicked. Her voice softened. I never said I would leave or love someone else. Please don't let your imagination run wild. A glimmer of light flickered in Baishi's eyes. Xiaoming, then you still love me, right? Lin Xiaoming fell silent. She gazed at the ghastly wound on his arm, her emotions intertwined like a tangled web. Did she love him? She was uncertain and reluctant to delve deeper. In Lin Xiaoming's world, love had never been a necessity. She only needed to ensure that she remained the center of admiration and fulfillment. Lin Xiaoming's childhood was a meticulously constructed castle, devoid of rejection, only compliance. Her father, a real estate developer with ample means, had crafted the community they resided in into his own kingdom. The children in the neighborhood, whose parents were mostly employees or partners of her father, were explicitly instructed to yield to Lin Xiaoming. Hence, whether swinging or playing hide and seek, she was always first, never having to wait in line. Her cousins were akin to her childhood guardians. Their parents worked for the Lin family, and their subservient position instilled a fear of defying her. Her father, preoccupied with his career, entrusted her daily life to these older siblings, whose duties extended beyond mere companionship to ensuring that every whim of Lin Xiaoming was fulfilled. Her childhood memories brimmed with scenes such as desiring to play on the park slide, her older siblings surrounding her like bodyguards, clearing the area to prevent her from harm. Wanting to learn to ride a bicycle, with one brother steadying the handlebars while two sisters pushed from behind, their anxiety surpassing her own when she fell. Wishing to see the bananas on the banana tree, she would cry beneath the tree, while several brothers and sisters risked injury, climbing a precarious ladder to fetch the bunch she pointed at. Even with her homework, she never lifted a finger. She would feign innocence and claim she did not wish to write, and her older siblings would stay up late to complete it for her, their handwriting more meticulous than her own. If anyone dared to refuse her, she would run off in tears to complain, falsely alleging that her siblings had bullied and struck her. When her lies were unveiled, she needed only to flash a sweet smile and utter a few charming words, and her parents would let the matter slide. The parents of her siblings would discreetly instruct them, "Little Meng is still young. You must indulge her. Her requests, no matter how unreasonable, must be fulfilled." The household also employed 3 maids, always at her beck and call. If she merely expressed a desire for fruit, a platter would be promptly presented before her, meticulously peeled and cut, with even the seeds removed. At the age of 8, she even demanded to be fed by a maid while watching television, and the maid dared not voice any complaint, for a single word from the Lin family could determine her fate. Her grandmother's indulgence only fueled the fire, often telling Lin Xiaoming, "These siblings rely on your father for their livelihood. They must obey you. Whatever you desire, they must provide. If they do not, it is their fault." In such an environment, Lin Xiaoming never learned the difference between right and wrong. In her world, there is only desire and fulfillment, with no concept of unattainability. If she coveted someone else's belongings, a few cries and tantrums would guarantee that they were hers. She never perceived this as wrong. She was the favored child of destiny, and the world ought to revolve around her. This sense of entitlement extended into her school life. She discovered that money was a more effective tool. A small allowance could persuade classmates to do her chores, complete her assignments, or even run errands for snacks. If she took a disliking to a particular girl, she would bribe the girl's followers to subtly isolate her. She never needed to get her hands dirty. A few insinuations would suffice, and her classmates would instinctively ignore the girl. She referred to this as social strategy, not bullying. In the eyes of her teachers and adults, she was the quintessential model student, academically proficient, charmingly attractive, and obediently sensible. Who would believe she could do anything wrong? Her life was smooth sailing, devoid of setbacks or rejections. Any displeasure could be resolved through her cunning and charisma. Lin Xiaoming's life met its first genuine setback with Gao Fan. Just when she believed she had everything under control, he reduced her to a mere plaything, trampling her pride mercilessly. She could not accept such a failure. In her view, the world ought to yield to her, and anyone who defied her script must pay the price. Thus, she meticulously plotted her revenge, ensuring that Gao Fan faced the consequences. Why she represented her second setback. He was pure and gentle, akin to a crystal-clear spring, fulfilling her desire to possess something radiant. However, when he rejected her on the rooftop, her resentment grew wild like a rampant weed. Consequently, she pursued him to America, seeking reconciliation and even demanding that he tattoo her name on himself, all to prove that she remained the omnipotent Lin Xiaoming. Yet once her target was entirely claimed, her interest waned, and she craved a new toy. Lin Xiaoming did not comprehend love, nor did she feel the need to understand it. In her world, love equated to possession, control, and demanding that the other change for her and suffer for her. The one she cherished most was perpetually herself, her choices prioritizing her own happiness. Baishi's tears stirred her momentarily, but such feelings were fleeting. She believes that even without Bai Shi, there will be another Gu Ji, another willing to brave fire and water for her. Her life has never lacked choices. The heavens generously pave every path for her. The advent of Gu Ji ignites a new flame within her, evoking a long-lost sense of freedom. She revels in his companionship, delights in the way his eyes spark with emotion for her, yet she does not love him. Gu Ji is merely a novel tool in her game, satisfying her pursuit of novelty. At this moment, confronted with Bai Shi's tearful gaze, she feels a twinge of irritation. She does not wish to be shackled by his vulnerability, nor does she want to bear the weight of his suffering. She softly utters, "Do not ask me if I love you, Bai Shi. I am weary." Her voice is as cold as ice, laced with a deliberate detachment. Rising, she pushes his hand away and turns towards the bathroom, shutting the door behind her. The sound of running water cascades like a barrier, isolating her from his presence. Chapter 73. The rift in the bathroom. She stood beneath the shower, the water cascading over her skin, yet it could not wash away the turmoil within her heart. Returning to the bedroom, Bai Shi had already dried her tears and sat at the edge of the bed, her head bowed as she arranged the sheets. Lin Xiaoming cast a fleeting glance at her, her tone flat. "Go to sleep. I have matters to attend to tomorrow. Do not disturb me." Lin Xiaoming lay down, closed her eyes, and feigned slumber. Bai Shi lay in the darkness, her words, "I am weary," echoing in his mind. He slightly turned his head, peering at her indistinct silhouette under the blanket, her breathing steady, as if she had truly fallen asleep. Yet, he knew that Lin Xiaoming seldom succumbed to sleep so swiftly after a quarrel. He reflected on the years they had spent together, from sunlit afternoons on the school basketball court to tranquil nights in the West City apartment. He was always the one who waited, gazing at her, fearful that a step too close might shatter something delicate. He had grown accustomed to Lin Xiaoming's assertiveness. Her passion and desire for control led him to believe that by merely acquiescing to her wishes, everything would flow smoothly. He cared for her, afraid that his own initiative might appear frivolous, concerned that she might perceive him as lacking in gravitas. But what was the outcome? Her repeated late returns, her outings with Gu Ji, his silence and restraint only pushed her further away. Bai Shi closed his eyes, memories of Vicky's half-joking remark flashed through his mind. "Bai Shi, you are too dull. Girls prefer boys who are more proactive." He recalled his high school self, passively accepting the affections of others. At that time, Lin Xiaoming would always tease him with her enthusiasm, and he would respond shyly, his heart racing in passive anticipation. He had believed that this was love, that careful guardianship would ensure the longevity of their bond. Yet now, he began to doubt. Was his restraint making Lin Xiaoming feel he did not care enough? Had he become so dull that she felt life lacked passion? Bai Shi inhaled deeply, a surge of impulse rising within him. He no longer wished to be passive, nor did he want to wait for her to turn away. He would take a chance, even if it meant taking a small step, even if it would leave him feeling embarrassingly exposed. After that night, Lin Xiaoming did not return late again, nor did she accept Gu Ji's invitations for drinks. However, she still dined with Gu Ji each evening. Though he felt a tinge of disappointment, he remained as attentive as a loyal knight. During their meals, he would serve her favorite dishes, and when he picked her up, he always had 2 cups of her preferred milk tea ready. As Gu Ji escorted her to the apartment building, he lowered his head to adjust her scarf, his gestures so natural it seemed they had known each other for a decade. His voice was low, carrying a note of tentative inquiry. "Ming Ming, if I had met you first, would you have liked me?" His fox-like eyes sparkled, as if awaiting an answer that could ignite something within him. Lin Xiaoming paused momentarily, taking a sip of her milk tea to conceal the turmoil within. After a moment's reflection, she met his gaze, her tone calm yet tinged with sincerity. "If I had not encountered Bai Shi, I might have liked you." Her words were as light as a breeze. Yet Gu Ji's eyes brightened, and a satisfied smile curved his lips. However, Lin Xiaoming's heart pondered. This statement was predicated on the absence of Bai Shi. If fate had led her to encounter both Bai Shi and Gu Ji during her high school years, she might have succumbed to her greed and discontent, indulging in both choices without restraint. Lin Xiaoming bit her lip, scolding herself inwardly. You truly are a heartless woman. As she pushed open the apartment door, the night breeze, infused with the salty air of the western city, wafted into the living room, dispelling the lingering scent of tobacco. A glance at the sofa revealed Baishi's absence. Yet the bedroom light cast a warm, yellow glow. Frowning slightly, she made her way into the bedroom. Baishi sat at the edge of the bed, his gaze lowered as he fiddled with the bandage wrapped around his arm. The skin surrounding the wound bore an unnatural redness, suggesting he had attempted to change the dressing himself, only to worsen the situation. Scattered on the bedside table were alcohol swabs, iodine, and a crumpled ball of gauze, evidencing his clumsy efforts. Upon hearing the door, he looked up, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Xiaoming, you're back. Lin Xiaoming remained silent, crouching before him with an edge of impatience in her voice. What are you doing? I told you not to move the wound. She rummaged through the cabinet for fresh bandages and ointment, her movements skilled yet somewhat rough, as if she sought to conceal her underlying concern with busyness. As she unwrapped the gauze, she caught a glimpse of Baishi's gaze, which remained fixed on her face, quiet and attentive like a dog awaiting its owner's command. Taking a deep breath, she gently wiped the blood from his arm with an alcohol swab. The wound appeared more severe than it had the previous night, with flesh curling and tiny beads of blood seeping forth, a distressing sight. Unconsciously, her movements softened, and she felt him tremble slightly as her fingers brushed against the skin. She bit her lip, a wave of inexplicable irritation surging within her. Was this fool truly unafraid of pain? Baishi spoke softly. Xiaom, did you have dinner with Guji today? His tone was cautious, as if seeking to ascertain whether he still had the right to ask. Lin Xiaoming's hand stilled, her gaze cooling. What of it? Is it wrong for friends to dine together? Her voice rose. Baishi, must you always be so suspicious? I'm back now. What more do you want from me? Baishi said nothing, merely lowering his head with a faint smile. Lin Xiaoming observed his profile. He always bore her temper with such quiet endurance. She swiftly finished bandaging his wound and stood to leave, only to feel him gently grasp her wrist. His touch was light, tinged with reluctance. Lin Xiaoming frowned, about to pull away, when she heard him whisper, Xiaoming, thank you. She paused, turning to meet his gaze. His eyes, filled with myriad emotions, held a depth of affection she was reluctant to explore. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Baishi suddenly leaned forward, his lips softly brushing against hers. The kiss was unexpected, carrying his unique, refreshing presence. Lin Xiaoming's mind blanked. She did not push him away, but instinctively closed her eyes, savoring the warmth of his lips. His kiss remained innocent, tentatively gauging her response. As he withdrew half a step, a faint blush crept across his cheeks, and he murmured, Am I being too forward? His voice held a hint of confusion, reminiscent of a child who had committed a misdeed. Lin Xiaoming stared at him for a few seconds before bursting into laughter, charmed by his reaction. She tilted her head, her tone laced with a hint of playful teasing. Oh, Baishi, what sudden enlightenment has struck you? Wasn't I always the one taking the initiative? What wind has blown today that you dare to kiss me? Baishi's face flushed even deeper. He lowered his head, his eyelashes quivering as if to conceal his embarrassment. In a soft voice, he murmured, If you don't like it, then I won't take the initiative anymore. Lin Xiaoming gazed at his demeanor, and a wave of warmth surged within her heart. She reached out and pinched his cheek, feeling the warmth of his skin and its slight stiffness. With a smile, she said, Silly boy, your face is so red. What are you pretending for? Her fingers lingered on his face for a moment, her eyes sweeping over his evasive gaze. Finding him utterly endearing, unable to resist, she pinched him once more and softened her tone. All right, don't be shy. Being proactive is quite nice. I like it. Baishi stood momentarily stunned, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curving upwards into a faint smile. He whispered, I don't know why, but for so many years, I only feel nervous in front of you. So, can I be more proactive in the future? Lin Xiaoming did not respond, merely smiling as she stood and patted his shoulder. Get some rest. Don't make your wound worse. As she turned towards the living room, the smile at the corners of her mouth quietly broadened. She couldn't fathom why she found him particularly adorable at that moment. Perhaps it was his clumsy initiative, or perhaps the sincerity that shone in his eyes. A long-lost sense of ease surfaced within her, as if a heavy burden had been briefly lifted. Chapter 74, Reheating 1. In the apartment shared by Lin Xiaoming and Bai Shi, sunlight streamed through the sheer curtains, casting dappled shadows upon the floor. Bai Shi sat at the dining table, an open physics textbook in hand, his brow slightly furrowed, clearly still troubled by the exercises from the previous night. Lin Xiaoming nestled on the sofa, clad in a loose sweater, her fingers deftly gliding across her phone's screen. A faint smile gracing her lips as if responding to an amusing message. Bai Shi glanced up, his gaze involuntarily drawn to her. Her chestnut hair cascaded over her shoulders, the sunlight illuminating her face with a soft halo, resembling a warm painting. He reminisced about their time together lately. Ever since that evening he had taken the initiative to kiss her, Lin Xiaoming seemed to have returned to her earlier self, gentle and affectionate, occasionally leaning in to coax him into watching movies with her. A wave of contentment washed over Bai Shi, yet a flicker of unease stirred within him whenever Gu Ji's name escaped her lips. Bai Shi, do you have any plans for spring break? Lin Xiaoming suddenly inquired, setting her phone down and tilting her head to look at him, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. Bai Shi paused for a moment, closing his book, and replied cheerily, Wei Qi and Zhang Li have invited me to go skiing in Yu City. Quite a few people are going. He hesitated, tentatively asking, would you like to join us? It should be quite fun. If you're not interested, I'll decline the invitation. Lin Xiaoming lightly tapped her fingers on the armrest of the sofa. Memories of a message from Gu Ji 2 days prior flashing through her mind. He had also invited her to ski in Yu City, extolling the virtues of the ski resort, claiming it was lively and splendid. She had declined at that time, as she had recently become enamored with Bai Shi's attentiveness, his spontaneous hugs, the gentle kisses on her cheek while she played games. Those clumsy yet charming gestures made her heart flutter. She didn't T1 upset Bai Shi. Skiing, huh? Lin Xiaoming elongated her tone as if contemplating, a glint of mischief flickering in her eyes. All right, that sounds rather intriguing. However, I must clarify that I cannot ski, so if I fall, you'll have to carry me. Bai Shi chuckled, a tender light dancing in his eyes. All right, I'll carry you if you fall. He rose to his feet, walked over, and tousled her hair, his movements natural yet tinged with affection. Then I'll inform Wei Qi, and we shall go together. Lin Xiaoming tilted her head back, gently shaking his wrist, her tone soft and sweet. Actually, Gu Ji invited me to ski a couple of days ago as well. She paused deliberately, gauging Bai Shi's reaction, but I didn't accept. I prefer to spend time with you. Bai Shi's hand faltered for a moment, a pang of bitterness surging within him. Yet he swiftly masked it, replying with a smile, Oh, really? That is quite nice. He hesitated, feigning nonchalance, as he added, If you want to hang out with Gu Ji, it's not far. We could all gather together. The more, the merrier. Lin Xiaoming raised an eyebrow, a playful laugh escaping her lips. Oh, Bai Shi, are you pulling out the big guns? Not feeling jealous anymore? She leaned closer, her tone teasing. I thought you would get all worked up. Bai Shi's face flushed slightly as he lowered his head to evade her gaze, muttering, I am not sulking. His tone bore a hint of petulance, yet deep down, he silently exhaled in relief. She had not acquiesced to Gu Ji, which made him feel that his initiative had garnered some reward. Nevertheless, he internally branded Gu Ji as a male schemer, resolving to keep a closer watch on Lin Xiaoming during this skiing trip. The ski resort in Yu City nestled amidst the mountains, its slopes cloaked in a pristine blanket of snow. Bai Shi and Lin Xiaoming disembarked alongside Vicky and Zhang Li's group, as the cold wind mingled with swirling snowflakes struck their faces. Lin Xiaoming, tightening her down jacket, grumbled, This place is freezing. I should have just stayed home to play video games. Vicky turned back, teasingly remarking, Meng Meng, you are far too much of a homebody. It's wonderful to get some exercise. Don't worry, Bai Shi will take care of you. She winked at Bai Shi, her tone suggestive, right, Bai Shi? Bai Shi, note that? A faint smile gracing his lips as he took Lin Xiaoming's hand and guided her toward the equipment rental area. Let us go change into our gear first. Vicky said skiing on 2 boards is easier. Let us give that a try. Lin Xiaoming glanced down at her boots, frowning. 2 boards? That sounds heavy. Having been pampered since childhood, she found even running tiresome, let alone skiing. However, seeing Bai Shi's enthusiasm, she decided against refusing him and followed him to rent the equipment. Once clad in her ski suit and strapped into the skis, Lin Xiaoming felt as though her legs were encased in lead, almost unable to lift them. Leaning on Bai Shi's arm, she complained, "These things are ridiculously heavy. I feel like I'm training with weights." Bai Shi couldn't help but chuckle as he slowly led her toward the beginner slope. "Take it easy. You'll get used to it," he reassured her, recalling Vicky's advice that beginners should start on gentle inclines to avoid falls. Lin Xiaoming pouted, her gaze sweeping over the towering snow-capped peaks in the distance, a glimmer of defiance in her eyes. "What is the point of a flat slope? It's just not steep enough to glide." She pointed at the cable car at the summit, her tone resolute. "I want to ski from the top. That's where the thrill is." Bai Shi frowned, concern lacing his voice. "Xiaoming, you've never skied before. The top is too steep. It could be dangerous. Shall we practice here first?" "Practice what?" Lin Xiaoming interrupted impatiently, playfully tugging at his sleeve. "Bai Shi, just come with me. I refuse to believe I can't ski well. If I fall, you'll carry me. I'm not afraid." Bai Shi gazed into her sparkling eyes, his heart softening as he reluctantly conceded, "All right, but you must listen to me. Take it slow and don't rush." With a resigned sigh, he led her toward the cable car station, silently hoping she wouldn't suffer any severe tumbles. As the cable car ascended steadily, the snow-laden landscape outside was breathtakingly serene. Lin Xiaoming leaned against Bai Shi's shoulder, her voice buoyant. "Bai Shi, do you think when we ski down at LLB like in the movies?" Whooshing down in a super cool way. Chapter 75. Warmth 2. Bai Shi smiled softly, lowering her head and gently squeezing Lin Xiaoming's hand. "If you manage to slide down without falling, I shall record a video and share on my social media to boast." "Deal." Lin Xiaoming beamed like a child, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Yet, upon reaching the summit, reality dealt her a harsh blow. As soon as Lin Xiaoming stepped onto the snowy slope, her skis obeyed, not her commands, and before she could glide 2 meters, she tumbled spectacularly, snowflakes splattering across her face. Fuming, she rose to her feet, brushing off the snow and muttering, "These wretched skis must be defective. I'll try again." Bai Shi hurried to support her, concern evident in his voice. "Xiaoming, take it slow, no need to rush. How is your knee?" "Em fine." Lin Xiaoming stubbornly pushed his hand away, gritting her teeth as she attempted to slide forward once more. With great caution, she maneuvered for a while, her posture awkward and ungainly, resembling a penguin. However, upon encountering a steep incline, she fell yet again, her knee crashing heavily against the snow. Tears welled in her eyes as she glanced down, discovering her skin beneath the pant leg had turned a painful shade of purple. Bai Shi's heart ached for her. He crouched down to inspect her leg, his brow furrowed with worry. "Xiaoming, it's not worth it. Your injuries are serious. Let's head down. I want to try again." Lin Xiaoming bit her lip, struggling to stand, but the pain in her leg rendered her nearly powerless. Bai Shi sighed, realizing that persuasion would be futile. He simply crouched down and patted his back. "Climb on. I'll carry you down." There was no cable car halfway down a mountain, so they had no choice but to walk. Lin Xiaoming hesitated for a moment, muttering, "Can you even carry me? With these skis, I'm not light." Yet despite her words, she obediently climbed onto his back, wrapping her arms around his neck, his frame slender and lean. Bai Shi trudged downhill, his steps heavy under the combined weight of the skis and Lin Xiaoming, each stride a test of endurance. The slippery snow forced him to pause frequently, beads of sweat forming on his forehead in the chilling breeze. A few foreign skiers passing by stopped, their curiosity piqued. "Is she heavy?" Bai Shi, breathless, managed to smile. "Quite heavy." He paused, his gaze softening as he looked at the Lin Xiaoming resting on his back, for she was his entire world. Lin Xiaoming froze, feeling as though something had struck her deep within. Burying her face in his shoulder, she murmured, "Bai Shi, why has your speech turned so sweet? Who taught you?" Bai Shi halted, turning to face her, his eyes filled with sincerity. "You are the entirety of my world." His voice was low and carried an undeniable earnestness, as if he were making a promise that would never waver. Lin Xiaoming's heart skipped a beat, her cheeks involuntarily flushing. How cheesy. Yet, she could not suppress the smile, creeping onto her lips as she playfully pinched his ear. Upon finally reaching the foot of the mountain, they collapsed onto a bench in the resting area, utterly exhausted. Baishi gasped for breath, sweat on his forehead turning to mist in the cold wind. Lin Xiaoming sat beside him, rolling up her pant legs to inspect her bruised limbs. I'm never skiing again. It hurts so much. Baishi Juke Sopti, ruffling her hair. I told you not to push yourself. Next time, listen to me, all right? Lin Xiaoming pouted slightly, about to retort, when her peripheral vision caught sight of a group approaching. At the forefront was Gu Ji, clad in a black ski suit, a snowboard slung over his shoulder, grinning like a sly fox. His keen eyes spotted Lin Xiaoming, and he waved, calling out, Ming Ming, you're here. Lin Xiaoming paused for a moment, then smiled in response. Yes, just finished skiing, utterly exhausted. She glanced at Baishi, noticing his composed expression, and felt a quiet sigh of relief within her. As Gu Ji approached, his gaze swept over the bruises on Lin Xiaoming's legs, and he frowned slightly. Oh, that looks painful. Are you all right? After a brief pause, he turned to Baishi with warmth in his voice. Baishi, make sure Ming Ming gets some rest. Are many of your friends coming? We're also from W University. If there are a lot of people tonight, we should gather together for some fun. Baishi nodded calmly. There are 2 more. He hesitated, then added, I'll check with them. We could have dinner together tonight. Gu Ji clapped him on the shoulder cheerfully. Sounds good. The more, the merrier. We rented a villa and brought ingredients. How about a hot pot tonight? Baishi nodded and stood up to find Wei Qi, silently critiquing. This guy is quite the charmer. As dusk fell, the villa near the ski resort was ablaze with light, the air filled with the enticing aroma of hot pot. Wei Qi, Zhang Li, and Gu Ji's friends mingled effortlessly, quickly becoming acquainted. The villa's living room was adorned with 2 large round tables, piled high with an array of ingredients: beef rolls, lamb slices, vegetables, mushrooms, along with a plethora of beer and juice. Gu Ji busied himself preparing dipping sauces, occasionally exchanging light banter with Lin Xiaoming. The atmosphere warm and reminiscent of a gathering among old friends. Wei Qi approached with a plate, teasing Lin Xiaoming. Xiaoming, your charm is undeniable. Surrounded by handsome men, having Gu Ji and Baishi together is simply a feast for the eyes. After saying this, she winked at Gu Ji. Your snowboarding skills are quite impressive. You look like a pro. Gu Ji waved his hand dismissively. Don't flatter me. I'm just average. But Baishi, I've heard you're excellent at basketball. We should have a match sometime. His tone was enthusiastic, yet a hint of challenge flickered in his eyes. Baishi smiled gently. Perhaps another time. He lowered his head to serve Lin Xiaoming a piece of beef, his actions natural, yet carrying a subtle declaration. Ning and Mimi approached, spotting Baishi, and couldn't he help but tease Xiaoming. Your boyfriend's looks are just as Gu Ji described, like he stepped out of a comic book. Ning covered her mouth in laughter. Gu Ji, you have some strong competition. Gu Ji laughed heartily, waving his hand. Don't say that. Ming Ming and I are just friends. His tone was light. Yet when his gaze flickered towards Baishi, an almost imperceptible rivalry glimmered in his eyes. Lin Xiaoming focused on the hot pot, a smile lingering at the corners of her mouth. Her peripheral vision darting between Baishi and Gu Ji. As night deepened, the living room of the villa dimmed, the aroma of hot pot gradually fading, leaving only a few empty beer cans and fruit peels on the table. Wei Qi and Zhang Li were already tipsy, swaying about, while Ning and Mimi continued to sing off-key. Gu Ji reclined on the sofa, a can of beer in hand, occasionally casting glances at Lin Xiaoming. Baishi assisted Lin Xiaoming in tidying up the tableware, while Lin Xiaoming sat on the sofa, wrapped in a blanket. Baishi glanced at her and softly inquired, Are you tired? Perhaps you should rest? Lin Xiaoming shook her head, looking up at him with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Not tired. It's not often I get to go out and have fun. I intend to make the most of it. After a brief pause, she leaned closer and whispered, Baishi, you performed admirably tonight, showing no jealousy. I'll give you extra points. Baishi was momentarily taken aback, a smile curling at the corners of his lips as he affectionately ruffled her hair. Then I shall strive to maintain my efforts and aim for a perfect score. Gu Ji approached, holding 2 bottles of juice. He handed one to Lin Xiaoming with a smile. Ming Ming, have some juice. Too much beer can upset your stomach. He paused, turning to Bai Shi with a warm tone. Bai Shi, would you like a bottle too? It's been a delightful evening. Bai Shi accepted the juice, nodding in appreciation. Thank you. We all had a wonderful time. His voice was calm, yet his gaze lingered on Gu Ji for a moment longer, as if assessing the intentions of this seemingly charming individual. After the gathering concluded, they returned to their accommodation. Lin Xiaoming removed her outerwear, sitting cross-legged on the bed in her sweater, her tone upbeat. Bai Shi, despite the falls while skiing today, it was quite enjoyable. When you carried me, I thought you might collapse from exhaustion. Bai Shi chuckled softly, sitting on the edge of the bed. I nearly did. Please don't push yourself so hard next time. Watching you fall was painful enough for me. He paused, his gaze tenderly resting on her face. But what matters is that you had fun. Lin Xiaoming tilted her head, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Oh, you're becoming quite the charmer. She leaned in and playfully nibbled on his earlobe. Have you secretly learned some romantic secrets? Bai Shi's face flushed slightly, his tone tinged with a hint of stubbornness. There are no secrets after a moment. He quietly confessed, Xiaoming. I know you enjoy excitement and novelty. I fear that I may be too dull to keep you. Lin Xiaoming sensed that perhaps she had been somewhat excessive, accustomed to seeking novelty and attention. She had overlooked the fact that Bai Shi had always loved her clumsily in his own way. She lowered her gaze, her voice softening. Bai Shi, please don't say that, but I quite like you as you are now. She paused, meeting his gaze earnestly. Really? Bai Shi's eyes brightened as he leaned forward, gently kissing her lips. Lin Xiaoming closed her eyes, responding to his kiss, her inner turmoil replaced by a long-forgotten sense of peace. After the kiss, Bai Shi pulled back, a blush on his cheeks as he quietly vowed, Xiaoming, I will always treat you well. No matter where you wish to go or what you want to do, I will accompany you. Lin Xiaoming smiled, wrapping her arms around his waist and burying her face in the crook of his neck, her voice muffled. Then it settled. You must go back on your word. As she closed her eyes, she suddenly felt that, at this moment, she could genuinely attempt to pause, ceasing the pursuit of those perilous thrills. Chapter 76. Reheating 3 in the school classroom. Bai Shi bowed his head, flipping through his physics textbook, his brow slightly furrowed as he endeavored to solve a complex mechanics problem. Suddenly, the screen of his phone illuminated, a new message disrupting his concentration. Senior, I have wonderful news. My application to W University has been approved. I can come next semester. Hua Jiang. Shortly thereafter, another message appeared, accompanied by a selfie. Do I look much better now? My acne is finally cleared up. I switched to a middle part, and my friends say I have a bit of a campus goddess vibe. Hee hee. Hua Jiang. Bai Shi clicked on the photo, revealing a bright young woman. Her large, clear eyes sparkled like water, her skin smooth, and her heavy bangs replaced with a light middle part. Exposing a full forehead, she radiated an aura of confidence. Compared to the slightly insecure Hua Jiang from high school, who often kept her head down, the girl in the photo seemed reborn, dazzling enough to momentarily capture his gaze. Bai Shi's attention faltered, a complex swirl of emotions stirring within him, surprise, guilt, and an indescribable sense of melancholy. He recalled the high school days when he had exploited Hua Jiang to take revenge on Lin Xiaoming. Those painful memories surged forth like a tide. He inhaled deeply, his fingers lingering on the screen for a moment before he ultimately replied, Congratulations, Hua Jiang. However, I have reconciled with Xiaoming. We're doing well now. Please do not contact me again, and I wish you all the best. He pressed the send button, concerned about the potential impact on his relationship with Lin Xiaoming. A few minutes later, Hua Jiang responded, It's fine, senior. We can still be friends. I was planning to apply to W University regardless of you. Bai Shi frowned, choosing not to reply further. That noon, Bai Shi and Lin Xiaoming were nestled on the couch in their apartment, with Lin Xiaoming leaning against his shoulder, scrolling through her phone while sucking on a lollipop. Suddenly, Bai Shi's phone vibrated, the screen lighting up with Hua Jiang's name glaringly visible. Lin Xiaoming, with keen eyes, caught a glimpse of the message's content. Senior, do you have any recommended majors? She raised an eyebrow, a hint of acidity in her tone. Oh, Bai Shi, it seems your romantic prospects are quite flourishing. After all this time, she still holds a candle for you? Bai Shi hurried to explain. She mentioned she will be attending W University next semester. He paused, his tone earnest. Xiaoming, I told her that you and I have reconciled, and she said we could just be friends. Fearing Lin Xiaoming might misunderstand, he handed her the phone. You can check for yourself. Lin Xiaoming took the phone, quickly perusing the chat history, and upon confirming that Bai Shi's words were indeed accurate, her brow eased slightly. She huffed, tossing the phone back into Bai Shi's lap. Her tone rigid. I do not like you communicating with her. Do not engage with her in the future. Observing her sulky demeanor, Bai Shi's lips involuntarily curled into a smile, a touch of tenderness flickering in his eyes. Are you a bit jealous? He leaned closer, his voice low and teasing. If you admit to being jealous, I will delete her contact. Lin Xiaoming's face flushed crimson, vehemently denying. Who is jealous? Certainly not me. She shot him a glare, yet inwardly rolled her eyes. Admitting jealousy would merely grant Bai Shi leverage against her. If she deleted Hua Jiang out of jealousy, then would Bai Shi have to delete Gu Ji if she ever admitted to being envious of him? Absolutely not. Gu Ji accompanied her in gaming and shared gossip. Who could possibly take his place? She would never allow Bai Shi to have the upper hand. She pouted and lunged forward, playfully biting Bai Shi's cheek, leaving a faint dental impression. Bai Shi, caught off guard, paused for a moment before exasperatedly reaching for a tissue to wipe his face, muttering, Why do you keep biting me? Lin Xiaoming glared at him, her tone filled with feigned grievance. Do you dislike me? She puffed her cheeks. Resembling someone whose heart had been wounded, Bai Shi found himself both amused and exasperated as he pinched her cheek. You were the one who was self-conscious about your drool last night. And yet you dared to say that to me? He recalled how she had pinned him to the bed, nibbled at his neck, and, after a moment, leaned in to sniff the saliva scent she had left behind, wrinkling her nose in distaste before rolling over to sleep. He shook his head helplessly. Why do you act like a little puppy, always biting? Lin Xiaoming raised her head defiantly, her eyes sparkling with mischief. I bite you, because I like you. Why would I bite anyone else? She leaned in, pretending to bite again, but Bai Shi quickly dodged and laughed, pulling her into an embrace. With a hint of playful affection in her eyes, Lin Xiaoming asked Bai Shi, Tell me, don't you enjoy it when I act this way with you? Bai Shi lowered his gaze, his eyes softening as they fell upon her face, gently ruffling her hair. Yes, I do. His voice was low and tender, laced with a hint of indulgence. But next time, be gentler. You're about to bite my face off. Lin Xiaoming buried her face in his chest, murmuring, Then it's settled. You're not allowed to contact Hua Jiang, or I'll bite even harder. Bai Shi chuckled softly, running his fingers through her hair. As long as Lin Xiaoming was by his side, the messages from Hua Jiang and any potential flirtations would merely be fleeting distractions. Nestled in his embrace, Lin Xiaoming wore a triumphant smile. She was aware that she could be a bit petty and hypocritical, but she simply could not stand the thought of Bai Shi associating with other girls. He could only be hers. Even if she occasionally felt stirred by Gu Ji's enthusiasm, she would never allow Bai Shi's attention to waver. During this time, Bai Shi intentionally reduced his 5 classes per week to 3, sacrificing 8 credits to spend more time with Lin Xiaoming. International students at W University were required to earn a minimum of 12 credits each semester, or risk expulsion. He calculated that 3 classes would yield exactly 12 credits. While it barely met the requirement, he believed every sacrifice was worthwhile to be with Lin Xiaoming. One evening, after dinner, Lin Xiaoming, feeling whimsical, climbed on his back and cheerfully exclaimed, Bai Shi, you do housework and cook every day. You really do resemble a housewife. After a pause, as if discovering a delightful game, she asked, Wife? Spouse? My lady? Which one do you prefer? Choose one. Bai Shi shook his head in resignation. I don't want to choose. Just call me husband. Hey, not only will I not call you that, but I also want to hear you say it. Lin Xiaoming leaped towards him like a playful kitten, showering his face with quick pecks, leaving behind warm sensations. Hurry. Call me wife. Bai Shi's cheeks flushed crimson from her antics, unable to escape her playful assault, his ears burning as if they might ignite. He attempted to push her away, yet she clung to him all the more tightly. Reluctantly, he murmured a soft husband, his voice barely audible, akin to the faint buzzing of a mosquito, imbued with a hint of reluctance yet tinged with a trace of tenderness. Chapter 77. Warm for Lin Xiaoming squinted her eyes in delight, grinning like a cunning little fox. "You're such a good husband," she exclaimed, leaning in to place a gentle kiss on his forehead, as if rewarding his compliance. Bai Shi watched her smile with the innocence of child, and the helplessness in his heart transformed into a tender affection. He understood that Lin Xiaoming's playful antics and capriciousness were her way of expressing closeness. Her world was always bright and unrestrained, akin to a flickering flame, and he was willing to be the steadfast anchor that held her steady, even if it meant occasionally blushing from her teasing. The living room of their apartment gradually became cluttered with Lin Xiaoming spoils. She had a penchant for acquiring inexplicable items. An oversized massage chair occupied half the balcony. An electronic piano lay gathering dust in the corner. An automatic cooking machine malfunctioned after just 2 days, and a projector was left untouched after screening only one film. The home was on the verge of bursting with these miscellaneous possessions, the cramped space overflowing with them. Unable to withstand the mountain of clutter any longer, Bai Shi finally broached the subject. "Xiaoming, these things take up too much space. Could we buy less in the future?" Lin Xiaoming, currently trying on a new pair of high heels, looked up at his words, pursed her lips, and replied nonchalantly, "Fine, whatever. I'll just call someone to take them away, since I'm already bored with them." She casually dialed a number, summoning a waste collection company to come and haul away the oversized items. As the workers carried off the massage chair, Lin Xiaoming stood by, distractedly scrolling through her phone, as if observing an unrelated spectacle. Bai Shi gazed at the now empty corner, feeling a sense of relief. Yet he couldn't help but express his concern. "Xiaoming, let us try not to waste so much in the future, shall we?" Spinning around in her heels, Lin Xiaoming laughed and leaned closer, wrapping her arms around his neck. "Are you worried about the money?" "Don't be. I'm not spending yours. My dad gives me plenty of pocket money." Bai Shi paused, a complex feeling rising within him. He had long been aware of Lin Xiaoming's affluent background, but living together had given him a first-hand experience of the extravagance of her spending habits. A pair of shoes could cost several $1,000s, enough to sustain an ordinary student for a month. The luxury bags she frequently brought home were equally jaw-dropping in price. Lin Xiaoming's father indulged her to an extreme, providing her with a credit card to squander as she pleased. Watching her carefree demeanor, Bai Shi silently resolved that if he were to marry Lin Xiaoming, he would ensure she never faced any hardship. He needed to work diligently, secure a good job, and, at the very least, maintain her current standard of living. This determination weighed heavily in his heart like a stone, yet also filled him with motivation. This pressure stemmed not only from her spending habits, but also from her nearly non-existent self-sufficiency. One day, Lin Xiaoming whimsically decided to cook, claiming she wanted to prepare a meal for Bai Shi. Despite his persistent warnings about the dangers of the kitchen, she stubbornly waved him off, stating, "You cook for me every day. I will make something for you too." The outcome was disastrous. Lin Xiaoming carelessly tossed a frozen piece of meat into a hot oil pan, and flames erupted, nearly reaching the ceiling. Oil splattered everywhere, scorching her nightgown and leaving several blisters on the back of her hand. The smoke alarm blared incessantly, and Lin Xiaoming, paralyzed with fear, stood there sobbing. "Bai Shi, it hurts." Bai Shi rushed into the kitchen and extinguished the flames. Observing her flustered demeanor, he couldn't help but feel a rare surge of anger. "I told you not to push yourself," Lin Xiaoming protested with teary eyes, indignantly exclaiming, "The internet never mentioned that frozen meat would explode in oil. Had I known, I would have simply made the tomato scrambled eggs I know how to prepare. I'm already in such a miserable state, and you still scold me. I detest you." She cried like a child, her nose running, her pajamas stained with oil, presenting a pitiful and disheveled sight. Bai Shi's heart ached for her. He crouched down, gently grasping her hand, carefully inspecting the blisters on her skin, softening his tone. "I was wrong to raise my voice at you, my dear." He fetched some ointment, delicately applying it to her wounds. "Next time you wish to cook, I shall teach you, all right?" Lin Xiaoming gazed at him through her misty eyes, her heart fluttering at the endearment, and she sniffled, "Then I forgive you." She sniffed, wrapped her arms around his waist, burying her face in his chest. Seeking solace like a small, vulnerable creature, Bai Shi chuckled helplessly yet a profound sense of responsibility surged within him. He was not inherently skilled at caring for others. As an international student, his family circumstances had never been lacking. Back in his home country, he seldom set foot in the kitchen, let alone cooked or washed dishes. However, witnessing Lin Xiaoming's struggles in the kitchen, he felt an urgent need to shoulder this responsibility. She needed him, and he was willing to transform into that steadfast figure for her. This transformation was not without its challenges, yet it bestowed upon him an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. That evening, Baishi's parents initiated a video call. He sat in the living room, engrossed in his homework, his notebook densely filled with formulas and notes. Lin Xiaoming nestled on the sofa, scrolling through her phone, humming a tuneless melody, occasionally bursting into giggles. Upon the call connecting, Baishi's mother, hearing the lively background, cheerfully inquired, She, have you started dating a girl? Her voice sounds quite sweet. Baishi nodded with a smile. Turning to Lin Xiaoming, he gently said, My mom wants to meet you. Lin Xiaoming paused for a moment, hastily putting down her phone and leaning closer to the screen, sweetly greeting the well-groomed woman. Hello, Annie uncle. Her smile was charming and endearing, reminiscent of a well-behaved little girl. Baishi's father chuckled heartily, proclaiming, This brat Baishi's good taste, finding such a beautiful daughter-in-law. Baishi's mother beamed with delight. Her eyes filled with affection. Dear, add my contact information. We should have a good chat later. She engaged Lin Xiaoming in casual conversation, inquiring about her favorite foods and skincare brands. Her tone is warm, as if she were conversing with her own daughter. In conclusion, she sent Lin Xiaoming a red envelope containing 100,000, marked as a greeting gift. After ending the call, Lin Xiaoming, holding her phone, hesitated and asked Baishi, Should I return it? Baishi shook his head, smiling as he replied, Just accept it. It's a meeting gift from my mother to her daughter-in-law. It's not much, just enough for a handbag. If you don't accept it, she might worry that you think it's too little. His tone was light, yet his eyes sparkled with tenderness, as if to soothe her unease. Lin Xiaoming pouted, but accepted the red envelope, feeling a warm glow within. Ever since Baishi's mother learned that he had a girlfriend, she has been sending packages to Xicheng every few days. Snacks, autumn clothing, skincare products for young ladies, and accessories, each item meticulously chosen. Baishi's mother often remarks that Lin Xiaoming is like her second daughter, fulfilling her unfulfilled dream of having a daughter. Whenever a package arrives, Lin Xiaoming eagerly unboxes it like a child, excitedly trying out the little gifts, then pulling Baishi in for a photo to send to Annie, expressing her heartfelt gratitude for the thoughtful gestures. One weekend, Lin Xiaoming received a message from Weiqi. Xiaoming, next Saturday, we're organizing a murder mystery game, Marriage. It's going to be thrilling. 3 men and 3 women. Are you and Baishi coming? Following closely was another message. By the way, should we invite Guji? That would make the perfect number. Raising an eyebrow, Lin Xiaoming paused, her fingers hovering over the screen as she replied, Why invite Guji? Weiqi responded almost instantaneously. Haha, Guji is quite the eye candy. Remember how charming he was during our last skiing trip? The more, the merrier. Lin Xiaoming let out a soft huff, a subtle emotion flickering within her. Weiqi was right. Guji's striking looks and affable nature always enlivened the atmosphere. Biting on her straw, she lowered her head to message Guji. Are you free next Saturday? Weiqi is organizing a murder mystery game, Marriage, and we're short one person. Would you like to join? Just as she sent the message, Baishi looked up, his gaze landing on her phone. Who are you chatting with? You seem so happy. Chapter 78. Undercurrents 1. Lin Xiaoming, feeling a touch of guilt, locked her screen and replied cheerfully, It's Vicky. She invited us to play a murder mystery next Saturday. 3 men and 3 women, and asked if I wanted to bring Guji. She deliberately emphasized the name Guji while casting a sidelong glance at Baishi, observing his reaction. Baishi's fingertips, which had been flipping through the pages of a book, suddenly halted, the paper slightly indenting beneath his touch. With his eyes cast down, his lashes cast a shadow under the light. Yet when he lifted his gaze, a gentle smile emerged. Guji, let us invite him. The more, the merrier. He returned to his reading, seemingly indifferent, but Lin Xiaoming could clearly see the knuckles of his grip on the pen turning pale. How pretentious, she silently scoffed. Yet this feigned generosity only softened her heart. Like a petulant kitten, she nuzzled closer, her hair brushing against his neck. Is someone getting jealous? Don't worry. It's Vicky who wants to see Gu Ji. Bai Shi's ears flushed visibly, his Adam's apple bobbing as he managed to utter a few words. What nonsense. Lin Xiaoming suddenly fell silent. The memory of Gu Ji's unexpected kiss resurfaced, the lingering warmth still palpable on her lips. In a flurry, she pinched Bai Shi's cheek. Gu Ji is just a friend. You mustn't. I know. Bai Shi unexpectedly reached out to ruffle her hair, his palm warm and dry. Yet his eyes, usually so clear, concealed an undercurrent that Lin Xiaoming could not decipher. I trust you. In the private room of the murder mystery venue, 6 individuals were seated around a round table. The dim yellow light illuminated the vintage props reminiscent of the Republic of China, creating an immersive atmosphere. The staff introduced the background of marriage, a grand wedding among the elite, shrouded in grudges, love, and unspeakable conspiracies. Lin Xiaom sat beside Bai Shi, unconsciously sketching the outline of the figure opposite her with her peripheral vision. Gu Ji lounged casually in his armchair, smiling like a cunning fox. When he suggested drawing roles at random, the determined smile at the corner of his lips made Lin Xiaoming's heart skip a beat. As expected, the gilded roll card bearing the name Shun Qingqing shimmered under the light, and in Gu Ji's elongated fingers was the character card of her fiancé, Luli Xiaoming. Gu Ji suddenly tapped her fingertips lightly with the script, his eyes glimmering with an enigmatic light. Luli has a complicated relationship with Shun Qingqing. His deliberately languid tone was like a feather brushing against her eardrums. You might find that I consume every last bit of you. When the first act commenced, Gu Ji transformed entirely. The loosened collar of his shirt cast shadows as he leaned forward, his gaze ensnaring Lin Xiaoming. Miss Shun, does this bridal attire catch your eye? His deep voice, laced with a honeyed venom, was clearly scripted yet sent shivers down her spine. Li's true feelings. She hurriedly lowered her head to examine the script, the pages rustling under her fingertips, seemingly more fickle than the waves of the Huangpu River. Laughter echoed within the room. Yet no one noticed Bai Shi's fingers, gripping the clue card, had turned white. Each time Gu Ji uttered Miss Shun in that lingering tone, Bai Shi found himself repeating in his mind that it was merely acting. However, when Gu Ji leaned down to adjust Lin Xiaoming's hair, he distinctly saw the other's fingertips teasingly graze her earlobe. The sound of the brake bell offered him salvation. Gu Ji suddenly placed his hand on his shoulder, smiling as he suggested, "Shall we step outside for a smoke?" Bai Shi nodded silently and followed him out of the private room. Lin Xiaoming watched their retreating figures. Her curiosity piqued, a vague sense of unease stirring within her. She considered eavesdropping but was interrupted by Wei Qi, who pulled her aside, exclaiming, "Xiaoming, could you help me look into this clue? I am utterly bewildered." Inside the room, only 3 girls remained with Zhang Li, who, not being a smoker, nestled in the corner engrossed in his phone. Xiao Yi suddenly leaned closer to Wei Qi, lowering her voice to inquire, "Wei Qi, does Gu Ji have a girlfriend?" Wei Qi was momentarily taken aback and slyly glanced at Lin Xiaoming. "You should ask Xiaoming. She knows Gu Ji well." Xiao Yi promptly turned to Lin Xiaoming, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Xiaoming, is Gu Ji single? He's so handsome. He must have many admirers, right?" She paused, her cheeks flushing slightly. "I have a bit of a crush on him. Could you possibly assist me?" Lin Xiaoming's breath caught in her throat, an inexplicable irritation swelling within her. She recalled Gu Ji's playful, fox-like eyes, the banter on the ski slopes, and that unexpected kiss in the parking lot. Biting her lip, she forced a smile. "He doesn't have a girlfriend." Xiao Yi eagerly pressed on. "What type of girl does he like? You're so familiar with him. You must know." Lin Xiaoming opened her mouth, only to realize she had never asked Gu Ji that question. Memories of his ambiguous gestures flitted through her mind, leaving her feeling strangely constricted. Her tone growing distant. "I'm not sure. He hasn't mentioned it." Xiao Yi appeared somewhat disappointed, but maintained her smile. "Well, I'll ask him myself." "Xiaoming, you must speak favorably of me." Lin Xiaoming nodded absent-mindedly, her gaze drifting toward the window. Gu Ji and Bai Shi stood beneath the streetlight at the entrance. their silhouettes enveloped in swirling smoke. She could not hear their conversation, but caught a glimpse of Gu Ji's lips curling in a subtle smile as he turned his head. Suddenly, a wave of regret washed over her. Perhaps it was a mistake to have invited Gu Ji to this murder mystery game. Chapter 79. Undercurrents 2. Upon returning to the private room, Gu Ji and Bai Shi maintained their composure, as if their earlier conversation had merely been idle chatter. The game continued, the plot steadily building toward the climax. The DM cast a serious glance at Lin Xiaoming, inquiring, "Shun Qingqing, do you choose to proceed with the wedding with Lu Li?" All eyes converged on Lin Xiaoming. She lowered her gaze to the script, her heart inexplicably racing. She understood that Shun Qingqing's choice regarding the wedding was pivotal to the outcome, yet she lacked sufficient clues and evidence to deduce the potential narrative. After a moment of hesitation, just as she was about to speak, Gu Ji abruptly raised his hand, interjecting with a smile, "Wait, I have something to say." He addressed the DM, his tone relaxed yet imbued with a hint of resolve. Lu Li chooses to forego the wedding. The room erupted in astonishment. Wei Qi's eyes widened in disbelief. "Gu Ji, have you lost your mind?" Lin Xiaoming was equally taken aback, looking up at Gu Ji with a gaze full of confusion. Gu Ji shrugged, smiling nonchalantly. "Just a matter of gentlemanly conduct. I don't wish for Shun Qingqing to perish. I am no scoundrel." He turned his attention to Lin Xiaoming, a teasing glint flickering in his eyes. "You ought to thank me for saving your life." The DM nodded, revealing the ultimate truth. Lu Li's former lover had died in an accident, her spirit trapped within an ancient mansion. Lu Li orchestrated this wedding to enable the soul of his deceased lover to seize control of Shun Qingqing. Should the wedding succeed, Shun Qingqing's soul would be obliterated. However, if she gathered enough clues, or if Lu Li willingly relinquished his intentions, she would survive. Gu Ji's performance was so compelling that none suspected his apparent affection was merely a fade, until the final moment when he voluntarily stepped back, ensuring Lin Xiaoming's character could continue to exist. As the game concluded, a lively discussion erupted among the group regarding the plot. Wei Qi slapped the table in admiration, exclaiming, "Gu Ji, your acting is extraordinary. I genuinely believed you meant to harm Xiaoming in the first half, only to find you utterly devoted in the latter." Qiao Yi approached with a playful tone, hinting, "Gu Ji, your gentlemanly demeanor is quite impressive. I assenti it. Are you as charming in reality?" Gu Ji laughed heartily, waving his hand dismissively. "It's merely acting. In reality, I'm quite honest." He glanced at Lin Xiaoming, a subtle depth in his eyes. "However, it is my duty to protect Miss Shun." After dispersing, Lin Xiaoming walked alongside Bai Shi under the night sky, streetlights elongating their shadows. Bai Shi suddenly spoke, his tone composed. "Xiaoming, what do you think of Qiao Yi pursuing Gu Ji?" Lin Xiaoming paused momentarily, smiling as she replied, "I think it's quite nice. Qiao Yi is lively and adorable. Gu Ji should like her." Her voice was light, masking the bitterness within. "Is that so? Gai Sish Ge Deep in Pe. I thought you might mind." He halted, fixing his eyes on her face, as if probing. Lin Xiaoming's heart skipped a beat, forcing herself to remain calm. "Mind what? I don't like Gu Ji." She pouted, her tone slightly defiant. "Could you stop being so suspicious?" Bai Shi chuckled softly, choosing not to press further. Lin Xiaoming's heart was a tumult of emotions. Gu Ji's leniency, Qiao Yi's anticipation, and Bai Shi's affection surged like three undercurrents, stirring waves within her heart. She grasped Bai Shi's hand tightly, attempting to convince herself that her choice had never wavered. Days slipped by like water, yet life was not always as smooth as one might wish. On this particular day, Bai Shi's phone rang. He answered the call. "Mom?" His tone remained calm, but the voice on the other end caused his fingers to freeze. Shi, you need to take leave and return home." His mother's voice was thick with suppressed emotion, as though she were struggling to contain her feelings. "Come back to see your father. The chances of seeing him again may be few." A heavy weight settled in Bai Shi's heart as he gripped the phone tighter, softly inquiring, "Mom, what is really going on?" There was a moment of silence on the other end. His mother seemed to be choosing her words carefully before finally exhaling a shaky breath. "Your father. He is implicated in a financial case and has been sentenced to 10 years. The company has gone bankrupt. Additionally, Your father has uremia, and the conditions in prison are poor. There's inadequate medical care. She trailed off. But Baishi understood the unspoken truth. His father's life was likely on borrowed time. Baishi's mind went blank, as if struck by an invisible wave that left him disoriented. He looked down, his gaze falling upon the textbooks on the table. The formulas and graphs appearing as a tangled mess, devoid of meaning. He recalled his childhood when his father would lift him onto his shoulders to take him to basketball games, and how, after poor exam results, his father never scolded him, but simply patted his shoulder, encouraging him to try harder next time. Shishi, you must return as soon as possible. His mother's voice broke through his reverie, now laced with a hint of urgency. Your father, he wants to see you. Baishi took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain composed. Mom, I understand. I will buy a ticket as soon as I can. He paused, his voice barely a whisper. But Xiaoming is still in America. I worry about her. His mother fell silent for a moment, an air of resignation creeping into her tone. Shishi, your father's condition truly cannot wait. You should come back first. As for Xiaoming, you can explain it to her. She will understand. Baishi murmured in agreement, and after hanging up, he stared at the black screen of his phone, motionless for an extended period. A heavy stone seemed to rest upon his chest, making it difficult to breathe. With such upheaval at home, he was uncertain how to broach the subject with Lin Xiaoming, let alone how to face her potential emotional turmoil. He understood her well. She depended on him, accustomed to his presence, and if she were to learn of his return home with an uncertain timeline, she would likely be devastated. In the living room, Lin Xiaoming sensed something was amiss, pausing the television show and turning to Baishi. Baishi, what is wrong? You look so pale. Her tone carried a note of concern as she rose and approached him, squatting down to look up at him. Is there something going on at home? Baishi's gaze fell upon her face, her eyes sparkling with clarity. Suddenly, he felt a tightness in his throat, all explanations caught in his voice. He inhaled deeply and spoke softly. Xiaoming, I need to return home for a while. Lin Xiaoming was momentarily taken aback, her smile freezing in place. Return home? Why? Why so suddenly? Her voice held a tinge of anxiety, her fingers unconsciously clutching at his shirt. Baishi lowered his head, avoiding her gaze. There are some matters at home that I need to attend to. He paused for a moment, his voice dropping even lower, perhaps indicating he would be away for some time. How long is that? Lin Xiaoming's voice rose, tinged with impatience. Baishi, when will you return? Baishi fell silent. He lifted his gaze to meet her gradually reddening eyes, a pang of sorrow stabbing at his heart. He spoke softly, I don't know. Xiaoming, I will try to return as soon as possible. You don't know? Lin Xiaoming's voice trembled, as if his answer had wounded her. She abruptly stood up, her tone laced with despair. Baishi, are you really going to leave me here in Shichen? I came here for you. Now you say you must go and don't even know when you will return. What am I to do? Baishi's heart ached sharply. He stood up, reaching for her hand, but she recoiled. He murmured, Xiaoming, I'm sorry. I truly have urgent matters to attend to. I promise I will return quickly, all right? Urgent matters? What could be so urgent that you cannot even tell me? Tears welled in Lin Xiaoming's eyes as she bit her lip, her voice laced with a mix of grievance and anger. Baishi, do you not trust me? Or do you simply not care about me? No, Baishi quickly denied, his tone tinged with anxiety. Xiaoming, I care deeply for you. You know that He hesitated, ultimately refraining from mentioning his father's situation. He feared it would cause her distress, or worse, pity. He merely whispered, I assure you, I will handle this swiftly and return to be with you. Lin Xiaoming stared at him for several seconds. Is it truly impossible for you not to go back? Does anything I say matter? Baishi's heart felt as though it were being tightly grasped. He stepped forward, wishing to embrace her, yet she evaded him. He stood rooted in place, fingers clenched, his voice low as if in supplication. Xiaoming, please don't be this way. I genuinely do not wish to leave you alone. Lin Xiaoming remained silent, striding directly into the bedroom, the door gently closing behind her, leaving a heavy silence in its wake. Baishi stood in the living room, his gaze fixed on the couch where she had just sat, the blanket still haphazardly draped over the armrest. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm, opened his laptop, and began searching for the latest flight tickets. That evening, Baishi booked a flight for the following morning. While packing, the bedroom door remained firmly shut, and Lin Xiaoming did not emerge. He lingered at the door, hesitating for a long while before sending a text. Xiaoming, I will return as soon as possible. Take care of yourself. He silently dragged his suitcase out of the apartment. The airport was bustling with activity that morning, and Baishi sat in the waiting area, his phone screen displaying a photo of him and Lin Xiaoming, taken on a snowy mountain, where she had wrapped her arms around his neck, smiling like a child. He stared at the photograph, a wave of bittersweet nostalgia washing over him. He understood that this return home would not only confront him with his father's illness and the upheaval within his family, but also the potential rift that might develop between him and Lin Xiaoming. He clenched his phone tightly, his fingertips turning pale, and whispered softly, Xiaoming, wait for me. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoming awoke in the apartment, the bedroom feeling desolate. She rubbed her eyes and opened the door, her eyes instinctively reddening. A profound sense of loneliness enveloped her, as if she had been abandoned by the entire world. Chapter 80 Betrayal 1 Lin Xiaoming sat cross-legged on the sofa, her fingers dancing swiftly across the keyboard as she engaged in an online gaming session with Guji. The screen displayed the character's health bars diminishing amidst fierce combat, while Guji's voice echoed through her headphones. Xiaoming, flank him. Surround him. Lin Xiaoming bit her lip, fully immersed in the game, when suddenly she instinctively called out, Bayidanashche, em hungry. The sound reverberated in the empty apartment, yet there was no response. She paused, her fingers freezing on the keyboard as her character was vanquished by the enemy, the screen fading to gray. Removing her headphones, she surveyed her surroundings. The desolate living room mirrored the emptiness within her heart. Why she had left. She had forgotten. Guji's voice came through the headphones, tinged with confusion. Xiaoming, why did you stop moving all of a sudden? Lin Xiaoming took a deep breath, forcing a smile. It's nothing. Let us continue. In the afternoon, Guji came, as usual, to share a meal, cheerfully pushing open the door, only to find the apartment devoid of its usual liveliness. He looked around, not spotting Baishi, and frowned, asking, Where is Baishi? Gone to the library again? Lin Xiaoming, who was focused on her computer, felt her fingers stiffen at his words, her eyes unwittingly welling up. She bit her lip tightly, her voice choked. He had an urgent matter at home and returned to his country. Her tone bore an unmistakable fragility, reminiscent of an abandoned child. Guji paused for a moment, then approached her, gently patting her shoulder, his tone soothing. Don't be sad, Xiaoming. He'll be back soon. If you need anything, I'm always here for you. His voice was deep, like a tranquilizer, attempting to soothe the turmoil within her. Lin Xiaoming nodded, forcing a smile, though her thoughts had already drifted far away. After dining with Guji, she returned to the apartment, collapsing onto the sofa. She picked up her phone and messaged Baishi. Are you free to chat with me? Her fingertips lingered on the screen for a moment before she pressed send, staring at the chat box, yearning for a reply. However, the afternoon in Xiqing coincided with the early morning in her homeland, and Baishi did not respond. She clutched her phone tightly, the tide of desolation surging within her. As midnight struck in Xiqing, her phone finally vibrated. She swiftly grabbed it, seeing Baishi's response. Xiaoming, I'm very busy. Family matters are a bit complicated. The brevity of his message felt cold to her. She bit her lip, her fingers quickly typing out another message. Are you deliberately ignoring me? Trying to force me to break up? After sending it, she fixated on the screen. Minutes later, Baishi replied, No, Xiaoming. I am truly exhausted. Tears streamed down Lin Xiaoming's face as she hurled her phone onto the sofa and curled up, hugging her knees. Suddenly, she felt as if this apartment was overwhelmingly empty, suffocating her. On the third day, Lin Xiaoming stood before the washing machine, staring blankly at the multitude of buttons on the panel. The English manual felt like an ancient script. She couldn't comprehend a single word. She took out her phone, painstakingly searching for translations, and, after half an hour, finally discerned the difference between heavy load and quick wash. She collapsed onto the floor, glancing around. Traces of Baishi were omnipresent. The physics textbooks on the table, the sticky notes on the refrigerator door, and the potted plants he had pruned on the balcony. Every moment served as a reminder of his absence. She bit her lip tightly, the solitude within her nearly suffocating. Grasping her phone, she called Guji, her voice tinged with an unmistakable weariness. Guji, are you free? Please, come and chat with me. I'm so incredibly bored alone. Guji's voice resonated through the receiver, laced with mirth. Oh, Xiaoming, are you missing me? Hang on, I just finished class and will be over shortly. Half an hour later, he entered, carrying a bag of snacks, cheerfully thrusting a packet of chips into her hands. Here, have some of this. What shall we talk about? Lin Xiaoming accepted the chips, mustering a smile as they engaged in trivial conversation. Guji's easy demeanor momentarily obscured the emptiness within her, yet as night fell and he departed, the apartment once again succumbed to silence. Later that evening, a rustling noise outside abruptly interrupted the stillness, as if someone were testing the door. Lin Xiaoming sprang up from the sofa, her heart racing as though it might burst. Grabbing her phone, she retreated to her bedroom, locking the door behind her. Too afraid to even glance at the living room. Curling up in her blankets, her mind was flooded with terrifying images. Was it a burglar? Or had someone simply mistaken her door? She dared not utter a sound, holding her breath until the early hours of the morning, when exhaustion finally overcame her fear, and she fell into a deep slumber. On the fourth morning, Lin Xiaoming cautiously opened her bedroom door, relieved to find the living room empty. Perhaps it was merely a neighbor who had knocked at the wrong door. Standing on the balcony, the sunlight pierced her eyes, yet she felt no sense of relief within her. The days without Bai, she seemed like an unending nightmare. On the fifth day, Lin Xiaoming stood in the kitchen, noting that only one bottle of mineral water remained. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to venture to the supermarket for supplies. The store was a 20-minute walk from her apartment, and she donned her coat, braving the cold wind as she made her way there, ultimately selecting a case of water. However, upon exiting the supermarket, she was taken aback by the weight of the box, which felt as heavy as a stone. There was no way she could carry it so far. Standing by the roadside, the biting wind reddened her nose, and feelings of inadequacy surged within her like a flood. Suddenly, she recalled Baishi's car, the keys still hanging by the entrance. He had taught her to drive a few times, but her nerves had always left her trembling, terrified of hitting something or causing a scratch. She had never dared to take the wheel alone. Crouching by the road, tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. Why was it that she could not manage even this simplest of tasks? She picked up her phone and called Guji, her voice quivering with emotion. Guji, I'm at the supermarket. I bought a case of water, but I can't move it. Guji's voice came through, tinged with urgency. Don't worry, Xiaoming. I'm on my way. Just wait there and don't wander off. 20 minutes later, his car pulled up, and he jumped out, skillfully loading the water into the trunk, playfully patting her head. Next time, just call me to come along. Don't try to manage everything on your own. Upon returning to the apartment, Guji surveyed the surroundings, frowning at the chaos that resembled a landfill. The tissue box was nearly empty, and the dishes in the kitchen had been left to accumulate for days, emitting a faint sour odor. Without a word, he rolled up his sleeves and began to tidy up, washing dishes, wiping tables, clearing out the trash, his movements deft and familiar, as though he were in his own home. Once everything was in order, he drove Lin Xiaoming back to the supermarket, ensuring they acquired paper towels, detergent, and other necessities. Chapter 81 Betrayal 2. When Lin Xiaoming returned home, she stood at the doorway and softly said, Guji, thank you. Her voice was tinged with nasal tones, as if she were suppressing something profound. Guji waved his hand and smiled, saying, It's nothing. If you need anything in the future, just reach out to me. As he turned to leave, Lin Xiaoming suddenly broke down. She sank onto the sofa, covering her face with her hands, sobbing. Without Baishi, what am I to do? Guji froze in place, watching her frail shoulders tremble, feeling helpless. He approached her, crouching before her, wanting to offer comfort but unsure of how to begin. Lin Xiaoming threw herself into his arms, clinging tightly to his waist, her voice choked with emotion. Just for a moment, Guji, I am so distressed. Guji's heart raced. Her warmth seeped through his sweater, almost making him forget to breathe. He gazed down at her tear-filled eyes. A torrent of complex emotions surged within him. He yearned to confess his feelings, to tell her he could take Baishi's place and walk alongside her. Yet reason cautioned him that such an act would be taking advantage of her vulnerability. He took a deep breath, gently patting her back, murmuring, "It's all right, Xiaoming, I'm here." Lin Xiaoming leaned against him, her tears soaking his shirt. Gu Ji's heartbeat quickened. If Baishi did not return, would he have a chance? That thought ignited a spark of desire within him, but he swiftly suppressed it, cursing himself for being unworthy. After Gu Ji departed, Lin Xiaoming curled up in her bedroom, staring at her phone screen. Finally, she mustered the courage to dial Baishi's number. In the depths of night in America, it was daytime back home. Her heart raced upon the call connecting. Baishi, her voice quivered with anger and resentment. "When will you come back?" A silence lingered on the other end before Baishi's voice emerged, weary and strained. As if it had been forced from the depths of his throat, "Xiaoming, I'm not sure. I might not return." Lin Xiaoming was taken aback, as though doused in cold water from head to toe. Her voice trembled. "Then what am I to do? I applied to foreign universities for you. Gave up the college entrance examination, and now I can't even attend university back home. You expect me to complete 4 years alone?" Baishi's voice grew even softer, laden with profound helplessness. "Xiaoming, this is merely the worst-case scenario. I need you to tell me when you will return." Tears streamed down Lin Xiaoming's face as she nearly shouted, "If you don't come back, you are forcing me to break up. I hate you. You can't say it yourself, so you make me say it, right? Then let us break up." "Xiaoming, I don't want to break up." Baishi's voice carried a pleading tone. "Please, let us not end it. We are done." Just like that, Lin Xiaoming hung up the phone, her fingers trembling so violently she could barely hold the device. She stared at the dark screen, waiting a long while, yet Baishi did not call back. Her heart felt hollowed out. Her pride would not allow her to beg for reconciliation. She believed it was Baishi's fault that he had abandoned her. Even if she longed for him to the point of madness, she would not lower her head again. Days later, Lin Xiaoming gathered her courage to send another message. "If you don't want to talk to me, I will take it as a real breakup." She watched the screen, her heart racing as if it might explode. After several hours, Baishi replied, "Not breaking up." Furious, she nearly smashed her phone and dialed his number once more. Baishi's voice remained weary. "Xiaoming, do you expect me to be alone abroad for 4 years?" Lin Xiaoming's voice quivered with suppressed tears. "Have you ever considered my feelings?" After a brief silence, Baishi sighed softly. "I miss you dearly, Xiaoming, but I am genuinely struggling. Please, do not add to my burdens. Let be, Baishi." Lin Xiaoming abruptly ended the call, tears streaming down her face like pearls scattered from a broken string. All her grievances transformed into resentment, incinerating the affection she once held for Baishi. The night in West City was as tranquil as a still pond, and Lin Xiaoming sat on the sofa, scrolling through her phone, attempting to numb the emptiness within her with short videos. Suddenly, the lights in the living room flickered out, the low hum of the air conditioner ceased, and the room was engulfed in an eerie darkness. She froze, the cold glow of her phone illuminating her astonished expression. A power outage? Instinctively, she rummaged through the notes left by Baishi, searching for the property management's contact information, only to realize she had no idea how to pay the utilities. Baishi had left in such haste that he had not even briefed her on these mundane details of daily life. She bit her lip tightly, a tumult of emotions swelling within her, hurt, anger, and a tinge of self-loathing for her helplessness. Baishi clearly did not care for her. He had not even considered these basic life arrangements, leaving her alone in West City. The argument from the previous night felt like a thorn lodged in her heart. How could she swallow her pride and reach out to him? Her fingers lingered on the screen, finally gliding to Gu Ji's number. After a moment's hesitation, she pressed the call button. "Hello, Xiaoming." Gu Ji's voice came through the receiver, laced with a hint of lazy warmth, like a gentle breeze in the dead of night. "Gu Ji, I lost power at home." Lin Xiaoming's voice was barely above a whisper, tinged with an imperceptible fragility. "I don't know what to do. It seems the utilities haven't been paid." There was a brief silence on the other end before Gu Ji's tone shifted to seriousness. "Don't worry. Perhaps the property management simply forgot to notify you. Are you alone? Shall I come pick you up? You can stay with me for the night. We can visit the property office together in the morning." Lin Xiaoming tightened her grip on the phone, a tide of loneliness washing over her. She recalled Gu Ji's care during this time, and in a soft voice, she replied, "All right. I appreciate it." Half an hour later, Gu Ji's car pulled up outside her apartment building. Lin Xiaoming wrapped herself in a coat, dragging along a small bag filled with a change of clothes, and settled into the passenger seat. The cabin was perfumed with a subtle hint of ocean blue fragrance. She glanced at him. Gu Ji's profile was sharply defined under the streetlights, his fox-like eyes slightly narrowed, exuding a nonchalant charm. "Are you cold?" Gu Ji casually adjusted the air conditioning. Lin Xiaoming nodded, yet her gaze involuntarily lingered on his long fingers. She recalled the kiss in the parking lot, brief, yet igniting a spark deep within her that had never been touched before. In that moment, even with Baishi present, she had not pushed him away. Now, with Baishi miles apart, their quarrel had severed her last reliance on him. Suddenly, she felt that perhaps this was an opportunity, one that allowed her to explore a possibility she had long yearned for yet never dared to embrace. Is it a response to Baishi's indifference, or has she long harbored feelings for Gu Ji? She is unable to discern, nor does she wish to. Gu Ji's apartment, though modest in size, exudes an effortlessly exquisite charm. Lin Xiaoming stands in the living room, her gaze sweeping over the casually draped blanket on the sofa, her heart racing with each passing moment. She sets down her bag and turns to face Gu Ji, who is retrieving a bottle of water from the refrigerator. With his back to her, the black sweater accentuates his broad shoulders, emanating an inadvertent allure. "Gu Ji." Lin Xiaoming's voice is as soft as a feather. She takes a step closer, summoning her courage to embrace his waist, her arms wrapping tightly around him. Her cheek rests against his back, her voice muffled. "Will you sleep with me? I don't want to be alone." Chapter 82, Betrayal 3. Gu Ji's body stiffened noticeably, nearly causing the water bottle in his hand to slip from his grasp. He turned around, lowering his gaze towards her, as a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. Lin Xiaoming tilted her face upwards, the light reflecting in her eyes like a glimmering wetness, fragile yet alluring. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly, his voice husky. "Xiaoming, you." He had always harbored feelings for Lin Xiaoming. From a moment he first saw her play games, her innocent visage paired with a captivating physique firmly ensnared his attention. Her daily companionship in the games became a vibrant hue, brightening his otherwise monotonous existence. He was aware of her relationship with Baishi and understood that his kiss had crossed a line, yet he found himself unable to quell the surge of desire. At this moment, as she drew near, her soft body pressed against him, his rationality felt as fragile as thin ice, teetering on the brink of collapse. However, hesitation gripped him. Her current proximity might merely stem from a momentary impulse, not a decision born of careful consideration. Gu Ji inhaled deeply, striving for composure. "Xiaoming, you might be acting a bit impulsively right now. Regarding Baishi, think it over." Lin Xiaoming's gaze dimmed slightly, her voice laced with a hint of wicked temptation. "Gu Ji, I know you kissed me in the parking lot last time. You were fully aware that I had a boyfriend, yet you acted that way. What are you hesitating over now?" Gu Ji was struck by her revelation. The secret in his heart laid bare, and for the first time, a flicker of panic appeared in his fox-like eyes, his throat dry and rendered speechless. That kiss had been the price of his impulsiveness, yet he never anticipated she would retaliate in such a manner, his rationality retreating before the onslaught of desire. Lin Xiaoming offered him no retreat. She rose on her toes and kissed him. Gu Ji's gaze darkened, as if her initiative had ignited something within him. He murmured softly, "Don't regret it." With a decisive movement, he lifted her into his arms and strode towards the bedroom, his actions resolute and devoid of hesitation. As the door closed behind them, the room was filled solely with their hurried breaths. Moonlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting blurred shadows upon the floor. Gu Ji laid her down on the bed, gazing down at her, his eyes reflecting a sense of affirmation. Lin Xiaoming reclined, her chestnut hair splayed across the pillow, reaching out to entwine her fingers around his neck, her voice husky. "Don't stop, Gu Ji." Gu Ji's breath hitched, and he leaned down, capturing her lips in a kiss. This kiss was deeper and more fervent than the one in the parking lot, imbued with a reckless possessiveness. His hands glided to her waist, lifting her sweater to touch her warm skin. Lin Xiaoming responded to his kiss, her fingers digging into his shoulders, pouring out all her anger and grievances, as if she intended to erase every trace she had left upon Gu Ji's body. Sensing her urgency, he whispered in her ear, his voice hoarse and enticing. "Xiaoming, whatever you desire, I shall give you." The moonlight bore witness to this protracted night, where unspoken grievances, anger, and affection swirled like two consuming flames, devouring and annihilating one another. Gu Ji's breath grew rapid and heavy, his gaze lingering on her face, as though he wished to etch every inch of her into his memory. Morning light filtered into Gu Ji's bedroom. Lin Xiaoming leaned against the headboard, her chestnut hair tousled over her shoulders, her expression somewhat vacant, as if she were attempting to reconcile the impulsiveness of the previous night with the clarity of the present moment. Gu Ji leaned against the edge of the bed, his fox-like eyes slightly narrowed, imbued with a hint of weariness yet still concealing an elusive smile. "So what are we now?" He lit a cigarette, the smoke swirling around his fingers. His gaze was fixed upon her face, as if awaiting a response that would assuage his uncertainty. Lin Xiaoming bit her lip, her eyes drifting to the window. "I don't know." She paused, as if gathering her resolve, then met his gaze directly. "Gu Ji, I was just impulsive. Why, she has been ignoring me, and I was furious." Gu Ji leaned back against the headboard, exhaling a puff of smoke, a bitter curve appearing at the corners of his mouth. "All right, Xiaoming, I want to pressure you." He paused, his voice low and tinged with self-mockery. "But you weren't so hesitant last night. When you held me and called my name, you seemed quite invested." Lin Xiaoming's face flushed suddenly, and she shot him a glare, her tone laced with a mix of embarrassment and anger. "Gu Ji, must you be so blunt?" She wrapped herself in the quilt, as if to conceal her inner turmoil. "Can't we just enjoy ourselves? I don't want to be in a relationship right now, nor do I wish to label myself." In truth, Lin Xiaoming was still unable to let go of Bai Shi. Gu Ji raised an eyebrow, observing her for several seconds, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his eyes. He chuckled softly. "So what do you consider me? A backup? Or merely a tool for your emotional venting?" Lin Xiaoming was momentarily taken aback by his forthrightness. She took a deep breath, her tone deliberately distant. "More than friends, but less than lovers. Is that acceptable?" She tilted her head, offering a somewhat cold smile. "Don't pressure me for a definition, Gu Ji. My mind is quite chaotic right now." Gu Ji laughed, a hint of helplessness in his expression, as ash from his cigarette fell onto the bedspread, which he casually brushed away. Such eloquent words. "So, a bedmate then?" Lin Xiaoming's gaze flickered, her tone turning rigid. "Gu Ji, aren't you enjoying this as well? Come on, don't be so greedy." She stood, picking up the clothes from the floor with a decisive motion, as if delineating a boundary. "I need to go back and sort out the utilities with the property management." Watching her busy figure, Gu Ji felt a pang of disappointment. He extinguished his cigarette and grabbed his jacket. "I'll accompany you. We agreed to this, and besides, you're English. Well, I doubt you could even pronounce utilities properly." Lin Xiaoming rolled her eyes, a teasing tone in her voice. "Oh, Gu Ji, you seem rather addicted to this role of being a tool." Gu Ji shrugged, smiling lightly. "What can I say? I like you. I can't just talk without action, can I? At least I'll be in line when you decide to date. I hope to be the first on your list." Lin Xiaoming hesitated, an inexplicable wave of emotions washing over her. Gratitude, guilt, and a hint of undeniable affection. She lowered her head to tie her shoelaces, her voice soft as if hiding something. "Gu Ji, why are you so insistent? You know I don't want to date right now." Gu Ji approached her, ruffling her hair gently. "As long as you're happy, let us go. The property office opens at 9. If we're late, we'll have to queue." In the property office, the air conditioning blew a cool breeze, and Lin Xiaoming stood at the counter, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothing, appearing somewhat ill at ease. Gu Ji leaned beside her, fluently conversing in English with the staff, exuding an effortless charm. Lin Xiaoming observed his eloquent profile, a complex emotion flickering in her heart. Gu Ji always managed to instill a sense of security within her, akin to a dependable harbor. He reassured Lin Xiaoming that the utility bill posed no issue, explaining that the power outage was merely due to system maintenance the previous night. He then guided her on how to pay the utility fees online and set up automatic deductions. Lin Xiaoming listened attentively, diligently following the steps on her phone until she finally accomplished the task. As they exited the property management office, the sunlight pierced Lin Xiaoming's eyes, causing a slight sting. Guji leaned against the car, fiddling with a set of keys, and looked up at her. "Shall I accompany you upstairs?" "There's no need," Lin Xiaoming declined. "I'll return on my own. You should head home." Guji raised an eyebrow, playfully. "Oh, just last night you were all cuddly with me, and now you're turning your back?" Lin Xiaoming shot him a glare, remaining silent as she turned towards the apartment building. Guji watched her retreating figure, a wry smile tugging at his lips, yet his eyes concealed a hint of tenderness. Chapter 83. Betrayal 4 on the weekend. Lin Xiaoming stood in the parking lot beneath the apartment building, gripping the car keys tightly in her hand, her fingertips turning pale with anxiety. It had been nearly 6 months since she had last held the steering wheel. When she first arrived in the United States, Bai Shi had taken her to obtain a driver's license, and the road test was astonishingly simple. Just a lap around the testing area, and she had, in a daze, secured her license. However, her actual driving experiences were few and far between, totaling less than 10, each time with Bai Shi sitting in the passenger seat, guiding her through the process. She always felt that the car was like a rebellious beast, ready to spiral out of control at any moment. Guji leaned against the car, his black sweater accentuating his tall, slender frame. His fox-like eyes narrowed slightly, laced with a hint of teasing. "Xiaoming, stop dawdling. Get in the car. You can't rely on me for rides forever, can you?" Lin Xiaoming bit her lip, steeling herself as she climbed into the driver's seat. Guji settled into the passenger seat, deftly fastening his seatbelt and turning to her. "Don't be nervous. Just gently press the accelerator. And don't grip the steering wheel so tightly." His voice was deep, soothing, like a gentle lullaby to a frightened kitten. Taking a deep breath, she started the engine, the car vibrating slightly, causing her heart to race. Guji's hand rested lightly on her right hand, his fingertips warm, providing a reassuring presence. "Focus on the road, not on me," he chuckled softly, turning the steering wheel to the right with a slow, deliberate motion. His hand remained, the warmth radiating through her skin, causing Lin Xiaoming's cheeks to flush involuntarily. She forced herself to concentrate on the road as the car slowly exited the parking lot, gliding along the serene street. Guji's instructions were patient and meticulous, occasionally tapping her hand to remind her to adjust the direction. However, her heartbeat became erratic, as if his touch had disrupted her rhythm. "Not bad, better than I expected." Guji leaned back in his seat, a smile gracing his lips. "Let us take a couple more laps, and I'll treat you to dinner at a nice restaurant tonight." Lin Xiaoming shot him an exasperated glance, her tone laced with playful annoyance. "Stop joking. I'm doing this so I won't be a burden to you." Her voice softened. "Thank you, Guji." Guji raised an eyebrow. "What is there to thank me for? Do we need to be so formal with each other?" After a pause, his tone turned suggestive. "But if you really want to show your gratitude, how about a kiss?" Lin Xiaoming rolled her eyes at him, huffing in discontent, ignoring his jest. He shrugged, his voice returning to a light-hearted tone. "All right then, make sure to eat well tonight. Don't be picky." Lin Xiaoming didn't respond, but warmth blossomed in her heart. Ever since Bai Shi returned to her homeland, her life felt as if it had lost its anchor, leaving her floundering in the most basic of daily activities. Guji, however, shone like a beacon, illuminating her chaotic world. In the evening, they dined at a Western restaurant. Guji casually took her hand, guiding her through the bustling crowd. His long fingers lightly intertwined with hers, silently proclaiming a certain intimacy. Lin Xiaoming's heart raced, yet she did not withdraw her hand. It was only when they pushed through the glass doors of the restaurant that she caught a glimpse of a familiar figure, Vicky. Vicky sat at a window-side table, a cup of coffee in her hands, and their eyes met fortuitously. Lin Xiaoming's heart tightened, instinctively releasing Guji's hand. Her motion swift as if she had been electrocuted. Guji's gaze flickered momentarily, yet he remained silent, nonchalantly pulling out a chair to gesture for her to sit. Vicky's eyes darted between them, her expression a tapestry of complexity, as if she were probing for answers. Setting her coffee cup down, she rose and approached with a smile. Greeting, Xiaomeng? What a coincidence. Her gaze landed on Gu Ji, laced with a hint of inquiry. Are you having dinner together? Lin Xiaomeng forced a smile. It had been over 10 days since she last communicated with Bai Shi, yet Vicky was evidently unaware of their situation. Biting her lip, Lin Xiaomeng feigned a casual tone. Yes, Gu Ji is teaching me how to drive, and we decided to have a meal together. Vicky nodded, but her eyes flitted back and forth between Lin Xiaomeng and Gu Ji, as if she sought to unearth some hidden truth from their expressions. She chuckled softly, her tone laden with implication. Well, enjoy your meal. I shall take my leave. As she turned to exit, she cast a lingering glance at Lin Xiaomeng, seemingly weighing the decision of whether to inform Bai Shi about this encounter. Lin Xiaomeng lowered her gaze to slice her steak, her fingers trembling slightly. Gu Ji leaned back in his chair, studying her for several seconds before speaking calmly. What's wrong? Afraid she might report back to Bai Shi? Lin Xiaomeng shot him a glare, her voice firm. Don't say such things. I haven't been in contact with him for ages. She paused, lowering her voice. I simply don't want others to misunderstand. Gu Ji raised an eyebrow. Misunderstand what? Misunderstand that you are with me? He hesitated, his tone tinged with melancholy. Xiaomeng, if you wish to keep this a secret, I can accommodate. But you must tell me, what exactly are you afraid of? Lin Xiaomeng was momentarily taken aback, a surge of complicated emotions swelling within her. What was she afraid of? Afraid that Vicky would inform Bai Shi? Afraid that Bai Shi would discover her swift shift in affections? Or was she frightened of letting go of Bai Shi entirely? She bit her lower lip, murmuring, I don't know, Gu Ji, please stop asking. Gu Ji refrained from pressing further, silently assisting her by cutting her steak into smaller pieces. His movements tender as if to soothe her unease. Observing him as he focused on the task, Lin Xiaomeng felt a blockage in her heart. She understood that Gu Ji's kindness had begun to foster a sense of reliance in her. Yet she remained unable to provide him with a definitive answer. That evening, noticing Lin Xiaomeng's persistent gloom, Gu Ji organized a small gathering at his apartment, inviting several friends in hopes of lifting her spirits. The living room was filled with an array of beers, whiskey, and iced tea, while snacks lay scattered across the coffee table. Lin Xiaomeng sat on the sofa, a glass of drink in hand, her face adorned with a smile that could not conceal the loneliness in her eyes. Gu Ji settled beside her, his arm casually resting on the back of the sofa, almost as if he were enveloping her within his space. His friends engaged in lively discussions, sharing university gossip and lamenting the difficulties of exams. Yet Lin Xiaomeng appeared distracted, her gaze frequently drifting towards her phone screen, awaiting something while simultaneously fearing what she might see. Chapter 84 Betrayal 5. As the gathering reached its midpoint, Gu Ji suggested they play liar's dice to liven things up, with the loser of each round required to drink a glass of whiskey mixed with iced black tea. Lin Xiaomeng, usually quite adept at this game, known for her stubbornness yet meticulous nature, was capable of intimidating her opponents. However, tonight, she seemed to seek defeat intentionally, calling out scores that were either absurdly false or conceding outright. She downed drink after drink, the sharpness of the alcohol mingling with the sweetness of the iced tea, quickly reddening her cheeks and clouding her gaze. Hey, Xiaomeng, take it easy. Gu Ji frowned and reached for her cup, only to have her evade him. She laughed, her words somewhat slurred. I'm fine, I can handle it. After losing another round, she boldly snatched Gu Ji's cup and downed it in one go, eliciting a round of laughter from their friends. Gu Ji, your friend is really something. Someone teased, the tone laced with jest. Yet, Gu Ji could not muster a smile. His gaze was fixed on Lin Xiaomeng's face, his brow furrowing deeper with concern. After several drinks, Lin Xiaomeng's eyes became completely unfocused. Suddenly, she set her cup down, her voice choked with emotion. Bai Shi. The name slipped from her lips like a stone cast into a still lake, instantly disrupting the lively chatter in the living room. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she sobbed softly. Why won't he talk to me? I miss him so much. Gu Ji's smile froze, and the friends exchanged uneasy glances, with one murmuring, still hung up on her ex? Another quickly interjected. It's all right. She has just had too much to drink. He took a deep breath, knelt before her, gently patting her back, and whispered comforting words. Xiaoming, don't think about it anymore. Let us stop drinking, all right? His voice was tender, yet there lingered an undeniable bitterness in his eyes. Lin Xiaoming, however, seemed oblivious to his words, crying even harder, repeatedly uttering Bai Shi's name as if she sought to pour out all her longing. Gu Ji forced himself to suppress the pang of sorrow within him, continuing to pat her back in an effort to soothe her. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoming pushed him away and stumbled toward the bathroom. Upon opening the door, she leaned over the toilet, retching violently. Gu Ji frowned, signaling to their friends to continue their conversations while he followed her inside. In the bathroom, Lin Xiaoming leaned against the wall, her complexion pale, her chestnut hair tousled against her face, some remnants of vomit splattered on her clothes, presenting a pitiful sight. Her eyes were closed, as if exhausted from crying. Her breathing gradually steadied, and she surprisingly fell asleep against the wall. Gu Ji stood at the doorway, watching her for a few seconds, his heart filled with a mix of compassion, helplessness, and an inkling of jealousy he was reluctant to acknowledge. He took a deep breath, rolled up his sleeves, and began to clean the bathroom. Despite the acrid stench of vomit from the toilet and sink, he showed no sign of disgust, meticulously wiping everything down with a cleaning agent. Once finished, he retrieved a clean towel from the cabinet, dampened it with warm water, and gently wiped Lin Xiaoming's face. Tears still clung to the corners of her eyes, her damp lashes resembling the fragile wings of a butterfly after rain, drooping pitifully. Gu Ji's gaze softened suddenly, and he breathed with utmost delicacy. He removed her soiled clothing and rummaged through the wardrobe for one of his own black t-shirts, its oversized hem draping over her like an ill-fitting nightgown. He then carefully lifted her and carried her into the bedroom, gently placing her back on the bed and pulling the covers over her. In the living room, friends were engaged in hushed conversations. Upon seeing him emerge, one of them could not help but inquire, Gu Ji, is this really necessary? She is still thinking about her ex-boyfriend. Another friend placed a reassuring hand on the speaker's shoulder, signaling him to refrain from further comments. Gu Ji waved his hand dismissively, his tone calm. It's fine. You all can head back. I will tidy up. After bidding farewell to his friends, he returned to the bedroom where Lin Xiaoming lay in deep slumber, her breathing shallow, resembling an unsuspecting child. He leaned against the bedside, gazing at her sleeping visage, a trace of bittersweet amusement flickering in his eyes. He was acutely aware that her heart still lingered with Bai Shi, yet he found himself unable to extricate from the situation. The following morning, when Lin Xiaoming awoke, her head throbbed as if it might split open. Rubbing her eyes, she caught a whiff of a faint aroma of fried eggs, and it took her a moment to realize she was in Gu Ji's apartment. Gu Ji emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate of fried eggs and sandwiches. Smiling as he said, "Awake? Have some breakfast. A hangover is no pleasant experience." Lin Xiaoming looked down to find herself clad in his t-shirt, her face flushing crimson. "What happened last night?" Her voice trembled slightly, her mind cluttered with fragmented memories. She recalled crying out Bai Shi's name and then succumbing to a bout of vomiting. Gu Ji set the plate before her, his tone light-hearted. "You drank too much, threw up, and then fell asleep. No worries, I clean everything up." He paused, his gaze turning earnest as he continued. "Xiaoming, you can't keep staying home alone, skipping breakfast, and munching on snacks all day. It could lead to stomach issues. How about you temporarily move in with me?" Lin Xiaoming was taken aback, her fork hovering in midair. She recognized the truth in Gu Ji's words. Her life had spiraled into chaos. However, relocating to his place would undoubtedly deepen their relationship. She bit her lip and murmured, "I need to think about it." Gu Ji did not press her further, instead gesturing toward the computer in the living room. "All right, take your time. If you want to play games, you can use my computer." In the afternoon, Gu Ji abruptly left, tossing out a casual remark about having some matters to attend to, and did not elaborate further. Lin Xiaoming nestled into the sofa, her thoughts wandering. Several hours later, the apartment door swung open, and Gu Ji entered, pushing several large boxes with a triumphant smile on his face. "Xiaoming, come help." Curiosity piqued, Lin Xiaoming approached and discovered the boxes contained a brand new desktop computer, alongside an ergonomic gaming chair and a plethora of accessories. Why did you buy this? Lin Xiaoming was taken aback, staring at the brand label on the boxes. Sensing that this setup was quite expensive, Gu Ji crouched down, beginning to unpack and assemble the items, his tone casual. This is for you. From now on, we can play side by side without fighting over the keyboard. He looked up, a mischievous glint in his eyes. What do you think? Quite generous, right? She observed Gu Ji assembling the computer in the living room. His hair had grown past his shoulders, a few stray strands falling over his eyes, concealing the usual playful gleam in his fox-like gaze. In this moment, as he focused on assembling the chair, his pointed chin and delicate features seemed to shed their usual roguish charm. Had it not been for his broad shoulders and the clearly defined muscles on his arms, it would have been difficult to discern his gender. Lin Xiaoming's cheeks flushed involuntarily. She recalled that Gu Ji had once mentioned his disdain for resembling a girl. Thus, he regularly engaged in exercise to cultivate a more rugged appearance. At this moment, he was crouched on the ground, sweat dampening the wisps of hair on his forehead, and his focused demeanor inexplicably stirred her heart. Gu Ji caught her gaze lingering upon him, paused his work, and with a raised eyebrow and a smile, remarked, "What is this? Have you taken a liking to me again?" Chapter 85. Reality 1. Lin Xiaoming abruptly regained her senses, her cheeks burning with embarrassment as she glared at him indignantly. "Stop being so self-important. Who's even watching you?" Her voice suddenly softened. "Gu Ji, why do you always act like this? You clearly understand my feelings, yet you still pretend for Bai Shi." Gu Ji paused momentarily, straightening up and casually wiping the thin sheen of sweat from his forehead, a blend of helplessness and affection gracing his lips. "Silly girl, is there a need for a reason to treat you well?" He stepped closer, gently ruffling her hair. "Stop overthinking. Just move in with me. We can share meals and play games together every day. Doesn't that sound delightful?" Lin Xiaoming bit her lip, the defenses within her heart gradually crumbling with his words. She recognized that Gu Ji was attempting to fill the void in her heart in his own way. Yet she remained uncertain whether her feelings for him were mere dependence or genuine affection. Lowering her eyelashes, she murmured softly, "Let us talk about it later." Gu Ji did not pursue the topic further. Instead, he turned to pat the newly assembled gaming chair, a smile illuminating his eyes. "Try this chair. I specifically picked it for you. It's bound to be comfortable for gaming." As he bent down to organize the extra accessories, his playful demeanor faded, his voice taking on a more serious tone. "I can be quite stubborn." A screw clinked into the toolbox. "Take your time to think. I'll wait." Bai Shi sat on the airplane returning home, gazing out at the endless sea of clouds, mirroring the tumult of emotions he could not untangle. The cabin was dimly lit, the murmurs of fellow passengers and the cries of babies creating a blurred background symphony. His phone lay dark in his hand. He feared unlocking it, anxious about receiving a message from Lin Xiaoming, yet equally fearful of the silence. He longed to reach out, even to send a simple message of reassurance, but his fingers remained frozen above the screen. The upheaval at home loomed like an insurmountable mountain, stifling him, and he dared not imagine how Lin Xiaoming in the distant West City would perceive the current version of him. His mother stood at the arrival gate, forcing a faint smile. "Shishi, you're back." Her voice was calm, yet carried an indescribable frailty. "Bai Si not that?" His throat constricted as he silently followed her to the parking lot. Settling into the passenger seat, the car started moving slowly, but his mother remained silent. Several times he opened his mouth to speak, yet the weariness in her eyes stifled his words. Upon reaching home, his mother summoned him to the dining table, presenting a stack of documents. "Shishi, these are 3 properties your grandfather left you. They have been transferred to your name." Bai Shi was taken aback, glancing down at the documents before shaking his head, his voice hoarse. "Mom, there's no need for them to be in my name." His mother, seemingly unperturbed, continued, "Selling one of them will provide enough for your studies abroad, and the rest will suffice for your living expenses." Her words were steady, yet imbued with a disquieting finality, as if paving the way for an irreversible conclusion, sending a chill through Bai Shi. He tentatively inquired, "Dad, how is he?" His mother looked up at him, her tone softening. "He just returned home. He must be exhausted. Would you like to rest before visiting him?" "No need." Baishi shook his head resolutely, a hint of urgency in his tone. I must go now. Fatigue washed over him like a tidal wave, yet he could no longer afford to wait. He needed to see his father, the man who had always been an indomitable figure in his heart. The prison felt as cold as if it had devoured all sound and warmth. Baishi sat on the plastic chair in the visitation room, its hardness jabbing at him, his hands tightly clasped in an effort to suppress the tremors within. When his father was brought in, Baishi could scarcely recognize him. The man who once upheld their entire family now appeared gaunt, like a withered tree, his hair streaked with gray, his eye sockets hollow, and his gaze dim. Shishi's father's voice was hoarse, barely audible through the glass. I'm sorry, it's my folly. She felt a tightness in his chest, as if lead had been poured into him. He yearned to comfort his father, to assure him that everything would be all right. But all words felt woefully inadequate in that moment. He held back tears and whispered, Dad, Mom and I'll find a way. His father, however, managed a bitter smile and waved a feeble hand, his voice frail. Don't waste your efforts. We've exhausted all our connections. Relatives and friends, they're all avoiding us now. His gaze lingered on Baishi's face, a mixture of solace and boundless regret evident in his eyes. See, you've grown up. I have failed you and your mother. Baishi's eyes suddenly burned with unshed tears, and he struggled to keep them at bay. Dad, don't say that. I will try. Even if there's but a glimmer of hope, I won't give up. The visitation time slipped away swiftly. As his father was led away, he turned back for a fleeting moment, a glance laden with unspoken words. Baishi stood frozen, engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness. He was merely a 19-year-old boy, still unversed in navigating the complexities of this world and its harsh societal rules. The following morning, Baishi found his mother sitting vacantly on the sofa, her gaze hollow, tears streaming silently down her cheeks. He understood that her mental state was utterly shattered. He gently sat beside her, wishing to offer comfort, yet at a loss for words. His mother slowly began to speak, her voice so soft it felt like a whisper to herself. Your father and I were desk mates in elementary school, just a street apart. I was attractive, and my family was well off, while he always felt inferior due to his poverty. He treated me with such kindness, as if trying to make amends for something. He would bike to pick me up from school every day and never missed a gift during the holidays. He took care of everything at home. I hardly ever stepped into the kitchen. She listened quietly as his mother's hand gently caressed his cheek. He bore a resemblance to her, save for his gentle, peach blossom eyes, which mirrored his father's. Her gaze was soft yet filled with endless fatigue as she continued, after graduating from university. Your father wanted to carve out his own path, taking on every hard labor imaginable, but he continually faced setbacks. He wished to marry me, yet could not even provide a decent betrothal gift, working 16 hours a day. Despite your grandfather's objections, I insisted on being with him. In fact, I secretly conceived you and gave birth to you. Your grandfather had no choice but to acquiesce to our union, even purchasing us a home and a car, and giving your father some funds to start a business, hoping to help him live with dignity. At this juncture, the mother smiled faintly, yet her eyes were laden with bitterness. Your father is quite ambitious. Having endured hardships, he cherishes opportunities all the more. Yet, it is precisely because of his struggles that his path has diverged. Before long, his company surpassed your grandfather's in scale, and he showed great filial piety towards him. However, the rapid accumulation of wealth often treads the fine line of moral ambiguity. A few years ago, your father was diagnosed with late-stage uremia, even with a suitable kidney transplant. His time is limited. Perhaps he is aware of his dwindling days and, in a bid to preserve more wealth, has taken increasingly perilous risks. The mother's voice gradually diminished. In my life, your father is the only man I have ever known. I have always believed in a lifelong partnership. If he were to leave, my existence would become overwhelmingly burdensome and painful. Baishi's heart jolted, as if doused in icy water. He abruptly grasped his mother's hand, his voice urgent. Mom, are you imparting your final words? The mother shook her head, a flicker of sorrow crossing her gaze. See, in this lifetime, parents can accompany you for merely 2 or 3 decades at most, while a wife may walk alongside you for 40 or 60 years. Mom, please do not speak in such a manner. Baishi's tears finally cascaded down, his voice tinged with sobs. I shall forego my studies and remain at home with you. If that would be acceptable? Chapter 86 Reality to the Mother's Side. Her gaze tender, as if she were looking at a child who would never grow up. Nonsense. Xiaoming is a good girl. She is still waiting for you in America. Mom, I truly cannot live without your father. Please forgive me, all right? Baishi gazed at his mother's haggard face, his heart wrenching in despair. He yearned to argue, to declare that he would forsake everything to stay by her side. Yet his voice seemed choked by an invisible grip, rendering him mute. He lowered his head, tears cascading onto the floor, producing faint sounds. In that moment, he comprehended that his mother's love for his father had long since woven itself into the fabric of her existence. His father's departure felt to her like the removal of the very pillar that upheld her life. A profound sense of helplessness enveloped Baishi. He wished to save his father, to protect his mother, to return to Lin Xiaoming's side, yet reality ensnared him, leaving him utterly immobilized. Mom, his voice trembled. Selling a property could yield millions. I do not need so much for my education. The remaining funds I could use to hire a lawyer and make another attempt. How does that sound? His mother shook her head. All possible attempts had been made. They were futile. Yet Baishi refused to relent. He lifted his chin, determination glimmering in his eyes. I want to try, even if there is but a sliver of hope. I cannot bear the thought of regret. And Mom, you cannot continue like this, not eating properly, lost in thought all day. If Dad truly returns, how can you be like this? I will schedule an appointment with a psychologist. Let us go see one, shall we? His mother paused, as if touched by his words. She looked at him, the emptiness in her eyes gradually replaced by a soft glow. She reached out to stroke his hair, her voice barely above a whisper. See, you have truly grown up. Baishi grasped her hand, forcing a smile. Mom, we will endure this together, all right? Dad is still waiting for us. His mother did not respond, merely nodded, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. In the days that followed, Baishi felt as though he were trapped in an unending storm. He scurried daily between the law firm and the psychologist's office, striving to find a semblance of balance between his father's case and his mother's mental state. He learned to negotiate with lawyers, to discern the deceitful charlatans demanding exorbitant fees, and to sit quietly with his mother in the living room during her sleepless nights, listening as she reminisced about the faded memories of yesteryears. Yet reality remained merciless. Some lawyers falsely claimed connections within the court system, confidently assuring him they could exonerate his father. Filled with hope, Baishi would part with his savings, only to receive hollow promises in return. The funds from selling a property slipped away like water through his fingers, leaving behind only the weight of futile disappointment. In the quiet of the night, Baishi would unlock his phone and scroll through Lin Xiaoming's messages. Her words, which had progressed from initial concern to later anger, pierced his heart with a subtle ache. He longed to reply, to share his circumstances, yet each time he composed a message, he would silently delete it. He feared she would discover his current plight. Terrified that the reliable figure she once knew had now become nothing more than a boy crushed by the weight of reality. The screen still displayed her last message. Let it be, Baishi. He recalled the warmth of Lin Xiaoming's hand as she gently held his on the playground, and her vow, Baishi, I will not go anywhere. From now on, I shall accompany you every day. Those images swirl in his mind like a tangled mass, causing a subtle ache in his heart. He yearns to bestow upon her happiness, to offer her a secure future. Yet, in the present, his family is in decline. His father imprisoned, and his mother's thoughts of self-harm hang like a sword above him. With uncertainty clouding his own tomorrow, how could he dare promise her a lifetime? In the depths of night, the door to his mother's room stands ajar, the dim light spilling onto the floor, outlining her curled figure on the bed. Baishi, go get. Gently knocking, his voice barely above a whisper, as if testing the waters. Mom, are you asleep? His mother slowly turns, her gaze vacant like a still pond, devoid of ripples. She murmurs, she, I dreamt. Your father left. Her voice falters, as though she is desperately suppressing emotions on the brink of collapse. Baishi feels as though invisible chains tighten around his chest, and he crouches down, taking his mother's cold hand in his, softly saying, "Mom, Dad is still waiting for us." Dreams are often reversed. Her gaze settles on his face, tinged with weariness. She, Xiao Ming is waiting for you. Do not disappoint her. Return to school. He loves Lin Xiao Ming with a depth that pierces his very soul, willing to sacrifice everything for her. Yet, his mother's words reflect a mirror to the unavoidable reality he faces. He cannot walk away. His mother's mental state resembles a fragile thread, poised to snap at any moment. He cannot abandon her, cannot allow their home to crumble completely. Yet, with Lin Xiaoming, he cannot provide answers or promises, only retreat from her probing questions time and again. He lowers his head, forcing a smile. "Mom, do not worry. I will handle it." Yet, even he does not believe those words. As the night deepens, Baishi sits on the balcony, the city lights flickering in the distance, like strings of unattainable hope. He closes his eyes, Lin Xiaoming's voice echoing in his mind. "Are you going to leave me alone abroad for 4 years?" He understands that what she seeks is not superficial consolation, but a clear future. Yet, he cannot offer that, at least not now. He must await a resolution, a stabilization of his mother-esque condition, and clarity regarding his father's case before he can muster the courage to confront her. Chapter 87 Reality 3 quietly slips away, and in the blink of an eye, more than a month has passed. Baishi has not reached out to Lin Xiaoming, and this silence gradually erodes her initial obsession. She harbors resentment towards Baishi for abandoning her, yet memories flood her mind like a relentless tide, reminding her that perhaps she is the one who has inflicted the deepest wounds upon him. From the betrayal in high school, to the humiliation she subjected him to, and the coercion to tattoo in Xiqing, his lack of affection is perhaps the retribution she rightfully deserves. However, in moments of solitude, sitting alone at the dining table in Baishi's apartment, she recalls his smiling query. "After graduation, we should get married. Shouldn't it be much like now?" At the ski resort, he carried her on his back and earnestly declared, "You are my entire world." And the promise he made at home to get a tattoo for her, stating, "Because I do not want to lose you." These images burn into her heart like a searing iron, causing her profound pain. How would he let go first? Lin Xiaoming tosses and turns in bed, a nagging thought suddenly slithering out of the darkness. He must have found someone new. This notion coils around her throat like a venomous snake, its icy tongue licking at her most vulnerable nerves, deliberately abandoning her in Xiqing as a form of revenge for her past transgressions. She wipes away the tears from her eyes, declaring, "I refuse to be sad for such a scoundrel." Yet, the dampness on her pillow continues to accumulate. Lin Xiaoming gradually becomes accustomed to spending time with Gu Ji. He patiently teaches her how to use foreign navigation apps, how to find restaurants in unfamiliar cities, and how to book a family doctor when unwell. Yet, Lin Xiaoming remains distracted, finding his instructions tedious. "I do not wish to learn these things," she mutters, tossing her phone onto the sofa with a hint of impatience. Gu Ji leans back and half-jokingly suggests, "Why don't you be my girlfriend? I'll take care of you for a lifetime, and then you won't have to learn any of this." She falls silent, her thoughts drifting back to the days following Baishi's departure, an overwhelming sense of helplessness, akin to being abandoned by the entire world. Gu Ji observes her, his playful demeanor fading slightly, replaced by a hint of self-deprecation as he chuckles softly. "Xiaoming, you must learn to be independent. Only then can you choose the life you desire. If one day you no longer wish to be with me, I do not want to witness you settling for someone merely out of lack of options. I did not choose you out of desperation." Lin Xiaoming frowns. "Gu Ji, do not speak of yourself that way." Gu Ji refrains from pursuing the conversation further, gently tousling her hair instead. Eventually, Lin Xiaoming becomes proficient at driving and begins to visit Gu Ji independently. He hands her a spare key to his home. One morning, she uses the key to unlock the door, and a warm breeze from the air conditioning envelopes her. Gu Ji has just finished showering, standing in the living room clad only in shorts, droplets cascading from his damp hair onto his shoulders. Lin Xiaoming freezes, her cheeks flushing crimson. "Why are you not wearing clothes at home?" Gu Ji raises an eyebrow, his tone languid. "I'm accustomed to living alone. Besides, He prolongs the syllables, a teasing smile on his lips. You've seen it before. Why be so flustered? Lin Xiaoming quickly averts her gaze, her face as red as a ripe apple. That night in Gu Zhi's bed, her emotions in turmoil, she hardly registered what had transpired. As the morning light cascaded upon him, she finally noticed the fluid contours of his muscular frame, broad shoulders tapering into a narrow waist, exuding an effortless sense of strength. Her heartbeat faltered, and she busied herself with her bag to mask her embarrassment. Gu Zhi, shaking his damp hair, approached with a towel in hand and casually inquired, "Why aren't you at school?" Lin Xiaoming shrugged, her voice softening, "For by she sacrificed my education to come to Xiqing and haven't had the chance to reapply. After all, the new academic year is still far off." Gu Zhi furrowed his brow, adopting a serious tone. "Your fixation on romance is rather severe. Come here. Let me help you plan." He gestured towards his laptop. Reluctantly, Lin Xiaoming collapsed onto the sofa, muttering, "How troublesome. I'll just find an agent later. Most agents are unreliable." Gu Zhi retorted without mercy, opening a website. "Trust me." He meticulously reviewed her academic records, methodically outlining a plan. First, apply to a less competitive institution, the Central Academy, and then transfer to a prestigious university after 2 years, thus saving time on language school. He patiently guided her through the application process, explaining each step with clarity. Watching his concentrated profile, Lin Xiaoming admired how Gu Zhi's fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, occasionally glancing up to confirm details with her. She mused that Gu Zhi truly was a beacon of light in her life, steering her academic journey and existence back on course. Without him, things would surely be dismal. After the final exams concluded, Gu Zhi eagerly messaged Lin Xiaoming. "Finished with the exams. Shall we go out for some fun?" Lin Xiaoming lazily replied, "I don't feel like moving. I just want to lounge. How about soaking in a hot spring?" Gu Zhi had already devised a plan and quickly proposed. "I've arranged for Ning and the others. We leave tomorrow morning." Lin Xiaoming stared at her phone screen, envisioning the steamy hot springs. After a brief hesitation, she succumbed to the temptation. "All right. What time?" 8 o'clock. See you downstairs." Gu Zhi replied cheerfully, like a cunning little fox. However, the following morning, as the appointed hour passed, Gu Zhi waited downstairs, glancing around and calling her thrice without a response. With a resigned sigh, he looked up at Lin Xiaoming's window, suspecting she had stayed up all night once again. He had no choice but to ascend and retrieve her himself. Upon entering her room, his suspicions were confirmed. Lin Xiaoming was buried in her blankets, only a tangle of messy hair visible. The room was littered with snack wrappers and game controllers, while her tablet lay on the table, still open from her late-night binge-watching. Gu Zhi shook his head in exasperation, pulled back the curtains, and sunlight flooded the room, brightening the air itself. "Xiaoming, wake up." He gently nudged the lump beneath the covers. "And Ning and the others are waiting. We need to stop by the oyster farm for lunch. If we dawdle, we'll miss out on eating with them." "Ugh, I don't want to go." Came a muffled protest from under the covers, her voice soft, as if in a playful pout. "You go without me." Gu Zhi sighed, reluctantly opening the wardrobe and randomly selecting a sweater and jeans. "Fine, with this first, I'll pack your things." Lin Xiaoming, still groggy, was pulled into a sitting position, rubbing her eyes. Upon catching sight of the clothes in Gu Zhi's hands, she became more alert. "Not that. It's hideous. I want the black trench coat." She scrunched her nose, her tone laden with disdain. Gu Zhi, feeling exasperated, resignedly rummaged through the wardrobe, finally locating the trench coat when suddenly his phone buzzed. Aining's boyfriend, Chun Chung, was impatiently inquiring in his dialect about his whereabouts. As Gu Zhi responded while disconnecting the call, Lin Xiaoming perked up her ears, eyeing him suspiciously. "What are you whispering about? I can't understand a word." "Nothing, just urging us to hurry," Gu Zhi replied with a perfunctory smile, pressing her to change quickly so they wouldn't keep everyone waiting too long. However, Lin Xiaoming was unyielding, leisurely moving to the vanity and opening her foundation. "I need to put on some makeup. There are girls present. I can't fall behind." Glancing at the time on his phone, Gu Zhi's voice turned anxious. "They're all acquaintances. Without makeup, you could still outshine everyone. We truly don't have time." "Absolutely not." Lin Xiaoming stubbornly applied her lipstick, her reflection in the mirror revealing a hint of determination in her gaze. Gu Ji, feeling utterly defeated, leaned against the doorframe and waited. When Lin Xiaoming finally descended, she suddenly exclaimed, "I forgot my tablet. I needed to watch dramas in the car." As Gu Ji took a step forward, he nearly stumbled upon hearing this, reluctantly turning back to retrieve the tablet. No sooner had he made his way downstairs than she cried out again, "And my beret! This outfit must be paired with that hat." He glanced at the clock, realizing they were already 2 hours late. Gu Ji, rarely serious, spoke with a tinge of frustration. "Leave it. Everyone's waiting." Lin Xiaoming immediately pouted, her eyes wide with indignation. "Are you scolding me? Then I won't go." She crossed her arms, sulking as she turned back. Gu Ji rubbed his temples in exasperation, quickly conceding, All right, I'll get it." He hurried up the stairs in a few swift strides, snatching the hat and racing back down. Chapter 88. Indulgence won. Once the two finally settled into the car, Aining's boyfriend called again, his tone laced with mockery. Gu Ji ended the call, his expression clearly sour. Inside the vehicle, Lin Xiaoming stole glances at him and cautiously inquired, "What were you two discussing? Were you speaking ill of me?" "No," Gu Ji replied tersely, his gaze fixed ahead. You were definitely criticizing me." Lin Xiaoming persisted, leaning closer to scrutinize him. "Spill it. Are you taking advantage of the fact that I can't understand your dialect?" Gu Ji shot her a sidelong glance before suddenly turning his head and swiftly uttering a few phrases in dialect, his speech rapid like a flurry of firecrackers. Lin Xiaoming, exasperated, exclaimed, "You are absolutely insulting me." "Gu Ji, just you wait." Observing her flustered demeanor, Gu Ji could no longer contain himself and chuckled, his eyes brimming with affection. Upon arriving at the oyster venue, Lin Xiaoming remained sulky, crossing her arms defiantly. "Unless you clarify, I refuse to get out." Gu Ji nonchalantly leaned against the car door and softly spoke in dialect, his tone as gentle as a spring breeze. Lin Xiaoming's eyes widened in confusion. "What did you say this time?" He smirked, leisurely translating, "It means, are you getting out, my little princess?" "What about what you said before?" Lin Xiaoming pressed, her eyes sparkling with curiosity like a little kitten. "A secret," Gu Ji replied mischievously, bending down to sweep her out of the car in one fluid motion. "Put me down. I can walk on my own." Lin Xiaoming protested, though her cheeks flushed involuntarily. "Who asked you to lounge in the car and refuse to move?" Gu Ji chuckled softly in her ear, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe, causing her ears to burn as if they might ignite. In the open-air restaurant at the oyster venue, the sea breeze carried the briny aroma across the dining table. Lin Xiaoming fiddled with the oysters on her plate. The succulent meat drizzled with lemon juice, shimmering enticingly under the sunlight. She took a small bite, the tartness bursting on her tongue, prompting her to wrinkle her brow involuntarily. "How is it? Delicious?" Gu Ji tilted his head to observe her, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Lin Xiaoming nodded, then shook her head. "It's a bit fishy." With a light laugh, Gu Ji reached for an oyster from her plate, adeptly squeezing a bit of chili sauce onto it before handing it back to her. "Try it this way." After a moment's hesitation, she accepted it and took a bite. The spicy flavor swiftly masked the fishiness, and her eyes lit up. "Delicious." Chun Chun glanced at Gu Ji, then at Lin Xiaoming, and suddenly spoke up. "Gu Ji, are you two together?" His gaze darted back and forth between them. Lin Xiaoming's fingers momentarily stiffened, ripples appearing in her cup of hot coffee. She did not respond immediately, merely lowering her gaze to take another sip, her expression somewhat obscured by the rising steam. Gu Ji shot her a glance, noticing her lack of denial, and his heart raced a little faster. He smiled, adopting a casual tone. "What? Is it not obvious?" Aining's eyes brightened as she excitedly clapped her hands. "I knew it. The way you two are all lovey-dovey. It was about time we got together." She leaned closer to Lin Xiaoming, lowering her voice. "Gu Ji is notoriously known in our circle for not dating. But look at you. You've managed to ensnare him." Lin Xiaoming parted her lips, intending to voice her thoughts. Yet the words remained unspoken. She lifted her gaze towards Gu Ji, who was engaged in cheerful conversation with Chun Chung, his profile delicately outlined by the sunlight. In that moment, she felt a sudden resolve. Let it be, for at least now, she wished to preserve this warmth. As night fell, the four gathered in Guji's room. Anning rummaged through her backpack, producing several bottles of clear liquor and snacks, and cheerfully arranged them on a coffee table. Let us have a little drink to elevate the mood. Chen Sheng skillfully twisted off the bottle caps, pouring each person a glass. A toast to Guji and Xiaoming. Anning raised her glass. Cheers! Chen Sheng echoed. Lin Xiaoming hesitated briefly, yet ultimately lifted her glass. The clinking of glass resonated crisply, the liquid swaying within the cups, shimmering under the lights like translucent amber. She took a small sip, a warm current spreading from her throat to her stomach, dispelling the chill that clung to her. As they indulged in a few rounds, the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly relaxed. Anning recounted amusing anecdotes from school, while Chen Sheng interjected with witty remarks that elicited hearty laughter. Unbeknownst to them, Guji's hand had gently slipped from the back of the sofa to rest on Lin Xiaoming's shoulder. She did not shy away. The alcohol dulled her thoughts. Yet her body instinctively leaned closer, seeking a more comfortable position. The faint scent of Guji's azure cologne mingled with the sulfuric aroma of the hot springs, creating a unique warmth that made her unconsciously relax. Time is getting late. We should head back, Anning suddenly declared, rising to her feet and casting a knowing glance at Chen Sheng. Understanding her cue, Chen Sheng quickly set down his glass. Yes. We need to rise early for our mountain hike. Let us take our leave. He grasped Anning's hand and winked at Guji. You too. Take your time to rest. It was only then that Lin Xiaoming grasped their intention, her cheeks instantly flushing. She wished to say something to make them stay, but the alcohol had tangled her tongue, leaving her to watch helplessly as they swiftly exited the room. The sound of the door closing echoing sharply in the now quiet space. Suddenly, the room was left with just the two of them, the air seemingly frozen. Guji's hand remained on her shoulder, the warmth seeping through the thin fabric of her clothing, quickening her heartbeat. Lin Xiaoming began, her voice slightly hoarse. They misunderstood. Guji turned to her, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Misunderstood what? Lin Xiaoming bit her lip. We are not together. Guji's expression momentarily faltered before returning to its usual demeanor. He looked down and smiled gently. But you didn't deny it earlier. Lin Xiaoming found herself at a loss for words, her thoughts muddled by the alcohol. I just didn't want to dampen the mood. Guji fell silent for a moment before suddenly lifting her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. Ming, what do you truly think? His voice was soft yet imbued with an undeniable earnestness. If you don't want this, I won't force you. But if you feel even a hint of affection for me, please don't shy away, all right? Lin Xiaoming gazed into his eyes, which brimmed with a depth of emotion and trepidation she had never witnessed before. Her heart skipped a beat as memories of recent moments flashed through her mind. His patience while teaching her to drive, his focus while assembling her computer, the warm embrace he offered during her moments of despair. The alcohol magnified her deepest desires, and she suddenly found herself unwilling to linger in confusion any longer. Lin Xiaoming nodded gently, her voice as delicate as a whisper. Guji's eyes instantly sparkled, as if ignited by the stars themselves. He leaned in and tenderly pressed his lips against hers, the gesture astonishingly gentle. Somewhere deep within Lin Xiaoming, a subtle shift occurred. Outside, the lights of the hot spring hotel twinkled, and the distant silhouettes of the mountains danced in the moonlight. The night breeze caressed gently, carrying the chill of winter, yet could not dispel the warmth that enveloped the room. Chapter 89. Indulgence. Lin Xiaoming stood at the entrance of Guji's apartment, dragging a small suitcase filled with clothes. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, outlining her slightly awkward figure. Biting her lip, she glanced around the familiar furnishings in the living room, the blanket casually draped over the sofa, the scattered game controllers on the coffee table, and the esports chair that Guji had assembled the night before. Taking a deep breath as if to bolster her resolve, she thought to herself, just stay for a while, right? Guji leaned against the doorframe, welcoming her with a casual tone. Welcome, Miss Lin. He took her suitcase with a relaxed yet affectionate demeanor, assuring her, my place may be small, but accommodating a little waste of space is more than sufficient. Lin Xiaoming shot him a glare, yet her cheeks involuntarily flushed. It was a little waste of space, she retorted defiantly, though her feet had already followed him into the living room, tacitly accepting this new beginning. A few mornings later, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the apartment as Lin Xiaoming rubbed her sleepy eyes and followed the sound of running water into the bathroom. Guji was standing at the sink, intently washing something. Curiosity piqued. She leaned closer to take a look, her face instantly turning crimson. He was holding one of her undergarments, and beside him, a basin contained several of her intimate garments. "What are you doing?" Lin Xiaoming squealed, rushing forward in an attempt to snatch it away. "You could just toss them all in the washing machine." Guji chuckled softly, a glint of mischief in his eyes. He casually flicked his hand, causing the sparkling bubbles to cascade from his long fingers. "Hand washing is much cleaner, and the washing machine is too rough. It might ruin them." His tone was serious, as if he were imparting some profound knowledge. Frustrated, Lin Xiaoming stamped her foot and reached out, insisting, "Give it back. Don't touch it. I'll do it myself." Standing at a mere 1.6 meters tall, she felt dwarfed beside Guji, who effortlessly held the items out of her reach. "What's the rush?" Guji's eyes sparkled with playful amusement. "My father always said, a man should pamper his wife, turning you into a little waste of space to ensure you don't run away." Lin Xiaoming paused, momentarily taken aback before retorting. "Then why do you insist on teaching me this and that? You teach me to drive, to manage the utilities, and even to apply for school. Where's the waste of space treatment in that?" Guji set down the clothes, dried his hands, and turned to gently pinch her cheek, his voice low and tender. "By my side, you may be a little waste of space, but there will be times when I'm not around, right? Learn a few things so that when I'm gone, you can at least feed yourself." Lin Xiaoming pouted, her cheeks betraying her with a rosy hue. She mumbled, "Who is your wife?" but refrained from further argument, obediently stepping aside to watch as Guji skillfully washed her clothes and hung them on the balcony. The sunlight danced upon him, framing his tall silhouette, and a warm feeling stirred within Lin Xiaoming, mingled with a tinge of complex emotions. At times, she would reminisce about Bai Shi. Bai Shi was always compliant, like a gentle creature without opinions, obediently following her every arrangement. If she suggested going east, he would never venture west, even leaving decisions about dining to her discretion. In contrast, Guji was resolutely independent. He meticulously planned their outings, daily meals, and gaming sessions. Lin Xiaoming merely needed to follow in his wake, like a carefree child, occasionally indulging in playful charm to elicit his bemused yet affectionate smile. She began to feel that time spent with Guji seemed to fast forward, as all her troubles dissipated in the wake of his laughter. One evening, as Guji entered, carrying a bag of freshly purchased ingredients, Lin Xiaoming was nestled on the sofa, engrossed in an anime. Hearing the commotion, her eyes brightened. She tossed aside her tablet and dashed towards him, leaping onto him with practiced ease, her legs wrapping around his waist. "Why do you resemble a koala?" Guji remarked, one hand securely supporting her while the other held the groceries, as he chuckled and made his way to the sofa. "You're so heavy. Come down." Lin Xiaoming paid no heed, clinging to his neck and pouting no. "I've been waiting for you. What is wrong with wanting a hug for a while?" She swung her legs, feeling the strength of Guji's arms supporting her weight, a wave of safety surging within her. Unlike Bai Shi, who was slender, Guji could lift her effortlessly with one hand, and she would never worry about falling. Guji shook his head in exasperation, placing her gently on the sofa and pinching her cheek. "All right, little ancestor, what do you want to eat tonight? I'll make it for you." He turned towards the kitchen, while Lin Xiaoming gazed at his retreating figure, memories of Bai Shi bustling in the kitchen flashing through her mind. During the holiday, Lin Xiaoming received a call from her mother, who said she would bring her younger sister, Lin Xiaoan, to visit her in West City. She paused for a moment, her mind conjuring the mischievous visage of Xiaoan, and a smile involuntarily graced her lips. She shared the news with Guji, who confidently patted his chest. "You can rest assured. Leave it to me. I'll plan everything." In just a few days, Guji had arranged the itinerary, planning a road trip along Highway 1, with the Grand Canyon as their destination. On the day of their arrival, Lin Xiaoming stood at the airport exit, watching her mother lead Lin Xiaoan out. Xiaoan, with a cartoon backpack slung over her shoulders, darted her eyes around until she spotted Lin Xiaoming and dashed over, exclaiming, "Sister." Lin Xiaoming laughed as she embraced her, only to find Xiaoan's gaze quickly shifting to Gu Ji beside her, a hint of defiance in her expression. "Are you the one who stole my sister?" She wrinkled her nose, resembling a protective little creature. Gu Ji, prepared for this encounter, produced a tablet from his backpack, smiling as he offered it to her. "Nice to meet you. This is a gift for you. I've even installed a few games. Go play." Xiaoan's eyes lit up as she accepted the tablet and scampered off to explore it, forgetting her earlier hostility. Lin Xiaoming couldn't help but chuckle. "Gu Ji, you really know how to charm children." Gu Ji shrugged casually. "What can I say? It's part of being your boyfriend." He then turned to Lin Xiaoming's mother, sweetly inquiring, "Annie, it must have been a long journey. The car is parked nearby. Shall we set off directly?" Lin Xiaoming's mother regarded Gu Ji with satisfaction. Nodding in approval, young Gu is quite dependable. As they traveled along Highway 1, Gu Ji drove, flanked by steep cliffs on the left and the azure sea on the right, the scenery breathtakingly picturesque. He occasionally regaled Lin Xiaoming's mother with tales of the local culture, eliciting peals of laughter from her. Whenever Lin Xiaoming would playfully ask Gu Ji to fetch something or assist with small tasks, her mother would frown and admonish, "Don't you have hands of your own? Young Gu, don't spoil her too much." Lin Xiaoming stuck out her tongue, while Gu Ji chuckled, attempting to ease the tension. "Auntie, I delight in indulging her." Upon arriving at the Grand Canyon, after purchasing tickets and entering the glass walkway, Lin Xiaoming and Xiaoan were as exhilarated as wild horses, vanishing in an instant. The signal in the scenic area was poor, prompting Gu Ji to ask Lin Xiaoming's mother to wait in the resting area while he set off in search of them. An entire hour passed as he scoured half the park, ultimately finding them at an observation deck on the opposite side, Lin Xiaoming's eyes glistening with tears, while Xiaoan sobbed uncontrollably. "I had no signal. I didn't know where you went." Lin Xiaoming's voice trembled, clutching her phone, devoid of any reception. Xiaoan, sniffling, whimpered. "Sister said it would take several hours to return." Gu Ji swiftly enveloped both of them in his embrace, his anxious heart finally at ease. "You mustn't wander off like that again, understand?" Upon returning to the resting area, Lin Xiaoming's mother shook her head in exasperation. "This is not our country. You are no longer a child. What if you had lost Xiaoan? Thankfully, Xiaogu found you." The more Lin Xiaoming pondered, the angrier she became, stepping on Gu Ji's foot. "It's all your fault. You lost us." Her mother, even more incensed, tugged at her ear. "What is wrong with you? Apologize to Xiaogu." "Mom, he was the one who lost us, and you're still defending him." Lin Xiaoming glared at Gu Ji with indignation. "Auntie, it's fine. Xiaoming has this temperament. I'm quite accustomed to it." Gu Ji spoke with an air of feigned grievance, yet Lin Xiaoming caught sight of his sly smile, his eyes narrowing in delight, resembling a fox with a hint of mischief. Feeling aggrieved, Lin Xiaoming thought to herself that this fellow truly could not distinguish between friend and foe. Consequently, she endured a stern lecture on feminine virtues from her mother, silently simmering with frustration as she mentally noted a score against Gu Ji. Chapter 90. Dilemma. After more than 10 days, the day to bid farewell to Mother and Xiaoan arrived. In the airport hall, Lin Xiaoan pulled Lin Xiaoming aside, her eyes glistening with tears as she produced a thick stack of banknotes. "Sister, this is the travel money Father gave me, along with the pocket money Mother has given me these days. I've saved it all for you." She sniffled. "I miss you so much. I will come to see you again next year." Lin Xiaoming felt a tightness in her chest. No wonder, just a few days ago at the game store, Xiaoan had clearly taken a liking to several games, but only purchased one. She gently ruffled Xiaoan's hair, stifling her own tears. "You silly child. How much can you save? Let Mother exchange it for currency, and keep it for yourself when you return home." She squatted down and tightly embraced Xiaoan. "I miss you too. I will come back to visit you during the next holiday. You must be good and listen to Mother and Father." With reddened eyes, Xiaoan followed her mother, glancing back every few steps. "Goodbye, Brother Gu. I'll leave it to you to take care of her." Gu Ji waved with a smile. Lin Xiaoming wiped the corner of her eyes and turned, colliding into his embrace, murmuring, Guji, do you think I have truly become a useless person because of your indulgence? Guji chuckled softly, ruffling her hair. Let be if you are useless. After all, I am here. What is there to fear? The phone call from Bai Shi came unexpectedly. Lin Xiaoming was nestled on Guji's sofa, engrossed in her phone when the screen suddenly lit up with the caller ID, Bai Shi. Her finger froze mid-air, her heart racing. Guji emerged from the kitchen carrying 2 cups of hot milk and, noticing her dazed expression, raised an eyebrow. Who is it? Lin Xiaoming hastily pressed the mute button and flipped the phone face down on the sofa, forcing a calm demeanor. No one, just a telemarketing call. Guji cast her a suspicious glance, but did not press further, handing her a cup. Drink it while it's hot. As she accepted the cup, her fingertips trembled slightly. She excused herself to the restroom, locked the door, took a deep breath, and redialed the number. The moment the call connected, Bai Shi's voice came through the receiver. Xiaoming. Lin Xiaoming bit her lip, her chest churning with a blend of emotions, anger, grievance, and a hint of longing she was reluctant to acknowledge. She coldly replied, You still remember how to call? I thought you had died. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Then Bai Shi's voice emerged. Barely audible, I'm sorry. Is an apology useful? Lin Xiaoming lowered her voice, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Bai Shi, we have broken up. Do you understand? I never agreed to the breakup. Bai Shi's voice was hoarse. I will be back next month. Lin Xiaoming was taken aback. Back? She scoffed. What for? Didn't you abandon me here without a care? Bai Shi's voice carried a hint of helplessness. I've been very busy during this time. Lin Xiaoming gritted her teeth. Busy to the extent that you couldn't send even a message in 24 hours? If you ignore me, I will assume you have cheated. Xiaoming. Bai Shi took a deep breath, her voice choking with emotion. My father had an accident. He was sentenced to 10 years. Lin Xiaoming's fingers clenched tightly. My mother almost. Bai Shi's voice paused momentarily, as if desperately suppressing some emotion. I have no choice, Xiaoming. The weight of pressure bore heavily upon me. I hesitated to disclose my burdens, fearing your concern, and fearing what? Lin Xiaoming's voice trembled slightly. Afraid you might deem me inadequate. His tone was so faint it was nearly inaudible. Afraid you might think I cannot provide a future for you. Alas, she had misunderstood him. Yet now, she found herself entwined with Guji. What was she to do? In the stillness of the night, Lin Xiaoming lay beside Guji, his rhythmic breathing soothing her ears, while her mind churned tumultuously like a tempest-tossed sea. Bai Shi's words shattered the illusion she had clung to over the past few days. She had once believed Bai Shi had abandoned her, resenting him for leaving her alone in Xiqing. But now, she grasped the truth. He was merely a boy suffocated by the collapse of his family, bearing the anguish of his father's imprisonment and his mother's suicidal tendencies alone. And what of her? She had turned to Guji without hesitation. She did not wish to part ways with Bai Shi, yet she also could not bear to leave Guji. Guji treated her with such kindness that she found no fault in him. He managed her mundane tasks, played games with her, and offered her unconditional acceptance during her emotional breakdowns. But Bai Shi was her first love, the one she had traversed half the globe to reclaim. As the saying goes, a wicked person might be outsmarted, but a foolish one may suddenly gain insight. Lin Xiaoming, in a sense, embodied both qualities. Deep within, she yearned for reconciliation with Bai Shi while being reluctant to relinquish Guji's tenderness. Thus, she bit her nails, her fingertips nearly sinking into her flesh. As her thoughts whirled chaotically, suddenly a notion ignited like a spark. What if I temporarily depart from Xiqing? This idea spread like wildfire, swiftly taking root in her heart. She recalled her friend Sahan mentioning that Luocheng had 5 Chinese communities, with a lifestyle that mirrored her homeland almost perfectly. There, she would find familiar language, food, and culture. She could easily live independently. This way, she would not have to choose between living in Guji's home or returning to Bai Shi's apartment. Yes, that is what she would do. She could start anew in Luocheng, by herself time, and offer no explanations to anyone. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the apartment where Guji had just awakened. rubbing the sleep from his eyes as he languidly leaned against the headboard. Lin Xiaoming, however, had been awake for some time. She lay against his chest, her eyes sparkling. Guji, my father wants me to attend school in Luocheng. Guji paused, his sleepiness dissipating instantly. Huh? Why the sudden move to Luocheng? Lin Xiaoming was prepared, her heart steady. She fabricated a lie with a composed demeanor. My father said the climate in Luocheng is better, and he plans to settle there in the future. Plus, there are many Chinese people, so I will adapt quickly. She deliberately lowered her voice, feigning a sense of helplessness, as if to say that since he had made the decision, she had no choice. This statement was half-truth. Her father was indeed assisting her with immigration. But Luocheng was her own choice. Guji furrowed his brow, a glimmer of curiosity flashing in his fox-like eyes, yet he ultimately refrained from pressing further. Instead, he reached out to tousle her hair, his tone gentle. All right then, I'll help you research schools in Luocheng and leave the applications to me. Lin Xiaoming exhaled in relief, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of her lips, reveling in her silent triumph. Half of her plan had succeeded. As soon as she arrived in Los Angeles, she believed she could temporarily escape the entanglements of her tumultuous emotions, free from the need to confront anyone or inflict pain. However, when she glanced up at Guji, his gaze sent a shiver down her spine. Those eyes, typically glimmering with playful mirth, now held a subtle trace of melancholy, as if he had caught a whiff of the truth behind her deception, yet chose to remain silent. What's wrong? Lin Xiaoming inquired tentatively, her voice instinctively softening. Nothing, Guji replied, a smile playing on his lips, effortlessly casual as always. I just think that since you, little slacker, are off to Los Angeles, I ought to prepare a guide to independent living for you, lest you find yourself unable to even pay for utilities. Lin Xiaoming shot him an exasperated glance, feigning anger as she playfully swatted his arm. Who is a little slacker? I don't need a guide. Yet, beneath her bravado, a hint of bitterness stirred within her. Chapter 91. A dilemma too in the ensuing days. Lin Xiaoming suggested moving to rent an apartment in Luocheng ahead of time, under the pretext of acclimating to life there. Guji furrowed his brow, a hint of concern lacing his tone. Are you going alone? It's unfamiliar territory. What if something goes awry? Lin Xiaoming was well prepared, dismissively waving her hand with a smile. It's all right, I'm not a child. There are plenty of Chinese people in Luocheng, and life is quite similar to back home. I can manage. She deliberately infused her tone with confidence, while internally calculating that once she moved to Luocheng, she could buy herself time until she decided whom to choose. Yet Guji remained uneasy. After a moment of silence, he suddenly declared, I'll accompany you. He pulled up the flight booking page on his phone, his tone leaving no room for argument. I've booked tickets for us next week. I'll search for an apartment online now, and when the time comes, I'll help you sign the contract and buy furniture before heading back to Xiqing. Lin Xiaoming was taken aback, her mouth opening as if to refuse, but then realized that with Guji by her side, things would indeed be much easier. Well, I appreciate it. Guji chuckled lightly, ruffling her hair. No need to be so formal with me. A week later, the bustling atmosphere of Luocheng Airport enveloped them. Guji had rented an SUV, driving Lin Xiaoming directly to the pre-selected apartment. Situated in the heart of the Chinese district, the building was adjacent to lively supermarkets and restaurants, radiating a vibrant sense of life. The contract signing process exceeded expectations in its smoothness. The front desk was manned by a warm-hearted Chinese lady who, upon seeing Guji bustling about, smiled at Lin Xiaoming and remarked, Young lady, your boyfriend is quite reliable. You should cherish someone like him. Lin Xiaoming felt a flush creep to her cheeks, while Guji playfully interjected, Did you hear that, Meng Meng? You should really appreciate me. He turned to Lin Xiaoming and winked. After finalizing the contract, Guji took Lin Xiaoming to a nearby mall to procure household essentials. Toothbrushes, towels, bed linens, pots, and pans. He meticulously selected items, even more so than she did. Lin Xiaoming followed closely, observing his adeptness in comparing prices, occasionally glancing back as he asked her, Does this color work for you? A warm feeling blossomed within her, mingled with a profound sense of guilt. On the day of their move, The furniture Gu Ji had ordered arrived promptly. The bed, desk, and sofa were brought into the empty apartment one by one. Gu Ji rolled up his sleeves and, alongside the delivery personnel, assembled the furniture. Standing by, Lin Xiaoming felt somewhat helpless, handing over the screwdriver, her mind wandering with the thought. With Gu Ji, it seemed she needed only to voice her desires, and everything else would fall into place seamlessly. Such a boyfriend was hard to come by. Moreover, Gu Ji was strikingly handsome, with fox-like eyes, a high nose, broad shoulders, and a narrow waist, attributes that many girls found appealing. Yet, he was not her type. Once, when she insisted on applying makeup for him, he looked even more stunning than she did with just eyeliner and lipstick, causing her to angrily toss aside her makeup brush, exclaiming that it was unfair for him to look better than her. She still preferred the type represented by Bai Shi, her mind flashing to Bai Shi's delicate, youthful face. It's all right, she reassured herself internally. As long as I plan my time wisely, I can keep both sides in the dark. After all, what she excelled at was nothing less than weaving tales. She lifted her gaze towards Gu Ji, who was intently tightening a screw. The strands of hair on his forehead dampened by sweat, yet his face bore a contented smile. In that moment, she felt as if she stood at a perilous crossroads. One path leading to Gu Ji's warm haven, the other towards Bai Shi's unfinished romance, and she yearned to grasp both sides simultaneously. A few nights later, at the entrance of the apartment, Gu Ji grasped her hand, his tone somber. I am returning to Xiqing tomorrow. Take care of yourself here. Do not let me worry. He hesitated, a complexity in his eyes. If your father truly settles in Luocheng, will you remain here? Lin Xiaoming was taken aback, her heart betraying her as she averted her gaze. I have not thought that far ahead. Lies would eventually unravel, and she merely wished to prolong her time. Gu Ji did not press further, tousling her hair with a smile. Ming, if you miss me, let me know. I can fly over in 2 hours. Lin Xiaoming shot him a glance, pushed him away, and turned to enter the door. The following day, Lin Xiaoming sat cross-legged on the sofa, her phone screen illuminating Bai Shi's contact. Gu Ji had flown back to Xiqing early that morning, leaving before dawn. His departure instilled her with the courage to press the dial key. The phone rang twice before Bai Shi's voice, tinged with hesitation, came through. Xiaoming? It had been several weeks since she last heard his voice, which stirred a tumult of guilt, longing, and fear within her. Bai Shi, it's me. She forced herself to sound nonchalant, despite her fingers clenching the phone tightly. I, moved to Luocheng and transferred schools. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Luocheng? Bai Shi's voice was laced with surprise. Why didn't you tell me sooner? She could not divulge the matter regarding Gu Ji, especially now, Bai Shi had just endured a significant family upheaval. If she revealed that within just over 2 months she had developed feelings for Gu Ji, how much pain would he bear? Moreover, she feared that upon learning the truth, he would abandon her entirely. She truly wished to see him. I thought you weren't coming back. Her voice feigned a deliberate nonchalance. You had been out of touch, and my father insisted I transfer to Luocheng, so I did. I am sorry, Xiaoming. During this time, Bai Shi's voice faltered slightly, as if processing her words. My father's situation has kept me overwhelmed. I did not mean to cause you worry. Lin Xiaoming's guilt surged within her like a flood, knowing what he was enduring while she chose to evade reality, even reveling in Gu Ji's tenderness. She compelled herself to continue the charade. It's all right, I understand. How are you now? When will you return? I should be back in Xiqing next week. Bai Shi's voice carried a hint of hope. My mother's condition has improved, and there has been some progress with a lawyer. Xiaoming, I want to see you. Lin Xiaoming's eyes involuntarily welled with tears. She longed to say she missed him too, but the memory of Gu Ji's focused profile while assembling furniture the night before, and the warmth of his kiss on her forehead before he left, flooded her mind. All right, let's talk then. She responded vaguely. You take care. I just moved in, and things are quite chaotic here. Bai Shi seemed to sense her aloofness, and her voice softened. Xiaoming, are you still angry? I realize that I have neglected you during this time. I promise to visit you in Luo City as soon as I return. No, Lin Xiaoming hurriedly refuted, her voice unintentionally rising. I'm just still adjusting to this new place. Please don't overthink it. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain her composure. Bai Shi, let us talk when you return. I will await your news. After hanging up, Lin Xiaoming stared at the dark screen of her phone, fully aware that she had been dishonest. A single lie necessitates a multitude of subsequent deceptions to sustain it, growing ever more intricate. Yet, she yearned to see Bai Shi, to embrace him. What was she to do? Chapter 92. Dilemma 3. The air conditioning at the airport was set to a brisk chill as Lin Xiaoming leaned against the metallic handrail, her fingertips unconsciously tapping against the icy surface. For the third time, she glanced at her watch. Bai Shi's flight should have arrived 20 minutes ago. She had received a sudden message from Bai Shi the previous night, stating that he would be landing at Los Angeles Airport that afternoon. Her tone was less than pleasant, tinged with a hint of reproach. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Yet inwardly, she silently rejoiced that Gu Ji had not mentioned coming to Los Angeles to see her in recent days. Bai Shi offered a quiet apology, his voice brimming with longing. Because I missed you too much. She suppressed the flutter in her heart, feigning impatience. I'm about to start school. If you plan to visit, you must inform me in advance. I am busy and do not have time to accompany you around. Guy si hats to akwi. His tone is obedient as a well-behaved child. Now, amidst the crowd, she searched for that familiar figure among the throng emerging from customs. The tears of family reunions and the hurried steps of business travelers surrounded her as she sought him out. Then, she spotted him, a youth clad in a simple white t-shirt, standing out conspicuously amidst the chaos, compelling her gaze to linger. Bai Shi, over here, she called, her voice piercing through the din. He turned, and upon seeing her, his face illuminated with joy. Striding towards her, he exclaimed, "Wife," his voice warm and tinged with devotion. Don't call me that. Lin Xiaoming retreated a step, her tone colder than she intended. I have yet to forgive you for ignoring me. At this moment, I am not your wife. Bai Shi mai fan de. The light in his peach blossom eyes dimming. Xiaoming. On the way back to the apartment, Bai Shi sat in the passenger seat, his gaze fixed on Lin Xiaoming's profile. Months had passed since they last met. She had dyed her hair back to a raven black. Her long locks parted in the middle, cascading down, the ends brushing past her waist. Her fingers, adorned with nude polish, deftly maneuvered the steering wheel. Exuding a sense of maturity he found unfamiliar. You've changed so much, Bai Shi couldn't help but remark. Lin Xiaoming cast him a sidelong glance. People change. Her tone bore an intentional aloofness, yet her heart raced uncontrollably within her chest. The faint, clean scent of soap wafted from Bai Shi, stirring memories she desperately sought to forget. As the apartment door closed behind them, Bai Shi lingered at the entrance, hesitating. Lin Xiaoming turned to him, her gaze sweeping over the familiar red string and tattoo adorning his wrist, an inexplicable ache swelling in her chest. Come here, she extended her hand, her voice unconsciously softening. Bai Shi's eyes brightened momentarily as he quickly approached. When Lin Xiaoming's fingers brushed against the familiar tattoo on his wrist, an overwhelming wave of emotion surged forth. She abruptly embraced his waist, burying her face in his chest, the force of her action causing Bai Shi to stagger slightly. Yet, Lin Xiaoming understood that she had to make a choice. She did not raise her head, fearing to witness his expression, and muffled in his embrace. She inquired, Bai Shi, what would happen if we broke up? She clung to a sliver of hope, wondering if Bai Shi could thrive without her. Allowing her to choose Gu Ji with a clear conscience. The air thickened with tension. She could feel Bai Shi's body stiffen in an instant, his heartbeat echoing in her ears with startling clarity. After a prolonged silence, Lin Xiaoming finally raised her head, only to witness the silent tears cascading down Bai Shi's delicate jawline. The teardrops rolled down and struck her hand, leaving an unsettling warmth. Yet, Bai Shi's thoughts involuntarily drifted back to that fateful night a few days prior. The lawyer's call extinguished his last flicker of hope. The most favorable outcome of the appeal would merely reduce his sentence by 2 or 3 years. Bai Shi clutched his phone, his fingers chillingly cold. He sat in the dimly lit living room, the air thick and heavy as if it were about to solidify. Opposite him, his mother sat, her gaze weary yet gentle, softly whispering, Shi, even if your father doesn't go to prison. The doctor has warned that after his kidney transplant, with long-term use of immunosuppressants, His 10-year survival rate is quite low. He also suffers from hypertension and hyperlipidemia. His health has long since deteriorated. She paused, lowering her voice further. You cannot remain at home indefinitely to be with us. You must attend school, pursue your aspirations, and not allow us to hinder you. Baishi's eyes grew warm with tears. His voice choked, Mom. Each meeting with Dad is so precious. I truly fear that one day, when I return, I may never see him again. I will regret not spending more time with him. His mother shook her head. In our lifetime, your father and I have only wished for a day when we are no longer present, and you are capable of taking care of yourself. Her tone was soft, her gaze calm yet resolute. Return to Shiqing. Don't keep Xiaoming waiting. Consider it. Fulfilling your parents' final wish. She understood him too well. The name Shishi wrapped in 20 years of indulgence, transforming into the softest of shackles. Baishi relinquished the companionship of his parents. The moment he chose to return to Shiqing, Lin Xiaoming became the most significant person in his life. He could not fathom what he would become without her. Do not cry, she said, flustered as she attempted to wipe his face, yet fresh tears continued to flow. Baishi's eyes were so red, they seemed ready to bleed. His lips trembling. Do you no longer want me? After 10 minutes, Lin Xiaoming finally conceded. I don't want to lose you, she sighed. I was merely asking. Baishi grasped her hand and pressed it against his chest, where his heartbeat raced erratically. You are all I have. His voice fractured. I would give you everything. Please do not ask such questions again, all right? I am truly frightened. She was unaware of the significance behind Baishi's choice to forego his parents' company to see her. All she knew was that when Baishi declared, "You're all I have," the sense of being needed was more intoxicating than any gift she had received throughout her life. She gazed at him, his swollen eyes, reddened nose, trembling lips. Even while crying, he remained strikingly handsome, vulnerable enough to evoke a dark yearning within her. She wanted to tease him further, to possess him entirely. And indeed, she did. She pulled him closer, kissing his lips, savoring that familiar, crisp essence. Everything is mine? Then I could do anything to you? Baishi, note that. Tears still glistening on his lashes. Baishi, you look so beautiful when you cry. Lin Xiaoming reached out in the living room, unfastening his clothing to check. Baishi's ears turned crimson, his voice barely above a whisper. Let us go to the bedroom. Right here, on the sofa, Lin Xiaoming insisted, pressing him down onto the couch. With a hint of malice, she bit down, leaving an array of varying bite marks, some even seeping faint traces of blood. Baishi gasped in pain, but refrained from resistance, merely whispering, I'm sorry, Xiaoming, when the biting became particularly fierce. When it all came to an end, the marks on Baishi's body were strikingly vivid. Lin Xiaoming felt a twinge of regret for her loss of control, yet overwhelmingly, there was a shadowy satisfaction. He belonged to her, utterly and completely. Chapter 92, A Dilemma 4. The morning light streamed through the thin curtains of the apartment, casting gentle shadows upon the floor. Baishi awoke early, while Lin Xiaoming remained in peaceful slumber, curled up in bed, her expression serene, devoid of the previous day's tension. He gazed at her quietly, a warmth blossoming in his heart. Carefully, he got out of bed. The wardrobe door was ajar, clothes piled high like a small mountain. Baishi smiled softly as he began to tidy up, folding each piece neatly. The intense scenes from the previous night flickered across his mind, causing his ears to flush and the faint bruises on his body to throb. Yet a sweetness surged within him. She was still willing to touch him. To leave these marks, surely. She had forgiven him? After organizing the wardrobe, he hummed a tune and happily entered the kitchen to prepare breakfast, the aroma of fried eggs wafting through the air. Xiaoming, I don't want to be apart from you. Baishi's voice was as delicate as a feather. How about I come over to keep you company? Lin Xiaoming's fork scraped noisily against the plate. The smile of Guji flashed before her eyes. If Baishi were to stay in Luo City for an extended period, Guji would undoubtedly notice. She lowered her eyelashes to hide the turmoil within her gaze. You should focus on your studies. Only then will you be able to take care of me. She added, getting into a good university in Luo City can't be easy, right? My grades are quite decent. Baishi's eyes sparkled with hope. Credits could transfer, ensuring he wouldn't delay his graduation. He leaned forward, revealing the ambiguous marks on his neck, explaining that an early application for the semester would suffice. Suddenly, Lin Xiaoming felt a sense of suffocation. The sunlight was too glaring, exposing Baixi's hopeful expression in such stark clarity. Can you not be so clingy? Her voice unintentionally rose. Don't you have your own life? Baixi's life, but my life is you. Lin Xiaoming scrutinized the overly compliant boy before her. The 3-month separation had rendered him both familiar and strange. Last night, when she purposely caused him pain, he had even offered his neck to her teeth. This sense of complete surrender thrilled and terrified her in equal measure. Wife, Baishi tentatively called, his tone laced with uncertainty. Lin Xiaoming responded absently with a hum. Upon hearing her reply, Baishi's eyelashes fluttered gently, like a devotee receiving a divine message. In his innocent world, this perfunctory response was a testament to their reconciliation. You'll be heading back to report on the 1st of the month. 1 TU? Lin Xiaoming attempted to shift the topic. Baishi's response was tinged with evident disappointment, yet a flicker of determination glimmered in his eyes. He had already drafted a list for his transfer application in his mind, accompanied by the imagined scene of their joyful reunion, standing outside her classroom. Witnessing her eyes widen in surprise before she leaped into his arms, just as she had done countless times before. This unspoken plan fermented within his chest, sweet yet slightly tart, akin to unripe green plums. After Baishi departed, Lin Xiaoming transformed into a master of time management, effortlessly navigating between two relationships. Each day, she engaged in alternating conversations with Baishi and Guji, meticulously planning their meeting times. Her fabrications were seamlessly woven, sweet nothings flowing across the screen of her phone. On a weekend more than 2 months later, Baishi arrived at Lin Xiaoming's apartment in Luo City, as usual, diligently helping her with the cleaning. Lin Xiaoming lounged on the sofa, engrossed in her phone, occasionally glancing up at him. When Baishi walked into the bedroom to tidy up, Lin Xiaoming noticed that he lingered longer than usual. Frowning, she stood up and approached the bedroom. Pushing the door open to find Baishi seated on the edge of the bed, holding her iPad, the screen illuminated and the charging cable still connected to the outlet. A pang of anxiety gripped her as she inquired, "What are you doing?" Baishi looked up at her, his gaze calm, yet imbued with an almost imperceptible sorrow. "Xiaoming, have you and Guji already been together?" Lin Xiaoming's mind buzzed in confusion. How did he know? Had a classmate mentioned it? Vicky? And Ning? Impossible. Vicky didn't even know about her breakup with Baishi, and she had no reason to ask Ning. Moreover, Ning and Vicky were not close, and Ning could not possibly know about her reconciliation with Baishi. In Ning's eyes, she had always been with Guji. Besides, if they had something to say, they would have said it long ago. Baishi, with his reserved and taciturn nature, would never proactively inquire of others. He didn't even have Ning or Guji's contact information. He must be trying to deceive me. Lin Xiaoming feigned composure, lying effortlessly. No. Did Vicky tell you? I just happened to run into Guji while dining. Do you really believe her over me? Baishi gazed at her silently, an overwhelming sadness shimmering in his gentle peach blossom eyes. He softly replied, "Xiaoming, will you continue to deceive me?" Her heart raced, but she feigned anger. "Did you hear it from Ning?" "Yes, Guji and I traveled during the break, but we are merely friends." "Do they have proof that we are together?" "It's all hearsay. You can't condemn me based solely on a few words from others. Is there any evidence?" Baishi lowered his gaze to the iPad in his hands, where her messages with Guji were prominently displayed. Lin Xiaoming abruptly realized that her iPad and phone shared the same account, and the messages would synchronize. Her intimate conversations with Guji, along with the carefully crafted lies, lay bare before Baishi. She rushed over, snatching the iPad from him, indignant and embarrassed. "Who gave you permission to touch my things? Are you a voyeur? You saw it all. Couldn't you just say it outright? Do you think I'm some sort of clown?" Baishi lifted his head, his eyes hollow as if devoid of light. He spoke slowly. "Lin Xiaoming, did you ever love me?" Her anger ignited like a spark to gunpowder. She blurted out, "If you want to break up, just say so. If you want to go, then go." Baishi's lips curled into a bittersweet smile, his voice calm. "The more I love you, the more you seem to hold my faults against me. Even breaking up has become a means for you to force my compliance." He turned and walked slowly towards the living room. Panic surged within Lin Xiaoming as she called out, "Bai Shi, where are you going?" Bai Shi did not respond. He paused before the dining table, his gaze fixating on the fruit knife. In the next moment, he picked up the knife and, without hesitation, drew it toward his wrist. Blood gushed forth in an instant, staining the red string she had once tied for him, a sight both shocking and heart-wrenching. Lin Xiaoming stood frozen, the metallic sweetness of blood invading her nostrils, her fingertips icy as if encased in frost. "Bai Shi, have you lost your mind?" She lunged forward, wresting the knife from his grasp, her thoughts in disarray. "Call 911. Summon an ambulance. The blood must not flow any longer. If it does, he will perish." Grabbing a towel, she trembled as she pressed it against his wound. In her panic, Lin Xiaoming dialed 911, her voice choked with emotion. "Bai Shi, don't leave me. The ambulance will arrive in 10 minutes. Please don't frighten me." She pressed the towel down resolutely, yet blood seeped through her fingers, warm and searing against her skin. Bai Shi leaned against the ground, his complexion as pale as parchment, yet a sardonic smile graced his lips. He whispered, "Lin Xiaoming, are you satisfied?" His tone bore a familiar resignation, reminiscent of the time years ago when he had asked her the same on the rooftop. Lin Xiaoming's tears cascaded down her cheeks as she cried out in despair, "I am not satisfied. By what right do you make such decisions? By what right do you leave me?" Bai Shi smiled wearily, his gaze exhausted like a candle flickering in its final moments. "Xiaoming, you told me to leave. I have gone far, and this time you cannot retrieve me." Lin Xiaoming beheld his increasingly pale lips and heavy eyelids. A sharp, agonizing pain surged within her, as though her heart were being relentlessly torn asunder. "Bai Shi, I beg of you, I was wrong. I truly understand my mistakes. Please do not abandon me. I want only you, just you." Bai Shi's eyes dimmed, his voice faint as if carried away by the wind. "It is too late, my love. I am so weary." Chapter 93. Regret. Lin Xiaoming wept bitterly, exclaiming, "You promised that we would marry after graduation. You cannot break your word." Her voice trembled, and tears blurred her vision. Bai Shihuan's vacant gaze suddenly contracted, as though seared by her words. His lips moved, faintly repeating, "Marriage?" Before the last syllable fell, his eyelids slowly descended. Blood seeped through the bandage, a grotesque dark red. With each spreading drop, Lin Xiaoming's sobs stifled momentarily. She futilely pressed down on the wound, a whimper escaping her throat like a wounded creature. "Please, hurry, come quickly." A sudden knock on the door jolted Lin Xiaoming from a reverie. She pressed Bai Shihuan's other hand onto a towel, choking back her words. "Bai Shihuan, I love you. I beg you, apply pressure to the wound, survive. I will do anything you ask. I promise you, please." Stumbling, she rushed to the door as the paramedics swiftly entered, expertly administering emergency care to Bai Shihuan, lifting him onto a stretcher and transporting him to the ambulance. Inside the vehicle, Bai Shihuan lay on the stretcher, his pallor reminiscent of thin paper, his lips devoid of color. An oxygen mask obscured his face, while a transparent 4 dripped saline and plasma substitutes at a rapid pace. Pulse weak, pupils sluggish to light, blood pressure 70/40, patient in moderate shock. A medical staff member reported loudly. Lin Xiaoming curled up in a corner of the ambulance, yearning to be near Bai Shihuan, to hold his hand, yet she was gently pushed back by the medical personnel. "Miss, please maintain your distance. We require space to operate." She fixated on the faint rise and fall of Bai Shihuan's chest, praying that those fragile signs of life would not vanish. The ambulance screeched to a halt. The emergency entrance of the hospital came into view. The medical team rushed out with the stretcher, and Lin Xiaoming stumbled after them, the air filled with their shouts. Male, 20 years old, hypovolemic shock, open wrist wound, suspected radial artery damage, immediate transfer to the emergency operating room. Lin Xiaoming sat on a bench in the corridor, hugging her knees, her gaze vacantly fixed on the red light of the operating room. Each second felt like an eternity. She remained oblivious to Bai Shihuan's condition, uncertain if he would awaken again. A nurse emerged from the operating room, prompting Lin Xiaoming to rise, her voice quivering. How is he?" The nurse removed her mask, her expression grave. The patient is in critical condition, suffering from excessive blood loss leading to moderate shock. His heart stopped briefly, but we have restored it through CPR and defibrillation. He is still undergoing surgery. Lin Xiaoming's legs weakened, nearly causing her to collapse. She steadied herself against the wall, tears streaming anew. Will he wake up? The nurse sighed, striving to soften her tone. We are doing everything we can to save him, but he has lost a significant amount of blood, and his organs may have sustained damage. We will need to wait until the surgery concludes to assess the situation. Please sit down and remain calm. We will inform you as soon as possible. Lin Xiaoming sank back in her chair, her mind a blank slate. She recalled the moment Bai Shihuan picked up the fruit knife, his eyes disturbingly calm, as if he had already relinquished all hope. She loathed herself for uttering those hurtful words, despised herself for pushing him to this brink. 12 hours later, Lin Xiaoming was finally permitted to visit. Upon entering, she beheld Bai Shi lying on a hospital bed, surrounded by a multitude of instruments. His wrist was enveloped in thick bandages, and the red string that once bound them had been severed by the medical staff, quietly resting on the bedside table, stained with dried blood. She pulled up a chair, unwilling to divert her gaze from Bai Shi for even a moment. In a hushed voice, she began to recount their memories, her words fragmented. Bai Shi, do you remember our first kiss on the playground? You were so nervous that your hands trembled. You promised to take responsibility to marry me. You must not go back on your word. You absolutely must wake up. Her voice dwindled to a whisper, tears cascading on her hands. She was uncertain if Bai Shi could hear her, yet she yearned to summon back the boy who had loved her so deeply. 2 days later, in the hospital room, Lin Xiaoming, weary, leaned against the bed's edge when she suddenly felt a gentle touch on her fingers. Startled, she looked up to meet Bai Shi's gaze, his eyes clear yet tinged with an unfamiliar chill. You're awake, Lin Xiaoming exclaimed, her voice quivering as tears streamed down her cheeks. However, elation was swiftly overtaken by anxiety and anger. Do you have any idea how terrified I've been these past 2 days? You're insane. Look at what you've done to me. I hate you. Bai Shi's lips curled slightly. Should I disappear then? Don't you dare say such things. Lin Xiaoming nearly shouted. Bai Shi's demeanor grew cold as he replied, You promised to do anything I asked to listen to me. If you cannot do that. His tone turned commanding. Then don't expect to see me again. Lin Xiaoming stared at him in shock. The person before her, just awakened from a coma, seemed to possess an entirely different spirit. Are you threatening me with suicide? What do you think? Bai Shi responded, his calmness chilling. Dying once or twice makes no difference to me. His tone softened suddenly, but I can live for you. A shiver crept down Lin Xiaoming's spine. Once, she might have found pleasure in such a sense of control, but when the object of that control became alive, the weight was suffocating. This was not what she desired. She raised her gaze, only to find Bai Shi's dark expression sending a chill through her. In her fear, she softened her tone. You still have family. There is no need to live for me. Think of them. Family? Bai Shi's gulp. Lin Xiaoming realized her mistake and hurried to amend her words. I meant, if you were to die, think of how your loved ones would feel. If I die, I won't to know anything anymore. Bai Shi interrupted her. Why should I care how others see me? Seeing his unyielding demeanor, Lin Xiaoming sighed. At least he was awake. At least he was still by her side. She would have to soothe him for now. Bai Shi, she whispered, please. For my sake, live well. Silence enveloped the room. After a long pause, Bai Shi spoke. What about Gu Ji? Lin Xiaoming hesitated. I will break up with him. I've been too worried about you these past days. I didn't have the chance to. Now, Bai Shi asserted without room for debate. All right. In that moment, when she nearly lost Bai Shi, Lin Xiaoming had come to a resolution. Gu Ji would not be as extreme as Bai Shi, but she could not bear to watch Bai Shi perish. Gu Ji would understand, wouldn't he? When the call connected, she still hesitated to admit her dual entanglement during this period. Lin Xiaoming carefully chose her words. Gu Ji, let's part ways. Bai Shi has returned to seek me. He is currently in the hospital. A few days ago, upon learning of our relationship, he attempted to take his own life. I cannot bear to witness his demise. I am truly sorry. Is it solely because he sought to end his life that you chose him? Gu Ji's voice trembled. What if I were to take my own life as well? Chapter 94. Regret you're not that kind of person. Lin Xiaoming choked. lamenting Bai Shi's father being imprisoned and his mother taking her own life. He is only me left. Guji, you possess so much. Just consider. Pitying him. Bai Shi, confined to his hospital bed, heard this evasive nonsense, exposing his most vulnerable side to outsiders. He closed his eyes and turned away. Let her speak as she wishes. As long as she has chosen him, that is sufficient. Guji murmured, Meng Meng, this is profoundly unfair to me. I'm sorry. Lin Xiaoming's tears fell. I do not know how to compensate you. Shall we remain ordinary friends? After a prolonged silence on the other end of the call, Guji sighed deeply. I wish you happiness. However, Bai Shi, a person who cannot even love himself cannot bring you happiness. You will regret this. Regardless, I cannot bear to witness him perish before my eyes. Lin Xiaoming hung up, gazing at Bai Shi's silent back, feeling an emptiness within. On the day of his discharge, Bai Shi quietly tucked the blood-stained red string from the table into his pocket. It's broken. Let's not keep it, Lin Xiaoming frowned. Bai Shi merely cast her a fleeting glance before turning away. Upon returning home, he began to pack his belongings. Lin Xiaoming yearned to embrace him, but he pushed her away. Do not touch me. Lin Xiaoming, exasperated, retorted, You were the one who insisted on being with me. What does this mean now? Thinking of Guji, Bai Shi's voice dripped with disdain. The thought of you with him disgusts me. Be quiet, Lin Xiaoming blurted out. What about when I was with Gao Fan? Did you feel disgust then? I could once deceive myself into believing you were too young to understand. But in these past 2 months, my happiness has turned into revulsion. In the same room, on the same bed, how can I trust you again? Bai Shi said, anguish evident in his voice, and Lin Xiaoming. Did you ever regard me as human? Would you treat Guji the same way? Bai Shi unbuttoned his shirt, revealing a tapestry of old and new bruises on his skin. Lin Xiaoming turned her face away. Because Bai Shi never cried out in pain, even indulging her. She became increasingly reckless. My relationship with Guji stemmed from your indifference upon your return. It was all your fault and you. Why did you not say it earlier? You know I cannot escape you, no matter what. Bai Shi laughed self-deprecatingly. I am just pathetic, isn't that right? Suddenly, Lin Xiaoming reached out, wrapping her arms around his waist, and, standing on tiptoe, pressed her lips against his. Bai Shi's entire body stiffened, instinctively raising his hands to push her away, yet she clung to him more fiercely. His struggle gradually weakened, and he ultimately let his arms fall, allowing her breath to invade his lips, closing his eyes as silent tears streamed down his face. Lin Xiaoming. His voice trembled. I too wish to believe in you once more. But how can I trust? From now on, let me love you. Lin Xiaoming gently wiped away his tears with her fingertips, softly promising, do not cry. Grant me one last opportunity, will you? Bai Shi shouted, Fu De, his gaze penetrating deeply into hers, where lay an earnestness he could not refuse and the weight of promises he dared not believe again. Silence spread between the two, ultimately manifesting as a barely perceptible nod from him, simultaneously an act of concession and resignation. Bai Shi returned to West City, and in the evening, Lin Xiaoming nestled into the gaming chair of her apartment in Luo City, the computer screen aglow with the game interface, her teammates' voices echoing through her headphones. Xiaoming, unleash your skills faster. We can wipe them out. Her fingers danced across the keyboard, and she replied, coming, don't rush me. On the surface, she appeared fully engaged in the game, yet her heart was heavy with unspoken thoughts. Suddenly, her phone vibrated, and Bai Shi's name illuminated the screen. Lin Xiaoming's hand trembled, nearly misfiring his skill. Taking a deep breath, she answered the call, and Bai Shi's voice came through the receiver, deep and calm. What are you doing? Playing a game. Lin Xiaoming replied somewhat dismissively, her gaze still fixed on the screen. I'll call you back after this. I'm on a call with friends. Bai Shi hesitated for a moment before softly uttering a few words. With Guji? Lin Xiaoming's fingers froze over the keyboard, silence enveloping them for several seconds. Biting her lip, she murmured, No, I haven't contacted him since that day. This statement was half truth, half lie. Since Bai Shi's wrist-cutting incident, she indeed had not reached out to Guji, yet she hadn't deleted his messages either. She simply chose not to respond. She was uncertain how to confront him, let alone herself. Bai Shi's tone softened, as if relieved. Then don't hang up. I want to listen to you all play. Lin Xiaoming frowned, impatience creeping into her voice. Isn't it awkward for my teammates to hear this? Think I'd just be silent? Bai Shi pleaded softly, just put me aside. Lin Xiaoming tightened her grip on the phone, a surge of anger rising within her. Are you out of your mind? She wanted to end the call, to throw her phone, to demand that he cease using such a humble tone with her. Yet, just as the words hovered on her lips, memories of Bai Shi's pale face in the hospital flashed through her mind, along with the image of the blood-stained red string on his wrist and her own desperate cries as she knelt beside the stretcher. She recalled the nightmares that had plagued her these past few days, the nurse's cold announcement that Bai Shi had not awakened and never would. Each morning, she awoke with the need to confirm his survival, each time grateful that he was still with her. Just indulge him. It's merely a matter of not hanging up, Lin Xiaoming silently reassured herself. She remained silent, placing her phone beside the keyboard, donning her headphones once more, pretending as if nothing had transpired, and continued her conversation with her teammates. In the game, her teammates continued to shout, Xiaoming, why were you lagging just now? Hurry up. Lin Xiaoming responded with a simple hum, her fingers flying across the keyboard, feigning focus, yet her peripheral vision couldn't resist stealing glances at her phone. The call interface still showed it was connected, but she truly had not hung up, nor had he spoken, like a quiet shadow accompanying her. A wave of emotion washed over her, and she felt a slight sting in her nose. She remembered back in high school, she had been just like this, always silently by her side. During evening study sessions, he would wait outside the classroom while she revised her assignments. When she studied in the library, he sat beside her, occasionally glancing up to smile at her. At that time, she had thought him too clingy, too indecisive. As the game concluded and her teammates logged off, only the serene background noise remained in her headphones. Lin Xiaoming picked up her phone and softly called out, Hello, are you still there? The voice of Bai Shi emanated from the receiver, carrying a hint of hoarseness, as if he had just detached himself from some profound emotion. Finished playing? Lin Xiaoming murmured in response. She yearned to utter something more, to inquire whether his wound still ached, or to ask about his life in the West City. Yet, the words lingered at her lips, and she could only manage to say, Why must you insist on listening to me play games? Bai Shi fell into silence for a moment. I wish to know what you were doing. I long to hear your voice. She bit her lower lip, feeling a surge of frustration. Bai Shi, please refrain from this. Your insistence is quite bothersome. I understand, Bai Shi replied, his tone stubborn, but you promised me that you would listen to me. Chapter 95. Remorse 3. She recalled that day in the apartment, weeping as she vowed to heed his every word, to acquiesce to his every request, as long as he could survive. In that moment, she was genuinely terrified of losing him, fearing that he would indeed drift away, as he had foretold, beyond her reach. Very well, she murmured softly, her tone tinged with a hint of concession. What do you wish for me to do? To obediently call you? Bai Shi replied with a gentle leaving the call connected. She set her phone beside her and opened an animated series, casually selecting an episode. The vibrant colors danced across the screen, yet her mind wandered, her ears subconsciously tuned to the rhythmic sound of Bai Shi's breathing on the line. As night deepened, the streetlights of Luo City filtered through the curtains, casting a soft halo within the apartment. Lin Xiaoming reclined on the sofa, the series reaching its third episode as her eyelids began to droop. In the receiver, Bai Shi's breath remained steady and prolonged, as if accompanying her into slumber. Drowsily, she pondered whether he too was weary, perhaps cradling his phone while listening to her stir. Bai Shi, she whispered, her voice as soft as a dream. Please do not frighten me any longer, will you? There was no reply from the receiver, only the faint sound of breathing. Bai Shi, you resemble me. Her mother's gaze was filled with blessings. The first love should be reserved for your first heartthrob. She will cherish you and accompany you throughout your life. With such adorable looks, she will undoubtedly find happiness like her mother. Back then, I was still young, perceiving my mother's words as a fairy tale, beautiful enough to stir my heart. My name, she, bore her hopes that I would treasure myself and be cherished in return. My mother spoke of love as a predestined affair, weaving a lifelong fairy tale into the very fabric of my being. My first heartthrob was meant to last a lifetime. I grew up with this fairy tale belief until I encountered Lin Xiaoming. Our initial meeting in the gym, her laughter disrupted the rhythm of my heart. Yet it was that fateful evening when she stood beneath the basketball hoop, tiptoeing to kiss me, that I heard the gears of destiny clicking into place. In that instant, my mother's words echoed within me. She is the one who stirs my heart, a love meant for eternity. I bestowed my first love upon her, believing she would. As my mother had said, treasure me and bring me happiness. But when she became involved with Gao Fan, my faith shattered. I began to drift like a disillusioned believer, filling the void in my heart with fleeting moments of intimacy. I sullied myself, not out of desire for those other girls, but because the fairy tale love my mother had described, the promise of everlasting happiness, seemed unattainable. I was uncertain if I was seeking revenge against her or against this incomplete life. Yet each time she sought me out, I could not suppress the flicker of hope within me. I did not comprehend the true nature of love, but driven by an obsession, I yearned to fulfill that distant wish. Perhaps my mother was right. Love is indeed fate. Only my destiny is to remain an unrepentant believer. When I reunited with Lin Xiaoming in West City, she softly uttered, "Bai Shi, I missed you." Her nails dug into my back. I remained piously bowed my head. Even though she has disappointed me time and again, I stubbornly believe that she will ultimately share her life with me, just as a mother and father do. I foolishly hold on to this belief. Bai Shi, are you proposing to me? Bai Shi, I won't go anywhere. I will stay by your side every single day. Is that all right? Go and tattoo my name on your body. Let everyone know that you belong to me. However, I have not agreed. I would rather spend time with you. I bite you because I like you. Why don't I bite others? Wife, darling, which do you prefer? Choose one. I'm already suffering so much. Why do you have to be harsh with me? I detest you. What do you mind? I do not have feelings for Guji. Can you stop being so suspicious? Bai Shi, what would happen if we broke up? If you want to end it, just say it. Leave quickly. I'm not satisfied. On what grounds do you take it upon yourself to decide? On what grounds do you think you can abandon me? You promised that we would marry after graduation. You cannot go back on your word. I beg you please hurry, Bai Shi. I love you. I implore you, hold on to the wound and survive. I will do whatever you say, anything you ask. I beg you. The words I love you are something I have heard for the first time from Lin Xiaoming after all these years. My thoughts drift further away. Does death signify returning to the starting point, a repetitive cycle? Or will I encounter her again, falling hopelessly in love with her once more? Such a life seems utterly despairing. If that day, standing under the basketball hoop, she had kissed me first, I would have pushed her away. If we were to meet again in the West City, I would insist on putting an end to things as resolutely as I made the decision to go abroad. I know I cannot blame her. Even without her, I would still face the upheavals of family life helplessly. Why is reality so unkind to me? Perhaps this is for the best. I am uncertain if I would be able to provide her with the life she desires. It just might allow her to free herself from me, this burden. I truly wish I could believe in those words I love you, if only they were genuine. Yet, I also fear that they might be true. If I close my eyes now, perhaps I will never have the chance to verify it again. I want to press down hard on the wound, but my body seems unresponsive. Is it too late? If I could awaken, I would wish to live in a world where she loves me. If this is false, then let me not awaken again, huh? Chapter 95 Control 1 Lin Xiaoming gradually became aware of the frightening clinginess of Bai Shi. Whenever they were not in class, he would incessantly call her, and often their conversations would descend into silence. Lin Xiaoming felt a subtle suffocation, as if she were living under his constant surveillance. Each time she suggested ending the call or urged him to be less intrusive, Bai Shi would wield her promise to heed his wishes as a bargaining chip, softly threatening her. After enduring this behavior repeatedly, Lin Xiaoming finally reached her breaking point. One afternoon, she decided to cast her phone aside, ignoring it while she immersed herself in computer games with friends for 4 or 5 hours. When she finally returned to reality and remembered to check her phone, she found only 2 missed calls from Bai Shi. A twinge of surprise washed over her, and she promptly returned the call, but there was no answer. Lin Xiaoming muttered to herself, pondering what he was up to, and clicked on his profile picture. She noticed that he had posted a photograph 3 hours prior, a pitch-black ceiling of his bedroom, accompanied by the simple words goodbye. What did this mean? Another suicide attempt? A chill coursed through her fingertips, and her neck prickled with dread. 3 hours had passed. Was it too late? Her mind raced back to the recent crisis, where mere minutes had almost cost her everything. Lin Xiaoming, what have you done? She admonished herself. Don't panic. Perhaps he is merely trying to frighten me. Just a joke stemming from his irritation at my failure to answer. Lin Xiaoming dialed his number several more times, nervously crafting a text. Bai Shi, this joke is far from amusing. Please respond. Should I call 911? Report him from afar? What if he is just trying to scare me? Maybe I should consult Wei Qi? Have her check on him. Perhaps he simply wishes to avoid me. I need not frighten myself. I merely missed his calls. It cannot be that severe. Lin Xiaoming called Wei Qi, her voice betraying her anxiety. Wei Qi, could you please check on Bai Shi at his apartment? Has something happened? Wei Qi responded with a hint of confusion. Is everything all right? Why the sudden concern? Nothing else wrong. I just can't reach him. We had a quarrel, and I'm a bit worried. Lin Xiaoming attempted to keep her voice steady. He'll return your call soon. Perhaps he's just busy. Wei Qi reassured her. No, he has never ignored my calls. Please, go check on him now. I owe you a favor. Lin Xiaoming's tone grew increasingly urgent. All right, I'll go right now. Wei Qi reluctantly agreed. Biting her nails in distress, Lin Xiaoming continued to attempt reaching Bai Shi. An hour later, Wei Qi's call finally came through. Xiaoming. What is going on with you and Bai Shi? He took sleeping pills and has been taken to the hospital. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoming felt a wave of relief wash over her. At least he was not in a critical state. Is he all right? He should be fine. The doctors can only prescribe a month's worth of sleeping pills, so he likely didn't consume much. However, he will need to be hospitalized for observation for 3 to 5 days. Wei Qi comforted her. What exactly happened between you two? Lin Xiaoming hesitated, aware that Wei Qi might know about her infidelity. If she discovered that Bai Shi's extreme actions were a consequence of her betrayal, she would undoubtedly blame her, especially since Wei Qi was a friend of Bai Shi. Has Bai Shi ever mentioned our situation to you? Lin Xiaoming inquired tentatively. Not all, Vicky replied. Whenever he brings you up, it's always in the context of showcasing his affection for you. Lin Xiaoming felt a wave of relief wash over her. It was better for Vicky to remain oblivious. Bai Shi would never speak ill of her, only extolling her virtues in front of family and friends. It's nothing serious, really. We had a disagreement, and he didn't answer my calls. He's being rather extreme about it. Lin Xiaoming habitually deflected the blame onto him. Yes, it's his extremity that's the issue. Well, if he comes to his senses, have him reach out to me. Yet deep within, Lin Xiaoming felt a twinge of guilt. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to purchase a ticket for the following day and asked Vicky for the address of the hospital.